I originally just wanted to get my two older sisters back, but who knew I'd be noticed by the seventh prince of the Yin Kingdom? In that case, Tao Xiaowei will go to the Yin Kingdom and burn down his mansion. Only by wreaking havoc in the Yin Kingdom will this study trip be satisfying. The king of the Qi Kingdom was utterly foolish, causing the people to suffer and the national treasury to be empty. On a beautiful day, a spark of war burned straight to the capital of the Qi Kingdom. A white-haired man raised his sword high, shouting, "You want to block my path? Drop dead." The soldiers of the Qi Kingdom could only hide on the city walls, trembling as they said, "The flag has the character Yin. It's the seventh prince of the Yin Kingdom. It's the god of slaughter, Yin Shi." The soldiers of the Yin Kingdom received his order and swarmed forward to fight with all their might, leading to the fall of the Qi Kingdom. The Yin Kingdom had successfully conquered the Qi Kingdom. Inside the main hall, only a few members of the Qi royal family remained. Some were weeping and wailing. "We're surely dead now, Your Highness," while others were drenched in cold sweat. Yin Shi, as if seeing nothing, quietly walked in. A fat man immediately rushed forward, saying, "Seventh Highness, please spare my life." He indifferently asked, "The Emperor of Qi, I presume?" How on earth was he spot on? Yin Shi sat on the throne, lazily beginning, "I heard you have two stunningly beautiful princesses." The emperor was immediately overjoyed. Yes. Hurry and bring the princesses here to offer to the seventh highness." Even a eunuch had the self-respect to say, "Your Majesty, you are of noble status. Do not do such a dirty thing and debase yourself." He became furious, stomping on the man while yelling, "Fool, what you know? Guards, bring the princesses here." "Your Highness, look, can you spare my life?" Yin Shi gave a cold laugh, saying, "Selling your daughters to save your own life, and you call yourself the king of a country." Then he coldly recalled his own royal father, Yin Xiaolin, who had personally ordered, "Those two princesses must be brought back without a single hair on their heads harmed." For me, Yin Shi was speechless, thinking, "You people are all so alike." While the king of Qi was kowtowing and begging, he said indifferently, "Take these two princesses back to the Yin Imperial Palace and present them to his majesty." As soon as he finished speaking, a child's voice immaturely cried out, "Bastard, let go of my sisters." The little green-haired girl flew straight towards Yin Shi and successfully chomped down on his arm. This kid's teeth were so sturdy that dentistry should learn from them. No matter how much he shook, she wouldn't let go. Yin Shi seriously pinched her nose and said softly, "Open your mouth. Only puppies bite people. Let them go. On what grounds should I listen to you?" The green-haired kid struggled and said, "On the grounds that I am the princess of Qi, Tao Xiaowei. Let me go and release my sisters." Yin Shi gave a cold laugh, lifting the kid up and asking, "A princess of Qi? Surnamed Tao?" A guard felt a chill down his spine, thinking, it's over. This little princess has provoked the god of slaughter, the seventh highness. Even if she doesn't die, she'll be skinned alive." But out of professional habit, he still reported, "Your Highness, although she is a princess, she was born of a mistress from outside the palace, so she is not listed in the royal genealogy." Yin Shi looked at the fierce little kid in his hand and said with satisfaction, "It seems the Qi Imperial Palace has one person with some backbone left. Pass on my orders. Seal the Imperial Palace and await my royal father's decree for further action. As for this little thing, there's no need to include her on the list of war spoils." Upon returning to the Yin Kingdom, the place was surprisingly peaceful and strange. Yin Shi quickly changed his armor, putting on a robe and a hat. He dressed himself seriously and neatly, and as soon as he closed his eyes, he heard a eunuch announcing an imperial edict. "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, the seventh prince, Yin Shi, led the army to attack the Qi Kingdom, achieving glorious military merit. He is in theft as Prince Yin to manage all business in the capital city without probation." After it was done, the emperor finally spoke, "My royal son, we haven't seen each other for a long time. You seem to have lost a lot of weight. Quick, summon the imperial physician to have a look." He said decisively, "No need." Then the emperor said again, "My royal son, you brave the battlefields. I am very worried." Another title. Yin Shi immediately cut him off. Unnecessary. The Yin emperor gritted his teeth and said, "This time, Shi'er did not disappoint everyone's expectations and defeated the Qi Kingdom. I shall reward you with 2,000 taels of gold." He still said indifferently, "There's no need." The emperor was so angry he trembled, thinking, if it weren't for Old Seventh's skill in battle, I would have long ago. But what he said was different. "Old Seventh, tell me, who did you get this arrogant personality from? Go back to your residence." Only then did Yin Shi say with satisfaction, "Your your son takes his leave. The Yin Emperor watches retreating back, cursing inwardly. Old seventh. Oh, old seventh. Sooner or later, I will lose all my patience with you. As soon as he returned to his residence, someone trailed after him. Congratulations, congratulations, Your Highness, on your promotion to Prince Yin. But Yin Shi only asked one question. Where is that little thing? The steward immediately stammered, saying, that little guest. She threw such a tantrum that we couldn't handle her. She's been placed in the woodshed. Yin Shi actually went to the woodshed. As soon as he entered, he saw the cocoon Tao Xiaowei wriggling and cursing. You are all bad people. Let this princess go. The steward was startled when he saw his master draw his sword. However, he only neatly cut the rope she was hanging from, successfully catching Xiaowei in his arms. The green-haired kid, seeing that her bottom didn't hurt, found the courage to curse, bastard, you dare to scare me. As soon as she finished speaking, her whole body went limp, and no matter how Yin she called out to the little thing, there was no response. So he frantically ordered the steward to quickly summon the Imperial physician. That night at Prince Yin's residence, Tao Xiaowei remained unconscious for a long time. The Imperial physician consulted book after book, sighing, continuing like this is not good. As soon as they saw Yin Shi approach, they stood up to greet him. He sat down beside the green-haired kid, touching her forehead as he asked, what exactly happened? The two Imperial physicians took turns explaining, this young lady is still young. Her body is weak, and she was exhausted from the journey. That's why she caught a cold. Yin Shi gave a faint smile. You Imperial physicians can't even cure a common illness like a cold? Then what use are you? The physician trembled and said, No, it's not that this old servant is incompetent. It's just that this young lady refuses to drink it. All the medicine we feed her, she vomits back up. Yin Shi said softly, wake up, little thing. But Xiaowei still didn't respond to him. After observing for a moment, the seventh prince said softly, give me the medicine. He actually took a mouthful of the medicine himself and personally fed it to her, mouth to mouth. This made both the Imperial physician and the maids in the residence's hair stand on end. How on earth did Xiaowei not vomit it out? On the contrary, she obediently swallowed the medicine. Yin Shi gently wiped the kid's mouth, then quietly laid her back down on the bed. Then he said, isn't she drinking it now? The two Imperial physicians, their faces pale, thought in unison, who would dare to feed her like you do? Seeing that things were settled, Yin Shi intended to leave. However, Tao Xiaowei reached out her small hand and tightly gripped his sleeve. With tears welling in her eyes, she mumbled in her sleep, Mother, Wei hurts a lot. It's so uncomfortable. Yin Shi just stood there quietly for a long time, then sighed. In the end, he just gave his own clothes to the kid and left with his six-pack durian body. The quick-witted steward draped a robe over him and said softly, Your Highness, this old servant was ignorant. After this young lady recovers, how should we arrange for her? Yin Shi replied, wait for that little kid to get better, then just arrange for her to be a maid in the residence. Sure enough, a few days after Tao Xiaowei recovered, the head maid came to instruct her, His Highness has appointed you as his personal maid. This is a blessing for 3 generations of your family. First, you must learn the basics of making tea and pouring water. The mischievous kid immediately let them free fall, causing several teacups to shatter, while she herself laughed with great satisfaction. She was immediately whipped by the head maid, who fiercely scolded, Who told you to let go? Xiaowei sobbed, Who gave you the right to hit this princess? The woman said fiercely, Right now, you are just a disobedient little maid. I'll hit you however I want. When the steward came to hear the report, he learned that since the morning, the kid had broken 8 tea sets, 10 cups, 15 jade plates, and 3 out of 10 vases were also broken. As soon as he heard the words, and also, his eyebrows furrowed so hard they wanted to touch. The maid then reported, the woodshed she was locked in was also burned to the ground. And as she lit the fire, she cursed, You big bastard. So you burn my home. I'll set your home on fire too. And then she even snorted coldly. The steward broke out in a cold sweat, lamenting, Oh my, why on earth did the master bring home such a little ancestor? Meanwhile, Tao Xiaowei was still clutching her whipped hand, feeling wronged. She recalled the peaceful days with her mother, hearing her mother's comforting words. How did you hurt yourself like this again? Let mother blow on it for you. Remembering that warm scene, Xiaowei sobbed, You are all bad people. I want to go home. The steward watched, speechless, making a 5-year-old child a personal maid between His Highness and that kid, who was actually serving whom. At the same time, while Yin Shi was bathing, his personal guard came to report, Your Highness, 3 assassins from another country were captured tonight. They are all cultivators. We couldn't capture any of them alive. He said indifferently, I know, you may leave. He sneered inwardly. The Qi kingdom has just fallen, and the other countries are already getting restless this quickly. Good. I'm getting impatient waiting for the day I can destroy them all. After returning to his room, Yanxi was utterly stunned to see Tao Xiaowei lying neatly under the fur blanket on his bed, thinking, why is this little thing here? He fiercely lifted her up, successfully flipping her crybaby switch. Xiaowei said resentfully, bastard, I'm scared. I don't dare to sleep alone. However, Yanxi remained firm, thinking, have I been too lenient with this child? No, I'm getting soft-hearted again. Tao Xiaowei sat on the floor, sniffling and cursing affectionately, bastard, it's so cold. But the kid was still stubborn, standing up and pulling back the curtain to curse directly, big bastard. But inside was only quiet emptiness. In the end, the rustling sound of the wind made her shiver. It's unclear what Xiaowei saw, but her eyebrows knitted together and her crying stopped. Then the kid started coughing so violently that Yanxi couldn't get to sleep. So the boogeyman had to get up, pull back the curtain, and quietly look at her. He immediately saw the fierce battle in the Qi kingdom enveloping the innocent child. Yanxi reached out and grabbed the small neck of Xiaowei. It made the kid's heart pound, and she thought in fear, am I going to be killed? However, Yanxi pulled her by the collar and straightforwardly placed her onto the bed. Although she didn't understand what was happening, the L in Xiaowei's name stood for Lu Reckless. The kid immediately cursed right next to his ear, bastard. Yanxi replied, close your eyes and go to sleep. If you're not obedient, I'll throw you out. The kid froze, and in the end still hugged him tightly, feeling the warmth and falling into a deep sleep, while Yanxi kept chanting to himself, last time, last time, last time. The next morning was as beautiful as any other. As soon as Yanxi opened his eyes, he didn't see the little ancestor, thinking, this little rascal woke up really early. It was only when he got out of bed that he realized only one of his shoes was left. And the only one who could have ruined this beautiful pairing was Tao Xiaowei. Yanxi tried to be a mature, non-grumpy prince, but the volcano finally erupted. He gritted his teeth and cursed, that rotten little demon. Somehow, Yanxi's shoe was sitting snugly in a bird's nest, while Tao Xiaowei, who was being falsely accused, was diligently following a group of maids. While she carefully carried a basin of water, she heard them urge, hurry up, don't delay the prince's breakfast time. Yanxi followed all the procedures of a royal noble, such as washing his hands, changing clothes, and then opening his mouth to wait for food to be served. Tao Xiaowei's eyes sparkled as she looked at the rainbow-colored dishes on the table. Yanxi noticed and gave a mocking half-smile. This made the kid so frustrated she gnawed on the tray, cursing, big bastard, you were definitely laughing at my hunger just now, weren't you? The steward's eyes also widened, thinking just now, did His Highness smile? Impossible. Our Highness is famous on the battlefield for being cold-blooded and ruthless. How could he smile? A second later, Yanxi said gently, Wei Wei, come and eat. The kid's ego screamed, I'm not hungry. But her stomach immediately betrayed her, rumbling loudly. The seventh prince picked up a soup dumpling, and wherever the dumpling wiggled, Xiaowei was there, which amused him greatly. This little rascal is truly interesting. She'll be mine. Seeing her drooling all over the floor, Yanxi immediately lifted her onto his lap. Tao Xiaowei also felt it was strange and struggled. Say, let go, let me go. To shut her noisy mouth, Yanxi immediately stuffed a bun into it, saying softly, what are you angry about? Eat. The kid, getting to eat delicious food, said respectfully, they said you were the master, and I am a servant, so I can't sit at the same table to eat. Though her mouth said that, her hands are already taking one bun after another, to the point where the seventh prince had to gently remind her, eat a little slower. Don't choke. He got her a bowl of soup, and then gently watched the little kid eat her breakfast. This scene was so frightening that the steward had to exclaim, it must be because this old servant is old and my eyes are playing tricks on me. This is absolutely not our prince. Since when did our prince become so gentle? Meanwhile, in the Imperial palace, at a certain residence, someone was leisurely playing with his bird when a guard came to disturb him. Third Highness, now is a good opportunity for the power struggle. We must win over the Seventh Highness's army to be able to confront the crown prince. The third prince said softly, has there been any new movement in old Seventh's residence recently? Someone, this prince wants to prepare a small gift. A letter arrived at Yanxi's residence, very affectionately, from your elder brother, Yansha. I heard that you recently acquired a stunningly beautiful princess. So, I want to give you a small gift to show my admiration. As soon as he finished reading, he assessed, what is Yin Shua planning? Then he highlighted the two words stunningly beautiful in the letter and looked over at Tao Xiaowei, who was hugging a broom and dozing off, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, stunningly beautiful? Is there something wrong with his eyes? The steward said softly, those few boxes of gifts are all cosmetics, clothes, and jewelry for women. The third prince's men are waiting at the door now. Yanxi said decisively, throw those gifts out. He looked at Xiao Wei's sleepy appearance and thought, I just brought that kid back not long ago, and she's already being targeted? Just as the steward asked, Your Highness, is that all right? He said seriously, have them pass a message to Old Third. My residence just has one more mouth to feed. A little maid, that's all. She is not worthy of using those things. Tell them they've gone to too much trouble. The steward was startled. Is this kid favored by his highness or not? So I know how to treat her. Tao Xiao Wei, having just woken up, threw a handful of leaves from the ground into Yin Shi's face, scolding, Big bastard, you're the little maid. The steward helplessly tried to intervene. No. Are you all right, sir? But his face clearly read, It'd be strange if I were all right. I'm in a bad mood. After a while, it was already evening. The steward still stuck close to Yin Shi, nagging, Your Highness, the carriage to the palace has been prepared. Remember to bring a few servants. This is Your Highness's celebration banquet. You shouldn't be too casual. Along the corridor, he happened to see Xiao Wei all alone and thought to himself, Did my words this morning hurt? This little kid's feelings? I didn't expect this little demon to still. But adjusting his perspective, he saw Wei Wei was playing with mud. He froze stiff, thinking, I was worrying for nothing. The steward said softly, Your Highness, it's time. Yin, she said indifferently, remember to look after her. So, after sending off the great ancestor, the steward had to sit down next to the little ancestor, thinking to himself, I, a grand steward, have actually become a babysitter for a kid playing with mud. A second later, he was stunned to see that all this time, the kid was playing with mud to sculpt a figure of his seventh prince. He was touched and praised in his heart. This kid is quite skillful. The sculpture looks just like his highness. As soon as he finished, he saw Xiao Wei violently rip the head off the clay figure, cursing, Bastard, that's for bullying me. And he was left with many unspeakable words in his heart. At the same time, at the third prince's residence, he furiously yelled, What? Old Seventh sent them back. The personal guard was so scared he didn't dare to raise his head. Yin Shuo bit his nails and said with a twisted expression, Old Seventh, oh Old Seventh, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The drums sounded, and the dancers began their first dances, the music blending together. Delicacies from the mountains and seas, and fine, rare wines were on the banquet tables. Everyone had gathered, but Yin Shi still sat quietly enjoying his wine. The only thing separating him from a monk was the saffron robe. The emperor, being too idle, spoke up, Old Seventh, you're sitting so far away that I can't even see your face. Yin Shi used his eyes to warn, Don't disturb my rare moment of peace. The emperor smirked in reply, I refuse. So he said, Since Old Second isn't here, guards, move Old Seventh's seat there. Yin Shi thought to himself, What is this old man planning now? How annoying. Sure enough, whispers started around him. His Majesty is so unfair. He's clearly giving the crown prince a chance to win over Old Seventh. Who doesn't know by now, to have Old Seventh is to have the world. Yin Shi had no choice but to obediently sit down in Old Second's seat. The third prince thought with disdain, You little brat dare to sit above me. Fine, Old Seventh, you just wait. So Yin Shi unintentionally became the target of his third brother's wrath from the left, while on his right, he received the sparkling eyes of the crown. Prince, his elder brother, Yin Su said gently, Seventh brother, I haven't yet congratulated you on your merit in defeating the Qi Kingdom. I toast this cup of wine to you. Yin Shi resignedly said, Thank you, elder brother. Then he quietly listened to his elder brother's nagging. This time, His Majesty has given you control of the Imperial Guard. That's no different from putting the safety of the capital in your hands. It's enough to see how much royal father values and dotes on you. From now on, we brothers should be even closer. Don't use this cold face to hide from reality anymore. Since you're back, you should visit more often. You shouldn't stay in your residence all day without coming out. None of your brothers get to see you. Yin Shi hadn't even had a chance to eat any delicacies, but he was already full from the crown prince's nagging, his face clearly signaling an SOS. I want to go home. Being too idle, the third prince fawningly declared, Your son has not yet congratulated royal father on obtaining two stunningly beautiful princesses from the Qi Kingdom as noble consorts. It's just that, seeing him hesitate, Yin Shi became vigilant. Old Third said nonchalantly, Your son heard that under the king of Qi, there were 3 princesses. After Old Seventh destroyed the Qi Kingdom, he brought all 3 princesses back. This news was so hot that both the crown prince and the Yin Emperor were shocked. He thought to himself, The princesses of Qi are all peerless beauties. There's another one? This brat dared to hide such a big matter from me. It seems that in recent years, I've spoiled him to the point where he's become increasingly lawless. He said fiercely, Old Seventh, you secretly hid a princess. Is this true? Everyone at the banquet cowered, receiving the king's wrath. Most were just young people eager for gossip. There's a good show to watch now. The crown prince was the first to speak. Royal father, calm your anger. The truth of this matter needs to be investigated clearly. We cannot be so credulous. We should see what seventh brother has to say first. In the tense situation, Yinshi couldn't even eat a bite in peace. He even caught his elder brother's warning signal. What time is it now? Stop eating. So the main character had to say with a lump in his throat, it seems there is such a matter. The third prince, fearing the fire wasn't big enough, boldly threw more fuel on it. Old seventh, what is this attitude of yours? Hiding war spoils without reporting it is the crime of deceiving the monarch. Don't think that you can be lawless just because of royal father's favor and your few measly merits. The emperor nodded. Old third is not wrong. Old seventh is now showing no regard for an old man like me. Yinshi said in a serious tone, third brother, you said one thing wrong. It's not a few, but several dozen merits. While Yin Shuo was still stunned, the emperor roared with fire. Old seventh, don't be arrogant because of your merits, and act so wildly and insolently based on my favor. Kneel down for me and explain clearly what this matter of hiding a princess is all about. Old seventh stood up helplessly. The emperor nagged, hurry up, what kind of decorum is this, dawdling like that? He also cooperated with a few yes, yes, yes sounds. Then he said seriously, your son only picked up a maid. However, she is not a princess. The emperor didn't believe him at all. What do you mean? Yanshi raised his head and said, she is the adopted daughter of the Qi emperor, only 4 years old. At that time, she angered your son, so I wanted to bring her back to teach her a lesson. The emperor thought to himself, so it's just an adopted daughter. Then she definitely can't compare to the two stunningly beautiful princesses in my palace. The third prince was now also surprised to learn the other party was just a child. Immediately, the emperor shifted to a new target to bully. Old third, you're a prince. How can you spread such baseless rumors? Yin Shuan knew it was hard to back down. Royal father's teachings are correct. Your son knows his mistake. The emperor coughed a few times and said softly, in the end, this matter is also because old seventh hid war spoils on his own. I punish you. Before he could finish his words, a soldier ran in on all fours, shouting, reporting, a group of ruffians from a Wei kingdom has appeared at the capital's border. The Imperial Guard initial judgment is that there may be spies from the Wei kingdom among them. We request your majesty's decision. The emperor frowned and said, the Wei kingdom has been restless for the past 2 years. Old seventh, you don't need to kneel anymore. The Imperial Guard is under your management as of today. Go and handle it immediately. She immediately accepted the order. Only then did the crown prince breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to himself how hard it is to be an older brother. It's no joke. However, the third prince persisted, Father Emperor, about old seventh deceiving people, but was cut off by the emperor. It's just a female servant. As long as he's happy, that's all that matters. Those around them immediately understood a truth. Old Seventh's military power was no different from a death exemption medallion. Nanhai toiled outside until midnight before returning to his residence. He found the inside in utter chaos. Have you searched over there? I'll go check the rockery over there. He stared blankly for a long while. Then, he startled them with a question. What happened? Making the butler jump. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he said, Your Highness, that little girl, she's disappeared. Upon hearing this, the pressure emanating from Nanhai dropped to an extreme low. A chill that could freeze the air radiated from him as he roared. Is this how you all do your work? The butler trembled and said, Your Highness, the little girl ran off when this old servant wasn't paying attention. We've searched the entire residence once, but still haven't found her. Nanhai called out coldly, Shadow Guards. The black-clad guards appeared instantly, Master. His communication with the Shadow Guards was swift and concise. Nanhai said, Find her. The Shadow Guard shouted, Understood, then sped off. The butler stared in a daze, never expecting that the first time he'd meet His Highness's legendary hidden guards, it would be to search for a child. Very quickly, a Shadow Guard returned with a clue. Master, we found the shoe by the tree near the lake. The butler jumped upon hearing this. Then he said aghast, She wouldn't have jumped into the lake, would she? And so, Nanhai had to make a trip to the specified location. The Shadow Guard whispered, Master, it's up ahead. He silently scanned the surroundings. Then his sharp eyes found several long footprints. Then he discovered a familiar piece of gaudy pink fabric on a tree. Nanhai leaped up in a single bound and successfully landed on a branch, where he found Dao Xiaowei sound asleep. Seeing that this little ancestor was still safe, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the portly butler had just managed to catch up. He thought in confusion, how did His Highness disappear in just a moment? Just as the thought finished, he heard a thud behind him, seeing Xiaowei nestled in his master's arms. He cried his eyes out, saying, "Oh, thank heavens, thank the earth, we finally found this little ancestor." As Nan Hai carried her to the bed, he thought with disdain, "You throw the entire residence into chaos, and you can still sleep so soundly. Looks like you need to be taught a lesson." He was about to act, but Vivi hugged him tightly, nuzzling him and saying, "Mother, let me sleep a little longer." Nan Hai thought to himself that her ability to plead for help was truly great, so he gently placed the little one on the bed. He carefully tucked her in, thinking with annoyance, "When she's awake, she's exactly like a wild monkey, but when she's asleep, she's quite well behaved." Because it had been an incredibly tiring day, Nan Hai also quickly lay down to get some sleep, but before he could even drift off, he was awakened by something. He patiently sat up, lifted the blanket, and found a bird's egg, his face showing several unspeakable question marks. Late at night, although all the lights in the third prince's residence were out, lanterns still moved along the corridors. Nan SOC played with a bird while listening to a report. "Your Highness, the person has been brought." The maidservant who was brought in trembled violently. Hearing her superior's reprimand, Tian Shuang, "You've been undercover at Nan Hai's place for several years. It's time for you to help this prince." Tian Shuang asked shakily, "Your Highness, what are your orders?" Nan SOC laughed coldly. "What are you afraid of? It's not like I'm going to eat you. You must secretly report all news from Old Seventh's residence to me. When the time is right, I will inform you what to do." Tian Shuang said, "The seventh prince's residence is filled with highly skilled soldiers and shadow guards. Passing information out is harder than ascending to the heavens." The third prince sneered, "That's right. Your younger sister is very safe here. If you were to fail," this one sentence of his drained all the color from Tian Shuang's face. The next morning at the seventh prince's residence, Vivi woke up to find herself kneeling on the floor with a heavy stack of books on her head. Her gaze towards Nan Hai was super fierce. Noticing he was distracted, Vivi quickly took the books off to rest. He immediately said sharply, "Put them back." She guiltily obeyed the command. But a second later, she came to a realization. Why should I listen to him? So, Vivi shouted, "You scoundrel, why are you punishing me?" Nan Hai frowned at the little ancestor, then calmly listed a few things. Burning a room, climbing a tree, stealing a bird's egg. Each offense was so punishable that even Dao Xiaowei was rendered speechless. A second later, the little girl mumbled, "I climbed the tree because I wanted to see if you had returned to the residence yet." But Nan Hai was very clear-headed. Lying will add another incense stick's worth of time to your punishment. Seeing this was a lost cause, Xiaowei's tears started to fall. "That tree is very tall. I wanted to see if I could see my home. I've been away for so long. Mother must be very worried about me. You big scoundrel, can you take me home?" Nan Hai sat silently for a long time, then said decisively no. And so, the little girl sobbed until she trembled. Then she threw the books aside and yelled, "This princess wants to go home." The commotion was so great that even the bird's egg got scared and automatically cracked into several pieces, instantly making the atmosphere strangely silent. From inside, the makeshift nest woven from a cloth, a baby bird hatched. Dao Xiaowei, for a rare moment, quietly observed its butt, that tiny back. Only Nan Hai was not very happy. He coldly said, "Get down for me." It turned out the little one had already climbed onto his lap and was sitting there obediently. She even made a demand, "Scoundrel, can we raise it?" The seventh prince personally set her down and said softly, "Someone." A maidservant entered, and Nan Hai ordered her to take the baby bird to the kitchen and have it made into 7 dishes. Xiao Dao heard this and was stunned. "The kitchen? The place where they cook? You want to eat the little bird? Scoundrel, you're so cruel." While reading a book, he said, "Last night, the butler was frightened by you. Tonight, send him a young chicken to nourish his body." The butler at this moment couldn't stop trembling, spamming the phrase, "I feel that His Highness is truly terrifying." Just as Vivi was at her most desperate, Nan Hai closed his book and said profoundly, "However, if you behave well." Before Vivi could even hear the rest, she nodded her head repeatedly, accepting the deal. The very next day, after regaining his composure, the butler immediately held an emergency meeting among the servants. He coughed and said, regarding last night's incident, His Highness's attitude towards that person, even a fool can see it. From now on, everyone in the residence must treat Dao Xiaowei as you a young lady of the virtuous prince's residence. Understood. The servants were all stunned. The butler said sorrowfully, dismissed. From now on, bother that little girl less, to avoid bringing misfortune upon yourselves. Tian Shuang took this opportunity to approach the butler and say something. After listening, the butler honestly assessed, this matter depends on His Highness's orders. For now, You just follow that girl. Wait for His Highness's decision. And so, Tian Shuang successfully got a position to monitor the movements of Nanhai and Dao Xiaowei. At the same time, the room was cleaned until it was sparkling, clean enough to be a mirror. Vivi worked very hard cleaning, then said with bravado, "Scoundrel, you better keep your word." Nanhai asked gently, "What did you call me?" The little girl was taken aback. Then, after a long, shy pause, she finally whispered, Your Highness, which made Nanhai very pleased. Tian Shuang, eavesdropping outside, was utterly confused. How can His Highness bicker with a child like that? One night, as a sword blade mingled with cherry blossoms, Nanhai frowned slightly, gripping the hilt of his sword. He took a light breath, then sheathed his sword. Then, he simultaneously executed a lightning-fast strike, successfully cutting a flower into 4 pieces. After he finished practicing, the butler spoke up, "Your Highness, the tonic bestowed by His Majesty has been brewed. Please drink it while it's hot." The white steam billowed, and his rhythmic footsteps halted. Nanhai's face contorted, his eyebrows nearly touching, staring at the bowl of medicine. He recalled his father emperor's words. Old Seventh has always been out fighting battles, not taking good care of himself. We will have the Imperial physician prescribe some tonic and send it to your residence to nourish your body. He couldn't help but say with disgust, "Just taking pills is fine. I don't need so much of that old man's tonic." Seeing the butler's difficult position, Nanhai became wary of his surroundings. He thought to himself, that old man has probably placed spies somewhere in my residence. So, he had no choice but to obediently drink the medicine with a look of utter reluctance. While the butler was taking the medicine bowl to the kitchen, it happened to be when Dao Xiaowei was sneakily munching on an apple in the kitchen. She heard the noise and quietly observed. After the butler left, she took toddling steps towards the medicine tray. Drool trickled down as she stared at the candied fruit, thinking, what delicious thing is this now? At the same time, Nanhai had blown out the candle to end a tiring day. But heaven forbids a good night's sleep. He couldn't find the little devil Xiaowei anywhere. So he climbed into bed, thinking sadly, finally, I can sleep alone. He had just laid down, not yet asleep, when he was irritated by raucous laughter from outside. He went outside to check and saw Xiaowei with a dazed look in her eyes. Her legs had motors attached, and her mouth was a loudspeaker, running and laughing, causing the maids and butler in the residence to try and stop her helplessly. But when she saw Nanhai, the little one stopped. She called out loudly, "Scoundrel!" Then she launched herself towards him with a leap. The virtuous prince successfully caught her, while the little one laughed loudly, saying this princess has caught the big scoundrel. This gave him a bad feeling. He thought, what on earth is going on? Before he could figure out what was happening, Xiaowei, from his arms, somersaulted 3 times in the air and landed, then started running around wildly, as if performing in a circus. Nanhai asked humbly, what's wrong with her again? The butler stammered, Your Highness, the little one must have secretly drunk the tonic gifted by His Majesty. The Imperial physician probably prescribed an adult dose. If a child drinks it, just hearing that much, and looking at Dao Xiaowei aggressively pointing towards the vast landscape, Nanhai coldly pushed her away, quickly escaped into his room, and said curtly, I don't want to. As soon as he finished speaking, sure enough, the little girl started singing, I want to go home, at the top of her lungs. Not wanting to cause a disturbance at night, Nanhai reluctantly opened the door a crack and said, what do you want to play? After hearing the little girl declare, I have a supporting role for you. You play the dog that Vivi raises. Nanhai's whole body trembled. He whispered, she want me to play a dog? Butler, where's my sword? The butler understood, and with 2 streams of tears, he wailed, Your Highness, this old servant wants to play the dog. Let this little servant sacrifice himself for everyone. As a talented butler, whatever he did, he had to be the best. While Nanhai was frozen stiff, saying, I understand the logic, but why do you have to take off your clothes? Xiaowei excitedly shouted, Butler doggy, while Tian Shuang's legs went numb, thinking, if I report this to the Third Highness, will you believe me? At the same time, complex matters were unfolding silently in the palace. A guard whispered, Lord Liu, those assassins were too fast. In a flash, they took the thief we previously caught. Away. That's the criminal scheduled for execution tomorrow. What should we do now? That Lord Liu then ordered someone to quickly find the 7th Highness in the night. He said seriously, His Highness has already said, the 7th Highness is handling this matter. If we hide it and don't report. Before he could finish, a man in a red official's robe cut in. If you report it, given the 7th Highness's cruel nature, do you think you'll keep your head? As soon as the news reached him, the 3rd Prince had a good laugh at, is that true? Or false? making old seventh act like a dog. The child old seventh picked up is quite interesting. I must meet her when I have the chance. After speaking, he came up with a wicked idea. He said profoundly, Tian Shuang, do you want to see your younger sister? Tian Shuang immediately said, is that possible? Nan SOC continued, tomorrow night is the Midsummer Temple Fair in the capital. Find a chance to bring that child out for me to see. Tian Shuang hesitated. Your Highness, this. After some discussion, she finally left to switch shifts with the red-robed official. The third prince's tone immediately changed. He said seriously, have the arrangements been made? The red-robed official reported softly, Your Highness, our men have pursued that group of Wei Kingdom spies. We've done as instructed, chasing away the unrelated death row inmates who were substituted for the spies. The Seventh Highness will absolutely not be able to trace any information. But what if he becomes suspicious? The subordinate worried. Nan SOC smiled and said, Old Seventh has been in the army for many years. He has no intelligence network in the capital. Investigating will be very difficult. During the morning court session, His Majesty gave him 3 days to handle this matter, to find all the spies and rebels in the capital. I like to see how long he can remain arrogant. The official continued, as for the Crown Prince's side, we've had someone disguised as one of the Seventh Highness's men report the situation to him. To protect the Seventh Highness, the Crown Prince will definitely make a move. The third prince nodded. Good. Don't lose track of that way, Kingdom Spy. When the time is ripe, we will uproot them all. By then, both the Crown Prince and Nan Hai will lose power. It's truly something to look forward to. At the same time, in the virtuous prince's residence, that Nan Hai was still scowling, looking at the lazy Dao Xiaowei on the bed. She mumbled in her sleep, Leave me alone. I don't want to leave this bed. But in a flash, he had handed the little girl over to a tutor, saying seriously, I'll be counting on your help in the future, teacher. Vivi sat bolt upright at a desk with a stack of homework, all because her top knot was tied to a rope hanging from the ceiling. The little girl was resentful, hating him in her heart. Sooner or later, one day, I will escape from this godforsaken place. Meanwhile, Nan Hai quickly went to the main hall for official business, seriously discussing strategy. The Ministry of Justice couldn't find any information. We can only follow the old rules and investigate those fugitives. Starting today, divide the Palace City Patrol into 10 groups. Station them separately in the East, West, South, and North City and the Central Imperial City. At night, they will rotate shifts. Each guard post must have a capable guard commander. If there is anything unusual, report it immediately. Absolutely do not alert the enemy. After the soldiers received their orders and left, Nan Hai remained standing in place, frowning in deep thought. A second later, his eyes flickered, and he quickly threw a hidden weapon. He successfully scared Xiaowei until her eyes went wide and asked in a stern voice, What are you doing sneaking in here? The little girl wasn't even scared yet. She was attracted by the hidden weapon stuck in the wall. This shiny thing looks so pretty, I want it. So the little devil stood up and tried to pull out, even turning into Spider-Man, clinging to the wall and using all her strength. When she successfully got the item, Xiaowei had already rolled 3 times on the ground. She rolled to Nan Hai's feet and said loudly, Can you let me go out to see the festival tonight? He said decisively no. Vivi then used her ultimate move, sparkling, heart-melting eyes, and called out, Your Highness. Instead of being swayed, Nan Hai got goosebumps all over. A second later, he asked shrewdly, How do you know there's a festival tonight? Vivi immediately explained, Everyone in the residence is talking about it. Please let me go. Before, whenever there was a festival, Mother would take me. Vivi loves going to festivals the most. Nan Hai just frowned and said nothing. Until evening, Dao Xiaowei was still wearing her tiny maid outfit, sitting on a horse and shouting. Have you ever been to a festival before? The seventh prince answered honestly no. In the end, the little devil willingly sat on his horse so they could set off. Tian Shuang peeked out, her face pale as she thought, I thought that if the seventh highness agreed to let the little one go out, I could lead Dao Xiaowei away. This plan is half successful, but this royal guard. Third highness, Tian Shuang really can't do it. At the same time, on the lush trees of the virtuous prince's residence, several men in black laughed. That cold-blooded man is gone. Follow him. Today, lanterns lit up a whole stretch of the sky. The streets were incredibly crowded with people. Everyone was dressed in their most splendid attire, and there were also spectacular performances attracting crowds. Only Dao Xiaowei and Nan Hai stood out completely. The little girl couldn't sit still, saying with disdain, You're supposed to walk at a festival. You're so big, and you don't even know this. The The seventh prince compromised and agreed, telling the guard beside him to take the horse away. He personally walked through the crowd with Vivi. He even had the spare time to win all the games at the festival, making the stall owners cry. He even personally chose a mask for his little ancestor, and they both gaped at a supersized sugar candy figure. This scene made the guards of the virtuous prince's residence dizzy, thinking, this is definitely not our god of death, king of hell. Vivi, while chewing on a candied hawthorn skewer, naturally said, you go over there and buy me some steamed buns. And you go over there and buy me a cup of cold tea. That clay figurine is so pretty. Remember, buy it for me too. The guard hesitated, seeking Nanhai's opinion. Your Highness, this. He sighed and said, go. Throughout this process, Tian Shuang was following them closely. She thought to herself, the obstacles are all gone. The important thing now is how to get away from His Highness. So she bravely approached Xiaowei at close range. Taking advantage of the dense crowd, the seventh prince thought, should I pick the little one up? Would carrying her be spoiling her too much? If I don't carry her, what if she gets snatched away? While he was still hesitating, Tian Shuang and he brushed past each other. At the same time, they also fell into the sights of other individuals. They signaled to each other, preparing to make a move. Nanhai's sixth sense immediately put him on alert, but a second later he thought, I'm probably just being too sensitive. After a moment of hesitation, Nanhai bent down and said, Vivi, let me carry you. Surprise, the little girl had vanished, leaving only old seventh shout, hello? Dao Xiaowei. In a dark alley, a group of men in black were secretly signaling to each other. Got her. How on earth was it Vivi inside the sack? After checking, they crouched down and sprinted on. Tian Shuang's jaw dropped as she thought, are they human traffickers? If I don't bring Vivi to the third highness, then my sister... She had only been worried for a few seconds when she saw a red-robed official land, and she secretly followed. Why does that person look so familiar? Isn't that Lord Cheng? Oh my god, what Cheng? Who cares about Cheng? Could it be that the third prince sent people here? I just sang one line, and I already saw Lord Cheng leap onto the roof. At the same time, in the middle of the street, Nanhai frowned as he listened to a guard report. Your Highness, we have investigated all the households on this street, but still haven't found the girl you're looking for. He said coldly, expand the search area. Search every shop, street, big house, and small house for me. Just as he left, Nan SOC ran over to bother him. My, he said, old seven. If you keep searching like this, the capital will fall into chaos. Fanning himself, he said, for a child, is it worth all this? He was met with a gaze colder than a Hanoi autumn wind. For Nanhai, the third prince feigned ignorance. That look of yours, little brother, it really scares me. Nanhai gritted his teeth. If you have something to say it quickly. Old third nodded. Let me help you find her. Upon hearing this, he became agitated and shouted, you know where the little one is? Nan SOC said nonchalantly, this violent temper of yours, why haven't you fixed it since you were a child? Nanhai frowned and said, Nan SOC, isn't your appearance a bit too coincidental? Did you take the little one? Old third said lazily, I'm kindly helping you, yet you slander me? He lost all patience. Are you going to tell the truth or not? That third prince said, your older brother has never worked for free. Nanhai stared at him, gritting his teeth. Then what do you want? In an abandoned house, the spirits of the drinking buddy brothers, the men in black, were not dampened. They said eagerly, come cheers. We've caught the person. The master said, we'll be handsomely rewarded this time. That princess also said it. We just need to go back and get the money from Old Qi Kingdom, and we're set. What about the other one? What are the master's arrangements? To be exchanged for someone in the Yin Kingdom's Imperial Palace. Who could be so important that they'd use this person for an exchange? They started to whisper, gossiping. Remember the woman that the Northern Emperor snatched from our master's hands back then? While they were gossiping outside, inside the dark room, Dao Xiaowei was deeply unconscious, with a voice faintly calling little sister in her ear. Only then did the little one slowly wake up. Vivi somehow saw the silver hair and heard the voice say, little sister, you're awake? And immediately scolded, scoundrel. The crown prince narrowed his eyes. Scoundrel? I'm not a scoundrel. They're all outside. Vivi's eyes widened as she looked around. Then she huddled close to Nan TC'd. Oh, you're not the big scoundrel. Then where is this? It's so dark, not even a firefly could light it up. Where is this? The crown prince, on the other hand, was remarkably calm, honestly explaining, we are both tied up here and can't get out. As for the specific location, I'm not sure either. But don't be afraid, I will protect you. Xiaowei was very impressed by the crown prince's handsome and bright aura, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him, until she looked down and saw that both his hands and feet were tied up tightly. The smile on our little one's lips immediately vanished. Her cheeks puffed up, sending a mental signal to the bastard. Even though you're fierce, hurry up and save this princess. The crown prince silently observed her, assessing in his mind. Dressed like that, she must be some family's little maid who ran away. So he immediately used his #1 nagging skill in the Yin Kingdom, bombarding her with questions. Little sister, what's your name? How old are you? Where do you live? How many people are in your family? Who brought you out? Do you remember anything before you were captured? Her little highness was processing the information, simply unable to answer so many questions at once. She mechanically said, my name is Tao Xiaowei. I live at, saying this. She remembered the butler's 2 streams of tears, calling Yanxi your highness. So she decisively answered at the prince's residence. Yin Tuc was immediately intrigued, thinking to himself, a prince's residence? Huh? Which younger brother's mansion is she from? The scope has widened. Father Emperor has 40 sons. Besides me, there are 39 others. So he asked, then what is that prince's title? Have you ever met the prince in your mansion? Vavai said seriously, messy hair. In the crown prince's mind, the 3rd and 4th brothers immediately appeared. Upon hearing this, his face turned icy. Yin Tuc immediately gave his 3rd brother a loving cross-out mark. Yin Tuc cleverly said, you must be the little princess that Yanxi brought back, right? As the moon welcomed the night, Tao Xiaowei noisily scolded, what, you're the bastard's brother? The crown prince heard this and swallowed with difficulty, thinking to himself, so Yanxi's the bastard, huh? She actually dares to call him that. Yin Tuc, with much left unsaid, remarked, it seems Yanxi dotes on you very much. Don't be afraid, Yanxi will come to save us soon. Hearing this, Vai looked down at her tied hands, thinking to herself, bastard, will you really come? Meanwhile, the unfortunate older brother, who was just a tag-along, thought to himself, 7th brother, maybe you can conveniently save me too. Suddenly, Yanxi's hidden weapon fell from Vai's body. Yin Tuc curiously asked, what is this thing? She honestly showed it off to him. This is a gold-plated ginkgo leaf that I had a hard time getting. Isn't it beautiful? The crown prince nodded and said, very beautiful. It looks just like the hidden weapon Yanxi carries. And so the conversation of isn't it beautiful, very beautiful went on for a long time, before the crown prince suddenly slammed on the brakes. Wait, a hidden weapon? At the same time, at the 3rd prince's residence, Yin Suo held the military tally in his hand. He thought to himself, right now, most of the shops in the capital belong to the crown prince. The escort agencies and wine shops are mine, and the army is Yanxi's. The fat piece of meat in Yanxi's hands is finally mine. While celebrating internally, the 3rd brother was distracted by the 7th brother. He helplessly sized up his 7th brother. You're pacing so much you're making me dizzy. What's scarier than 1, Yanxi? 2 Yin's eyes. He then said fiercely, then how about I gouge your eyes out so you won't be dizzy anymore? Yin Suo frowned and said, 7th brother is truly terrifying. Yanxi couldn't wait any longer and took the initiative to attack. Do you know the location or not? Or are you just trying to trick me? Yin Suo said nonchalantly, if I knew from the beginning, shouldn't I have been the one to abduct them? Your 3rd brother is not a bad person. Be a little more patient. To catch a fish, you have to wait for the net to be cast. Yanxi was infuriated by his 3rd brother's leisurely attitude. After a long wait, a report finally arrived. But upon seeing Yanxi, the guard hesitated. He decisively approached the 3rd prince and whispered into his ear. But somehow, Yanxi's dog-like hearing still caught the clue, and he came up with the answer himself, the warehouse behind the Z Lu restaurant in the West City. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, Yin so couldn't see him anymore, which suited his intentions perfectly. The 3rd brother smiled and said, what an impatient youth. Yin Suo smiled faintly, saying profoundly, 7th brother, oh 7th brother, being so impatient is not like you at all. He then ordered his subordinate to continue reporting. It turned out to be a feint. The subordinate from the 3rd prince's residence carefully reported. The real location is a woodshed behind the mountain in the East City, and that person has also been captured. Noticing his master's interest, the guard used body language to say, Your Highness. Now is the best opportunity, should we? But Yin Suo remained silent, letting his asymmetrical eyebrows answer for him. Yanxi was no small fry either. He had been hiding on the roof of the 3rd prince's residence all along. After getting the dead-accurate information, Yanxi flashed a victor smile. At the same time, in the abandoned woodshed, Tao Xiaowei was actually using the 7th prince's hidden weapon to untie the ropes. The crown prince looked at her small, clumsy hands and said gently, Yanxi's hidden weapon is extremely sharp. Be careful not to hurt your hands. Vai retorted sassily, I'm not stupid enough to hurt myself. Yin Tuc chuckled, thinking to himself, I was talking about my own precious hands. After a while of sawing away, the rope finally fell to the ground. The crown prince, with his quick eyes, observed the surroundings surroundings and found that all the doors seemed to be sealed shut. After rummaging around, he found a small window that could be pushed open due to his suspicious and overly cautious nature. So he fumbled to take off his crown prince's hat, thoughtfully using it to measure the opening of that window. Finally, he despaired, understanding why this window could be pushed open. It was because even with the hat off, there was no way to squeeze through. Yin Tuc sighed and said, "We have to push this wooden door open to get out." Hearing this, Vai immediately rummaged through her clothes. Then she pulled out 2 flint stones, eagerly saying, "Want to set it on fire?" Just as the little one was about to strike the flint stones together, the crown prince stopped her. "Careful, careful, careful," thinking with a chill, why does this child have so many dangerous things on her? Yin Tuc seriously questioned, "Where did you get these flint stones? Do you know this thing is very dangerous? And you even carry it with you?" Vai put her hands on her hips, proudly saying, "They're left over from when I tried to burn down the bastard's house." The crown prince was startled, praying for his little brother. What kind of little ancestor is Yin Shi raising? After a moment, Vai said, "Can't we just burn a little and then put it out? Burn a little and then put out like that?" The crown prince nodded. "That seems to have some merit. Let's give it a try." "You're so smart." This made Vai's nose perk up as she laughed. "Haha, it's nothing. Handsome brother, you praise me too much." And so, the two cooperated perfectly. Yin Tuc quickly lifted the little one towards the wooden door. Vai reached out her hand and struck with a clack-clack. Click, click! But their only response was a wind colder than a person's heart. But luckily, a spark flashed. But Lady Luck only blessed them that much, as the result was both of them freezing on the spot, watching the fire spread throughout the woodshed. Tao Xiaowei reacted the fastest, wailing in panic. "What do we do, handsome brother?" Suddenly, there was a cracking sound from the ceiling. With a bang, Lord Chung burst in like the Red Power Ranger. Before he could even understand what was going on, he had already grabbed the crown prince's wrist and yelled, "Go!" Vai was also unconsciously pulled along, flying into the air. In the fire, all that remained were His Highness the Crown Prince's hat and the blaze. The gleeful black-clothed men finally realized there was a fire in the house and shouted, "Oh no, the woodshed is on fire." They desperately threw water, frantically saying, "Quickly save them. If we don't get the money, we don't need to live anymore." As soon as the words were out, the fire had spread so much that it caused the woodshed to collapse. The others cautiously said, "Boss, the fire inside is too big. They're probably..." Before he could finish, they were distracted by a noise from outside. The newcomer pointed with all 5 fingers and shouted, "Bring them out for me." At the same time, inside the forest, Lord Chung said softly, "It should be safe here, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness is truly worthy of being the king's successor, not even frightened in such a dangerous situation." Yin Tuc chuckled, with much left unsaid in his heart. "Not at all, not at all. Why would I be frightened by a fire I started myself?" He then gently asked the little one beside him, "How is Xiao Wei? Are you hurt?" Lord Chung knelt down, earnestly saying, "This servant was late in rescuing you. I hope Your Highness will punish me." Yin Tuc helped him up, saying, "Get up quickly. Thank you, Lord Chung, for the rescue." Then, seeing Vai shake her head, the crown prince smiled and said, "What a brave child." Tao Xiaowei unconsciously frowned, sadly saying, "I'm sorry, bastard brother. It's Vai's fault, can you?" Before she could finish her words, the little one's eyes widened as she saw that Lord Chung about to swing his sword at His Highness the Crown Prince. Vai screamed, "Bastard brother, danger," but still couldn't escape the bloody scene. The little girl lay snugly in the Crown Prince's arms, waiting for the pain to come, but feeling nothing. Vai stealthily lifted her eyelids. She was immediately stunned to see the Red Power Ranger being attacked by a white-haired monster. "Yin," she said coldly, "who ordered you to do this?" Lord Chung remained silent until Yin Shi twisted the sword 360 degrees. The pain in his chest made Lord Chung give in. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and said, "The third prince." Having gotten the necessary information, Yin Shi pulled out his sword, granting his opponent a clean death, while the crown prince covered the child's eyes and ears. As soon as they heard Yin Shi ask, "Are you two all right?" Xiao Wei and Yin Tuc, though not born on the same day, month, or year, shared the same tearful expression as they looked at him. Then the 7th prince immediately had 2 dangling weights hanging from his legs, one calling 7th brother, the other calling bastard. Yin Shi felt a headache coming on. He kicked Yin Tuc away, scolding him mercilessly, "Going out without guards, you deserve to die." Then he frowned upon seeing Vai fearfully hugging his leg. He picked the little girl up, gently asking if she was hurt. Xiao Vai sobbed, "They put a bag over my head and locked me in a very dark place, and there was a fire." Vai Vai was aggrieved and silent for a long time. The next second, she buried her face in his chest and sobbed. Bastard, I thought you weren't going to come save me. Yin Shi was silent for a moment. Then he comforted her. It's my fault. Over at the woodshed, the 3 men in black were finally tied up. It turned out the person who came to the woodshed in the East City was Yin Saw. He stood silently, watching the place burn to ashes. A guard quietly reported, "Your Highness, by the time we arrived, the fire was already out of control. We only found these few things at the scene." "Your Highness, this hat was found in the fire." The third prince held the crown prince's hat in his hand, gently stroking it as he said, "Am I too late?" As he spoke, memories of the past flooded back. Of the time his older brother taught him to write. "Third brother, you wrote this character fool wrong." Of the day he tied Yin Shi's hair into 2 pigtails while he was sleeping. Then he was chased to death, only able to hide behind his Imperial brother, crying aggrievedly, "Seventh brother is a short winter melon. Don't you come over here." Returning to the present, Yin Suo sighed softly. His heart heavy, he said he died just like that. If the second brother is gone, the next successor is me. Isn't that just perfect? After smiling for a few seconds, he fell silent, whispering, "Liar." Yin Shi gently checked over Lord Cheng. The crown prince at his side quietly asked, "Is his word reliable? Was it really the third brother?" The seventh brother shook his head, saying, "Yin Suo is always very careful in everything he does. Moreover, he knows that Father Emperor's shadow guards are placed in every nook and cranny of the capital. The kidnapping might be related to him, but no matter how vicious he is, he wouldn't go so far as to want to kill the crown prince." A chill ran down Yin Tu's spine. He thought to himself, "Seventh brother, you just killed a man with your own hands, and now you're calling someone else vicious?" Yin Shi frowned slightly, saying, "Using the kidnapping to assassinate the crown prince. I'm afraid, Cheng, he was a man from a force hostile to our royal family." At the same time, seeing Yin Suo intently watching the team cleaning up the scene, his guard couldn't help but speak up, "Your Highness, please restrain your grief. The important thing now is to enter the palace and report to the Emperor about the news that the crown prince has died." The hand holding the hat was trembling, but his tone was indifferent. What grief is there to restrain? Just handle everything properly and let's go back. Being born into the royal family, what brotherhood is? There? What the hell? Just as he stepped out of the woodshed gate, the third prince was ambushed. The third prince was so stunned he stuttered, "Seventh brother, daring to point your sword at me. You are truly audacious." As soon as he finished speaking, His Highness the Crown Prince also showed his face. Sure enough, Yin Tuc immediately froze. His voice gentle, yet not without a hint of something else. "Imperial brother, you're not dead? Still alive, you?" The Crown Prince immediately bombarded Yin Suo with questions. "Why are you here? Why did you want to deceive the seventh brother? Was this kidnapping you're doing? I'm not dead. Are you very surprised?" But seeing his third brother rush to hug him, Yin Tuc was quite stunned. Just as the atmosphere was getting touching, the Crown Prince started nagging. "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well somewhere? Did you eat too much and get a stomachache?" Making the atmosphere awkwardly indescribable. So Yin Suo pushed him away, coldly leaving with the words, "See you at court tomorrow." After walking a few steps, he heard Vai Vai grumbling, Hey, you bumped into me. Apologize to Vai Vai right now." Yin Suo lifted her up. "Whose little bean sprout is this?" While Vai Vai unconsciously found him very familiar. At the same time, the news had also reached the Wei state. The beautiful woman crushed a flower petal, humping coldly. Dead? What a waste. It seems the Yinwei war still needs my planning. What the hell? After such a world-shaking night, Yin Suo still had the mood to eat breakfast. The strangest thing was that the three brothers could actually sit and eat at the same table. The Crown Prince softly said, "That's the whole story." Seeing Vai Vai drooling over the plate of pastries, the third brother asked, "Want some? Come on, say it." But just as the food was about to enter her mouth, he snatched it away and ate it himself, making Tao Xiao Wei cry in grievance. Yin Shi decisively snatched the plate of pastries, scolding, "Childish." He passed the cakes to Vai Vai. Seeing the little girl eating happily made Yin Suo so angry he bit his handkerchief. He had to complain to his own big brother. "Brother, look at him." The Crown Prince placated him. "All right, let's talk business. This is for you. You like these rose cakes too, don't you?" With a cake in hand, Yin Suo obediently talked business. "So, the people of Wei State want to exchange you for consort Jin? And they also want to use this potato from the Qi State to exchange for money." Vai Vai caught the main point and fiercely scolded, "Who are you calling a potato? You're an ugly eggplant." With that, the two of them got into character with great enthusiasm, sincerely acting out the great war between the potato and the eggplant. Yin Shi decisively ignored the two kids, saying softly, "Consort Jun was the Wei Emperor's fiancée when he was still the crown prince, but she was snatched away by our old man. The crown prince immediately switched to gossip mode and continued, I heard that when he ascended the throne, he expanded his power, but unexpectedly, he still can't get over this beauty. Yin Suo said indifferently, exchanging the enemy country's crown prince for love. This way, Emperor is truly interesting. Hearing this, the crown prince became pensive, saying, I'm afraid Father Emperor will think this matter threatens his imperial authority and will want to send troops to attack the Wei state. Yin Shi also feared this would happen the most. As he finished speaking, a soldier entered to report, Your Highnesses, there is a summons from the palace. Yin Suo said lazily, Father Emperor summoning us at this time must be because he already knows about this. Yin Tuc sighed, what's meant to happen will happen. The third brother tugged at the crown prince's sleeve, choking up, Big brother, I really didn't send Chang'e to kill you. On Father Emperor's side, Yin Shi secretly glanced at Vai, who was still munching away, and said, We still have to wait for Father to clarify Chang'e's identity. The matter of the crown prince's assassination should not be reported to Father Emperor for the time being. But I have one condition. Yin Suo was startled, thinking it can't be that he wants the command tally back, can it? Yin Shi, while stroking Vai's head, said, The little imp has nothing to do with this. Don't mention her name. Yin Suo sighed and said, Easy enough. So the third brother set a condition first, but I'm not that easy to bribe. The crown prince smiled and said, I will report to Father Emperor that you saved me today to earn you some merit. Hearing his third brother's delighted, that's more like it, the crown prince concluded that this younger brother was actually very easy to bribe. After speaking, he covered Vai's ears and said seriously, But seventh brother, are you very afraid that Father Emperor will kill her with his own hands? The coachman outside began to urge, Quickly now, I invite your party to move quickly to the Imperial Palace. While everyone was lining up in an orderly fashion, Yin Suo noticed that his seventh brother seemed to be on the wrong track. He immediately called him out, Seventh brother, where do you think you're going? Yin Shi said, seriously, I'm taking the little one back to the residence first. It's her bedtime. The third brother frowned and said, But Father Emperor has summoned us urgently. Why are you going back to the residence instead of hurrying there? The seventh brother listened indifferently. Then he jumped straight onto his horse and galloped away, making Yin Suo explode with anger. Big brother, aren't you going to do something? He can't even distinguish what's more important anymore. Hearing this, the crown prince immediately thought seriously. Finally, he came to a firm conclusion. The little one does need to go to sleep. This left Yin Suo speechless. You too. Saw. Yin Tuc then patted his pouting third brother, saying softly, Let's wait for the seventh brother in front of the palace. Then we can go for the audience together. Don't be angry, okay? That night was a late night at the Imperial Palace. But the Emperor still boldly slammed his seal on the table. He roared, That Emperor of Wei is getting more and more audacious. The crown prince immediately knelt and said, Father Emperor, please quell your anger. Yin Shi, looking weary from deviating from his early bedtime routine like the little one, thought with contempt, why is everyone kneeling? But in the end, he still went with the flow and knelt as well. He heard the Emperor ramble on about, wants me to return consortion? Where would my Yan's face be then? The three princes below all snorted coldly in their hearts in unison. A son is not as good as a woman. After speaking, the Emperor roared, Seventh brother, mobilize the troops for me. Let him know that he should not offend the dignity of our country. Yin Shi replied, reporting to Father Emperor, Your son doesn't care about that Wei state's army. It's just that our generals have just annihilated the Qi state. Our vitality is severely damaged. To dispatch troops at this time, I'm afraid. The Emperor indeed pondered. What the seventh brother says is not wrong. The Wei state dares to challenge us like this because they know that our great Yin cannot dispatch troops. Now, he then said calmly, Then you three tell me, we cannot let this go this time. The three princes below silently looked at each other. A second later, Yin Suo spoke up, Father Emperor, your son has a plan. This time, the Wei state only dared to use a small trick, which shows that their new emperor's power is not yet stable. In your son's opinion, if we can station an army at the Yin-Wei border and have the great Yin tribes there contribute soldiers, it can both intimidate that Wei emperor and consolidate our military strength. It's truly killing two birds with one stone. The emperor nodded. This method is not bad. The third brother has been very diligent lately. Yin Suo said softly, Thank you, Father Emperor. This matter should be handled by a prince sent there to stabilize the hearts of the tribes. Seeing his third brother looking at him, Yin Shi felt his insides itch. What are you looking at? You have a command tally. The father emperor also exclaimed, "What the third brother says makes sense. We need to choose someone. The day after tomorrow is the martial arts competition. I will choose a suitable prince from among them to go and do this." After a long while, he magnanimously said, "Seventh brother, stay for a bit. The rest of you may withdraw." The dim yellow light was warm. It happened to be bedtime according to his biological clock, so Yin-Shi managed to take a nap until his sleep bubble burst. The emperor said delicately, "You're so sleepy. Why don't you go home and rest?" As soon as he heard him say, "Your son takes his leave," the emperor became pensive. Then he roared, "Kneel properly for me." Yin-Shi was not to be outdone. While rubbing his knees, he snorted coldly, showing that his legs were very tired. This made the father emperor feel helpless. He sighed and said, "It's because I usually spoil you. Forget it, forget it." Recently, there's been information that the old man from Qi is preparing to recruit troops to restore his country. Is this true? Yin-Shi listened silently as the emperor said, "I shouldn't have been soft-hearted and spared his life in the first place. Send someone to investigate. If it's true, there's no need to keep that old man's life. The other two in the Imperial Palace and the one in your residence, there's no need to keep them either." Upon hearing this sentence, Yin-Shi's eyes darkened. It wasn't until near dawn that he was able to return to his residence. He was immediately greeted by the butler's rambling, "Your Highness, you're back?" That little one kept making a fuss and wouldn't sleep, insisting on waiting for you to return. As he finished speaking, he saw Tao Xiao Wei prying her own eyes open, chanting the single mantra, "I'm not sleepy." He stood silently watching her, finally letting out a helpless chuckle. Hearing the familiar tone, little Vai Vai grinned, revealing all her milk teeth, and said, "Bastard, you're back." He crossed his arms and asked, "What are you doing?" To which the little girl replied, "I'm stargazing. I wasn't waiting for you." Yin-Shi, a man of few words, looked up at the bright sky, making Vai Vai blush. But the next second, he looked down at her, picked Vai Vai up, and said, "Then I want to stargaze too." With that, he leaped in a single bound, successfully landing on the roof. He carefully set the little girl down securely, but Vai Vai excitedly exclaimed, "Oh, it's so high." And so, the two of them quietly welcomed the dawn of a new day. Yin-Shi cheekily said, "This star is indeed very big." That day was a clear and cloudless day, yet Yin-Shi moved very slowly, step by rhythmic step along the corridor. As always, the maids greeted him with good fortune, "Your Highness," when they saw him. But what caught their attention was not his handsome face, but something very interesting. The butler also vaguely thought that something was not quite right with the prince today. Why was he limping like that? So he boldly asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" As soon as he finished speaking, his jaw dropped when he saw a green weight clinging to the leg of his handsome prince. When the guard reported, "Your Highness, the horse is ready," Wei Wei thought to herself, "Where is that scoundrel going?" So the little one hugged his leg tightly. Yin-Shi lifted his leg high and said, "Are you planning to live on my leg or something? Let go." Wei Wei puffed her cheeks and said, "No, don't abandon me." He softened his voice, "Be a good girl and go to your lessons. I'll bring you sweets when I get back, okay?" But Wei Wei remained silent, not saying a word, which made Yin-Shi worry all morning. She still wouldn't let go. Could it be that she was still scared? Maybe I should stay home and coax the little one today? Just as he was about to comfort her, Wei Wei seriously said she wanted 10, which made his face freeze. He thought to himself, "I've been overthinking things." Just after seeing his master off, the butler broke into a cold sweat as he welcomed two uninvited guests, His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the Third Prince. He tried to choose his words carefully. "This, your highnesses, our prince has just left the manor and cannot return for the time being. Perhaps you could." Yin Shuo retorted sassily, "Are you trying to kick me out?" He laughed inwardly. "I timed my arrival for right after your prince left. What can you do about it?" The butler politely said, "This servant wouldn't dare. I'll go make tea for everyone. You may wait here for as long as you wish." But inwardly, he was crying a river of tears. The prince just left, and the third prince dragged the crown prince to the manor. This servant is afraid he won't be able to keep his life today. Yin Shuo shrewishly asked, "Where's the little maid that old seventh brought back? Have her come and serve tea." The butler stammered, "Well, this..." The third prince snorted coldly, "Do you dare to defy a prince's order?" And so the butler fell into a dead silence, listening to the third prince's tapping on the table hour after hour, until Yin Shuo lost his patience and said, "Send word to that little girl. Why is she taking so long?" The butler wiped his sweat and said, "This is already fast. Please calm your anger." As soon as he finished speaking, a guard ran in to report, but he was alone. The third prince asked, "Where is that little kid?" The guard said awkwardly, "The old master said that he will not release her until it's time for a break." Seeing that his third brother wanted to hit someone, the crown prince intervened. "Why don't we just leave for today and come back another day?" Yin Shuo insisted, no way, then forced the guard to lead the way for him to find her. And so the group of 4 leisurely departed. Upon arriving at the study, Yin Shuo pushed the door open and declared, I am extremely busy, yet I made time to visit her. I like to see what kind of conservative teacher this is, who won't even give me face. As soon as he finished, Yin Shuo was struck dumb. Then he was so scared he turned pale, to the point that the crown prince had to ask about Yin Shuo's health. Brother, what's wrong? After speaking, Yin Su was also startled to see Tao Xiao Wei studying so diligently, she was like a different person. The crown prince calmly looked from the whip, then zoomed in on the old master. He immediately bowed his head and greeted as a student. Yin Su pays his respects to the grand tutor. The crown prince thought in disbelief. Yin Shi actually managed to invite the imperial tutor Yin to teach Xiao Wei. Grand tutor Yin Er is a veteran of 2 reigns, having continuously served as the tutor for 2 generations of the Yin family. The late emperor, in order to invite him out of seclusion to teach the princes, had to bestow upon him gold and jade inlaid rewards, and gave him the authority to freely discipline the princes. Yin Shaw, after his soul had flown away and scattered, finally came to his senses, knelt down and kowtowed, saying, Grand tutor, why are you here? Yin Er snorted coldly and said, speaking so arrogantly and rudely, I fear you have completely forgotten all the etiquette this old man taught you back then. Kneel down for me. What followed was the sound of a whip striking buttocks, which made little Wei Wei's face turn pale with fear. Her expression contorted as she cried for the scoundrel. Help! There's a murder happening here. The masterpiece ended with 3 bumps on the 3rd prince's head. The grand tutor said sternly, Today, anyone who doesn't memorize their lesson will not step out of this door. Wei Wei remembered what Yin she had taught her. This one is the crown prince. You must respect him. As for this other one, pretend you don't see him, remember? So the little one politely asked Crown Prince Big Brother, why did you 2 come here to suffer? The crown prince whispered to her, we came play with you, and we even brought snacks. Sure enough, as soon as Wei Wei heard food, her eyes sparkled. Suddenly, the grand tutor interjected, no talking during lessons. This scared them both into a silent scream. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Sky prison, the 3 men in black from the other day were hanging just like sun-dried squids. Everything was normal until the crack of the whip sounded again and again. As soon as they saw Yin Shi appear, all 3 of them shouted in unison, I'll confess too. But he said with disgust, what a bunch of cowards. Jiu Ding. As soon as he finished speaking, a handsome, scarred young man appeared. He was Jiu Ding, the leader of the Shadow Guards. Yin Shi turned his head and said softly, use this method to go to the black market on the Yanwei border and investigate that old man from the Qi state for me. If there's really any movement, then say. His voice grew softer and softer, then automatically became louder again at the appropriate moment. The old man will definitely send someone to silence them. If necessary, find a substitute corpse and bring it back. Jioding nodded. This subordinate understands. Back at the study, the grand tutor was still actively lecturing. Di Yuan by Sang Ro, Ji Xia Ho Sun, Lai Kai Chi Lu, Luo Shu Ho Min Bu Tian Xianu, Shang Xiong Tian 11, Zhuo Bai Wu Qian, Ning Bi Yuguan. He looked down and saw Tao Xiao Wei looking as if she were wandering in the clouds, while Yin Shua was fidgeting restlessly. He could only signal for help to the crown prince. Pust, big brother. If we don't leave, old 7th will be back. The crown prince said, but the grand tutor is here. It's not easy for us to make excuses. Instantly, Yin Shua was overwhelmed by the brutal power of the grand tutor and his 7th brother. He thought with a frown, can't worry about that much. A quick death is better than a miserable life. So he poked Xiao Wei and said annoyingly, hey, little potato, if you say you have a stomachache right now, I'll give you 5 boxes of snacks. How about it? Wei Wei refused resolutely. No. She held up 10 fingers, hinting, I Xiao Wei only know how to count to 10. Cornered, Yin Shua nodded. Deal. Immediately, Wei Wei raised her chubby, trembling hand and said, Teacher, Wei Wei has a stomachache. The grand tutor also stopped his lecture. But when they met his eagle-like gaze, both the little girl and the 3rd prince broke into a cold sweat in silence. Finally, Yin Rue sighed and said, this old man will go find the butler to call the imperial physician. As soon as the door closed, Yin Shua pulled the crown prince to leave. Potato, I'll come find you to play next time. Wei Wei also rested for a bit. Wiggling her 2 legs, she thought to herself, when the scoundrel gets back later, there will be snacks to eat. Before she could even take a few breaths, the grand tutor pushed the door open and came in, saying, this child suddenly has a stomachache. The imperial physician brought out a set of acupuncture needles and said seriously, a sudden stomachache. Then acupuncture is the most effective treatment. This caused Tao Xiao Wei to instantly turn pale. Life lost its light. In some corner, The beautiful woman from the Wei state said, "The fifth prince of Qi state has come all this way. Moer is extremely grateful." The other party replied politely, "The fire god's reputation is far-reaching. With the saintess's invitation, I, Qi, would not dare to refuse, even if it meant climbing a mountain of knives or descending into a sea of fire." Refuse. He was the fifth prince of the Qi state, Qi Yan. Moer then said, "I hope the fifth prince will convey my sincerity to his majesty." Qi Yan nodded, "Definitely." Then I, Qi, will first congratulate the saintess on the success of her plan. After bidding farewell, his personal guard asked curiously, "Your Highness, are we really going to grant her request?" Qi Yan snorted coldly. What ability could a woman like her possibly have? However, the followers of this fire god cult are spread across the 5 nations. They can certainly be used. Meanwhile, the handmaiden beside Amoer was also puzzled. "Your Holiness the Saintess, the Qi state was destroyed long ago. Why must you go to such lengths to win them over?" After waiting for a long time without a response, she saw her trembling instead, until her whole body broke out in a red rash. The Saintess cried out, "Yu Zhu, quickly get me the medicine." The handmaiden sighed and said, "Why is your illness of getting an itchy rash whenever you meet a man relapsed?" Before, she quickly grabbed the medicine, saying, "Don't mention that quack doctor again. Will all these damn men just die already? Disgusting men. Every single one of them is so vulgar, despicable, and shameless." Hearing Yu Zhu still nagging, "And yet you still made an appointment with that prince," the Saintess said irritably, "The royal women are not allowed to go out. If I could contact the princess, why would I have to deal with those men? Our enemy is too strong. If the 5 nations don't form an alliance, it's only a matter of time before we are unified by the Qi state." Meanwhile, in the classroom, Xiao Wei burst into tears. "I won't dare to do it again." As for the Imperial physician, his soul had nearly left his body after going through a chase scene more intense than a Hollywood blockbuster. He looked over at the Grand Tutor, who was still very relaxed. Only Yin Shi, who had just returned, was bewildered by this scene, which was more chaotic than a battlefield. He said politely, "Grand Tutor, what is this?" Yin Rui pointed the whip at Wei Wei and said, "You, tell me the truth." The little girl, her head full of needles, stammered that I deceived the teacher. "I won't dare to do it again." Yin Shi was so angry he wanted to raise his fist, thinking to himself, "She's really getting more and more out of hand." But halfway through, he was met with Tao Xiao Wei's expression that made it impossible for anyone to strike her, so he stopped short. He pinched her cheek with his hand and said, "If you dare to lie again in the future, I'll punish you by not letting you eat." Wei Wei felt wronged and confessed. It was all that rotten eggplant's idea. You can't just blame Wei Wei alone. He shouldn't get to eat either, right? Yin Shi asked softly, "Rotten eggplant?" As he finished speaking, the butler, with tears streaming down his face, wailed, "Your Highness, you must seek justice for me. This morning, the 3rd prince brought the crown prince here and even said he wanted me to bring Wei Wei to serve them. The 3rd prince is truly terrifying. If it weren't for Grand Tutor Yun being here, this old servant is afraid he wouldn't have been able to see your Highness again." Yin Shi frowned and said, "He asked for Xiao Wei Wei?" The butler didn't mind adding fuel to the fire, openly saying, "The 3rd prince also said, isn't she just a little maid? You're a grand prince, and you can't even order her around? Is there anyone in this 7th prince's manor that you can't command?" Yin Shi just said, "Oh," then stated frankly, "In that case, starting from today, Tao Xiao Wei will be promoted to Princess Xian Shun of the manor." Sure enough, the news reached the Imperial Palace, and he expertly dodged every single one of the pile of protest memorials thrown at him. This made the old emperor so angry, he breathed fire. What kind of reasoning is that? She's just a princess from a defeated nation, and you're giving her such a noble title? Yin, she put on a dead fish-eyed look and said, "Doesn't Father's palace also have 2 of them? I hear they were even recently promoted to consorts." This one sentence successfully sealed the emperor's inner rage. He said guiltily, "Insolent. You dare to compare yourself with me?" Yin, she closed his eyes slightly and said firmly, "Father, just issue the decree. You have state affairs, and I have military matters. Why must we waste each other's time like this?" The emperor, while picking up his brush, grumbled, "It's not impossible to grant you a little sister. However, what merit will you use to compensate me this time?" Yin Shi had long seen through his father's intentions and quickly reported, "Recently, the Wei state on the eastern border has not been behaving. This time, your son will temporarily use this as my merit." The emperor realized he had been tricked and took his anger out on the brush, snapping in two. After old 7th left, the atmosphere inside the Imperial study suddenly became quiet. The eunuch beside him said softly, "Your Majesty truly dotes on the 7th prince." The emperor let out a breath and laughed. This old seventh has fought everywhere and has never asked me for anything. For him to ask me for something today means he now has a weakness. That way, it will be easier to control in the future, mwahaha. Since that child has been made a princess, she should be sent to the academy to study with the other royal children, right? Meanwhile, at the Xian Manor, a still sleepy Tao Xiao Wei was pulled up to have her hair combed and dressed in splendid clothes, listening to the entire manor say in unison, "Greetings to the prince and the princess." Yin, she said seriously, from now on, Wei Wei is also a master of this manor. You must call her young miss and not be disrespectful to her, understand? Below, they replied in unison, "This servant will definitely be loyal to the princess." Wei Wei was still in a daze, sitting beside Yin Shi and listening to his orders. Remember to make arrangements and clear out a separate courtyard for Wei Wei to live in. She nodded and mused. What on earth is the scoundrel talking about? Wait a minute, I have to live alone? So Wei Wei spoke up. Scoundrel, I want to live with you. The seventh prince gently reminded her, stop kneeling on the chair. If you live with me, what would people think? Your status is different now. You must live alone. Wei Wei puffed her cheeks in a sulk, then decisively climbed off the chair and ran off, forcing Tian Shuang to chase after her on all fours. As soon as she left, Yin Shi said shrewdly, investigate this Tian Shuang for me. There can be no mistakes with the people around Wei Wei. It wasn't until night that he dragged his tired body back to his room. But upon seeing Tian Shuang at the door, Yin Shi immediately became wary. Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be serving in Wei Wei's courtyard? Seeing that she was struggling to speak, he prompted, what is it? Tian Shuang's face turned pale with fear as she stammered. Well, could you please come in and see with me? What the hell? As soon as he entered, he saw little Wei Wei clinging tightly to his bedsheet, talking to herself, I don't want to sleep alone. No way. Old Seventh was momentarily stunned, but he still said firmly, go back to your courtyard and sleep. But no matter how he lifted, the little tyke below didn't budge an inch. She thought slyly, let's see how you can get rid of me. Tian Shuang was helpless and explained from the side, this afternoon, the young miss went to the kitchen to get lard glue. Then she smeared it all over herself and stuck herself to the prince's bed. This was a scene Yin Shi probably never expected in his entire life. He frowned, hands on his hips, looking at the little ancestor on his bed. In the end, he helplessly judged, so childish, then quickly grabbed the left corner of the bedsheet, and then the right corner of the bedsheet. He successfully rolled Xiao Wei into a roly-poly doll, completely separating her from his bed. Moreover, Yin Shi skillfully dodged every one of the little one's bites, which made Tian Shuang think he was even more childish. In the end, it was the prince of the manor himself who had to clean up the mess, just to protect his own sleep. As soon as he went outside, he ran into the talkative butler. If your highness is worried about suspicion, why not just let the young miss sleep in an empty room in your courtyard? If she lives in another courtyard, what if a bad person, he silently prayed, if anything happens to this young miss, all of our old heads won't be enough to compensate. Somehow, this idea pleased Wei Wei. Seeing her sparkling eyes, Yin Shi thought, it's true that it's not safe. So he decisively carried her into the next room, saying competitively, let this little one sleep like this for one night to remember her lesson. I'll remove the glue tomorrow. As for himself, he went back outside to admire the fish pond, while listening to the butler. Your Highness, the people in the manor were all gifted by your mother consort upon her marriage. They absolutely will not speak out of turn. Actually, you don't need to be so careful. Yin Shi watched the fish swimming and said softly, of course I trust the people in my home. The little one will have to get used to me not being around often. What if one day I die on the battlefield? The butler sighed and said, Your Highness, don't say that. You are the god of war of our great Shi, victorious in 100 battles. You even said you would take care of this old servant. Yin Shi smiled and said, all right. After saying goodbye, the butler unconsciously recalled the seventh prince as a child. His heart choked with emotion as he said, it seems our Ice Mountain prince, who keeps others at a distance, now has someone in his heart. Meanwhile, at the third prince's manor, what the hell? A dazzling pile of jewels and jade appeared out of nowhere. After the disaster where they thought they had lost each other, Yin Shua was determined to hug his imperial brother, Yin Su, tightly, to the point of dragging him over to watch him lie leisurely on a bed of jewels. The crown prince asked softly, isn't it lumpy? The third prince's eyes sparkled as he spaced out, finally uttering a single word, lumpy. The crown prince shooed him off, found a mattress, and while spreading it out, said, third brother, where did you get all this money? Are you really going to sleep like this tonight? Yin Shua immediately flopped onto it in bliss, turning on his side to say, Father told me to choose a prince to go to the eastern border to establish a garrison. He also said he would design a prize in the martial arts competition, and whoever wins gets to go. My older brothers don't want to go to that desolate place, so naturally, They'll take better care of me. After speaking, he swam in the sea of jewels, saying, my treasures. Yin Su asked curiously, I've been meaning to ask you, are you that short on money? Yin Shua laughed and said, not short, but I think they're very cute. The more, the cuter. The crown prince casually picked up a diamond, staring at it, wondering how this thing was cuter than himself. The third prince snatched it back, showing his cat claws. Hey, that's all mine, brother. Don't you even think about it. The crown prince sulked, putting his hands on his hips. Humph. Me, thinking about your money? Little Shua, who do you think you're talking to? Yin Shua was so scared he dropped his darling and said softly, why are you so fierce? But yes, your little brother knows he was wrong. In all of the Shi state, no one has more money than you. After a long wait, the royal martial arts competition finally arrived. The emperor frowned, on guard everywhere, while Yin Shua happily ate 2 whole portions of snacks. Suddenly, the other princes walked by and signaled, third brother, please. The third prince gave a thumbs up in reply. Don't worry. Third brother has arranged everything. A chill went down the crown prince's spine, and he said softly, Yin Sha, what wicked idea have you come up with now? He laughed coldly and said, today, I will let old Seventh know how important it is to have a good relationship with his brothers. It was the middle of summer, but you'd think there was an iceberg in the Yin state. Even Yin, she felt the chill. He signaled a warning to Yin Shua. Are you looking to die again? Yin Su's face darkened as he thought, why do I have such a bad feeling about this? The drums thundered, and the third prince walked towards the competition grounds. The emperor was surprised. Oh, old third wants to join the fun too? Yin Shua reported, replying to father, there is unrest on the eastern border. The recruitment of troops is extremely urgent. As a prince, I should share the burden for the country. The father king nodded. Old third is right. Have you figured out the method for choosing the prince to go there? This question was right up his alley. He said clearly, replying to father, actually, all the brothers are fighting to go to the border. It's very difficult for your son to decide, so I've specially thought of a way that is both fair and resolves the matter, without making it difficult for my brothers. This father and son shared the same mischievous operating system. The father king took the bait, tell me. Yin Shua waved his hand lightly, ordering his men to bring up the thing he had prepared. The soldiers struggled to keep their balance as they carried up something covered by a cloth. As soon as it was set down, the third prince mysteriously touched the cloth and said softly, Father, look, for this trip to the border, the 11th brother and a few other younger brothers are too young, so they don't count. Since this is a martial arts competition, the 10 princes will use archery to decide who goes. He spoke the word fair, but for those who had bribed him with their darling diamonds, their name sections were tiny, while Yin Shi's alone took up 3/4 of the wheel. Immediately, a murderous aura emanated from the 7th prince, making even the crown prince wary. The emperor, however, was amused to see his old 7th getting a taste of his own medicine. He teased, why is old 7th section the largest? Yin Shua put on a serious face and said, there is unrest on the border, so we need a capable prince to go there and resolve it, to ensure the safety of our great Shi. Your son has divided this will based on the military achievements of each prince. After this wheel spins, the brothers will draw lots to shoot, because when the wheel is spinning, we can't see the names, it will be fairer. The third prince laughed smugly to himself. I've also tampered with the lottery box. Old 7th is sure to lose this time. The emperor said with amusement, in recent years, Old 7th's title as the god of slaughter has shaken the 4 corners of the world. The matter of going to the border cannot be taken lightly. The third prince's thoughts are indeed meticulous. Let's begin. As soon as he finished, Yin Shi spoke up, causing the father and son duo to freeze. He said seriously, that won't be necessary, father. If the names can't be seen clearly when it's spinning, and my section is so large, for the sake of fairness, shouldn't I be allowed to shoot? One arrow, the wheel with Yin Shi's huge name on it, was quite eye-catching. In the end, the emperor was speechless and had the archery equipment prepared for him. But Yin Shua was trembling with anger and said maliciously, hey, I said we have to draw lots. Do you dare to disobey your elder brother? Yin Shi snorted coldly, draw lots? Then you pull it, let me see. The third prince took the bow and said fiercely, I'll pull it then. But no matter how much force he used or how cutely he puffed his cheeks, he could only pant, helpless. Yin Shi's face was full of contempt as he said, oh, brother, do you want to try again? Yin Shua threw the bow back at him, his embarrassment turning to anger. Fine, then you go first. The bow hit old 7th, hurting the bridge of his nose. While rubbing it, he heard his third brother nagging, Father, this really... The emperor was also at a loss, thinking to himself, the area is so large, I don't believe you can miss. So he approved, if old seventh is so insistent, I approve. Yanxi walked rhythmically towards the wheel. Then he signaled for the soldiers to make the object spin. Everyone nervously awaited the result, but he remained very calm, pulling the bowstring taut, then knocking the arrow. He frowned slightly and took aim, with the wheel spinning round and round. However, the arrow's destination was to land squarely in Yin Shua's section, leaving the emperor, the crown prince, and the mastermind, the third prince, all startled. Nan Shua was so shocked his jaw dropped, shouting what? The king father unnaturally cleared his throat and said, "If that's the case, let's proceed as discussed." The third prince was hit, so the third prince will go to the eastern border of a dynasty. While everyone was praising his majesty's wisdom, only the crown prince was beside his crestfallen third brother, comforting him. He said, "Xiao Shua, rest assured, I will definitely prepare the most luxurious carriage for you, and I'll even give you 100 osmanthus cakes." Seeing no response, Nan too kept calling, "Xiao Shua, oh, Xiao Shua," until the third prince shed tears, wishing he could disappear on the spot. After handling the comical matter on this side, Nanshi had just taken a short rest when a guard approached and whispered in his ear, "Master, something has happened." Jioding reports that his subordinates have caught up with the trail of His Majesty's people. After investigating, they discovered a mysterious force that has taken in this group from the Qi royal family. They even helped them hide. Their intentions are unclear. Nanshi thought to himself, "Qi Guiyu only has remnant forces left with no ability to restore their kingdom. What's the benefit of helping them?" Jioding continued, "Regarding this force, my subordinates haven't been able to find any intelligence yet. His Majesty's men have also returned. I'm afraid His Majesty is also aware of this matter." As soon as he finished speaking, Nanshi glanced towards the emperor and immediately saw someone reporting something to him. And so, the father and son's gazes met unconsciously. The seventh prince recalled the emperor's instruction. 2 people in the palace and 1 person in your manor can no longer be kept. Meanwhile, Nan Shua was clinging to the crown prince's thigh, sobbing. Nan too sternly lectured the naughty child. "Did you provoke him first? Did you dig your own grave? And you still say, I favor the 7th prince." Suddenly, that 7th prince arrived, and the 3rd prince fell silent. A second later, he bristled, fiercely scolding, "Don't you come over here. I don't want to see you." Nanshi said with utter disdain, "A sore loser. Are you even worthy of being called a man?" This one sentence made that cat completely tongue-tied. The crown prince hurriedly covered his mouth, affectionately chiding, "Don't speak nonsense." Nanshi, speechless, said, "Oh, for goodness sake, let's talk business. This time, you'll probably be gone for half a year. It's a good opportunity for you to lend me your intelligence unit." Hearing the request, Nanshua put on a superior air and said, "On what grounds? Where's the payment?" Nanshi bluntly reasoned, "There is none, but we can make an exchange." The 3rd prince frowned and said, "Exchange? What's the exchange?" He actually took out his own military tally, even dangling it provocatively in front of Nanshua. This made the 3rd prince's face freeze. Then he said in disbelief, "How do you still have this token? Didn't you give it to me before? Did you use a fake token to trick me that time?" Nanshi said disdainfully, "Didn't you also give me fake information? We're even." The 3rd prince stubbornly said, "Just because you say we'll exchange, it's a deal? I don't agree." The 7th prince then said, "Without reinforcements, are you planning to go there and live on air?" Nanshua was indeed a little swayed. But the crown prince was the most level-headed one, that 7th brother. "What happened that makes you so determined to borrow the intelligence unit?" Nanshi politely said, "I suspect that hidden enemies are colluding, possibly the force behind Cheng Yi. I want to investigate this matter thoroughly." The crown prince indeed recalled Cheng Yi's appearance. So he said seriously, "Xiao Shao, give it to him." Since their eldest brother had spoken, the 3rd prince naturally stopped being stubborn. Nan Shuo raised an eyebrow and said, "The address is at the top of Cloud Moon Pavilion. I will instruct the chief steward. When I'm not in the capital, the intelligence team will be under your management." That night at Prince Xian's manor, the butler, while preparing Wei Wei's school bag, said, "These are the school supplies for young miss to go to school tomorrow morning. There's a wolf hair brush and a school bag the prince specifically ordered to be made for you. It's in a color that young miss loves." Xiao Wei didn't hear a single word, completely engrossed in playing with the seal on her face. But the little one was stunned when she saw a woman looking at her from a tree branch in the manor. In the blink of an eye, the person vanished. No matter how much Wei Wei rubbed her eyes, she couldn't see her again and thought it was a moonbird. The handmaiden beside Mo whispered, "Saintess, the 2 people we sent were both stopped." Mo smiled and said, "The 7th prince's manor is truly a fortress of bronze and iron." After many days of studying in a private school, Tao Xiaowei was finally able to attend the Imperial Clan Academy with peers her age. Before she even arrived, some Lin Jiaojiao was already spreading rumors. She said, "Hey, have you guys heard? That person is coming to study with us today." The other kids immediately looked displeased, saying, "Her? Is she worthy of studying with us?" That's right. The Imperial Clan Academy has always only accepted children of the royal family. A female slave from a defeated nation isn't even worthy of polishing my shoes. Lin Jiao Jiao, the budding green tea, said, "Don't say that. If she was allowed to enroll, her name must have been added to the family registry. We should still be a little amicable with her." The kids reacted strongly. "What are you afraid of? Your mother is the emperor's biological sister, Princess Ping'an of the county. She's not even as good as a handmaiden. You're just too kind. When she arrives later, I'll give her a preemptive strike so she won't dare to come study here again." After speaking, that child ordered a servant, "Go over there and get me some mud." At the same time, the 7th Prince's manners carriage was speeding down the road. Upon seeing the carriage, a group of kids gathered around. "It's here, it's here. She's in that carriage." Meanwhile, the arrogant little girl held the lump of mud tightly in her hand, seeing the carriage come to a stop. Catching a glimpse of Wei Wei's distinctive hair, the little girl thought smugly, "Let's see how I teach you a lesson." Before her hand could even move, she froze. The kid's face turned pale as she screamed internally, "It's the 7th Prince. The 7th Prince actually came in person. The 3rd Prince, too. Why is the 3rd Prince here as well?" As she thought this, she heard a gentle laugh. "It's been a long time since I've been here. It really brings back memories." Even the Crown Prince was in that carriage. Just like that, Tao Xiaowei truly made a world-shaking debut at the Imperial Clan Academy, with the Crown Prince as her backer, the God of Slaughter 7th Prince carrying her bag, and the 3rd Prince eating snacks. This made the group of students so dazzled by the aura that it took them a while to recover. They knelt down, shouting, "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Long live the Crown Prince." The little girl thought to herself, "Good thing I didn't act, or my head would be gone." Lin Jiao Jiao gritted her teeth in anger, cursing internally. That kind of fallen princess, on what grounds does she get escorted by 3 princes? The Crown Prince, sparkling, said, "Everyone please rise. No need for ceremony." Meanwhile, the 3rd Prince carefully instructed, "Tuck this under the desk. If you get hungry, just lower your head and eat." Finally free from the 4 walls of the prince's manor, Wei Wei was extremely excited. The little girl quickly ran off, but she was called back by Nan Shi. "Wait a minute. Hand it. Over." Wei Wei said unnaturally. "What?" The sassy 7th Prince said, "The flint in your pocket. I saw you take 4 stones this morning." After surrendering the weapon, the little girl ran off like the wind. The Crown Prince, true to form, nagged from behind. "Wei Wei, remember to listen in class. If you don't understand, ask the teacher. Don't fight with your classmates. Don't follow Xiao Shua's example and eat in class. If nothing comes up, we'll pick you up tonight." Nan Shua complained with disdain. "Why do you sound just like a mother?" Wei Wei waved her small hand, bidding farewell to the trio of troublemakers. Somehow, this scene was witnessed by Qi Yuan. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "So this little sister is living quite well. Tao Xiaowei, you are a person of Qi. Now that our country is destroyed, you can still laugh and talk with the enemy. Truly a disgrace to the royal family. But very soon, you will know the fate of a traitor." Upon arriving at the classroom, Wei Wei obediently prepared all her school supplies on the desk. Suddenly, a cough was heard from somewhere. The little girl Lulu aggressively approached. "Hey, newcomer, this is the rule. On your first day, you must give us a treasure." Wei Wei honestly thought about the treasure the girl mentioned, and then she really had an answer. She began to rummage through her school bag, which made Lulu feel smug. What an easy-to-order-around servant. Tao Xiaowei said, "Hey," and placed a beetle in Lulu's hand. As soon as they heard the beetle buzz, the 3 little girls turned pale with fright. The screams of all 3 echoed throughout the large academy. The 3 of them picked up their skirts and ran. Wei Wei enthusiastically chased after them. "De Zhuang is very powerful. In my manor, no one can fight against him." After a whole day of tussling, evening arrived. The butler was on his way to the Imperial Clan Academy to pick up the little ancestor from school. But as luck would have it, he was hit by some random carriage. He rubbed his forehead and said, "Do you have eyes? Do you know how to drive? You dare to block the prince's manners carriage." But when he ran over, he couldn't find the driver anywhere. Little did they know that all of this was orchestrated by the handmaiden of the saintess of the Wei Kingdom. At the same time, Wei Wei was waiting at the academy gate with a blade of grass. The little girl watched the crowd leaving. Overhearing warm conversations. "Mother, I want to eat candied hawthorns later." All right. Mother will buy them for you." Wei Wei sadly hugged her knees. Suddenly, someone called her Little Tao's. Little Tao Z was a nickname that only her mother would call her. Chi Yuan whispered, Little Tao Z, do you still remember me? Seeing Wei Wei hesitate without an answer, he lowered his eyes and said, have you forgotten your big brother so quickly? We met at the Mid-Autumn Festival. I even gave you a jade ball. He thought to himself, although that was mainly because this prince wanted to provoke Nan Shi. Wei Wei said, fifth brother? Is it fifth brother? Chi Yuan put on a pained expression and said, yes, it's so good that you're still alive. Father and mother will definitely be very happy when they find out. Hearing this, Wei Wei anxiously asked, is mother okay? Wei Wei misses mother very much. Chi Yuan said urgently, Little Tao, listen to me, your mother right now. Before he could finish, he heard the clatter of a carriage behind him. The manor's butler waved and called, young miss, this servant is here. Wei Wei wanted to say goodbye to Chi Yuan, but when she looked back, he was gone. She called out with teary eyes, fifth brother. The butler comforted her, young miss, this servant is at fault. I was hit by a carriage just now, which delayed picking you up. Young miss, let's go quickly, follow this servant home. Snacks have already been prepared in the manor. Let's hurry back. Wei Wei still looked longingly at the courtyard where she had stood with the fifth prince of Chi Yuan, that night at the fire god cult, headquartered in the Yin Kingdom. As soon as Chi Yuan arrived, he grumbled, the timing was too rushed this time. She's just a 5-year-old child. I couldn't explain it clearly to her in the moment. The saintess covered the rash on her body and said fiercely, I don't want to hear explanations. My initial condition was very simple. Kill Nan Shi, and I will immediately help you restore the Qi Kingdom. And the one who contributes the most, you, will naturally be the successor to the highest princely position. She continued, I have had someone coat this blade with poison. As soon as it touches a wound, it will immediately enter the bloodstream. Even with martial arts as high as Nan Shi's, he will be dead in less than 2 hours. The object was passed to Chi Yuan's hand. He immediately pulled his hand back. She whispered, right now, relying on your little sister is the easiest way to kill Nan Shi. But she is your sister, after all. Can you bear to let her suffer all the consequences? Chi Yuan looked pensive and said, she is merely a bastard born of a mistress. Her name is not legitimate. Father kept her because he found her cute. Moreover, now that she is with Nan Shi, she is no different from a traitor. The saintess laughed coldly. If that's the case, then I'll leave this matter to the fifth prince. My patience is limited. If you fail again, if you can't kill Nan Shi, then your entire Qi kingdom will die at my hands. Throughout that night, the seventh prince had to search all around the manor to find Wei Wei, who was all alone. He said softly, didn't I say you don't have to wait for me to eat dinner? The little girl was unusually quiet, replying, you're back, bastard. Seeing that Wei Wei had something on her mind, he knelt down and asked, what's wrong with you? Were you bullied in class? Tao Xiao Wei wanted to say something, but in the next second, she thought sorrowfully, even if I tell the bastard, I still can't go back. Tears fell unconsciously, seeing Wei Wei's tear-streaked face. Pain Nan Shi, what is this about? He hurriedly wiped her tears, saying gently, don't cry anymore. Wei Wei obeyed, and, as soon as she stopped crying, said, I miss my mother very much. Mother is the best to me. She makes me cakes, coaxes me to sleep, makes clothes for me, and takes me to see the lanterns. Bastard, don't you miss your mother? This question happened to touch a nerve. Nancy frowned, asking himself, do I miss her or what? The image of a powerful woman appeared, her steady voice speaking, get up. Practice again. Nan Shi, you are about to catch up to mother. Nan Shi, Yin and your father will all depend on you in the future. His eyes carried a trace of sadness as he thought, I do miss her. I miss her every day. Suddenly, he hooked his pinky finger with Wei Wei's, which made the little girl a bit surprised. What is this? Nancy then said, in E-City, there's a custom. People who don't keep their promises will meet with misfortune. What I have promised, I will definitely do. Hearing this, Wei Wei stopped crying and smiled at him. The next morning, she still had to go to the academy with her school bag. In class, Wei Wei built a wall around herself, blocking out all the surrounding chatter. As she studied, she wondered, I wonder if I'll be able to see fifth brother again. Somehow, the saintess of the fire tribe of the Wei Kingdom was right there at the academy. She took out a flute. Wherever the music drifted, soft bodies writhed, and the students below, lulled by the melodious music, all fell into a state of drowsiness. Until that slippery, green body touched a student's hand. The boy looked down at the ground and broke into a cold sweat in fear. Snakes, snakes, snakes. While all the students were scrambling to get outside, those snakes only focused on slithering towards Wei Wei. By the time the little girl realized something was wrong, the white snake had also frozen on the spot. Not only was Wei Wei not afraid, but she also held out her hand towards it. The white snake actually obeyed, leaning against her hand to be caressed. The saintess's handmaiden also descended from the sky. Afterwards, she was bribed with a skewer of candied hawthorns and carried away. As soon as she saw Qi Yuan, she even threw away the candy and called out loudly, fifth brother, I missed you so much." Qi Yuan, with Wei Wei clinging to his leg, thought with disgust, "I just have to endure it for a moment." He played the part of a loving brother, saying, "Wei Wei, the reason Big Brother came to find you this time is because your mother is gravely ill. She told me to give this to you. She's afraid that if she can't see you again, you can have this to think of her." Wei Wei clutched the 2 pieces of the jade pendant in her hand, sobbing, "This is Mother's other half." Mother said, "We each have 1 half, as if we were never apart. Fifth brother, I beg you to take me home. Take me to see Mother." Qi Yuan smiled smugly, thinking she took the bait. What a foolish child. Qi Yuan comforted her. "Little Tao Zi, don't cry. I came here this time to save your mother." But in his heart, he was utterly disgusted. Tears and snot are dirtying this prince's clothes. Wei Wei sobbed, "Save Mother? What must I do to save her?" He then handed the blade the Saintess had given him to Wei Wei. Seeing the little girl's dazed look, he continued, "Your mother's been sick for a long time. We've sought out all the Imperial physicians. They all said that it requires the heart's blood of the 7th prince, Nanshi, as a medicinal catalyst. Whether we can get it now all depends on you." Wei Wei became agitated. She cried out, "Heart's blood? Fifth brother, you want me to kill Nanshi?" The little girl trembled, passing the dagger back to him. "No, I can't." Qi Yuan gripped her small hand, gritting his teeth and cursing internally. "This little bastard dares to refuse me? Truly a shameless traitor." He persisted, "It's not to kill him. How could someone as small as you do something like that? It's just to take a little blood. He is the mighty god of slaughter. What's a little blood to him? But it can save your mother's life." Wei Wei's hand holding the dagger trembled violently, her voice growing smaller. "Save Mother. I want to save Mother." As soon as she heard Qi Yuan say, "Could it be that you don't want to see your mother again?" The little girl clutched the object in her heart and asked softly now, "What must I do?" That afternoon at Cloud Moon Pavilion, Nan Shua was immersed in the chiming sounds within the information network of the place. Nan, she asked softly, "Who exactly took in that group from the Qi Kingdom? Have you put on enough of a show yet?" The 3rd prince gave a faint smile and said, "My leg is a little uncomfortable. Little Shi, come and rub it for your big brother." Nanshi's patience had its limits. He drew his sword and said fiercely, "It'll feel better if I chop it off." Nan Shua immediately sat up straight, lowered his eyes, and said, "The information gathered in the pavilion is that it's the fire god cult." The 7th prince and the crown prince were both startled to hear this name. The 3rd prince continued, "The origin of the fire god cult is still unknown, but it now has many branches in various countries. Their leader's background is unknown, and he is ruthless in his actions. In recent years, they have gathered many vicious subordinates, becoming a major cult in the martial world. I really want to know how they managed to accumulate wealth so quickly." Nanshi then said, "What is their purpose in taking in the people of Qi? They don't even have the ability to restore their country." The crown prince, who had been silent until now, suddenly said profoundly, "Nanshi, it's best to send more people to follow Wei Wei." Tao Xiao Wei returned to the classroom amidst the chaos of her classmates. "That scared me to death. I don't know where those snakes came from." The hand clutching the object trembled continuously. Her heart fell into a deep pit, repeatedly recalling Qi Yuan's words. "Nanshi is the main culprit behind the destruction of our country. He destroyed my Qi kingdom, so he is forever our enemy. If it weren't for him, your mother wouldn't be sick. What's a little blood for your mother's sake? It's just a little blood. It won't kill him." Wei Wei was completely isolated from her classmates now, her face dark as she thought, "Mother can't wait much longer. Mother is about to die. I'm about to not see her anymore. Mother, wait for Wei Wei to come save you." The teacher quickly arrived, clapping his hands. Quiet down so this old master could do a head count. Number 15, Su Su. Number 16, Lin Miao. Number 18, Tao Xiaowei. All right, all 18 are here. Is anyone hurt? Hearing the student say no, he continued seriously, "Regarding the snakes in the Imperial Clan Academy, I will report this to the higher-ups for a thorough investigation. Until the academy is cleaned up, classes will be temporarily suspended. I will send people to escort you all back to your manners. Remember to review your lessons at home during the break. I will have someone inform you when classes resume." The students all smiled brightly, saying, "No classes for the next few days. A break from school. This is great." Only Wei Wei remained silent. At the same time, at Cloud Moon Pavilion, the sound of water still trickled in the garden. The crown prince said seriously, "What if the Qi Kingdom uses the fire god cult to kidnap Wei Wei to threaten us?" Nan Shua didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. "7th brother, I think we should do this. You still have valuable things in your possession. Just leave them temporarily with your 3rd brother. 3rd brother will sincerely safeguard them for you. Not afraid of thieves, just afraid of people eyeing them. No matter how you looked at it, this person's face clearly spelled out 8 words. A trustworthy person, sincere in business. As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately hit by Nan Tuesday. The Crown Prince said in a low voice, still provoking him, "Have you forgotten why you have to go to the border?" Out of respect for his eldest brother, Nanshi said seriously to the main point, "How many people does the fire god cult have in North City?" The third prince said softly, "According to my intelligence, they have a branch in North City, all of whom are women. On the outside, they just sell some fragrances. Even if investigated by the authorities, nothing would be found." Then, his playful nature that he could never get rid of resurfaced, taking advantage of the situation. "However, I heard they've killed many wandering young masters. It's said that the souls of those who were killed have even been seen by others." This time, he was immediately met with the sound of smacks from the 7th prince and his eldest brother. The Crown Prince said, "Sorry, Xiao Shuo, I just couldn't hold it in anymore." While Nan Shuo was holding his head and sobbing, the intelligence report from the noble family chimed. This made him feel wronged. He slumped up and yelled, "What is it now?" But after hearing the content, the third prince's whole body froze, which made Nanshi take notice. "What is it?" The third prince said seriously, "There were snakes at the Imperial Clan Academy today, scaring the kids to death. They're now being sent back to their manners." Nanshi's whole body stiffened. He thought worriedly, "Snakes? Is Wei Wei all right?" While the Crown Prince wanted to say something, "Brothers, do you think..." The 7th prince had already leaped down, scaring Shua so much his jaw dropped. "Hey, are you crazy? This is the 7th floor." Inside, the Crown Prince said in a cold voice, "Xiao Shua, let's go take a look too. I have a bad feeling." Oh my god, the Crown Prince is so handsome when he's not smiling. The weather also turned bad. The old teacher was beside Wei Wei, saying gently, "The Academy's horses are all gone. I've already sent someone to inform your manor to come pick you up. Sit here and wait for a moment. They will be here soon." And so, his carriage wheels rolled away, leaving Tao Xiao Wei sitting alone in front of the academy gate. Just as the rain began to fall, Nanshi gently approached. He asked softly, "It's raining. Why aren't you inside? I've heard about the snakes. Were you very scared? Are you hurt anywhere?" After asking repeatedly without a response from the little one, Nanshi thought, "She's not even speaking. She must have been quite frightened." He sheltered her from the rain and said, "The rain is getting heavier. Shall we go home?" Wei Wei said in a small voice, "Bastard. I'm sorry." He didn't hear clearly, so he moved closer and asked, "What did you say?" As he finished speaking, Wei Wei moved closer to Nanshi, and at that moment, a sharp pain spread through his body. The school bag also fell to the ground. The 7th prince stood there stunned, unable to speak. Looking at the school bag, soaked by the rain, he himself was no better, just not as intact as that school bag. At all. Yanshi was still gentle, patting the little girl's head and saying, "Wei Wei, do you know what you're doing?" Little Wei sobbed, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." She forcefully pulled the dagger out. She thought to herself that only by doing this could she save her mother. "Yin," she quickly said, "someone came to find you, right?" Wei Wei's face was filled with fear. Recalling Qi Yan's warning, "You must absolutely not tell Yanxi about our matter, or we will all die." So the little girl was determined not to say a word, and forcefully pushed Yanxi away before running off. This made Old 7th clutch his wound and yell, "Tao Wei Wei, come back here." He desperately wanted to chase after her, but his body couldn't stay upright. A thought arose in his mind. "I can't move? The stab was just a small wound, unless there's poison." He quickly pressed several acupoints on his body, preventing the poison from spreading rapidly through him. He stared at the person Tao Wei Wei ran to, even though his vision had become blurry. But the young man's face wore a triumphant smile, making every nerve in Yan Shi's body tense up. "The 5th prince of the Qi kingdom? So you've hated me this much all along." With those words, he fell unconscious. The rain poured down relentlessly, and Yanxi lay unconscious like that for a long time, until a jet-black umbrella appeared, and the person stopped for a long while. Gazing at him, they laughed out loud. "Long time no see. Why have you tormented yourself to this extent?" The newcomer's identity, and even gender, couldn't be determined, only that they were a rare beauty. The person tilted the umbrella towards the ground, romantically feeding medicine to Yin Shi, while patiently rambling. "I say, Old 7th, your luck is still pretty good, isn't it?" Then they silently assessed his obedient appearance, which was truly a rare sight. The person couldn't help but giggle a few times, and wanted to pull some kind of prank on Yin Shi. It's unknown if they managed to do anything, but their hearing was very sharp. From a distance, they heard the clatter of an approaching horse carriage, and both Yin Saw and Yin Su saw the scene before them. Without planning it, they called out in unison, "Second brother." It turned out the person was the 2nd prince of the Yin kingdom. He just gave a lazy enjoying the feeling of carrying Yanxi princess style? Yinsuo couldn't help but laugh. He's like this, did you do it? Yansu immediately said, how can you laugh at someone else's misfortune? Is old seventh injured? The second prince retorted, am I that kind of person? He was already like this when I arrived. After he spoke, old third had many unspoken words, remembering the scene from their childhood when they scrambled to escape from the boogeyman, their second brother. Every day, he'd spout nonsense like, hurry and test this poison for your brother. I promise I'll give you the antidote this time. The crown prince said with concern, you're holding him like that. He'll definitely be furious when he wakes up. The second prince said, don't you see how rare it is to see him this obedient? Don't you want to hold him for a bit? Yansu was genuinely moved and finally joined the doting on little brother club. He hugged Yanxi tightly and said, that's right, I remember he hasn't let anyone hug him since he was 6. Fan club aside, the crown prince seriously asked, how is old seventh's injury? Have you checked it? Old second said softly, he was stabbed in the heart and there was poison on it. I just gave him the antidote. He also sealed his own meridians, so the poison hasn't spread far. Besides, old seventh has been fed many types of poison by me since he was a child, so he has developed a resistance to all kinds of poisons. No matter how potent the poison, it will only make him unconscious for a while. After hearing his eldest brother ask about a little girl around 5 to 6 years old, old second politely replied, yes, the man from just now took her towards the city. Yin Su said, it's very likely the person who injured Yanxi has taken Wei Wei away. Little Saw, you and Yin Rong take Yanxi back for treatment. I'll chase after that person. Old third immediately stopped him. No, you go with him. Let me chase them. Old second also agreed, saying, that's right, eldest brother, let him go. He's healthier. Yin Suo wanted to object to something, but seeing the crown prince hesitate, he joined forces with Yin Rong. One of them said, don't hesitate anymore. Even though old seventh has taken the antidote, we still need to get back quickly to remove all the poison. Go now. I'll handle everything here. Yin Su said worriedly, then you be careful on your own. Old third tactfully said, hurry and go save old seventh, then let him come save me. That's very, very, very important. So Yin Suo really did wander through every alley in the city. He anxiously thought, this isn't good, I should still call for the people from the Moon Cloud Pavilion. Just as he finished the thought, he heard a piercing scream. Old third was sure it was the sound of his little potato. At the same time, Wei Wei was indeed being threatened by someone, only able to hug herself and tremble. A loud clap of thunder split the sky. Qi Yin was no less terrifying, fiercely saying, you still want to find an Imperial physician for him? Wei Wei trembled and said, but I saw the scoundrel lying there not moving. You clearly said nothing would happen. Qi Yin drew his sword, intending to strike Wei Wei, saying, you treacherous bastard child. If you miss that dog Yanxi so much, then go down there and accompany him. Just as the sword was about to swing down, a white snake leaped out and bit his hand. Qi Yin violently threw the snake to the ground, yelling, what is this thing? The white snake didn't attack again, but instead obediently slithered up the leg of a woman. Qi Yin was startled, yelling, Su Mo. It turned out he had already been poisoned by the snake. Unable to stand steady, he knelt down and roared, you're burning the bridge. After crossing it, the saint as coldly said, using a 5-year-old sister for revenge, while you sit back and reap the benefits. You men of the Qi kingdom have truly opened my eyes. Qi Yin struggled to say, you already promised me. She replied indifferently, I said that whoever took down Yin Shi, I would help them. Of course, I keep my word. Your sister did that, so you can rest in peace now. Sure enough, Qi Yin was finished off by the snake venom in an instant, his body falling at her feet, scaring Wei Wei so much she didn't dare make a sound. Su Mo then ordered her people to take Tao Wei Wei with her, but they were secretly tailed by the dog Yin saw. Old Third's eyes widened, thinking to himself, damn it, she killed someone, and now she's kidnapping someone too? How hateful. I can't hear what they're saying from here at all. The saintess's attendant skillfully carried Wei Wei into the carriage. As soon as the horse started to run, the dog Yin saw also scrambled to chase after it, thinking if old seventh finds out that potato was taken, he'll definitely be shocked. Thank goodness this old third was born very clever. He glanced around and immediately found a horse carriage. He generously gave the driver gold, instructing him carefully, follow that carriage ahead. If you can't catch up, give me my money back. Seeing the gold, the driver went all out, driving like the wind and saying, too easy for me. And so, the two carriages raced, almost tailgating each other. At the same time, Yanxi remained in a deep, unconscious coma. In his dream, he whispered to himself, "It's been a long time. I haven't dreamed of you." The woman standing with her hands clasped, gazing at the landscape, was his mother. She glanced charmingly at the short kid behind her, smiling and saying, "Sure, why are you in a daze?" Just as Yin Shi felt a bit of warmth from his mother, the scene shifted to a beautiful spring day, with peach blossoms falling everywhere. He was scared, clutching her hand tightly. "Mother, are you going to leave me alone again?" The woman gave a bitter smile and said, "Then do you want to come with me?" The little Yin, she unconsciously hesitated. A second later, a third person appeared in the dream, Tao Wei Wei. His mother patted the short kid's head and said softly, "Sheer, you've changed." "Little Yin," she said sadly, "but that little kid hates me." His mother sighed. Did she say it with her own mouth? If you care about her that much, then go find her. Try to protect her well. Returning to reality, he heard his eldest brother's voice nagging in his ear. "What's wrong with old Seventh? Why does he have such a pained expression? Didn't you say he was immune to all poisons?" He also heard his second brother pout. "The poison has all been forced out. He'll definitely be fine." Next was still the crown prince's nagging. "Has all the poison really been forced out? Will there be any after effects? When will he wake up?" Somehow, the butler's crying voice also chimed in. "Our prince has a strong body. What sin did he commit? This old servant wishes he could have taken the poison for him." Yin Shi couldn't take it anymore, sprang up and scolded. "Can you two please be quiet for a moment? It's noisy as hell." He was panting with anger, while the butler wailed and his two elder brothers nodded, praising, "Good boy." After that, Yin Rong said, "Let me check on you again," which surprised Yin Shi. "Second brother, why are you here?" Old Second said, seriously, "Treating and saving people is really expensive. I'll definitely have to take some treasure from that old third when I get back." Yin Suo wasn't there, but still had a sad line. "Why does everyone keep bullying me? One after another. Only eldest brother loves me the most." The crown prince changed the subject, asking Yin Shi in a serious tone, "Wei Wei has been taken. Yin Suo is chasing after them." Old Seventh couldn't believe it when he heard about Old Third. Just then, a report came from outside. "Reporting to Your Highness, this servant has something to report." "Your Highness, a carriage driver outside delivered this set of clothes on behalf of the third prince." The delivered item was Yin Suo's priceless silver coat. The crown prince and Old Second, like two polar opposites, said in unison, "This is Old Third trying to give us directions?" What's written on it? I could die laughing. A dedicated translation is as follows. The fire god cult's rules are very specific. Only women are allowed to enter. One must change clothes to get in. The three of them were dumbfounded after reading it. Sure enough, at the fire god cult's headquarters in the Yin Kingdom, Yin Suo had really disguised himself as a woman to sneak inside. The beauty, surnamed Yin, was devastatingly gorgeous. Thinking to himself, "I must find that potato quickly." Old Third blended in very quickly, mingling with the crowd while thinking, "This place is just like the rumors. It's all women." He unconsciously glanced at a board full of portraits and happened to see someone with familiar, sharp eyes. He let out a huh, then stepped back to take a look. Surprise, surprise. The top mission of the fire god cult was to kill the seventh prince, Yin Shi, for a reward of 100,000 taels of gold. Yin Saw stared at the words 100,000 taels of gold, his heart pounding as he thought, "I think I can do this. I think I can hear the sound of gold clinking together right now." He was about to sell out his brother to get rich when the saintess suddenly arrived, interrupting his inhuman intentions. Yin Suo hid in a corner, secretly observing and thinking, "The saintess, is she the leader of this fire god cult? But isn't that the person who took the little potato away?" Su Imo walked past Old Third, her steps unconsciously coming to a halt. Imoer looked at her wrist, thinking in confusion, "Why am I getting an itchy rash?" Very quickly, she realized something and decisively turned back around. Yin Suo was just as curious. Why did she stop? He became endlessly worried. "I won't be discovered this quickly, will I?" Sure enough, the saintess was standing in front of him. She said in a stern voice, Yes, you, raise your head." Old Third broke out in a cold sweat, chanting, it's not me, she's not talking to me." Just as he said, "May I ask what your orders are?" Su Mo grabbed his chest, which was flatter than the Tan Sun, not airport runway. Sure enough, an itchy rash immediately broke out like wildfire on her fair skin. The two of them, unplanned, screamed in unison, automatically activating their self-defense modes. "This person is a man. Seize him for me." And so, Yin Suo was successfully turned into a human burrito, tears streaming down his face as he thought, "My disguise was so perfect. How did she find out?" And to treat a handsome man so brutally. The attendant softly asked the saintess, "How should we deal with him?" That night at the fire god cult, Yin Suo, a noble prince, was thrown and rolled into the dungeon by an attendant. He was filled with disgust. This time I couldn't save the potato and even got myself involved. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Eggplant." Yin Suo turned around and saw Tao Wei behind him. He exchanged code names, "My dear little potato." The touching moment didn't last long. As old Third smugly thought, it really wasn't a waste coming here. It was all part of my plan. He couldn't even take care of himself, but old Third was still reliable, saying, "Don't cry, don't cry. Yin she'll be here to save us soon." As soon as Wei Wei heard his name, she burst into tears. "Eggplant, how is the scoundrel?" It was because of... The little girl immediately remembered the scene of Yin, she lying motionless on the cold ground earlier, and her voice choked up. But finally, Wei Wei mustered up her courage and said, "I hurt the scoundrel. I'm a bad kid. It's okay, even if the scoundrel doesn't save me." Yin Suo was so shocked he turned pale. "You were the one who attacked old Seventh?" Wei Wei nodded lightly, honestly saying, "The fifth prince came to find me." She told the story for so long that the moon in the sky didn't move. Wei Wei sobbed as she reached the end. The fifth prince was bitten by a snake and died. Yin Suo thought to himself, this little devil hasn't had it easy either, to endure so much at such a young age. The pity didn't last long, as Wei Wei knelt down, closed her eyes, and said, "Hit me." This scared old Third speechless. "This is the first time I've heard such a strange request. Potato, what are you doing that's so unsightly?" Wei Wei said resolutely, "Eggplant, hit me on the scoundrel's behalf. I owe the scoundrel." With that, she closed her eyes and moved closer, making Yin Suo burst out laughing. "Don't worry, he's not that petty. When we get back, just obediently admit your mistake, and he'll forgive you. The fact that you could hurt him, I can't help but want to give you a reward for it." Then Yin Suo smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about his wound. Our sickly doctor is back. Even if old Seventh reached the gates of hell, he would be dragged back by him." Wei Wei didn't believe it, asking, "Is he really okay?" Old Third nodded and replied, "Since he was a child, he was trained by our mother and some eccentric Imperial physicians to have a body immune to all poisons." Receiving this information, the little girl finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness he's okay. I saw the scoundrel not moving, I thought." Yin Saw, aka the person who doesn't know how to comfort, said something shocking with every breath. "It's okay. He'll definitely be fine, but we might not be." With that, the two words "useless" appeared prominently in the middle of the conversation. It was too awkward, so Wei Wei decided to liven things up with a question. "I want to ask you something. Why are you dressed like this?" Not only was Yin so not embarrassed, he was proud of it, saying, "Of course, it was to come here and save you." The little girl immediately saw the crown prince's image in old Third, thinking to herself, "Why do I have such a strange feeling? Moreover, I feel like I've seen this scene somewhere before." While they were chatting happily, the creaking sound of a door opening was heard. It was the Saintess's attendant. As soon as Yin Suo saw her, he timidly yelled, "Are you here to interrogate me? Let me tell you, torture is useless. If you use money, I might reconsider." However, the other person only approached to carry Tao Wei Wei away. Yin Suo immediately got into his manly role, saying, "Hey, where are you taking her? Hey, if you have a problem, come at me. Why are you bullying a child?" No matter what he said, the dungeon door closed. In silence, while Yin Suo was worrying himself sick, what should I do? Will the potato be tortured? Will those female demons deal with her? Water torture? At that moment, little Wei was actually soaking in a hot bath, while old Third was imagining the little girl being whipped. Little Wei was having her hair combed, while Yin Suo was worried Wei Wei would be force-fed poison. The little girl was being fed and served attentively. Old Third cried his eyes out. "Old Seventh, hurry up and get here." Meanwhile, that certain old Seventh at the virtuous prince's residence also replied, "I refuse to wear it." Yin Shi, struggling in his second brother's arms, yelled, "You can beat me to death, but I won't wear it." Yin Rong chuckled, saying, "Why such a strong reaction? It's not like you haven't worn it as a child." He decisively broke free from the restraint, saying with disgust, "That was because I couldn't beat you back then. It doesn't mean it's the same now." Somehow, old Second appeared from behind, giving his little brother 100 points of love. And so, Yinshi's head was spinning, but his mouth still had the power to curse. "You pervert, Nu Pa Ka Chi." The crown prince hurriedly caught him, nagging, "Why did you knock him out again? He just woke up." Yin Rong said reliably, "For this kind of disobedient patient, one injection is the best solution." With that, old Second bowed theatrically and said, "What are you standing there for? Let's cook the rice," which made even the crown prince shiver. "Second brother, you look really scary." After some time had passed, Yinshi opened his eyes to hear his eldest brother praising, "Second brother, your makeup skills have improved." "Hello, old Seventh." Then he dazedly heard his second brother call out, "Seventh sister, you're awake?" Yin, she mechanically looked down at the clothes on his body. Then he bared his sharp fangs, wanting to bite someone's head off, but Yin Rome wasn't scared at all. What do you want to do to me? It wasn't until he heard the Crown Prince say, Old Seventh, if we don't dress like this, what if we're discovered while infiltrating and they harm little Wei? What do we do then? That Yin she finally compromised. A second later, he wondered, why are you two dressed like this too? You don't need to follow me, especially you, eldest brother. Old Second nodded. I'm just going there to get a little something back. And Yin Su, with his black rouge number 12 lips, said, Little Wei once saved me, so of course I'm going too. Besides, if I'm there, even if Father Emperor blames us, the punishment won't be too severe. An aura of the Eastern Palace's ruler and a death exemption medallion radiated from Yin Su's body, blinding everyone. And so, in the middle of the night, a whooshing sound came from somewhere in the prince's residence. The butler was the lucky one to see the 3 gusts of wind in women's clothing rush past. He immediately choked up, thinking, I've seen something I shouldn't have. I'll definitely be silenced. That's what it says in the books. At the same time, at the fire god cult, the attendant asked while feeding Wei Wei, who is the man locked up with you? The little girl said firmly, I don't know. Wei Wei's heart was filled with a gentleman's spirit. Eggplant, I will absolutely not sell you out. Wait, so you'd sell him if the price is right? With that, a humph was heard, and the attendant respectfully bowed to the saintess. Su Mo reached out and held Wei Wei's head, coldly saying, if the soft approach doesn't work, then let's try the hard one. Wei Wei was so scared she screamed, Saintess, don't. But the red syrup still dripped down. And so, inside the fire god cult that night, a continuous panting sound could be heard. And the victim of the night was Tao Wei Wei's 2 bun-like cheeks. The saintess, with a nosebleed, said with delight, so soft, it's so soft, super soft. The attendant beside her, while taking care of her, said, please don't be like this. This disgraceful appearance is causing you so much trouble. Normal people don't get nosebleeds from pinching a child's face. In a moment of carelessness, Wei Wei squirmed out of the saintess's arms. The little girl immediately bristled, turning into a grumpy cat and hissing. Su Mo was very good at taming cats, gently saying, I saved you from your 5th brother. Is this the attitude you show your savior? Wei Wei's face was tinged with sadness, thinking to herself, did 5th brother really want to kill me back then? Su Mo continued, your mother isn't sick either. He just tricked you into taking down Yin Shi, and then he would have taken you down too. Wei Wei frowned, thinking, so everything 5th brother said was a lie? This big sister killed the 5th prince to save me. And so, the little girl was very tactful, saying in a small voice, thank you. Su Mo raised an eyebrow. I was just carrying out justice on behalf of heaven. Little Wei immediately became wary. That's right. How did you know he was my 5th brother? She smiled. There is nothing the fire god cult doesn't know. Want to join? Upon hearing that, Wei Wei eagerly asked, then do you know where my mother is? Su Mo moved closer, whispering, I do. I can even take you to see her. The little girl was scared, saying, you could just tell me the location. Someone will take me to see my mother. Su Mo hugged the little girl tightly and began to manipulate her. I have everything here, and I can even take you to see your mother. You're looking for people from the Qi Kingdom. Who else do you need? Wei Wei was squished by Su Mo's 2 heels, making it hard to breathe as she inwardly assessed, this big sister is really scary. With that, the attendant asked, Saintess, the man who is locked up? Su Mo sighed, it's fine, I have my own arrangements. Suddenly, the white snake on her neck began to slither towards Tao Wei Wei, which stunned the saintess for a moment. Little Baichio's spiritual sense is very strong. It would never get close to a stranger. Could it be that this child has some connection to the Yin clan? After following the ugly, squiggly directions from Yin Suo, the new troublemaking trio finally arrived at the foot of the fire god cult. Just a few steps in, they heard a familiar sound. Help! Save me! Hey! Looking up, they saw Yin Suo hanging from the ceiling, tearfully calling out, eldest brother, 2nd brother, old 7th, help me. The crown prince, who had a doting-on little brother disease, immediately accepted the job. Okay, I'll save you right now, but was grabbed by the collar by old 2nd. Yin Su said, it's clearly a trap. Don't save him yet. They're trying to lure the snake out of its hole. In this family, only the crown prince sincerely loved Yin Suo. And she also agreed, saying, let's go, just leave him there. Being hung for a night won't make him lose any flesh. Hearing his 3rd brother struggling and crying for help from above, Yin Su said guiltily, we'll save you when we get back. Old 3rd cried until his nose ran, thinking, I really am the unloved child in this family. Having only seen a corner of this place, the The two elder brothers' mouths couldn't stop talking. It smells so good here. Is this fire god cult really all women? Yin, she scowled, saying, remember our secret mission? Are you guys here for a tour? The crown prince had a habit of talking nonsense when he was nervous. What do we find Wei Wei now? Is it okay not to save old third? I should have let him down just now. Old second immediately covered his mouth, sighing, brother, talking too much is also a disease. How about I treat you right now? While the boogeyman was attacking the handsome crown prince, Nanhai then tossed the clothes over, gruffly saying to change. I've discovered that the attire of those who can enter the inner sanctum is completely different from ours. Nan Dung held a delicate, soft piece of silk in his hand. He immediately couldn't hold back, baring his fangs to interrogate his seventh brother. What did you do to those women? I can't believe it. I went through so much hardship to raise you. How could you become such a shameless person? Nanhai quickly dispelled his second brother's old father aura with an affectionate smack. With a face full of disgust, he pointed to the changing room behind him and said, go see for yourself. After that, he could only silently watch his second brother continue his drama. Nan Dung, while quickly changing, said, Crown Prince, how could you doubt seventh brother's character? After changing into the new clothes, the other two couldn't help but marvel that their cult uniforms were quite revealing. This revealing feeling isn't bad at all. Only Nanhai was serious. We'll split into two groups. You two go together. Eldest brother knows what Vivi looks like. Nan Tuc switched to mother hen mode, saying, seventh brother, you still have a wound. If we go together, we can look after each other. He bluntly refused. I'm afraid if I can't win a fight, you'll get hurt. Nan Dung was very understanding. Pulling out some kind of treasure, he said, don't bother seventh brother anymore. I'll go with eldest brother. This is for you. If you can't fight, break this vial. A sleeping fragrance will be released, and you can escape. Nanhai also exchanged props, carefully instructing, you two take this. If you find Vivi, fire this colorless flare. If you get caught, fire the yellow one. Nandung nodded. All right, you be careful too. And so, they went their separate ways. At the same time, in the Saintess's room, Vivi's messy green hair had been neatly braided. The little girl, while looking at a potato, asked, Big sister, what is a queen? Su Imo said profoundly, it is the highest-ranking woman, the ruler of the world. As expected, Dao Qiu Vai didn't understand a single thing. The Saintess continued, tomorrow, I will take you to see your mother. The little girl reacted strongly. Tomorrow? But I want to wait for the bastard to come find me. I want to apologize to the bastard. Just as she finished speaking, a handmaiden from outside entered and reported to the Saintess. She whispered something in Sumo's ear. All that was known was that after hearing it, Sumo just gave a smug smile. I quite like it when they walk right into the net. She rose gently, saying, there are a few mice in my sister's hall. I have to go deal with them. You be a good girl and wait here. Vivi tightly gripped Sumo's hand, saying coaxingly, before you go, can you tell Vivi where my mother is? As soon as Sumo looked down at this shorty, she was attacked by the little one's sparkling eyes. The Saintess was immediately charmed and said, actually, she is. Suddenly, the handmaiden beside her interrupted, Saintess, we must go. Sumo then said, I will personally take you to see her. Don't worry. Vivi pulled her hand back, thinking just a little more. The Saintess, however, breathed a sigh of relief. That was dangerous. I almost said it. Along the corridor, the handmaidens couldn't hide their jealousy. Why did the Saintess bring a little girl back? I saw it too. She even told Sister Wenju to take her to the Saintess's hall. I'm about to bring her some snacks. Have you girls seen her? Is she well-behaved? Nanhai heard all of it. He pondered, well-behaved? That little ancestor? Could it be that they're holding other children here, too? So he got closer to the handmaiden, bringing snacks to the Saintess's hall. With just a light tap, he knocked the person out. His foot also gently caught the tray of snacks. He definitely thought, I should still go over there and see what's going on. In the opposite direction from Nanhai, another unlucky handmaiden had the fortune of testing Nan Dung's drug, groggily saying she was taken to the dungeon. Nan Tuc said worriedly, second brother, let's hurry over. That dungeon will scare Vivi. The second brother was full of interest, saying, I'm getting more and more curious to meet that little girl. She's actually made everyone so worried. And so, the two of them fumbled their way down to the dungeon. The second brother checked around several times, but didn't see anyone. Only then did Nan Dung realize this was probably a trap set for them. Just as things got tense, the crown prince put his arm around his second brother's shoulder and silently looked at the group of people approaching. What the hell? They even brought the third brother, who with utmost innocence said, brother, save me. Those women, Zhu Hua said, swords and blades have no eyes. The two princes should surrender obediently to avoid getting hurt. Both Nan Dung and Nan Tuc were surprised that their identities had already been exposed. The third brother, in their grasp, still tried to yell. They plotted against seventh brother, and they took took little potato. This is all a trap. Meanwhile, the crown prince took out a small vial from his person. The women shouted, "Don't try any funny business, or I'll drop him." The third brother's face turned pale as he said, "Be gentle, my skin is very delicate." And so, a visible cut was made on Nan Soc's fair skin. Realizing he was powerless, Nan Dung said mockingly, "Why so tense? If you already know we are princes, you still dare to threaten us? If he dies, there's one less person to compete with me for the throne. We can even split his inheritance." But he sincerely whispered to eldest brother Nan Tuc, "I'll release the smoke bomb. You run. I'll figure out a way to save this kid." As soon as the second brother finished speaking, the crown prince tossed the vial in his hand, letting it roll. Just as it reached their feet, he kicked a beautiful penalty shot right at the hilt of the handmaiden's sword. The sword fell, and the broken vial instantly created a cloud of smoke. Just as she let her guard down, Nan Tuc leaped towards the handmaiden, saying coldly, "No one can touch my younger brother." He then forcefully pushed Nan Soc forward, who was successfully caught by Nan Dung. As for himself, he engaged in a flurry of blows, making a proper scene. The second brother watched this scene, his jaw dropping. He actually knows martial arts? Crown Prince brother finished off everyone, leaving them unconscious at his feet. Nan Soc immediately clung to him, saying, "Eldest brother, you're so amazing." Hearing the Crown Prince say, "It's good that you're all right," Nan Soc immediately turned into an obedient puppy, saying, "Of course, did you think I was hoping you'd save me?" Eldest brother is the future Crown Prince of Great Yen. There's nothing between heaven and earth you can't do. Nan Dung took the opportunity to say, "So, you know martial arts. You're really good at pretending." A second later, the second brother mused, "So, when you go out without guards, it's not because you're afraid of being constrained, but because..." Nan Tuc quickly interrupted before the truth could be revealed, saying, "We'll talk about this later. Right now, we must find Vivi and seventh brother quickly. Then we'll deal with this place." Meanwhile, Nan Soc was still fawning. It's still safest to be by eldest brother's side. At the same time in the Saintess's hall, Vivi sat next to two newly made clay figures. She monologued to herself, "Bastard, you should hit me. I, Dao Chu Vi, will take responsibility for what I've done. I stabbed you once, so you should stab me once too." After saying that, her face darkened as she thought, that seems like it would hurt a lot. "Bastard, were you in pain?" The little one whispered. Eggplant said that as long as I apologize, you will definitely forgive me. "But how should I say it?" "Bastard, I'm sorry. I heard from fifth brother that my mother was sick. I was afraid I wouldn't get to see her again. So I hurt you. But when I saw you not moving, I was really scared. I was afraid I would never see you again." Nan Hai silently listened from outside to Dao Q Vi's sobbing from within. He was moved, but suddenly, hearing what Vivi said next gave him the chills. That mischievous imp exclaimed, "Bastard, I promise I'll be obedient from now on. I'll start being a good person, lay down my butcher's knife, and immediately become a Buddha?" He peeked his head in, secretly watching the silly Vivi recite verbatim what Nan Soc had taught her. Things like the sea of suffering is boundless, turn back and the shore is at hand. A prodigal son's return is more precious than gold. What else was there? Nan Hai reached out and took the little clay Vivi, saying, "I forgive you. Let's go home." Dao Chu Vi was a little surprised by his appearance. As soon as she called out, "Bastard," he replied with a "I heard you," confirming it was the real deal. The little girl started to cry tearfully. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Nan Hai said softly, "I'm fine. Not hurt at all." Little Vi didn't believe him and bluntly pulled down his shirt. "Really? Let me see." The seventh brother shyly pulled his shirt back up, saying, "Vivi, do not look at what is improper." That little girl started chattering again. "Then why are you dressed like this? Did I stab you so hard you went crazy?" Nan Hai gritted his teeth in anger. "It's a long story. I'll settle the score with someone when we get back." Just as he finished speaking, a peal of mocking laughter rang out. Su Mo made a grand appearance. "I find you a bit strange. Even a potent poison couldn't take you down." Nan Hai wasn't surprised at all, bluntly suggesting, "So, this place of yours can be shut down now." Su Mo smiled, saying, "Before we close, we have to collect all the debts from our guests. After all, your highness's head is very valuable." He retorted cheekily, "The people who want to take me down have to line up from the Shi Kingdom to the Wei Kingdom. It's not your turn yet. Go to the back and take a number. Come on, let's go." The saint is sneered. "The seventh prince is quite funny. You think you could just walk out after entering the fire god cult?" Nan Hai asked honestly, "If we don't leave, are you going to feed us?" Suamo said coldly, "I can afford to raise that little girl, but as for you, it would be better if you just died." As her weapon swung towards him, Nan Hai quickly reacted and dodged. He drew the sword from his side with a few clangs, knocking them back, causing one of the blades on Sumo's weapon to turn on its master and attack her. The saintess retracted her move, saying softly, "Gotta slaughter Nan Hai." Today, I will let you taste what failure feels like. Seeing his opponent had entered combat mode, he also grimly assessed the situation. A second later, he took off that cumbersome headpiece and tied little Vi securely to his back, pointing his sword at Su-mo and saying fiercely, "You're dead for sure." Nanhai got into his stance, carefully telling Vi to hold on tight. What the hell? He had only stomped his foot lightly, and it blew out the candle beside him. His whole body soared through the air, while Su-mo looked with relish at the prey before her. If I can get Nanhai's head, the armies of the 5 nations will all obey my fire god cult. She used her weapon to wrap around the 7th prince's rib sword, pulling sharply to bring him closer. Then, Sumo's weapon coiled around, the sword in a beautiful display. But unfortunately, her chain was cut to pieces by Nanhai's bone sword, and she also received a wound on her shoulder. Su-mo quickly retreated a step with her sisters, laughing coldly. What a weapon, just like its master, to be able to wield such a sword, worthy of the god of slaughter's widespread fame. Nanhai snorted, "It's very suitable for dealing with you." But in his mind, he was already highly focused, analyzing, this woman's reaction is also very fast. If I used ordinary martial arts, she would have chewed me up and spit me out long ago. Su-mo said resolutely, "Today, I will definitely leave your corpse here." 7th brother glanced around, assessing them. "You think just these few people can defeat me?" Vivi said worriedly, "Bastard, there's so many of them. Can you beat them?" Upon hearing this, he said bluntly, "It only takes one sword strike." Su-mo heard this, and her pride was wounded. Then Vivi added another critical hit. "Then you have to remember to show mercy." This made the saintess so angry she could breathe fire. "I don't need it, you ungrateful wretch. All my kindness to you is wasted. Get him. Don't hurt the little girl. Whoever takes down Nanhai tonight will get double the reward." A group of assassins brandished their swords and rushed forward from all sides. Before they could touch anyone, Nan Soc's voice boomed out, speaking arrogantly. "Listen up, people inside. You are surrounded. Come out and surrender." The 2nd brother thought with contempt. So this is the legendary fox borrowing the tiger's might. Just as he saw Nantuc wave at him, Vivi joyfully called out, "Crown Prince brother," which made Nanhai feel a little hurt. She wasn't even this happy to see me. The 3rd brother put his hands on his hips, swaying back and forth, saying, "7th brother, we're here to save you." Nanhai said bluntly, "No need." This made Nan Soc whine, "Brother, eldest brother, should we go then?" Meanwhile, Nan Dung was shaking a potion, saying, "It's almost ready. Let me shake it a little more." Nan Tuc said in exasperation, "Stop fooling around." "2nd brother, are you done yet?" Su-mo was provoked to the point of eruption by the Nan brothers, yelling, "Are you all looking down on me? Seize them all for me." The 2nd prince whispered, all right. Eldest brother, quick." The crown prince gave a slight nod, and in a flash, he teleported from somewhere to appear in front of Nanhai and Vivi in a second. The 2 of them were startled, and before they could ask anything, Nantuc stuffed a pill into their mouths. "Swallow this." Upon receiving the go signal from the eagle, the sparrow Nindung smashed the fog potion vial. Su-mo hurriedly said, "This is bad. Everyone cover your noses." But the 2nd brother lamented, "It's too late, you pretty but foolish little lady." And just like that, one by one, everyone inside fell into a deep sleep. The handmaiden beside Su-mo quickly covered her nose, managing to say her last words, "Saintess, go find the young master." After calming down, she cursed fiercely, "Wenju, you people are despicable." Strangely, Nindung hadn't left yet. He replied mockingly, "Despicable? Who was the shameless one ganging up on my younger brother just now?" After just a few curses of "stinking man, stay away from me," Su-mo fell unconscious. As someone with a professional disease, the 2nd brother observed and thought, "Why is this young lady breaking out in a rash? An allergy?" Then he looked over at Vivi, who was sliding off Nan Hai's back. Just as Vivi had a strange feeling, Nindung lifted her up by the collar, whispering, "So this kid is the one you're raising?" "Hello, I'm his 2nd brother," Chuvai said indignantly. "Is lifting people up like this a hereditary trait in your family?" The crown prince came over and picked her up, saying, "Don't lift the kid like that. It's too rude." "7th brother, how do you plan to deal with her?" But there was only one thing on Nanhai's mind this whole time. He said resentfully, "You know martial arts?" Nantuc just laughed it off. "It's a long story." Meanwhile, Nan Soc was showing his true mischievous nature, saying, "Daring to cause trouble in the capital city. Of course, they must be dealt with in one clean strike. Making them into sashimi would be even better." Vivi immediately stopped him. "No, this big sister knows where my mother is." So Nanhai made the final decision. Take her back for interrogation. Just as he finished speaking, a hole appeared in the roof above, and a tall, dark, and rough man jumped down, saying seriously, "Wait, princes, would you be willing to make a deal with me, Su?" Nanhai was on high alert, asking, "Who are you?" The other party answered honestly, "I am the young master of the fire god cult, Su Van Diem." What the hell? As soon as Nan Dung saw the opponent, he hid tightly behind his seventh brother, silently cursing. Why is it him? So, Nan Hai and Nan Tuc, representing the four super brothers, stepped forward to negotiate. You want to trade for this woman, right? On what ground should I agree with you? That's right. Not only is it 3 against 1 now, but we also have a hostage. On what grounds are you demanding a trade? The second brother broke out in a cold sweat behind them, whispering, "Just agree to whatever he says. We can't beat him." This made his seventh brother, who heard him, judge this level of cowardice. After he spoke, Su Van Diem's cheeks flushed red as he said, "He's not wrong. You think I can't see you hiding back there?" Seeing Van Dung's strong reaction, Nan Hai asked, "Do you two know each other?" The second brother shook his head resolutely. "I don't know him." Who would know that kind of rough man? Hearing himself described, Su Van Diem smiled faintly. He lifted the hem of his fur cloak, saying nonchalantly, "His newly concocted poison was neutralized by my medicine not long after. Moreover, when it comes to brute force, the 3 of you combined are no match for me. Return my sister to me, or I will kill all 3 of you to atone for your crime." Before that arrogant posture, he had successfully activated the competitive spirit in Nan Hai. "How dare you be so loud? Let me hold the kid for a bit." Nan Dung's face turned green with fear, repeatedly pleading, "Don't fight, don't fight. We have a child with us. He's really strong." As soon as he finished, he received 6 sharp glares from his brothers, their expressions questioning. "Look at you, and you still say you don't know him? Only a fool would believe that." Su Van Diem coughed, his voice softening slightly. "Return my sister to me, and I won't make a move. Furthermore, I will disband the fire god cult. It will no longer exist on the borders of the Shi Kingdom. How about it? Also, this little girl's mother, I also promised to help find her." While the two sides were talking peacefully, a commotion was heard from below. Nan Soc nimbly climbed onto the balcony to watch the drama, only to see a crowd of people below. The commander, with a fierce expression, shouted up, "I am under His Majesty's orders to arrest you rebels. Hand over that fallen princess now." The third brother said timidly, "It's Father Emperor's Imperial Guard." Nanhai immediately held Dao Qiu Vai tightly, his alertness at maximum level. The young master of the fire god cult saw the opportune moment and said, "I'm afraid that by the time you get this little girl to the door, she'll be taken by her Father Emperor. Only I know where the secret passage is. Seventh Prince, are you still hesitating?" Seeing Nanhai sheathe his sword, the crown prince understood his intention and said, "Take Vivi and hide with the third brother. He's preparing to go to the border, so I've already made all the arrangements. I will handle things on Father Emperor's side." But only Su Van Diem and Nan Dung were in a world of their own, singing a love song. Our eyes met. That dark-skinned man bluntly threw his cloak over the second brother's head, snorting coldly, "We'll meet again. Let's go now." The commander below gave a fierce order, "Search for me. Bring those rebels back to kneel for judgment." Suddenly, a voice called out, "No need to search. There's no one left inside." The commander stammered, Is that the second prince? The Imperial Guard is not under your command, so I cannot follow the second prince's orders." Just as he finished speaking, Nantuc, his aura shining brightly, spoke up, "Then what if it's my command, Grand Commander?" The soldiers below immediately knelt down, paying their respects to the Crown Prince. The commander of the Imperial Guard reported softly, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this is a hideout for traitors." "Why are you and the second prince here?" Nan Dung said sassily, "What's this? Does the Crown Prince need to report his whereabouts to you?" Seeing that his authority was sufficient, Nantuc said, "It's fine. My second brother and I received intelligence and came here to investigate. But unexpectedly, when we arrived, there was no one left inside." The commander bowed his head, saying, "This humble official received His Majesty's order to come here and arrest the traitors. I ask for your Highness's permission to search inside." The Crown Prince radiated a sparkling aura, but his words were heavier than gold. "You don't believe my words?" Seeing him still stubbornly say this, Nantuc coldly emphasized, "You really don't believe me?" The commander broke out in a sweat and said, "Then this humble official will escort you back to the palace. Your Highness, please lead the way." In his heart, he was already chanting, "Why do I feel like provoking this person is even scarier than angering the Emperor?" Nantuc said carefully, "I will explain to Father Emperor later. You can rest assured." And so, the Crown Prince and the second brother rode together in the same carriage. But the atmosphere was very awkward. It wasn't until the honest eldest brother asked, "Do you know Su Van Diem?" that Nan Dung averted his eyes, saying evasively, Well, it's just a casual acquaintance. Nantuc didn't probe further, asking seriously, then is his promise reliable? Will seventh brother's group be in any danger? The second brother shook his head, musing, probably not. He's a man of his word. After speaking, he recalled the other's words. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will find you. The second brother frowned, saying, if seventh brother fights him one-on-one, it might be hard to determine a winner. But he's bringing along those two tails, Vivi and Nan SOC. It's hard to say. The crown prince sighed in relief, saying, that's good then. Next, we have to deal with Father Emperor. At the same time, in a secret passage beneath the fire god cult, while Su Van Diem thought with a dark face, I haven't been here in years. Has MOR become so thorough that every path has a trap? The third and seventh brothers were whispering to each other. His expression is so serious. We don't know what kind of trap is ahead. It's best to be on high alert. Su Van Diem's face was grave as he thought. Which way is the exit? And Hai's eyes widened in worry. Wait, this guy wouldn't. Until Dao Chuvai softly called out, Uncle. Van Diem paid attention and glanced at the little girl. The young and naive Vivi said, honestly, are you lost? As the dignified young master of the fire god cult, he froze, only saying after a long moment, no. This left the Nan brothers speechless. What was with that dumbfounded expression just now? Wait, what? In the most critical situation, Vivi pointed into the distance and said, that's the way out. That flame is being blown by the wind. Nan SOC couldn't help but exclaim, oh, wind blows in from the exit. Good job, kiddo. I'll reward you with 10 boxes of snacks when we get home. Vivi said reliably before, when I set fires, the wind would blow the fire inwards. As expected of someone with a prior record of arson. Very professional. While the trio was praising each other, Su Van Diem was speechless, thinking, if this kid is wrong, this will be very dangerous. Finally, the group successfully saw the moon. Dao Chu Vai and Nan SOC nervously took a deep breath, experiencing the taste of freedom. Long live freedom. 10,000 years to freedom. Noticing Su Van Diem tending to the horse carriage, Nanhai tightened his grip on his sword hilt, saying, trying to run? The dark-skinned young man said, I am a man of my word. Seventh Prince, there's no need to be so tense. This little girl's mother was originally taken by the Qi Kingdom, but after the fall of the Qi Kingdom, she was brought back by her family. Nanhai continued to ask, where's the kid's mother now? He answered honestly, the Dao family in the Wei Kingdom is also a well-known family. You'll find out just by asking around a bit. Oh, and also, pass this message to your second brother. We will meet again very soon. After speaking, Su Van Diem drove the carriage away. His carriage sped through the forest. What the hell? He somehow failed to notice that the white snake had secretly jumped off the carriage, slithering away on its own. At the same time in the main hall, an elderly eunuch had to stay up late at night, waiting for someone. Upon seeing Nantuc, he anxiously said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, you're finally here. Quick, the second prince has returned. With that, he grabbed Nan Dung's hand and pulled him along, saying, Hurry, follow me to diagnose the illness. Old Second lazily asked, What's wrong with the old man this time? The eunuch, on the verge of tears, said today His Majesty chose Consort Zhen's tablet. Not long after he went in, Consort Zhen called for the Imperial physician. She said His Majesty fell unconscious after just 2 cups. This servant just... Old Second cheekily asked, Is it really because of the wine? Couldn't it be something else? He immediately got a smack from his elder brother. Second, brother, you must watch your words in the palace. Nan Dung clutched his head, saying, but it's the truth. The old man is so old. Does he still want to give us another little brother? Nan Tuc struggled to maintain his composure. Can't you just hold your tongue for me? But the second prince was as bold as ever, expressing, what's there to be afraid of? The old man still needs a rebellious son like me to save him. The eunuch was at a loss for words, thinking to himself, the second prince is truly worthy of being the son His Majesty wants to strangle. He's truly unparalleled, living up to his reputation. After entering the emperor's bedchamber, Nan Dung became much quieter. He seriously examined the illness. This pulse isn't the blood scattered, so he ordered someone to bring him that cup of wine. The eunuch reported, we already tested it with a silver needle, but there was no poison. Even so, Nan Dung still poured the wine into a test tube. After shaking it vigorously for a moment, the liquid inside indeed turned moss green. Old Second's expression was complicated as he concluded, it's snake venom. A silver needle can't detect it. Everyone was instantly silenced. The crown prince was the first to react, immediately locked down the imperial palace, Investigate all palace staff related to this cup of wine. Can you neutralize this poison? Nandung fed the medicine to the emperor, saying softly, this amount of poison isn't fatal. He will recover after a few days of medicine. Old Second frowned, thinking the person who could administer such a precise, non-lethal dose of poison couldn't be him. Could it? Before things could settle down, a military messenger rushed in from outside, shouting, urgent report from 800 li away. The Wei State's army is advancing towards our border. The border pass is in danger, successfully stunning both the crown prince and the second prince. Dumbfounded, that night, the entire Imperial palace was brightly lit. The soldiers assigned to guard all four directions became stricter than ever before. The eunuch looked around, thinking to himself, the whole palace is on high alert. It seems the situation is not very optimistic. Meanwhile, inside the emperor's bedchamber, the crown prince had been in a contemplative posture for a long time, carefully thinking the Wei State, the initial kidnapping incident, the fire god cult scheme, and Father Emperor being poisoned at this exact moment. Isn't all of this too much of a coincidence? I remember that person once said they wanted to take me for an ex. Change. So Nantuc asked, where's Consort Jun? The eunuch honestly replied, she was frightened by what happened to his majesty earlier and has gone back to rest. The crown prince's expression turned grave. He hurriedly left and shouted, second brother, come with me quickly. The maids guarding outside Consort Jun's palace knelt down as soon as they saw him, greeting your highness. Nantuc tried to maintain a calm demeanor and asked, where is your mistress? The maid reported, your highness, her ladyship was frightened earlier and has gone to rest. She told us not to disturb her. After she finished speaking, the crown prince brushed past the line of maids and pushed the door open, barging in. Nantuc looked up slightly, not surprised at all, and said, as expected, somehow, Consort Jun's feet were dangling in the air. Everyone outside was horrified to see her trying to kill herself. The crown prince urgently ordered his men to quickly get Consort Jun down. While Old Second was performing first aid, Nantuc stood by his side, saying, if we had been any later, she couldn't have been saved. You're awake? You were trying to kill yourself to escape punishment, weren't you? Consort Jun was startled upon seeing him, and she averted her gaze and said, what are you talking about? I don't understand. The crown prince said bluntly, you people from the Wei State have certainly planned this meticulously. First, you sent people to infiltrate the court and kidnap me, claiming they wanted to exchange me for you. Meanwhile, you used your status as a consort to investigate the Shi State's imperial family. The Wei Emperor colluded with the fire god cult, wanting to eliminate the Shi imperial family bit by bit. According to your calculations, you assigned the task of killing Nan Hai to the fire god cult. Then, using your family's safety as leverage, you were forced to poison Father Emperor and then kill yourself. Consort Jun trembled and said, no, I did it all by myself. Nantuc frowned and said, you want to take the blame for them? I suppose after you die, the Wei Emperor will be heartbroken and then pin this crime on the Shi State. Then he'll bring his troops to start a war and maybe even get help from other countries. Old Second said softly, if that's the case, then the rumors of the Wei Emperor's deep love for Consort Jun are actually false, spread by him himself? The crown prince nodded. That's roughly the play he wanted to stage. Consort Jun should be the one who knows this best. As she listened to every word, Consort Jun's expression became more and more distorted. She clutched her head and screamed, I don't want to die, but my entire family is in his hands. Nandung snorted coldly. This kind of treacherous official from the Wei State truly lives up to his Mother Finji reputation. But why was our father emperor poisoned but didn't die? Nantuc said, the fire god cult is very skilled with all kinds of poisons. This snake venom was probably made by them. As for why father emperor didn't die from the poison, it's probably related to that person, you know? When Old Second heard that person, his face twisted as he thought him. No way, if even Big Brother thinks so. The crown prince, ever reliable, said, pass down the order, immediately light the beacon towers, and order Old Seventh to assemble the troops to engage the Wei army. Tie up Consort Jun and bring her to the battlefield. Starting tomorrow, I will manage the court's affairs. The eunuch beside the emperor immediately accepted the order. This domineering scene was an eye-opener for Nandung, who thought outsiders all say our Yin State's crown prince is incompetent. Turns out he was deliberately hiding his true abilities so that outsiders couldn't guess his real power. Old Third was right. Big Brother is indeed the most formidable. So Old Second stuck close to the Crown Prince to feel more secure. At the same time, at the third prince's residence, although the table wasn't filled with mountain delicacies and seafood, it was full of worldly delights. Dao Chu Vi and Nan SOC, running on the same Enjoy Life operating system, thought this is the life. Old Third said, while munching, "Let's just wait here until Big Brother send word." Nan Hai said helplessly, "Can you find me a different set of clothes before we eat, please?" Nan SOC, magnanimous and generous, waved his hand to signal for someone to bring clothes, then said like a capitalist, 50 taels a day, we'll settle the bill after you're done wearing it. Meanwhile, he continued to enjoy the culinary essence. After changing clothes, Old Seventh gave an inch and took a mile, saying, "Do you have any clothes for this little kid? This outfit is gaudy as hell." Old Third pondered, how would my residents have clothes for a little kid? As he spoke, a memory was awakened. There's one set. Go to the warehouse and bring back the chest of gift that the seventh prince didn't accept. These chests poured out countless jewels and jade from within. Seeing his third brother rummaging around with all his might, Nanhai couldn't help but feel disdain. Why you keep this stuff if you don't use it? Only you would see this junk as treasure. Vi, having just caught a ball, wanted to switch households, honestly asking, "Eggplant, is your house short on children?" This annoyed Old Seventh. "You've been bribed already? Is my house lacking food or clothing or something?" Nan SOC kissed a large diamond and exclaimed, "Throw it away. I spent money to buy this. They are all my purchased treasures." Nanhai showed his disgust openly. "It's such an eyesore, don't look." Finally, Old Third found what he was looking for. Nan SOC said softly, "You, come over here and help this little devil change into these clothes." That maid received the order and approached, when somehow Vi let out a cry. She pounced towards a maid, shouting, Vi's Tian Xiang. In an instant, Nan SOC broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, "Oh crap, this is bad." Nanhai also took notice and asked, "What are you doing here?" Seeing the maid was about to answer, Nan SOC quickly cut in, I had someone from your residence come over to take care of little potato. But there is only one truth." In her child's body, Vi cheekily said, "Big sister, you're not Tian Xiang." Tian Xiang doesn't have a mole under her eye. Nanhai thought, is she Tian Xiang's sister? Then why is one in my residence, and one here? Somehow Old Seventh wondered to himself, then a second later hated that he'd gotten the main point. He said in a cold voice, "You, take the child to change her clothes first." As soon as the door closed, Nan SOC was sweating bullets. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. But he was caught by his seventh brother. "Where are you sneaking off to?" Seeing his third brother's predicament, Nanhai gave a devilish smile and said, "So, Tian Xiang is the person you sent to my residence, right?" Old Third, looking small, weak, and pitiful, said, Old Seventh, please listen to my explanation." Nanhai just swung his arm, punching the air, which scared Nan SOC into trembling. "What do you want to do?" He muttered, "Are you really going to hit me?" Old Seventh let out a cold laugh, "Ha," and exclaimed, "What am I doing?" Getting revenge, of course. After a series of cracking his knuckles, came Old Third's blood-curdling scream, "Don't. I'll tell Big Brother." "Old Seventh, you bastard, don't hit my face." It was so noisy inside that the eunuch outside felt embarrassed. "Your Highnesses, if you're finished, please come out to receive the decree." Hearing that, Nanhai magnanimously stopped, while Nan SOC, whose soul had nearly left his body, said, "I need saving too." As soon as he heard a noise from the next room, Nanhai immediately rushed out, dashing past the poor eunuch. "Seventh Prince, this is from the Crown Prince." But the only reply he got was a gust of wind. The eunuch was speechless, thinking, now that I think about it, I think I just heard a woman scream. When he focused on the matter at hand, he found Nan SOC in despair, using his blood to write a letter cursing Old Seventh as a damn dog. Bastard. At that moment, Nanhai ran towards the source of the scream. He kicked the door open with great force, calling out loudly, Vi. But when he saw the scene, his whole body froze, and he screeched to a halt. Dao Tu Vi was holding a snake, letting it wrap around her neck, and excitedly said, "Scoundrel, look, that maid over there is the one who needs first aid." Nanhai's face was one of stunned shock. A second later, he grabbed the snake, yelling, "Don't just put anything on yourself. It's very dangerous." The eunuch and the third prince followed to see. Nan SOC curiously asked, "What's the situation?" But Old Seventh was still sternly trying to get to the bottom of it. Where did this snake come from? Vi weighed her options, thinking, should I say this is the pretty big sister snake? Absolutely not. So the little girl downplayed it, saying, It's a tame snake. It was with Vai Vai when I was locked up. It's very well behaved. Can I keep it? In Nan Hai's subconscious, a whole sermon was already playing. Why would you raise a wild, cold-blooded, and slippery animal like this? It's so dangerous and disgusting. What if it bites back? Wouldn't its venom send both me and the kid to meet the Monkey King? But Vai Vai was still insistent. It's very well behaved. Can I raise it? Nan Hai's expression suddenly stiffened. He chanted to himself, "No, I absolutely cannot agree. I must resolutely prevent this danger from appearing around me every day. I can't let the kid form the bad habit of thinking that just by being cute, she can get whatever she wants. I must be firm, I must be decisive, I must be strong." But faced with Vai Vai's sparkling eyes, asking, "Can I? Please?" Old Seventh was immediately hit with a dose of mesmerizing anesthetic. He unconsciously nodded. "All right, but you have to be responsible for it." Nan SOC saw this and lamented. "I feel like Old Seventh just had a fierce battle between a god and a mortal." In a speechless situation, the eunuch awkwardly said, "Your Highness, this matter is very urgent." After relaying the Crown Prince's instructions to the Seventh Prince, this servant must report back immediately. Just as Nan Hai ordered the eunuch to speak, he got distracted by the Third Prince's quick movements. That white snake is truly a rare sight. A second later, he came to his senses and seriously reported, "Recently, His Majesty has fallen gravely ill, and the Wei state has mobilized troops near the border. The Crown Prince orders you to quickly assemble troops at the Beacon Tower and set out with the Third Prince. Moreover, you should bring the one who is always by your side." His Highness said the situation is urgent. The details are all in here. You can read it on the way. Nan Hai took the letter and said softly, "I know." Suddenly, the eunuch received an affectionate pat on the shoulder from Nan SOC, whose sparkling eyes said more than words. "My big brother must have brought something for me too." The eunuch suddenly remembered and fumbled around his clothes to pull out an item. He said softly, "Indeed, there is. This is the spending money the Crown Prince gave you." He also instructed that the journey would be hard for the Third Prince, but you shouldn't feel wronged. Old Third hugged the stack of money to his chest and wailed, "In this world, only Big Brother loves me the most, and Old Seventh is the most hateful." While Vai Vai was feeding the white snake fruit, Nan Hai approached and whispered to her, "Do you want to come to the border with me? It's very harsh there. To be honest, I shouldn't take you. If you stay here, I'll take you to the Crown Prince's residence for him to take care of you." In his heart, he thought the kid would surely want to go to his Imperial brother's place, but was surprised when Vai Vai tightly gripped the hem of his clothes. Wailing, "Are you trying to send me away? I don't want to leave you." Nan Hai smiled gently, his heart warm with the scent of a spring breeze. "We'll be together." He picked the little girl up, letting her freely play with his hair. After settling things, Nan Hai said in a low voice, "I'll have the butler pack your things. As for Vai Vai, I'll ask you to take care of her for a bit." The Vai Vai in the story was already fast asleep. Before leaving, Old Seventh didn't forget to grab his dear third brother by the shoulder and say coldly, "Don't take care of her too much." The implied warning was, try teaching the kid any nonsense and see if your tongue is still there. In the end, to provide more attentive care, Nan SOC woke Dao Chu Vai up, and this morning we have a panda-eyed ASOC and a Vai. The poet sat watching the group from the Seventh Prince's residence arrive. As soon as the butler saw the little girl, he sobbed, "Young miss, His Highness told me. You really made me worried to death." She ran over excitedly, saying, "Look, Vai Vai's treasure." The butler looked at the white snake coiled on her head, pretended he couldn't see clearly, and praised with flowery words, "Young Mrs. New Hat is truly special." Nan SOC looked at the mountain of luggage behind them and called out, "Your Seventh Prince is going to war. Why bring so much stuff?" The butler replied, "These are all prepared for the young Mississippi. His Highness's things are over here." Old Third looked at the small bundle and couldn't stop laughing. Suddenly, I feel a bit of sympathy for Old Seventh. But the butler was a crybaby, saying, "The young miss is going all the way to the border this time. This old servant wishes he could bring the whole residence along." A while later at the gate of Yin State's capital, the Crown Prince said tearfully, "Nan Dung has to stay and take care of Father Emperor, so he couldn't leave. It's just me here to see you all off." But what made Nan Hai freeze was the two dead weights, Nan SOC and Vai Vai, hugging his elder brother's legs and crying. The Crown Prince let Nan SOC hug him tightly, carefully reminding him, "Remember to take care of your health on the road, and you must listen to Old Seventh." Does Old Seventh really want to take Vai Vai? The battlefield is very chaotic. The reliable Nan Hai said, "I will take good care of the kid." Old Third, with his eyes swollen from crying, asked, "What about me?" With that, Nan Tu-Si radiated the aura of a rich air, saying, "I heard you wanted to bring Vai Vai along, so I prepared a carriage." The trio of troublemakers stared mesmerized at the luxurious carriage, exclaiming, This carriage is too extravagant. Only the crown prince sighed quietly. You two come here. Then he hugged the trio of troublemakers tightly, saying gently, no matter what, you must come back alive. The banner of the Yin state fluttered in the wind, and the soldiers were fully assembled. Nanhai sat on his warhorse, looking heroic and dashing like a great general. Atop the gate of the Yin capital, the crown prince raised his wine cup, personally sending his two younger brothers off to the battlefield. I wish all the soldiers and generals a swift return. As Nanhai raised his wine cup, the entire army shouted the slogan, "Protect the motherland. Not an inch of land will be yielded." The group was arduously traveling the long road, but it was a different scene inside the luxurious carriage. Dao Q Vi and Nan SOC exclaimed in unison, "Wow, it's so spacious we can even roll around." Suddenly, Old Third sat up and said seriously, "Little Potato, these few days Old Seventh has to lead the army, so I will take care of you." With that, he said cheekily, "Most importantly, no one is managing us." So the two of them had a grand party inside the carriage until they heard the sound of the door opening. The munching actions of Vi Vi and a SOC also stopped. They said mechanically, "Huh? Old Seventh, you're here?" Nanhai snorted, coldly looking at the battlefield before him, and said softly, "I knew it would be like this. Teacher, please come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the Grand Tutor was seen entering with a stack of books. Vi Vi and Nan SOC were so scared they dropped their pastries. Nanhai said coldly, "Seeing you two so happy to see the teacher, I can now lead the army with peace of mind." The Grand Tutor nodded. "Seventh Prince, rest assured, this old man will definitely teach these two to be proper people." The door had barely closed when the Grand Tutor's cough echoed, startling the two of them. Their bodies instinctively knelt before the study table. Nan SOC was furious, cursing inwardly. "Old Seventh, just you wait." "But wait, that's not right. I finished my studies a long time ago. Why do I still have to study?" As for Nanhai, after leaving that carriage, he went to the carriage imprisoning Consort Jin. As soon as she saw him, she said aggrievedly, "Seventh Prince, do you want to kill me?" Nanhai didn't bother to speak, just swung his sword in a sharp arc. Consort Jin hurriedly shut her eyes, waiting for the pain to come. But when she felt her hands were free, she was stunned into a daze. She asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid I'll run away?" Nanhai snorted coldly. "In a wilderness like this, I doubt you'd risk becoming food for wild beasts." Consort Jun became vigilant, asking, "What exactly do you want to do?" He said in a serious tone, "Do you want to kill the Wei Emperor?" She was terrified. "That's impossible. My family is all in his hands." Old Seventh kept a cold face, saying, "So you're determined to die? Do you think they will spare your family after you're dead? Back then, I was the one who snatched you from the Wei Emperor for Father Emperor, so consider it my debt to you. Now I'll give you 3 choices. Here's a set of Shadow Guard clothes, a pack of dry rations, and a dose of fake death poison. The first choice is you run from here. This pack of dry rations can help you survive for a few days. The wilderness here is full of wild beasts. If you die, it's fate." He continued, "The second choice is to follow the army to the border. When the two armies fight, you'll be brought out as a prisoner and then killed, fulfilling your wish to die. The third choice is to take this fake death poison, making people think you are dead. I will put you in the Shadow Guard team to hide and take you to the Wei State to get your revenge. Since you're going to die anyway, why not risk it all once?" After speaking, he tactfully left to give Consort Jun time to think. At the same time, in the Imperial Palace, the Emperor was still receiving special treatment with acupuncture. Old Second was the one in charge of this task. He thought to himself, after one more detoxification session tomorrow, this old man can wake up. I can probably retreat then to avoid the old man getting sick from anger again when he sees me later. No matter how you look at it, it's a touching scene of a loving father and a filial son. Since there was nothing else to do, Nan Dung ordered someone to bring a cup of water to quench his thirst. He thought to himself, just a little more medicine and it'll be fine. My medical skills are truly unparalleled in this world. Suddenly, Old Second sniffed a few times and smelled a strange scent. Nan Dung's body immediately tensed up, his alertness raised to the max level. Then Su Van Dim jumped out from nowhere, covering his mouth and saying, "Don't make a sound." Knowing the person who came was that guy, Nan Dung cursed a string of beeps in his head. He immediately used a rocket elbow to counterattack, while shouting, "You dare to mess with me?" Su Van Dim quickly dodged, saying softly, "We haven't seen each other for just a few days. No need to welcome me so enthusiastically, right? But your reaction is quite fast. How did you know it was me?" Nan Dung was stunned, thinking, "I always feel like your scent carries a hint of a eunuch's quarters. What else?" But what he said was a bit different. "You dare to barge into the Imperial Palace. Believe I'll call people to throw you in jail?" Su Van Dam smirked, saying, "Since I dared to come here, Of course, I'm not afraid of being caught. As he spoke, a creaking sound was heard, causing the two people inside to unconsciously fall silent. Seeing a third person enter, Nandung immediately pushed Van Diem away. Someone's coming. Why aren't you leaving? Seeing that no matter how much he pushed, this person stood firm, Nandung felt flustered. For some reason, Su Van Diem smiled, then immediately pulled him into hiding. He held Old Second tightly, asking, "Why are you so nervous? Are you in a hurry to get me caught?" Because the two of them were too close, Nandung was too embarrassed to curse. There was only the poor eunuch with a bowl of water in his hand, wandering around looking for him. It wasn't until he heard the second prince say, "I'm treating His Majesty, just leave the water there and go," that the eunuch still hesitated. "There's one more thing. I want to report to the second prince." The seventh prince sent word that Consort Jun committed suicide by drinking poison. Nandung's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He said, "All right, I know. You may leave." After the eunuch left, Old Second honestly asked, "Was Consort Jun's matter you're doing?" Su Van Diem lazily said, "I'm here right now. How could I poison someone to death?" Old Second turned into Satan, shouting, "Then who else? You're still lying there." So the man felt guilty and said softly, "Didn't you say that old man treated you very badly before? I found a painless, itch-free poison to punish him a little." "Nandung, are you surprised? Do you still remember?" Su Yinyin said as he dragged the person away, "Your medical skills are excellent. This old man will wake up in a few days. No need to bother with him anymore. If he's fine, then pack up and come with me." Nandung forcefully shook his hand off, bristling as he said, "You can get lost yourself. Who wants to go with you?" Su Yinyin jumped onto the windowsill and said softly, "Then you can decide for yourself. Your two younger brothers are on a military campaign. I hope nothing happens to them." Hearing this, the second brother became irritable. "You dare touch my younger brothers, I will." Before he could finish his sentence, the other person grabbed him by the collar, pulled him in for a kiss, and was heard asking playfully a what? Nandung's entire body flushed red as he mechanically scolded, "You insolent, ill-mannered, shameless person." But Su Yinyin just smiled, saying fiercely, "On Nan, this time, it's your turn to pursue me," making the second brother tremble with anger. Sure enough, the very next day, the crown prince brother received a letter. "I've gone to find seventh brother. I also conveniently took some jewels as a treatment fee. You don't need to be surprised. Signed, Nandung." The Yin Kingdom's army had already traveled a long way when a soldier suddenly rushed to report, "Your Highness, the Wei army has burned the vanguard supply wagons." After extinguishing the fire, only half of the remaining food was saved. The air around Nanshi turned cold as he said, "They really are tired of living." Passed down the order, the grain convoy is to temporarily slow down. Wait for escort reinforcements. After dealing with the pressing military matters, the seventh brother had some free time and wanted to drop by his luxurious carriage. What the hell? As soon as he opened the door, he was hit by the strong smell of ink, stacks of paper with scribbled handwriting on the floor, and the sound of complaints. Just like the laments of the third brother in Wei Wei. "Come on, little potato, there's probably still a lot of homework." Which immediately and successfully activated the call for help mode from the other two. "Have pity on us. There's too much homework. I can't write anymore." The seventh brother quickly caught Wei Wei and conveniently kicked the third brother 1,000 meters away in disgust. He was mischievous, pinching Wei Wei's nose as he said, "Have you been bored with your studies lately? Let me take you out to relax a bit." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the hopeless Nan Suo clinging to his leg and whining. "Do you want to take me out to play too?" She moved as fast as the wind, saying indifferently, "Can't bring you." So that night at midnight, while the soldiers were straining their eyes to keep watch, their general was sneaking around. When Wei Wei curiously asked where this place was, Nanshi replied, "Be as wild as you want, and let me show you something more interesting." With that, the seventh brother took out something. With just one blow, it lit up a lamp. Then he brought out many more similar items, asking mischievously, "Do you want to try?" What the hell? That night, at the camp of the Wei Kingdom's general, while they were having a drink, the Wei soldiers clamored, "General, all the grain is burned." He tried to remain calm, saying, "Oh, the Yin army burned all their reserve supplies? This is good news. We must celebrate." The soldier squeezed his eyes shut and said, "No, it's our army's granaries that have all burned down," shocking the Wei commander into gaping. "You, what did you say?" Early the next morning, while Tao Wei Wei was still sleepy, she was kidnapped onto a horse by Nanshi and taken to a green, fragrant meadow. The seventh brother was unusually quiet, silently waiting for Wei Wei to wake up. As soon as the little one woke up with drool at the corner of her mouth, she opened her eyes to a beautiful place. Wei Wei exclaimed, "Where is this? It's so beautiful." Nanshi said softly, "This is where my mother used to like to bring me. But since she passed away, I haven't come here anymore." He thought to himself, "It's as if time has stopped here. as if nothing has changed. Wei Wei's voice called out, "Bastard." Seeing her sudden movement, he came to his senses. "What do you want to do? Don't get up right now, okay?" Little Wei smiled, gently patting his head, and said, "I will accompany the bad guys in the future, so the bad guys won't have to be sad anymore." Nancy felt a warmth and replied to her with a hum. Then he pushed this little mushroom head down, saying softly, "Sit still for me. We're setting off again." After a full day of outing, it got dark. Just as they returned to the inn to rest, the person inside caught his attention. But Nan Suo smiled and said, "Welcome, esteemed guest. Would you like to stop by for a meal or stay the night?" Tian Shuang and Jioding chimed in, "Yes, sir." Nan, she commented indifferently, "What are you trying to play at now? Help me put the little one to bed." Nan nodded, "Oh, this shop was very shady before, so I just bought it for myself." The seventh brother, being idle, played along. "What's the cost to stay at this inn?" The third brother nodded and quoted a price. "We have so many guests that it's 20 taels of silver for a good night's sleep without being scared by ghosts." As soon as Nancy asked how much he spent on it, the third brother held up his hand and said 5,000 taels. He was immediately met with the seventh brother's wrath. Does money grow on trees? Even though it was money given privately by the crown prince brother, Suo still said meekly, "Wait a moment, I'll calculate an amount for you." Then he took out an abacus, gesturing as he said, "I'll charge 10 taels per person, so 10 people would be 100 taels. This is a main thoroughfare, with no villages or shops nearby. At least 20 people pass by for business each month. The investment will be recovered within a year, and I'll buy another one in that time. I can count money even while lying down." Nancy gave him a look of concern reserved for the mentally challenged. Then he honestly commented, "No one would stay at an inn that costs 10 taels of silver a night," successfully shattering Nan Suo's extraordinary optimism. Just as he finished speaking, the inn door was pushed open, and Nan Dung ran in panting. This left his two younger brothers stunned. "Second brother, why are you here?" The second brother didn't have time to say a word, immediately rushing over to the two rascals, looking left and right to check them over carefully. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, thinking, luckily, no one was poisoned. Then Nan Dung started to limp. Nancy asked, "Hey, are you okay?" The second brother replied, "Me? I'm fine. I miss you all so much that I rushed here without stopping." But as brothers, both Nan Shi and Nan So subtly realized that things didn't seem to be fine. The second brother fell into a state of existential doubt. "Damn it, I was tricked by that black bear again." But Nan Dung still tried to appear calm, accepting water from his two rascals. But little did he know he had already fallen into the sights of the hunter named Su. Who was the bear and who was the hunter was yet to be seen. Su Yunyan hid in a tree above, thinking to himself, "Are you ready for it? If they disappear, you will belong to me." That night, Tian Shuang, holding Wei Wei, said, "Your Highness, the young miss smells strongly of smoke. Let me take you to bathe and rest." Nancy nodded and replied, "All right, I'll take her there later." As soon as he finished, he was openly scorned by Nan Suo. "Seventh brother, you smell like fire too. Where did you take the little one last night?" Just then, they heard Wei Wei talking in her sleep, "Go burn the granary with Wei Wei." Both Nan Suo and Nan Dung gave their dear younger brother a thumbs up, thinking to themselves, what a ruthless way to raise a child, just as expected. Ending the scorn, Nan Suo on a character, saying, "Since we want to bathe, please follow me, dear guests. There are a few small hot springs in the backyard of this post station. Everyone should go for a soak." Then, the second brother beside him suddenly remembered something he had forgotten. Nan Dung said softly, "If you want to wash up, little one, come." From outside the inn door, a tuft of hair appeared at a very modest height. The little kid silently looked inside from the outside, then quickly hid behind Nan Dung. He was heard explaining to the strangers, "Hey, let's get this child cleaned up. Where did this child come from? I saw this child lying by the roadside on my way here. It probably hadn't eaten in a few days and was injured, so I had to bring it along. Is that kid a boy or a girl? I don't know. The kid never says anything." Nan Saw, aka the manager and owner, immediately stood between the women's and men's bathhouses, saying softly, "Then who will wash the kid?" The second brother agreed, saying, "That's the problem. What if it's a girl? What if it's inconvenient for us? Can you have someone check the kid?" As soon as he finished, the little kid pulled on Nan Dung's hem, saying in a small voice, I'm a boy." With the explanation over, Nan So urgently invited his whole family to move towards the hot springs. Nan Dung took on the task of washing the black-haired kid first before joining his two relaxing younger brothers for a soak. Upon seeing the numerous wounds on the boy's body, the second brother felt a pang of pity, thinking, this child is still so young. He gently patted the kid's head and asked, "Can you tell me your name?" The kid said in a small voice just 2 words, Long Rue. Nan Dung immediately thought, the surname Long has long been forbidden among the royalty of many countries. Would an ordinary family dare to use the character Long in their child's name? Nan Suo turned his head and asked, "Then why did you faint by the roadside? Where did you escape from?" Long Rue's expression suddenly distorted, and he hugged Nandung tightly. The second brother immediately scolded. "How old are you? Still bullying a child?" The third brother snorted coldly. "Why can't I? So what if I'm older?" Then Nan Suo became furious, completely turning into a pufferfish, huffing and puffing under the water, earning a disdainful look from Nan Shi. Suddenly, a bang sound rang out, making the seventh brother pay attention. What was that sound? At the same time, Su Yinyan was still silently gazing at Nandung, and his nose unconsciously started to bleed. After they finished bathing, Wei Wei fell into a refreshing sleep. Long Rue was also given a new, bright set of clothes, which made the trio of Nan troublemakers all exclaim in admiration. The little boy whispered, "Thank you, big brother," successfully activating Nandung's doting on younger brother mode. Even Nansua had a sigh, so well behaved. That night, the three princes held an emergency meeting. Nan, she spoke first. "Have you prepared enough reserve supplies? We can't waste any more time and must catch up with the vanguard." Nansua nodded and replied, "We just need the nearby government office to send the last cart tonight, and that will be enough. We can set off tomorrow." Suddenly, a familiar call of bastard was heard, along with a person made of mud. Tao Wei Wei excitedly said, "Bastard, come look at Wei Wei's new creation." This little girl was full of energy right after waking up. The seventh brother nodded in praise. "That's an improvement." But the third brother was speechless. "This looks just like seventh brother." The second brother was even more at a loss for words when he saw the newly picked up boy sweeping the house. "Long Rue, what are you doing in that corner?" Long Rue whispered in reply, "I don't know how to repay you." Nandung frowned and said, "You don't have to work anymore. Come sit down and eat something. Look how well behaved this child is. He's just like someone when he was little." Seeing Wei Wei lean forward, Nan Suo passed the menu over and said, "Little potato, what do you want to eat?" After a moment of, while reading the entire menu, Wei Wei said frankly, "Can I order everything?" The third brother immediately gave a thumbs up, saying, "Of course, the customer is king." In his heart, he was already rubbing his hands together, thinking, can't miss any opportunity to fleece seventh brother. Nancy immediately shot him a sidelong glance, thinking, "I think you just want to fleece me," which made the third brother break out in a cold sweat. Don't interrupt my inner monologue. Only Nandung was truly concerned about the little boy. "Long Rue, what do you want to eat?" The boy replied in a small voice, "Steamed buns are delicious." Nansua patted his head and said, "Don't be afraid, kid. Just eat as much as you want. I don't need your money." With that, Tao Wei Wei lifted Nan Shi's hand and placed it on her head. Seeing the little one enjoying the comfortable feeling, it was only when he looked over at Long Rue that the seventh brother understood something. Unconsciously, Wei Wei froze, then shouted as if she understood something. Wei Wei has made a big discovery. Where did this little thing come from? This made both Shi and Suo evaluate themselves. You're a little small yourself. The trio of troublemakers formally introduced. His name is Long Rue. From now on, he will be your friend. That night, as soon as he pushed open the door to his room, Nandung's eyes widened. He instinctively closed the door and chanted, "I must be tired. Otherwise, how could I be seeing strange things around me? I must be dazed." But when he opened the door again, he still saw Su Yinyan lying on the bed, saying hi to him. The second brother rushed over. "Why are you here? Get out now." The other person replied, reasonably, "How could I let you sleep outdoors in this wilderness?" Just as he was about to throw the person out, Su Yunyan let out a small groan. It was only when Nandung paid attention that he noticed the hastily bandaged wound on the man's abdomen. So, the second brother had to work overtime in the middle of the night. He couldn't help but ask resentfully what happened. Su Yinyan's face turned cold as he said, "The child you brought back is really a problem." But the next second, he became playful, patting the spot beside him and saying, "But that doesn't matter. Aren't you setting off tomorrow? Come and sleep next to me." Early the next morning, the moment Nandung opened his eyes, he hit the jackpot. He found himself nestled in Su Yinyan's arms, and the good morning he heard made his legs go stiff. The second brother quickly sat up and shouted, "I slept on the floor last night. Did you drag me up here?" The man said indifferently, "You were the one who attacked me in the middle of the night, so I had no choice but to give you half of my bed." Then he cheekily asked, "Did you sleep?" "Well, last night." Nandung's ears throbbed at his words, and he pressed down hard on the man's wound, screaming, "I'd beat you to death if you weren't a good person." The man, in pain but still playful, said, pressure on the wound, "I think you're very good and can still do many things." Halfway through the assassination attempt, the door was pushed open and Nan Suo poked his head in, saying, "Second brother, good morning." Before he could finish, he was shocked by the scene before him, freezing him solid. Nandung quickly dodged, shouting, "Don't misunderstand me," while young master Su said lazily, "Brother, come on in." Then Suo showed his disgust. Who's your brother? The second brother was so scared he stuttered, WHWH, what do you want to do? Don't touch my younger brother. Yunyan replied, what are you worried about? I just prepared a small gift for my younger brother. With that, he took out a sparkling, luminous pearl from his clothes, mesmerizing the third brother. Is it really for Ah Suo? Seeing his younger brother's hopeless look, Nan Dung thought to himself, why do I have a bad feeling about this? Sure enough, Nan Suo took the treasure and left, smiling brightly as he said, well then, you two sleep a little longer. I'll go pay first. This left Nan Dung utterly embarrassed, shouting, you sold me out for this? And what the hell is GOL? You heartless thing. Then he held out his hand towards Su Yinyin, making the other person ask in confusion. What? The second brother broke out in a cold sweat, saying softly, give me more money. I have a feeling a certain guy will trick me into paying more hush money again. As he walked down the corridor, Nan Suo saw them and judged, is it necessary to practice when you're still so short? Nan, she watched the two kids practice and said softly, the border is not like the capital. Children must always have some self-defense skills. And what have you been up to? Nan Suo had a selfish thought. Should I tell seventh brother? Yes, this is just that guy's fee for changing the statement. I'll ask second brother for some protection money later. I'm so smart. Before he could even make a sound, he was lifted up in a daze and then placed neatly on two stakes. The third brother complained, why do I have to stand on this too? Nancy was openly contemptuous. Do you think you can protect yourself? Nan Suo couldn't argue and had to swallow his bitterness. While the three of them were diligently practicing, from behind a tree, someone drew a bow, wanting to aim at Long Ray. Just as the arrow was about to reach the boy, Nancy became alert. With quick hands and feet, he carried the boy away. Although the arrow missed, it gave Long Rui a big scare. The arrow was firmly embedded in the wooden stake. Wei Wei ran over in a panic. Long Rui, are you okay, little one? Nancy held the trembling Long Rui tightly in his arms, asking softly, are you hurt? He himself frowned, thinking, I was afraid it would be like this. It seems this child has encountered many similar things. That's the problem with everything. He gently comforted the boy, saying softly, don't be afraid. Then he strode away, acting as fast as lightning while saying, Long Rui, looks fine. It should be like this. Nancy gathered a force, channeling it into the arrow in his hand. With just a light flick of his finger, he sent the arrow flying back towards a tree. After it pierced through the tree, a cry of pain was heard. This incredibly cool moment successfully stunned Long Rui. Nancy said in a cold voice, Jiao Ding, tie that person up for interrogation. Jiao Ding acted quickly, shouting, understood, and vanished in a flash. Just as things were handled, Nindung walked by and asked softly, what are you all doing here? Wei Wei, hugging Nancy's thigh, said angrily there was a bad guy just now. He wanted to attack Long Rui with a very fast arrow. It came, and then, hearing this, the second brother remembered what Su Yunyan had said. That child has attracted two assassin organizations. Both are first-rate masters. He thought to himself, even I could be attacked when I'm near the kid. He could never be a child from an ordinary family. So, the second brother tactfully patted the third brother's shoulder and said, take the children inside to play. Nansa nodded in understanding and went to coax the two kids, saying, let's go eat some candied hawthorns. As soon as they left, Nandung said in a low voice, I'm afraid that kid Long Rui has an extraordinary background. With him, things like this will surely happen to Long Rui again. Nancy said softly, what? The second brother clicked his tongue, lamenting, he's so young, yet he has scars all over his body. My conscience can't let it be, but I'm afraid it will cause trouble for you. The seventh brother immediately said, if you can't even protect a child, how can you talk about leading soldiers to fight, right? Suddenly, Jiao Ding came running over. Speaking quickly, Your Highness, the man is dead, with poison in his mouth. I checked and found that this man has a tattoo on his waist, suspected to be the mark of the Wei Imperial Guard. Both the seventh and second brothers became pensive. The shadow guards of the Wei Kingdom's Imperial family? Is this child's background related to the Wei Kingdom's Imperial family? Nancy frowned and said, let's think about it on the way. Since we've been targeted, let's hurry. And if the trip is delayed by 2 days, we should catch up as soon as possible. Let's start now. Jiao Ding cupped his fist and said yes. So the Yin Kingdom's army continued its journey on foot. Inside the luxurious carriage, Nan Suo slept soundly, clutching his hush money tightly, while Wei Wei thoughtfully said, try this, it's delicious. Nan Dung stared at Long Rui, thinking to himself, who could he be? An enemy of the Wei Emperor, or the Wei Emperor's own blood? The Yin Kingdom's army had moved into a rugged, hilly area. Seeing Tao Wei Wei always frowning as she looked outside, Nan Suo ruffled the kid's hair and said softly, don't worry, seventh brother will take the lead in supporting the front line. and we'll meet him soon. Wei Wei said worriedly, will the bastard be hurt by the bad guys? Nan Suo puffed out his chest and said, who do you think you're worrying about? That's my younger brother. Sure enough, the Yin Kingdom's border army had indeed run into an ambush. A fierce battle had truly broken out in the winding canyon. The soldiers of both sides carried the hopes of their nations. Neither was willing to yield to the other, slashing and slashing relentlessly. The commander of the Yin Kingdom still gritted his teeth, trying to hold on as best he could, until a soldier pressed his back against him and said softly, General, this attack by the Wei Kingdom is too fierce. The soldiers killed and wounded are horrifying. The defensive line here is breaking quickly. I can't hold it anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Wei Kingdom's soldiers swarming in, attacking head-on. The great general braced himself, using his sword to block the attacks of two Wei soldiers, simultaneously exposing his back. Just as the enemy wanted to take advantage of this opening to kill him, the great general thought grimly, his eyes more strained than ever. I going to die here? What the hell? Before he could even feel the pain, the ambushing soldier coughed up blood on the spot, and the two in front of him also fell one by one. The great general looked up and tears welled in his eyes. He stared at the seventh prince, Nan Shi, and the flags with the character Yin fluttering in the wind. The great general was overjoyed, shouting, Seventh Highness, it's our Seventh Highness. Reinforcements have arrived, everyone. The border soldiers couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. Nan Shi didn't say a word, coldly putting away his bow and arrow. Then he drew the sword from his horse's side, and with one sweep cleared all the enemies before him. In an instant, he had pacified the battlefield. Seeing his formation broken, the Wei Kingdom's general roared aggressively, What are you running for? Fight! Fight for me! But the Wei Kingdom soldiers just ran for their lives, shouting, Run! Don't listen to him. The god of slaughter of Yin has arrived. Sure enough, Nan Shi rode his horse right up to him, scaring the enemy general so much he went weak in the knees. Before he could even negotiate half a word, his head was taken by the god of slaughter of Yin. That night, at the Wei Kingdom border, Nan Shi's army hung up a banner to celebrate. The army was overjoyed. As soon as the door to the commander's tent opened, a soldier shouted loudly, Welcome, Your Highness. With that, a soldier approached and whispered to Nan Dung, Your Highness, is it true what I heard, that Your Highness also brought in Peerless Master here this time? The second brother asked, bewildered, A Peerless Master? What kind of Peerless Master? So the soldiers had a good gossip session, chattering away that there was a rumor this master had destroyed the fire god cult's branch in the capital. Furthermore, it was said that this person had once defeated his seventh highness, leaving him unable to get out of bed for 2 days. Nan SOC, enjoying this juicy gossip, chuckled to himself. It seems the news I arranged to spread before we set off has already circulated. So old third put on a masterful act, saying dazedly, Oh. Are you talking about the person who once saved the crown prince? It's still hot this time of year. The one from the Wei State's horse and grain house, or something. Nan Dung at the side frowned and asked, Are you talking about that person? Is there really such a person? Nan SOC nodded and said, Yes. Am I not telling the truth? Isn't that the truth? Old Second's eyebrows knitted together tightly, and he whispered, It seems it looks like there really is such a person. Hearing his third highness say, So, the soldiers eagerly inquired, Really? So there really is such a person. Then where is this peerless master now? While Nan SOC was mysteriously saying that person is a master who is very, very, very tall, Wei Wei, who had been left behind by Nan SOC, came forward at the same time and said, I've finished cleaning up eggplant. The little girl's appearance momentarily plunged the atmosphere into an indescribable silence. But a second later, the soldiers exclaimed, A peerless master can't be this cute, can they? After returning to the barracks, Nan Dung delicately asked, What just happened? Nan SOC, as if just waiting for his second brother to ask, blabbered on, We're bringing this little potato to the front lines. Someone is bound to gossip, right? Since I want to say it, I'll write a draft and have my subordinates spread it. Don't let those unkind people bully us and the little potato while Old Seventh is away, right? Old Second was so surprised his eyes widened, exclaiming, Surprisingly, you're still a little bit useful, which made Old Third's pride sting endlessly. What do you mean by saying that with such a surprised tone? Before he could get to the bottom of it, an announcement came from outside that his seventh highness had returned victorious. Nan Hai appeared with a look of disdain, and the first thing he asked was, Where is Wei Wei? His two older brothers, having just welcomed him back victoriously, honestly gestured, The little girl Dao Tu Vai is facing the corner over there. Nan Hai quietly approached her side and asked, Wei Wei, why are you crying? Tu Vai puffed out her cheeks, and with teary eyes said, You jerk, Why did you sneak away while Wei Wei was sleeping? Do you feel that Wei Wei is very angry now? But upon seeing his stained clothes, she lost control of her words, saying, "So much blood. Jerk, are you hurt?" But in fact, it was all other people's blood. So the little girl grabbed Nanhai's hand tightly, pulling and tugging. Dao Chu Vai pulled him to sit on a chair, seriously saying, "Sit down. Wei Wei will bandage it for you." Seeing Nanhai persistently deny it, "Wei Wei, this isn't my blood." The little girl then scolded her second brother, saying, "Don't talk during treatment." Then she obediently listened as old second said, Here are the tools." After a period of focused fiddling, Wei Wei finally managed to cut the bandage, successfully turning Nanhai into a lame crab with two huge bandage claws. Wei Wei, with an expectant look, said, "How does it feel?" Nan SOC had already fainted from laughter, and Nan Dung also chuckled and said, "This hammer could beat a lot of people to death." Old Seventh humbly replied, "In the future, my injuries will have to depend on you, kid." One night, Nanhai whispered, "Second brother, I will follow you. The general has confirmed the next tactical deployment. The wounded are all gathered in the tents to the north." Nandung nodded, "Leave it to me." So old second went to the northern tents alone. And as soon as he entered, he received a distress signal from the Imperial physician. "Your Highness, the situation is not good. There are too many wounded and our military physicians are limited. I'm afraid too many people couldn't wait to be treated. It's just." Nan Dung signaled for the other person to calm down. He himself looked around at the injured soldiers, thinking to himself, there's no comparison here. The battlefield is truly brutal. Then he put on a veil and asked in a serious tone, "What is the exact number of wounded at present? How many military physicians are there in total?" The other person replied nervously, "There are a total of 15 military physicians and 50 medical soldiers, including us. The current number of wounded is over 3,000 people." He then brought out 3 colors of string, giving careful instructions, "Send these to the military physicians. Before treatment, triage the wounded. Minor injuries are to be tied with a green cloth strip and left for the medical soldiers to bandage it. Minor injuries are to be tied with a green cloth strip and left for the medical soldiers to bandage it. I'm afraid the largest number of wounded are those with moderate injuries who are still conscious. Assign them to the military physicians." Then he concluded, "For those with severe injuries, whose consciousness is in danger, tie a red cloth strip to the wounded person's arm and bring them to these 2 front tents. Send 2 military physicians to handle it with me. This way, the treatment time for each wounded person can be saved. Let more wounded people be treated." Nan Dung took charge of the red tag patients himself. He broke into a cold sweat after finishing a difficult case, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect there to be so many severely wounded people. I can't spare my hands either. What should I do?" Suddenly, Su Yinyan's words appeared in his mind. "When you need me, call with the code, and I will come immediately." Nan Dung's face immediately filled with disgust. He thought to himself, "Although I don't want to admit it, with that black bear's help, more people can be saved. But I really can't shout that damn code." But after a quick calculation, he realized he couldn't waste any more time. So he left and said, "I'll be out for a moment and we'll be back soon." Nan Dung climbed straight up onto a tree branch. His whole body trembled for a long time before he shouted loudly, "Yin, Anan's kiss is so lovely." Just as he finished speaking, Su Yinyan was truly behind him, whispering, "I'm here. Do you need my help with something?" Old Second passed over a handkerchief, seriously saying, "Help me save people." Yinyan took the handkerchief, just smiled, and gently said, "All right, I accept." At the same time in the Wei State's camp, the 3 remaining generals held a round table conference in the night. General number 1 was Wei Jin, who angrily slammed the table, saying, "Why did Nanhai kill that person so quickly? If it continues like this, our initial early advantage will be reversed by him." The second general calmly said, "General, don't forget that we still have a few prisoners. The generals of the Yin state. You can use them to threaten forcing Nanhai to retreat. It will take at least 3 days for reinforcements to arrive. But what if we are forced to confront the Yin state's army?" Wei Jin was wary, asking, "What do you mean by this?" The other person said slyly, "The battle is up to us to fight, and the elite masters of both sides will duel one-on-one in an arena. If we win once, Nanhai will retreat 10 miles. If they win once, we will return one of their captured generals." The other person at the table also agreed, "That's right. This not only delays time, but also causes us no harm." Wei Jin then laughed loudly, saying, "Thanks to the military strategist this time, who helped us successfully capture the Yin state's generals alive. How the hell is Su Mo here?" She said indifferently, "That is the general's reward. I believe this time they may or may not win. It depends on whether you could drive Nan Hai to his death. Wei Jin was contemplative, saying, do that to the god of slaughter, Nan Hai. I don't believe anyone in this world can do that. In Su Moer's subconscious, the short figure of Dao Chu Vai appeared, and she said profoundly, it will be very simple if you grasp his weakness. Then killing Nan Hai will be as easy as turning over your hand. At the same time, Nan Dong was still diligently treating the soldiers, while Su Yinyan was gnawing on his loneliness after being thrown into the tent next door by someone. Suddenly, Old Second felt a fresh, blossoming atmosphere behind him. Sure enough, as soon as he turned around, he saw a group of hopeless soldiers surrounding Dao Chu Vai. Watching the little girl cast a spell, Wei Wei will blow on it for everyone. Blow it away, and it won't hurt anymore. While the soldiers were melting from his cuteness, Nandung just asked, why are you two here? Wei Wei clearly replied, Eggplant said that being lazy doesn't make you a good child. Push Wei Wei here to help everyone, please. Go. Old Second cursed inwardly. How can someone like you so easily say that about others? Long Rue also followed, tugging on the hem of Nandung's robe, whispering, Second brother, I came here to help you, thus successfully capturing the hearts of the people along with this little boy. Nandung carefully masked the two children, saying in a serious tone, helping is fine, but you must protect yourselves well first. At the same time, at the main general's tent, Nan SOC scowled. Is it okay to say that this pile of scrap paper is intelligence? Which general is the enemy's usual vanguard? Which direction are you used to starting the attack from? How are the infantry and cavalry arranged? What are your secret agents doing? Old Third was dissatisfied and scolded. Intelligence on the battlefield is bigger than the sky, and a blind playing style is only suitable for my kind of play, which frightened the border general. So what should we do next? Nan SOC took on the air of making way for an expert to show their skills, saying, let's find out about the enemy first. Now I will send a signal to recall our secret contacts established at the border to question and probe the soldiers in the army. The meeting ended at midnight, and as soon as he went outside, Old Third was attracted by a red lantern. As he finished speaking, a streak of light suddenly flashed past his head. Nan SOC let out a strange laugh, suddenly thinking of a not bad idea. Mwahaha. And so, the unfortunate signal flares were chosen as Nan SOC's victims. Seeing someone come out, Old Third called out loudly, Old Second, come light some fireworks. Happy New Year. Nan Dung, with disheveled hair, spoke incoherently. What are you doing? 2 more rolls of gauze. Then he decisively fainted and was successfully caught by Su Yunyan. That man sighed and said, why are you so tired? Also successfully scaring the daylights out of Nan SOC. How did this man get into the wounded tent? As he finished speaking, he received a death glare from the other person, who said coldly, be quiet, don't wake him. Nan SOC watched Su Yinyan decisively carry his second brother away, then bristled and cursed, hey, big guy, don't take advantage of my second brother. My second brother can't. Before he could finish his sentence, the person was already gone. Nan Hai, who had just arrived, asked Old Third, who are you talking to? Nan SOC mechanically turned around and said, you're here? Come on, I've prepared something good for you. His hand immediately lifted Chu Vai up, placing her on Old Seventh's shoulders, said, Wei Wei, let's light the fireworks. Nan Hai lazily asked, did you ask me to inform the 3 armies that there's an operation tonight? Huh, why are we lighting fireworks? As he finished speaking, he exclaimed, the Spring Festival? Huh? I'd forgotten about it. He gently said to Wei Wei on his shoulders, wait until we get back to the capital. I'll give you lucky money then. Pack a big red envelope, too. After Nan SOC lit the signal, the signal flare soared high into the sky. It was also New Year's Eve, and the capital was also filled with brilliant fireworks. The Crown Prince said gently, Happy New Year. As he finished, a shadow guard came to report, Your Highness, the items ordered by the third prince have been delivered, and my subordinate has completed the mission. Nantuc said thoughtfully, it's really a mess. Is this how messenger flares are supposed to be used? One fine day, Nan SOC, lounging on a tree, aimed at a kite and said, here we come. Then he jumped down with a thud, damaging the grass, then dusted off his bottom and ran away. As soon as he returned to the camp, he saw the soldiers jogging with Wei Wei, saying, good morning, be careful not to fall. Old Third thought to himself, it's only been a few days, and everyone is already so familiar and friendly with the little kid. As he finished his thought, he said, little potato, come here. I'll take you to Old Seventh's place. Old Third nodded and praised the little potato. Why are you up so early? Wei Wei said, I always start training at this time. So the two of them trotted to Nan Hai's tent, peeking their heads inside to see him still sleeping. Nan SOC thought to himself, Old Seventh hasn't woken up yet. This is a chance to take advantage of it. So Old Third signaled for Wei Wei to keep quiet. The two of them tiptoed inside. Nan SOC poked Nan Hai's cheek while whispering, "Old Seventh, little Seventh, get up and help your big brother a little." Immediately, he felt like his head was about to be crunched, and he quickly picked up Dao Chu Vi and held her towards his seventh brother. Sure enough, Nan Hai's fist really did stop. Nan SOC breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Luckily, I reacted quickly." Meanwhile, Wei Wei wished him a happy good morning, and even got her head patted by him. Nan SOC, aka the uninvited guest, said cautiously, "Old Seventh, the military situation is urgent. Can you shoot down a few kites for your big brother?" And so, a single arrow was able to shoot the kite down. Just then Hai asked, "What is this?" Nan SOC had already taken out the colored paper from inside and said, "Information, what else?" He asked carefully, "It will take half a day for things to go smoothly. Aren't you afraid of being intercepted?" Old Third, while reading the letter, said no. "Those who see my signal will place the same information in batches at night, put it in the kite's belly, and let it fly with the wind. The black color blends into the dark night, becoming directly invisible. I just need to intercept one of them. It's more hidden than a carrier pigeon, much safer." Nan SOC poured water on it, nodding and saying, "Don't be afraid, even if it's intercepted. The ink is specially made, and only I know how to read it." Sure enough, the words really appeared on it, with the shocking content that the capture was masterminded by the saintess of the fire god cult. Nan SOC immediately frowned, thinking to himself, "Su Mo is in the Wei army camp? Is Su Yinyan there, spying for her? Old Second won't be in any danger, will he?" Evening came, and Nan Hai demonstrated as he spoke. "Hold the dumpling wrapper with both hands like this, then like that, and like this, and you'll have dumplings to eat." Dao Chu Vi also followed, this way, this way, then poked Nan Hai. Just as he asked, "What's wrong?" He saw the little girl throw a piece of dough on her face. Baring her fangs, she said, "Look, jerk, I'm a ghost." Nan Hai said nonchalantly, "Wow, that's so scary." But in his heart, he was already moved. Is there really such a cute ghost? Nan SOC secretly watched them, his eyes a little sad as he thought, "When I was a child, Old Second taught me how to make dumplings." The image of the dumplings brought Nan SOC back to the past, to the day when Nan Dung gently instructed, "This is how you make dumplings. The dumplings are ready. Only then can we have a reunion." The gluttonous little third prince, no matter how he wrapped it, the huge amount of filling inside would spill out. Nan SOC was sad, saying, "This year is just the two of us. Is it because the dumplings I made aren't good?" Nan Dung pinched his younger brother's cheek and said with a smile, "Father Emperor is holding a banquet with his new concubines this year, as usual. Big Brother and the other princes want to pray for everyone in the ancestral temple. As for Old Seventh, life and death are fated. If something like that happens, none of us can do anything. It's not good for Old Seventh to stay in his room all the time." Back then, SOC thought that when we wrapped dumplings and sent them to them, it would be a reunion. Returning to the present, Old Third was still preoccupied with the words. The kidnapping was masterminded by the saintess of the fire god cult, and could only think silently, Old Second. That night, Nan SOC and Su Yinyan had a meeting, but the other party was not very friendly. He said, "Did you call me out for something?" Old Third frowned and took out a crossbow from his sleeve, saying fiercely, "Answer me honestly. What are your intentions toward my second brother, right?" Su Yinyan said lazily, "Yes, didn't you see it all that day?" Which made Old Third feel secondhand embarrassment. "I didn't mean that. I mean, what is your purpose?" Seeing the man opposite him look contemplative, Nan SOC also became nervous, until Su Yinyan shyly said, "To marry your second brother." Nan SOC was instantly fuming. "I'm very angry right now. If you're still trying to joke, I'll kill you." Old Third's mischievous hand was quickly caught by the other party. He emphasized, "I'm truly serious about your second brother." And so Nan SOC played the victim, shouting loudly, it hurts so much. Su Yinyan is bullying me. Second brother, save me." Sure enough, Nan Dung immediately appeared, fiercely scolding Su Yunyan. "What are you doing to my precious younger brother?" Nan SOC immediately played the victim. "Brother, look." Old Second gritted his teeth and said, "Why did you lay a hand on my younger brother?" Nan SOC pretended to be pitiful, while the other man said frankly, "He was the one who provoked me first." As he finished, Old Third said loudly, "Old Second, don't be fooled by him. He and his sister want to join hands too. Harm us." His sister is now a military strategist in the Wei State's military camp. Su Yinyan was not very surprised and calmly asked, "Have you come face to face with my sister?" Nan SOC's jaw dropped, and he scolded, "You can pretend to be innocent. Aren't you here to spy for her?" But Su Yinyan remained calm and said, "Did you really just come to bother me because of my sister?" So the man explained himself to Old Second. After listening, Nan Dung also stammered, Nan SOC, that he and his sister don't walk the same path. Old Third was sharp-witted and said, "How would you know?" in case you get beaten by him. Then you'll believe you've been tricked, right? While Su Yunyin kept rambling on about something, he finally succeeded in making Nan Dong recall the past, and out of embarrassment and anger, he scolded, "Do you really have something to hide from me?" The long story goes back 3 years ago in the foreign land of the Qi state. Amidst the bustling streets, he ran past there. Damn it, he runs so fast. In the tea house, the gossip was absolutely off the charts. A huge incident happened recently. I heard the divine medicine of Qishir Manor was stolen, but they deserve it. The Imperial physicians in the village only treat the rich. The Imperial physicians are so kind that they didn't even say anything. I heard Qinghu village has now been sealed off by the authorities. The poor people infected with the plague can only wait to die in the village. In the middle of the street, several bailiffs were still diligently searching for something, saying as they walked, "It's around here, quickly get that thief and retrieve the Ganoderma. It's a treasure worth a fortune." It turned out that what they were looking for was Nan Dong, who was hiding in a stranger's courtyard. Old Second broke out in a sweat, thinking to himself, how did the people from the Qishir Manor pharmacy catch up to me? He hadn't been at peace for long when a stone was thrown towards him. Just as Nan Dong was on alert, a metal wire shot towards him, successfully snatching the pouch hanging from his neck. She stood perched on a high branch, clicking her tongue and saying, "Oh, a man of the martial world, or rather, a chivalrous imperial physician. Your martial arts are only this much." Nan Dong observed seriously, thinking to himself, this symbol, the golden eyes, is it the fire god cult's Su Imo-er? Su Imo-er, having gotten the item, still didn't forget her manners. "Thank you for your hard work. I'll be taking this Ganoderma." Nan Dong insisted, shouting, "Give it back to me." But she still played deaf, saying, "There are probably over 100 people out there looking for you. Why don't you give it to me?" Old Second asked honestly, "Can you defeat that many people? Are you that strong?" But Suemo-er replied playfully, "Why should I fight them? I'll throw you to them, and then I can run away." Just as she finished speaking, another man landed on the branch, calling softly, "Imoa." As soon as Nan Dong saw the other person, his eyes widened. How could this thing be here? Su Yunyi, Su Imo-er, are they siblings? Su Yunyi frowned and said, "The leader said he is in urgent need of this 1,000-year-old Ganoderma mushroom. You should get it out of the city immediately. Don't waste time here." As soon as she asked, "What about you?" the man landed on the ground and said softly, "I'll leave after dealing with those people to avoid being chased all the way." Suemo-er then turned around and said carefully, "Then hurry up. I'm leaving first." Su Yunyin seemed to be waiting for just this sentence. Nan Dong just couldn't stand by and watch, wanting to chase after her. "Stop, don't you dare leave." But he suddenly felt completely weak and was caught by Su Yunyin. "Where are you injured? Don't you know how to heal your own wounds first?" Nan Dong said mechanically, "It's just a little poison. I'll deal with it later." "Let me go." Su Yunyin, "The Ganoderma can save hundreds of lives." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a warmth spreading to his wound. He said softly, "Let me check your wound for you first." Su Yunyin was a person whose blood could miraculously neutralize all poisons. Then, while bandaging Nan Dong, he said lazily, I know you want to use that Ganoderma to save the people in Qinghu village. I made a substitute medicine. You don't need the Ganoderma anymore." The people of Qishir Manor rely on the dogs raised in the village to find their way by smelling the scent of the Ganoderma. Were this to cover the scent of the Ganoderma you've been contaminated with, then we will set off for Qinghu village. It's unknown if Old Second heard a single word as his head was about to explode. He yelled out of embarrassment and anger, "How dare you?" He was immediately silenced by Su Yunyin. "There's a noise behind us." Sure enough, the guards had found their location, but the dog just sniffed and barked in another direction, which made Nan Dong unable to help but be surprised. "Then won't it be dangerous for your sister to take the Ganoderma? There are so many of them." Su Yunyin said softly, "With her martial arts skills, she will at most only suffer minor injuries." But in his heart, he had already completely sold out Su Imo-er, thinking to himself, "Moreover, for the lifelong happiness of a big brother like me, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint her." Second brother just feels that this man's smile is really not right at all. At the same time, in some corner, Su Imo-er had to fight 100 people all by herself, her whole body trembling as she cursed. "You dare to plot against me, Su Yunyi. I have no brother like you." Yin Shuo was truly munching on melon seeds while listening to the old stories, and then even enthusiastically commented, "So that vicious woman disowned him over this?" Yin Rong said speechlessly, "It seems there were still 8 or 10 more times like that, right?" So third brother thought to himself, "Why do I feel a little sorry for his sister?" Putting the old stories aside, Su Yunyi asked seriously, "What is she doing in the Wei state?" Yin Shuo then dug a piece of paper out of his pocket, saying, "Let me see." And so we get a still image. Let me remind you, this is reality, not a still image. Su Yanni asked curiously, what's wrong with this child? Should we give him 2 shots? Yin Rong curiously craned his neck to read the contents. The main content was that when the Wei state heard that the Yin state had a new 5-year-old monarch, they would use prisoners of war as a bargaining chip to challenge the master. If the master didn't obey, they would immediately strangle all the prisoners. Second brother's face turned pale as he said, I'm dead. As for Yin Shua, he looked as if he had shattered into pieces. So third brother had to run to Yin Shi's tent and said mysteriously, Wei Wei, I need you to take Long Rue out to play for me for a bit. Tao Wei Wei gave a thumbs up, saying reliably, got it, leave it to me. Yin Shua also gave the little girl a thumbs up in praise. As soon as the 2 children left, the atmosphere unconsciously became tense. Yin Shua started fussing around 7th brother, saying, 7th brother, you've worked hard making dumplings. Come have some tea and rest for a bit. Let me give you a massage to relax. Is this pressure okay? Not being strangers, Yin Shi asked honestly. Spit out, what trouble have you gotten into again? Third brother chuckled and said it wasn't a big problem, but the next second he was cowering wretchedly, listening to Yin Shi scold him. 5 years old, a peerless master? Yin Shua was so scared he trembled, saying at lightning speed, I also wanted to give Wei Wei a legitimate reason to stay at the army camp. I didn't expect the Wei state to be so shameless, even wanting to challenge a child. How shameless. Yin Shi frowned, saying fiercely, give me one reason not to drop you right now. Third brother said fearfully, actually, we can trick them. At the same time, outside the camp, halfway there, Tao Wei Wei suddenly stopped, saying, Wei Wei forgot to bring the dough figurines made for. Second big brother, I'll go back and get them. You go on ahead, I'll be right there. But as soon as the kid turned back, she heard Yin Shi's roaring voice. I will not let Wei Wei step on the battlefield. Wei Wei immediately worried. Is Bastard angry? Yin Shua said in a low voice, we should prepare in advance. If the Wei army underestimates the enemy, the child might not necessarily lose. Besides, literary battles always stop at a certain point, and no one has ever died. Yin Shi gritted his teeth and retorted, what do you mean no one dies? Even the smallest injury is unacceptable. Third brother struggled, trying to explain, of course I don't want her to go either, but we have to get the captured generals back. Right now, only Wei Wei can do it. Yin Shi immediately fell into deep thought. There must be a better way. If I were stronger, went to battle sooner, and eliminated more enemies. Yin Shua's heart ached. He said softly, 7th brother, don't always carry everything by yourself. We are all here. Nothing will happen to her. Finally, the 2 brothers were able to sit down and talk calmly. Yin Shua spoke first. 7th brother, we have no other choice. To win back the captured generals, we can only promise them a war of words. Yin Shi firmly refused. No, she's so young. How can she fight with others? As he finished speaking, a third person burst in, the main character herself, shouting loudly, Bastard, Wei Wei can do it. Third brother asked worriedly, Little Potato, you heard everything? The little girl nodded in confirmation. Then she clung tightly to Yin Shi's hand, saying, that's right, I want to try, I want to help Bastard. But 7th brother hugged her tightly, shaking his head in protest. No, it's a real fight, you'll get hurt. The little girl said sincerely, you've taught Wei Wei a lot of martial arts. I'm not afraid anymore. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Shua added fuel to the fire, saying, 7th brother, to be honest, Little Potato might not necessarily lose. First, if Wei Jin can still do that with this face, is he even human? You're so brutal you could kill anyone who gets in your way. Those Wei dogs aren't as ruthless as you were back then. Wei Wei said earnestly, I promise to run away if I can't win. Third brother looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but feel the atmosphere was a bit sour. But he remained serious and continued his analysis. In fact, the Wei dogs dare to use this move because their reinforcements haven't arrived yet. The only bad idea he could think of was to use the prisoners as a threat. Daring to provoke our little potato, he will make them regret coming. Here. So the very next day, Yin Shua brought out a board. Tapping it a few times, he said, 7th brother will go meet the Wei state's envoy. Now, we must fully prepare for the literary battle that will take place for Little Potato. Su Yanni asked eagerly, what is that? On the board was a muscular Tao Wei Wei, along with the name Potato Training Camp. Yin Shua was very proud, patting his chest and saying, this is my love for Little Potato, used to analyze her combat power, which includes defense, speed, explosive power, and cunning. After looking it over, Su Yanni couldn't help but assess. I understand that children grow up fast, but why is her combat ability so high? Yin Rong said speechlessly, I heard that she has a very strong fire-starting ability. Because he was too close, Su Yanni was pushed away by Zion, but in his mind he still seriously concluded, I was right, this child is really dangerous. Their affection was so much that it made Yin Shua's eyes itch. He bared his teeth and scolded, meeting. Be serious. Everyone, let's brainstorm together. All of this is for my life. Ah, no, for Wei Wei's safety. As he finished, he remembered seventh brother's death glare when he said, "If she gets hurt, you're dead to me." Yin Shuo quickly brushed off his fear and said with focus, "Right now, we need to think about defense and explosive power, especially defense." As he finished, Su Yanni spoke up. "If we're talking about defense, I have this." The item in the man's hand successfully attracted the Yin brothers, who asked in unison, "What is it?" Yun answered honestly, "This is the shed skin of the holy serpent of the fire god sect. It can withstand swords, spears, water, and fire." Yin Rong asked curiously, "How can we use it for her?" Yunny stared at little Wei Wei and pondered for a long time. Then he magically produced a super long piece of snakeskin and wrapped it around the little girl. After a struggle of booms and zaps, he finally got some peace and quiet, looking at Wei Wei, who looked no different from a walking mummy. He then looked for praise, saying, "Look, this way, the defense will be guaranteed." What do you think of it? The day of the friendly match finally arrived. The flags of the Yin state and the Wei state flew side by side under the same sky. But the atmosphere of the spectators on both sides was opposite. While the Yin generals and soldiers eagerly shouted, "We will always support you. Tao Wei Wei is amazing. You can fly with confidence on Taobao." The Wei soldiers' faces were pale. Even though I don't know why, I can't lose momentum. Did you hear what the other person said? It feels so strange. But since neither side wanted to be outdone, only wanting to be superior, the cheering grew more and more lively. "Peach Palace will win. Go Your Highness Peach. The Wei army must win." Yin Shi helped Tao Wei Wei onto the competition stage, saying softly, slowly. Wei Wei, in her homemade armor, looked just like the Peach warrior Momotaro. But how could one forget the snakeskin worn inside? As soon as he saw her, Wei Jin smirked and said, "Hey, I didn't expect a powerful state like Yin would dare to send a 5-year-old child to compete." As he finished speaking, the Wei soldiers also let out a burst of mocking laughter. Yin Shuo was so angry he gritted his teeth, scolding, "You're the bad guys complaining first. You're the ones who threatened and forced us to do this." Yin Rong stepped forward to shield third brother and boasted to the heavens, "So what? A 5-year-old from Great Yin can beat you to a pulp." As he finished, the Yin soldiers cheered. That's right, couldn't be more correct. This caused Wei Jin to lose a lot of face. He thought resentfully, "I'll soon show you how amazing she is." So he pulled out a paper and loudly read. "It is said that the Yin state has many extraordinary people and even has a peerless master who is only 5 years old. We have come here to challenge him. As long as one side admits defeat or leaves the ring, that person will lose. If the Yin army wins, I will return a captured general. If I win, the Yin army will retreat 10 li for each victory." The two armies have signed this book as a pledge. After speaking, he said, "Please have the judge come forward. We have chosen the saintess of the Fire God sect as the referee for this competition to show fairness." As soon as they saw the familiar face, Tao Wei Wei and Yin, she said in unison, "It's Wei Wei's beautiful big sister." "I do not agree," Wei Jin said slyly. "This saintess is neither from Wei nor Yin, so the choice is fair. Do you have a better candidate?" As he finished, Su Yanni was seen jumping down, saying, "Sorry, I'm late." The appearance of this man made Su Mo ask with a question mark, "Su Yanni, what are you doing here?" He waved his hand, casually saying, "I came to support you, my dear sister, because I was afraid you would be bullied." Mo bared her teeth and scolded, "You think I still believe her nonsense?" The situation was tense, but Brother Su was still up there, making a heart sign to second brother below the ring. Having seen enough of his longing, Su Yanni said in a serious tone, "My Fire God sect is just a sect, not affiliated with any country. As a neutral party, you'll still give me some face, right?" Wei Jin was secretly delighted. Is this the young master of the Fire God sect? It seems this time the Fire God sect is completely on the side of the Wei state. But he said politely, "The Fire God sect is very famous, so it's most reasonable for the two of you to make the decision yourselves." Yin Shi below couldn't keep his cool, making third brother and second brother struggle to hold him tight, both whispering in low voices, "Calm down, our person ours." Yin Shi sent a death glare at Yin Rong, his cold snort meaning, "What do you mean, ours? Are you hiding something from me?" Suddenly, second brother realized something, and used Yin Shi as a shield to catch all the love Su Yanni was shipping over, which made seventh brother tremble with anger. "It seems you two have hidden a lot from me." Wei Jin was overjoyed and quickly said, "No need to say more. Both players are ready to begin. Please welcome the first master from the Wei state, General Li." The one who stepped forward was a huge man, 10 heads taller than Tao Wei Wei, with a muscular body. Yan Shi immediately frowned and whispered, "If you can't dodge the attack, give up immediately. I'm here for you. Don't worry about anything." The little girl just gave a thumbs up, saying seriously, "Don't worry, bastard. Wei Wei will win for you." The referee announced next, "Please welcome the peerless master of the Yin state, Tao Wei Wei." The competition begins. Generally got into a ready stance. He thought to himself, don't underestimate the enemy just because he's young. I heard this child can fight the god of slaughter and still counterattack. He's been motionless for 15 minutes. Is he trying to trick me into attacking first and then take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack? Looking over, he still saw Wei Wei actively holding her stance. What the hell? The three princes of Yin state were all frozen, solid on the spot. Without saying it, the trio of princes began to wake up. Yin Rong thought. She wouldn't think a martial arts competition is a contest to see who can hold a horse stance the longest, would she? Until Wei Wei looked back with tears in her eyes, sending a signal for help. That uncle is playing dirty. Why hasn't he started yet? Yin Shua's face twisted as he yelled, "We're done for." Yin Shi tried to use mouth shapes to send a signal. Wei Wei, this is a ghost fighting game, not a horse riding stance. Do you remember how I taught you to defeat a bad guy taller than you? Wei Wei thought to herself, fighting ghosts? Somehow, Seven Brother was able to use telepathy, telling Wei Wei, because big ghosts are very tall, they can't see you, who are very small at their feet. You must learn to use your size and speed to attack your opponent when they're least prepared. And yet the little kid understood, even giving a thumbs up in reply. Learned, Wei Wei understands. Third brother frowned and asked, "Is that kid really okay?" Yanxi encouraged himself, "Don't worry, we've prepared everything." As soon as he saw Tao Wei Wei make a move, generally became vigilant. Have we finally launched an attack after all this time? Or not? Wei Wei tried to build momentum to run really fast, but her legs were weak and she fell flat on her face halfway there. It scared Yin Shua below, his mouth agape. Wei Wei, oh no, the helmet flew off too. Seeing the helmet roll to his feet, generally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Such a peerless master? Is that all you've got? Wei Wei trembled on the ground, tears welling in her eyes. Trying to get up? Super painful, but I refused to give up. Seeing that the enemy before him still had the ability to fight, generally swung his fist, thinking, now is the time to send this kid flying. The Yin state is sure to lose. Little girl, oh little girl. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for choosing the wrong civilization. But what the hell? He looked up and saw Wei Wei with teary eyes saying, come on then. So that fist stopped, generally fell into endless torment. A peerless master, this cute? I can't do it. No, get up, defeat her, and force the Yin state to retreat. But as he swung his fist, his heart was burning with the spirit to defeat her and force the Yin state to retreat. So the fist shot quickly towards Wei Wei, then unconsciously stopped, generally covered his face, screaming in his heart, if I hit her face with this punch, I will no longer be worthy of being a human. So he left while crying, saying, I give up. Su Yun indifferently announced, Yin state wins, causing Wei Jin and the Wei army to gape and shout. What the hell? The adorable Tao Wei Wei swung out her peach fist, and so the second contestant entered the ring. He just sat there dazed, thinking, let someone else handle the child beating. The intensity of this massage is really not good. Then decisively said, I lose. Sumo was speechless and called the next person to the ring. This third contestant was even less promising. As soon as he got on, he was scared by Yin Shi's demonic king aura behind Wei Wei. I will smash you to pieces if you dare to hurt her. So he also obediently admitted defeat. Sumo was so angry she turned pale, shouting, next one. The fourth contestant had just come up when he was knocked out by the fire inside Wei Wei's helmet. While Su Yun lazily said, fell off the stage, disqualified, Tao Wei Wei wins. Sumo curled up, genuinely sulking. The Wei soldiers started to protest noisily. They're cheating. I protest. I'm being provoked. But young Master Su skillfully dodged the bait, bluntly saying, the protest is ineffective. There was no agreement, saying she couldn't bring weapons. Yin Shua and Yin Rong were allowed to high-five, celebrating. The special helmet was a success. Wei Jin was so angry he gritted his teeth, scolding, you're a bunch of useless fools. You've embarrassed me so much. Get the gray geese here. During the halftime break, Yin Shaw couldn't hide his excitement, shouting until his throat was hoarse. Just one more round and you'll win. Our potato is at the absolute top, flying high. As soon as the war drums sounded again, it was time for Wei Wei to return to the competition floor. Yin, she couldn't hide his worry, softly reminding her, this is the last match. Don't underestimate the enemy. Wei Wei was already on the ring waiting for the person. The warrior the Wei state sent to the stage this time began to crack his knuckles, and strange, sharp spikes also grew from his fingernails. Very quickly, the opponent fell into the analytical sights of Yin Shi and young Master Su. Seventh brother thought to himself, this person walks very steadily without making a sound. It can be seen that he has a very strong Qigong technique. Su Yunyi couldn't avoid assessing. His shoulders and waist are extremely stable and almost motionless, but they can move with the wind. Even Suimoer had to be wary. It can be seen that his internal power is very deep. This person is extremely strong. Yin Shao, aka the one who knew nothing about martial arts, sneer from below. Is that all? It seems this time he's not as good as the previous ones. It seems the Wei state has given up on itself and wants to admit defeat. Only Long Rue, at his side, trembled as he remembered the one who massacred his family and shouted, "Big brother, danger, it's dangerous. Save Wei Wei, save Wei Wei." Yin Shi received the signal and rushed onto the ring, but his voice and Wei Jin's blended together. We forfeit this round, the game begins. The opponent's shadow successfully enveloped the little girl. Even though Yin Shi struggled to shout, "Wei Wei, run." Tao Wei Wei still stood motionless, thinking to herself, "I'm so panicked, but why do I feel like I hear Bastard's voice in my ear, but I can't hear what he's saying?" The man from Wei quickly reached his hand towards Wei Wei. Finally, in an instant, the ring was stained with blood, and Wei Wei's helmet was also knocked off. The 7 kingdoms were divided at that time because the king feared their power falling into the hands of others. The individual groups were annihilated. Once they formed an alliance and sent troops to the north, with the advantage of sheer numbers from then on, the mysterious meteorite race was forever erased from the history of every nation. But what the hell? In Tao Weiwei's pupils, there was the mark of the meteorite clan, and the person in front of her, upon seeing this mark, automatically ended his own life. Wei Wei was scared and pulled her hand back, but in the end, due to her hemophobia, she fainted on the spot. Yin Shi caught her in time, worried sick Wei Wei. Wei Jin stepped forward to try and place his hand on the Wei soldier's nose. His face twisted as he said, "Dead, he's dead." Yin Rong hurriedly ran onto the ring, saying reliably, "Let me see." Su Imoer still silently observed everything, thinking to herself, "She really is." Second brother frowned and said, "No external injuries, just exhaustion." As soon as he finished, 7th brother hugged Wei Wei tightly, sitting paralyzed, and said, "Luckily, luckily." Unconsciously, Wei Wei's small hand touched his cheek, and she said softly, "Bastard, your expression looks exactly like you just ate a bitter melon." Yin Shi was startled. "Wei Wei, you're awake? Are you not feeling well?" The little girl honestly said, "Wei Wei is very well, super well." Even the atmosphere unconsciously fell silent. A second later, Su Yunyi spoke up, "Little devil, do you remember what happened to you?" Wei Wei hesitated, thought carefully before saying, "I remember that big brother rushed over, and then I can't remember anymore." Young Master Su and second brother raised their eyebrows, signaling to each other. Only Yin Shaw, who knew nothing about martial arts, was genuinely celebrating. Although I don't know what that person was going crazy about. No matter what, you still won. That's great, little potato. Unconsciously, he received an SOS signal from his 7th younger brother. Yin Shi frowned and said, "I'll visit you 1,000 times when I get back." Before things could settle down, Wei Jin came to complain, "You actually killed someone in a friendly match. This is unprecedented. We will not recognize this competition." Yin Shi raised an eyebrow and said, "You dare to send someone to kill her? Today, everyone will die here as you wish." Yin Shu also brought out the sign agreement, arguing eloquently, Hey, look carefully, this guy clearly offed himself. Our potato didn't kill anyone. According to this agreement, you must return the hostage to our Yin state." To the point that Wei Jin's jaw dropped. He had to look up to Su Moer for help, saying, "Saintess, please say a fair word for me." She was cold and gave her conclusion. He was indeed harmed by his own martial arts. The result is clear. I have nothing more to say. Goodbye. And then she left, leaving Wei Jin alone in bewilderment. Is the fire god sect going to abandon us? But just now the gray goose was about to kill the child. So why did he kill himself? If we admit defeat, won't we miss the opportunity and lose all our money? Su Moer, while stamping a letter, said, "Wenju, take this letter over there." In a cold place, with ice several thousand feet thick, the letter was delivered to its recipient. At the same time, Wei Wei was carefully examined by Yin Rong, from her eyes to her throat and everything, but he could only conclude that everything was normal and she was quite healthy, in fact. Yin Shi looked at the dejected little boy below and asked softly, "Long Rue, did you recognize that person?" The little boy clenched his hands, mustered all his courage, and haltingly said word by word, "Kill my family." In just a moment, everyone was dead. Upon hearing this, the group of adults became pensive. Only Wei Wei comforted him, saying softly, "Big brother Long Rue, don't cry. Su Yunyi said seriously. This instant kill technique is a secret art of the Wei State's shadow guards. It requires a very high level of physical and mental concentration, and one can easily go astray if not careful. Perhaps it's just as my sister said, he died from the backlash of his own true energy. Yin Rong also frowned, lamenting. Unfortunately, despite taking such a risk, Wei Wei still couldn't win back the captured generals. Yin Shaw, on the other hand, gritted his teeth as he remembered the cunning old Wei Jin saying, "This is the helmet you dropped. I'll return it to you," then angrily cursed. Who could have expected that Wei dog to be so immoral? He actually burned the agreement with the helmet I made. Su Yunyi and second brother both sent judgmental looks at third brother, scolding in unison. This idiot. Yin Shi looked at the stack of paper money Yin Shuo had propped under his foot and coldly asked, "Where did you get so much money? Is that so?" The third brother struggled and said, "I've sent people to set up a gambling game with the Wei troops. He's both a player in the house. Betting everything on small potato can make a fortune off them." Yin Hai lifted him into the air, fiercely scolding, "Is your surname really Yin? How can you not forget about making a quick buck at a time like this? Do you want me to settle the score with you?" The third brother cried his eyes out, wailing, "Please give me one more chance to make amends. My men have been investigating day and night these past few days. They've finally locked down the area where many of our generals are being held. On that note, I have a brilliant idea." Upon hearing this, the veins on Yin Hai's body bulged, and he said, "Unable to be more ferocious, you'd better not create more work for me." That night at the Wei State Barracks, a soldier was wandering outside in the middle of the night, pressing his waist, thinking, "So sleepy, I'll quickly find a place to relieve myself and then go back to sleep." Just then, a green-haired Jiangshi skipped past behind him, but when he looked back, there was no one there. Until he looked forward again. He was successfully scared by Yin Hai's deathly face until he foamed at the mouth and passed out on the spot. Just when he thought he was about to die, he was poked awake by someone's brushing. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the black and white impermanence coming for him. The second brother, acting dramatically, said, "This person's life officially ends today." The young man was scared out of his wits, thinking to himself, "I really want to faint again." Yin Rong said in a cold voice, "Your lifespan has ended, but considering you haven't killed many people, if you want to live, you can exchange it for someone else's lifespan. Do you agree?" The young man immediately bowed low, shouting, "I am willing." Su Yin, beside them, said flatly, "I think those prisoners still have long lives ahead of them, so it would be a good idea to take their lives instead. Tell us where they are." He was so scared he trembled and obediently confessed, "They are locked in the 5th tent in the rear camp. Please let me go." Just when he thought he could go back to sleep in peace. But what the hell? He was once again scared unconscious by the Jiangshi Vai. A few hours later, Wei Jin had not yet fallen into a deep sleep. He heard a commotion outside calling, "General, the Yin state is attacking at night. The army is very close." He immediately sprang up, put on his armor and said, "What? They have suffered heavy casualties. How dare they attack us again? Isn't he afraid I'll kill the prisoners? Go get those prisoners. Bring them to the front. I don't think they'll dare to take another step." As he finished speaking, another soldier frantically reported, "General, the captives from the Yin state have all gone missing." Wei Jin's face fell as he said, "Impossible. This is impossible." And so that night, an entire mountainside was ablaze with fiery light. Yin Shuo stood at the foot of the mountain, laughing and saying, "A handsome person like me can't scare others to death, but my brothers are more than capable." Sure enough, the very next morning, Wei Jin was crying his eyes out, a white flag on his back, a letter in his hand. He sincerely said, "The surrender letter from the Wei state is here. We will withdraw our troops and return the border cities to the Yin state." As soon as Yin Hai took it, the Yin state soldiers cheered in unison. "We've defeated Wei. We've won. We can go home now." Yin Rong burst out laughing, saying, "If the Wei state knew they were only surrounded by a bunch of torches, would they be angry enough to die? Not bad. You were quite clever this time." Yin Shuo, praised by his eldest brother, put his hands on his hips and said arrogantly, "Their reinforcements haven't arrived yet, and they're guilty of breaking the agreement, so they have to pay the price. I'll use torches to threaten them." With no reinforcements, and having lost their prisoners as bargaining chips, they had no choice but to surrender. After bidding farewell to Wei Jin, the trio of Yin princes returned to the barracks and were stunned by a long line of soldiers, as long as the Great Wall. The second brother couldn't hide his curiosity. What is this all about? Until they saw a banner fluttering in the wind, General Tao's meet and greet and handshake party, at which everyone was completely shocked. Looking over, they saw a general under their command giving Vai a self-embroidered doll, saying sincerely, General Tao, I admire you so much. You are so brave. This is a doll I made, it's for you. It was even more shocking to see that Su Yunyin was the one hosting this whole charade. He stood with his arms crossed, shouting authoritatively, "Time is very tight. Next person. Newcomers shouldn't cut in line. Queue up at the back." But what the hell? As soon as he glanced over and saw the flag being pulled, that man immediately kicked Yin Shua and Yin Hai aside and gently asked, "Erong, are you thirsty or hungry?" The seventh brother was so angry he was fuming, scolding, "What the hell are you doing in my army?" Young Master Su hugged the second highness tightly, honestly replying, "These soldiers all want to express their admiration and gratitude to the little devil. She took such a risk and achieved such a great accomplishment. Shouldn't there be some reward to show our gratitude?" And so, Yinhai fell in a deep thought. Sure enough, that evening, he organized a celebration party for everyone. The soldiers also drank and cheered happily. Congratulations on Yan's complete victory. Everyone was laughing heartily. Only Long Rue was beside today's host, aka Yin Shaw, who was sobbing, "It's okay. I'm fine. As long as everyone is happy, that's enough." Meanwhile, the Su-Rong couple were still stuck together, tipsily chatting. Where did the seventh brother go? Let him come and drink with me. I don't know. I'll drink with you. A certain seventh brother was currently on a green meadow with his kid. Tao Xiaowei was a little bewildered. "Bastard, aren't we going to the celebration party? What are you doing here?" Yin Hai replied, "Last time we came, it was already morning, but the most beautiful thing here is the night view." The little girl pondered, saying, "But Vai Vai thinks the flowers look more beautiful during the day." Right after he told her not to worry, he then waved his hand and threw a stone onto the grass. It disturbed the soundly sleeping fireflies, just to make Vai Vai happy. Sure enough, the scene before her was so sparkling that the little girl had to exclaim, "Bastard, look, it's so beautiful." Yin Hai lowered his gaze slightly and asked, "Vai Vai, how come you haven't mentioned looking for your mother lately?" The little girl answered honestly, "Because I know you will take me to her." The seventh brother was a little stunned, then smiled brightly and said, "Tomorrow, after we withdraw our troops, I will take you to the Wei State to find your mother." Tao Xiaowei couldn't hide her excitement, saying happily, "Great. I'll go home with mother as soon as I find her." Yin Hai whispered to himself the two words, "Go home," then fell in a thought. She will eventually return to her mother. Suddenly, Vai Vai grabbed his hand tightly and said with a smile, "That's right, my mother is very kind. She will definitely like the prince's mansion, the butler, and Tian Xuan. We will always be together from now on." He smiled happily, thinking, "Vai Vai, thank you for being willing to stay with me." The next day at the seventh prince's mansion, the mansion was unusually sparkling today. Because of the appearance of the person who had just busily escaped the encirclement of court officials, Yin Shua smiled and said, "The seventh brother sent a message. The Yin army has won a great victory. Everyone is safe and sound." As soon as he finished speaking, both the butler and Tian Shuang were in tears, saying, "My young miss must have suffered a lot. So young, exposed to the wind and sun at the border." It was an eye-opener for the crown prince. Doesn't anyone care about Yin Hai? "Seventh brother, what kind of status do you have in this mansion?" Getting back to the main point, the crown prince said, "In the letter, Yin Hai also said he will be going to the Wei State for a while. I will send a supply card. I came this time to ask if you all want to bring anything for them." The butler immediately stopped crying, and in just a second, he came up with the best idea of his life. And so, at the Yin army camp at this moment, Vai Vai had to use all her strength to tie up a huge bundle. Yin Shua couldn't help but laugh at the sight, saying, "You don't need to stuff so many snacks. The food in the Wei State is world famous. You can just buy it when we get there." Suddenly, Yin Hai lifted the curtain and entered, saying softly, "Vai Vai, do you remember the little bird you picked up from the tree in my mansion?" The butler had someone deliver it. The little girl's face lit up with excitement. "Really? Let Vai Vai see." The seventh brother placed his index finger on his lips, let out a soft whistle, and a pure white great eagle landed on his shoulder. That great eagle had white feathers, red eyes, and looked incredibly cool, making the two Yin fans, Vai Vai and Yin Shua, completely smitten. But when a bright orange bird appeared out of nowhere, with a bald patch on its head, the smiles on the two Yin fans' faces gradually faded. As soon as that orange bird saw Vai Vai, it spread its wings and flew over. It honestly plunged into the little girl's arms, asking for a hug. The scene was so romantic that Vai Vai could feel the deadly glare from the great eagle opposite her. Yin Hai commented from the side, "It seems this bird still remembers you. I asked the butler to take it to the aviary to train with Abiao. I didn't expect Abiao to like it so much, even carrying it with him all day. If you insist on keeping this little bird, you must be responsible for it. Yin Shua's face darkened, thinking to himself, it's so ugly you can't even say it, can you? But Tao Xiaowei's eyes sparkled unexpectedly as she exclaimed, very cute, I like a lot, leaving the third brother speechless. This kid's taste is so strong. As he finished speaking, Yin Rong also came looking for them, urging them nonstop. Has everyone packed everything? We have to sneak into the Wei State when a morning market caravan enters the city. Yin Hai said mysteriously, there's one more person going with us. They thought it was the seventh brother's friend, but the person who entered made both the second and third brothers exclaim, Consort Jun. She said in a hoarse voice, Consort Jun is dead. My name is Long Qing. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. The Long family again? Suddenly, a tender voice called out Little Annie. Long Rue ran quickly toward her, hugging her tightly, which surprised Long Qing. Long Rue, why are you here? Her whole body trembled unconsciously, fear rising uncontrollably. No, it can't be. Could it be that everyone in the family is dead? Emperor of Wei, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. A while later, the gossip-loving group arrived in the Wei State. Vai pulled on Yin Hai's hand, smiling brightly, and said, Bastard, let's go check over there. Yin Sha, being an information dealer, was very curious and asked, Consort Jin, oh no, Miss Long, you are a Ning in the Yin State's treasure records. Moreover, my Imperial father specially sent me to investigate your background in the Wei State. Your father's surname is indeed still Ning. Long Qing nodded and replied, my Long family ancestors ceded the throne to the Wei family 100 years ago because their descendants only had daughters for a long time. The Wei Emperor promised that the empresses of the Wei emperors must be women with the surname Long. Therefore, the descendants of the Long family all take their mother's surname. By my generation, the Long family's bloodline is very weak. If I want to protect the glory of the Long family, I can only rely completely on the Wei family and obey their orders. Su Yinyan also asked with curiosity, so the Emperor of Wei used the Long clan to threaten you, forcing you to marry into the Yin state? Long Qing sighed, saying, at that time, the current Wei Emperor's power was too isolated and weak. So he pretended to offer me to the Yin Emperor in exchange for time to recuperate. Before the marriage, I made an agreement with him that when the Wei State sent troops, I would be the one to poison him. I didn't expect that poison to be non-fatal. As she finished, the young master Su leaned close to the second brother. He whispered, did you hear that? You should thank me that your imperial father is still alive. And well, although Yan Hai was looking after the child, he didn't miss a word and frowned, saying so, the Wei Emperor first sent troops and then used the Long clan to poison my imperial father. At the same time, they allied with the fire god cult to kill me and make the Yin state lose all its fighting strength. Such a perfect calculation, which made Long Qing feel guilty. After a long walk following the tour guide, Yin Sha, the group finally got a merciful sentence from him. It's here, it's here. I proudly present to you the headquarters of the Yunhua Pavilion in the Wei State, the Fenghai Tower. This tower was so large that the group looked like tiny stick figures at the entrance. The inside was luxurious, sparkling, and the service was top-notch 5-star, leaving both Long Rue and Vai completely mesmerized. Seeing his younger brother fumbling with something, Yin Rong attacked. What are you hesitating for? The third brother coughed and said, tell your shopkeeper to come here. I want to rent the top floor. Huh, where's my brand? As soon as he finished speaking, he ran into the richest man in Wei, aka young Master Lin. He fanned himself, sneering, someone call all the young ladies over. Today, I've booked the top floor. Yin Shua fiercely shouted, hey, do you understand the principle of first come, first served? Young Master Lin sneered, where did this country bumpkin come from? How dare you come here to have fun? Beat him up and throw him out, just as the big guy was about to ruin the third brother's face. The seventh brother grabbed his hand tightly and said through gritted teeth, let go. This made the group furious. Who do you brats think you are to dare to fight with our Lin family? Su Yinyan let out a cold laugh and asked, and who do you think you are? And so we have the ultimate trio going head-to-head with the young master of the top sect in the martial world, the god of war of the Yin state, the top divine physician on the list. Young Master Lin realized he was in for an eye-opener. But before he could even hesitate, he was pushed out and beaten to a pulp. Because it was too noisy, the manager had to run down and intervene. Do you know what Fenghai Tower is? How dare you cause trouble here? Don't you want to live anymore? As he finished speaking, he saw a token thrust right in front of his face, and he stammered, Bobo boss, it's our boss. And so he started cheering with all his might, shouting, all you heroes, fight your best and destroy our own business. I can fix it. That night, young Master Lin walked down the street holding his swollen cheek, grumbling, damn it, I have to go home and tell someone. The tall guard beside him said softly, young master, those people don't look simple. Why don't we just forget about them? As he finished speaking, he was immediately punched and heard a scolding. What the hell are you doing? Even my father has never hit me. My Lin family are royal merchants. How can you be afraid of these little bastards? And so he swaggered off, then accidentally bumped into a passerby. Then he arrogantly started a fight. Hey, do you have eyes? Hello, I'm talking to you. Are you looking for death? Stop for me. How dare you ignore me? But no matter how much he wanted to grab the other person's head, he kept missing. Embarrassed, we're so embarrassed. So young Master Lin roared, get him from me. After the guards caught the person, he said with delight, I was just worried I had nowhere to vent my desires, and now you've come to my door yourself. Young Master Lin eagerly threw a punch at the man, but the other person had no intention of fighting back or dodging. But in the end, a piercing scream was heard. The young man pulled his hood up to cover his face and left, leaving young Master Lin in the middle of the street. That night, at the Fire God cult, Wei State Branch, Su Mo twirled her hair and said, have all the bounties for Yan Hai's assassination been posted? Wen Zhu bowed her head and reported, the documents have been sent out, and the envoys of the 5 nations will meet to discuss this matter in 3 days. After she finished speaking, she pondered, asking, what, are you worried that the price I offered is too high and the Fire God cult can't afford it? Wen Zhu honestly said, a bounty of 1 million silver taels. This servant fears that we currently cannot afford that amount. It's true. Su Mo said profoundly, let's see which wealthy merchants are in the Wei State. I have my own way to ask them to automatically send money over. The next morning, as soon as Yan Hai opened his eyes, he bothered his third brother, follow Su Yunyan's instructions, and check where the Tao family is. Let's pay them a visit as soon as possible. Yin Xuan nodded, understood. While things were peaceful, the manager rushed to find them. Boss, it's not good. Something big has happened. The third brother snorted coldly and asked, what? Did the Lin family bring people here for revenge? The manager's face turned pale, and he said, no, the person is dead. They both said in unison, how did he die? The manager stammered. It said that he was beaten to death in the morning. Street vendors found him and his 2 guards dead in an alley 2 miles away. Yin Hai and Yin Shua communicated telepathically, exchanging information. Beaten? Didn't we beat him yesterday? The 7th brother was vigilant, asking, have the authorities found out anything else? The manager honestly said the fatal wounds seemed to be from a fight among themselves. But yesterday he had. Yin Shua pondered, saying, have the spies find out the progress of the government's investigation and report back at any time. Right? Even if he's a royal merchant, it's no big deal if we beat that scumolescent. Now that someone is dead, although my identity won't be exposed, it's still a bit troublesome. Yin Hai nodded. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Just as one matter was settled, another arrived. Tao Xiaowei ran in with a tear-streaked face, crying out, bastard, Vai Vai's hair. The 3rd and 7th brothers looked at one side of Vai Vai's bangs, which looked like they had been chewed by a dog, and couldn't help but laugh, but still asked seriously what happened. Vai Vai sobbed and complained Biao did it. Biao, before she could finish her sentence, Biao heard its name and flew over, landing neatly on Vai Vai's head. Its expression clearly said, what did you call me here for? Yin Hai was speechless and plucked a feather from Biao. He gently placed it in the little girl's hair and said, Biao was raised by me since it was young. It will land on the hair of anyone it likes. So, I will get revenge for you. Just wear this feather for a few days, and your hair will grow long. Seeing Vai Vai stop crying, the 7th brother breathed a sigh of relief. But the 3rd brother was still laughing to the point of tears, thinking to himself, I finally know why this orange fellow is so bald. The orange bird suddenly sensed something and kept squawking, beautiful, beautiful. This surprised everyone in the room. Wow, this bald fellow can actually talk. Oh, it's a parrot. It must be worth a lot of money. It turned out that Su Mo was eavesdropping on them from the rooftop. Feeling a little thrilled, I was almost discovered by that damn bird. At the same time at the Lin residence, paper money and white cloths were hung all over the mansion. An old man sat beside the coffin, sobbing, my son, you died so tragically. Why must your father send off a young person when he is old? It's all father's fault. Why did I choose 2 beasts to protect you? I killed my own son. As he finished speaking, Su Mo appeared again, saying softly, what if the one who killed young Master Lin was someone else? The old man became vigilant. Who are you? She replied mysteriously, I'm just a person in this world, seeing injustice on the road, but unable to fight against the power of the killer. She immediately won the old man's trust, and he roared in anger, young lady, please tell me, who is the murderer of my son? My Lin family will not let it go without knowing the mastermind, even if we lose everything. Su Mo said in a cold voice, that person is the god of slaughter of the Yen state. Su Mo changed the subject. Today, she specially came to a place. As she entered the door, she lamented, I've waited too long. Today, I came here to ask you two for a favor. Inside were the top assassin on the list, Yin Shuang, and the second on the assassin list, Yin Mo. The female assassin named Yin Mo said sharply, Su Mo, business is business. The price must be made clear. Our price is very high. The saintess laughed, saying, I know you are both top assassins in the martial arts world. Many royal families have been killed by you. I always follow the rules. Bring the things up. Yin Shuang and Yin Mo stared dumbfounded at the glowing box in front of them, which was filled with sparkling gold ingots. Su Mo continued, This is just a meeting gift for you two. Yin Shuang was very interested and asked bluntly, Who exactly do you want us to kill with such a generous sum of money? I'm getting excited. The saintess of the fire god cult laughed coldly and said profoundly, The seventh prince of the Yin state, Yin Hai. Yin Mo immediately frowned, saying, Su Mo, are you crazy? Do you want us to kill the man who cannot be harmed by thousands of soldiers? Mo laughed coldly, lamenting what? The current top female assassin, Yin Mo, is afraid of him? After she finished speaking, she said, Don't be in a hurry. Where are the people? Su Mo's people carried up a huge chest, which was also filled with gold. She said, This is a reward of 50,000 taels of gold. After completing the mission, the reward will be 10 times that. I only want Yin Hai's life. Yin Shuang immediately said, We'll take this job. Yin Mo was annoyed. Yin Shuang, are you crazy? But the man remained calm, saying, If I can't kill him, I'll die. If I kill him, I'll get 500,000 taels of gold. I have nothing to lose. Su Mo nodded and continued, There is one more request. There is a little girl next to Yin Hai. You are not allowed to touch a single hair on her head. After sending the two distinguished guests off, the saintess was once again alone, hugging her body which was covered in an itchy rash. Suddenly, a bottle of medicine was passed over. Su Yin said softly, Why must you torture yourself like this? Su Mo was annoyed, saying, Only by killing him will the leader hand over the highest position in the fire god cult to me. Besides, are you heartbroken for your own wrong? Su Yin sighed, lamenting, I never wanted to compete for the leadership of the fire god cult with you. Why are you so impatient and want to rush things like this? Su Mo gritted her teeth and said angrily, I want to complete the most difficult mission of the fire god cult, kill Yin Hai, and the leader will publicly acknowledge me. Finally, he will hand over the fire god cult to me to take over. Yin could only sigh helplessly, and while putting down the medicine bottle, the man happened to see the mark of the Meteorite clan on a letter on the table. So he just said indifferently, You'd better not die. Su Mo snapped, You'd better not oppose me. Su Yin turned to leave, but did not forget to say, I'll remember to collect your corpse. For my sister. On the way back, his heart was still heavy with the thought that his speculation about that little imp turned out to be right. My dear sister, I'm afraid the fire god cult alone is not enough for your ambition. Is it? Returning to Fenghai Tower, Nanhai was playing with Tao Weiwei, while Su Yin was still stuck watching Nanrong make medicine. But today, he paid special attention to Weiwei. From the very beginning, I felt that this child was not simple at all. Meanwhile, that not simple at all child was simply acting cute, saying, Bastard, help Weiwei tie her hair. Nanhai held a hair tie in his mouth and gently asked, Do you want 2 braids? Su Yin clicked his tongue in judgment. TSK, 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 the great god of slaughter is tying a child's hair. Don't make me feel embarrassed for you. Nan Rong passed the pestle to him, saying sternly, If you have nothing to do, then grind this medicine for me. And so the continuous sound of thump, thump, thump from the pestle echoed. As Su Yin ground the medicine, he thought about the results of that competition and the letter on Matt's desk. Most likely, the kid's identity as a member of the Meteorite clan was proven. He was truly lost in his own thoughts, unable to help but marvel. I never expected to encounter this long-lost, magical race again. Is it true that their bloodline ability can control others to do anything, just as the legends say? Could it be that Great Goose tried so hard because he was controlled by the little imp? How'd she do it? Just by talking. Cutting off his train of thought, Su Yin froze. Wait, control. After that, this man kept looking towards Nan Rong and giggling mischievously, to the point where Nan Hai showed open disgust. I had hoped the man wasn't an idiot. Suddenly, Nan SOC poked his head in, calling softly, Old Seventh, the map of the Wei capital has arrived. Let's take a look. So he patted Weiwei's head and said, Play by yourself for a little while. Okay. Sure enough, as soon as the door closed, Tao Weiwei obediently sat down to play with the ball, until a stray strand of her hair made Su Yin unable to hold back his laughter. He mysteriously called out, Little imp, come here. He passed the bowl of medicine over, saying seriously, "Give this to your second brother. Tell him to sleep in my room tonight." A million questions appeared in Wei Wei's mind. Why are you letting bastard's old second sleep in Wei Wei's room? The man insisted, repeating the command, "No, I said he'll sleep in Su Yunyin's room. Sleep with me." Then he took out a bag of candy, bribing the little messenger, "Go and tell our Rome, and all these candies will be yours." Just like that, Su Yunyin lay lazily, grinning with delight. If this little imp can really use the power of the meteorite clan, then he got a nosebleed imagining a charming Nanrone, shyly saying, "Yunyin, I want to sleep with you tonight." Before he could even imagine the next scene, he was met with a slap. Old Second was so angry he gritted his teeth, scolding Su Yunyin. "What did you teach Wei Wei to say? Who wants to sleep in your room?" The young master of the fire god cult resignedly took the scolding, wondering to himself, what about the meteorite clan's ability? At the same time, Nanhai was in the main hall discussing business. After observing the rhythmic movements of the guests arriving at Fenghai restaurant for a while, he whispered to Old Third, "Something's not right." Nan SOC asked, confused, "What's wrong?" As soon as he finished speaking, they saw the people around them draw metal weapons and surround the two of them. Yin Mo, on the upper level, sneered, "Everyone in the game is in position." With that, she threw a hidden weapon towards Nan SOC, but Nan Hai, with his decades of battle experience, quickly rushed over to embrace Old Third. This was also when Yin Mo smiled victoriously, "That I understand you now, Nan Hai." So this time, she threw out two different hidden weapons, one of which was as thin as a thread and flew parallel. Sure enough, this time, Nanhai couldn't avoid being hit by one of the two hidden weapons from behind. He quickly pulled Nan SOC behind him, yelling, "Go find second brother, quickly. Remember to protect yourself." As soon as Old Third left, Nanhai's whole body felt weak. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, the hidden weapon was probably coated with an anesthetic powder. The people inside shouted, "Let's move, brothers." With that, many chains were thrown out, and somehow they successfully bound Nanhai's entire body. Yinamo said mockingly, "So killing a god is just like this." After that, she disappeared as if she had never been there. Nanhai, still unaware of her identity, asked with a grim face, "Who are you?" At the same time, Nan SOC had already run back home. He pushed open the door and shouted, "Old Second, something big has happened. There's a group of people downstairs trying to capture Old Seventh." At the scene, a young man representing them answered him, "We are handling the case. The suspect attacked the eldest son of the Lin family at Fenghai Tower the day before yesterday and beat him to death. We are here to arrest him. Everyone, disperse. Stop looking." They pulled the chains tight, saying, "Sir, please come with us." But no matter how hard they pulled, the other party didn't budge. The men got annoyed. "You still dare to resist?" Nanhai stared at them, thinking to himself, "I'm feeling the pain now. It seems the effect of the drug is wearing off." One of them said fiercely, "Drag him back to the magistrate's office, quickly." The man's heart was already filled with unconcealed greed. He thought, if the intelligence is correct, he is the murderer named Nanhai. If I hand him over, I'll successfully get the reward money. Before he could even imagine the lavish reward, he heard a child's voice cry out, "Let go of." Bastard right now. Wei Wei was delivered straight to the scene by Ah Biao. As soon as she landed, she immediately stomped on one of the men's faces. Nanhai was frantic with worry, yelling, "Wei Wei, what are you doing here? It's dangerous. Go back quickly." Tao Wei Wei looked towards him, but ended up being frightened into a stupor. "Bastard, are you okay?" "Blood, blood, there's blood." And so, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, stars appeared in them, and she said, "Garlic heads, let go of bastard." The men immediately dropped the chains, just as Wei Wei commanded, which also startled Nanhai quite a bit. "Wei Wei, what did you do to them?" As soon as he realized the men were gradually regaining their senses, Old Seventh strained and broke the chains binding him. Then, using their own weapons against them, he used the chains to whip the men until they were unconscious at his feet. Wei Wei cheered excitedly, "Bastard, you're the absolute best." But Nanhai pinched her cheek, gritting his teeth as he scolded, "You must be very brave to come to such a dangerous place." Just then, Old Second and Old Third ran over. Surprise, "It's already taken care of? How is it so fast?" Wei Wei's eyes sparkled as she boasted proudly, "I was amazing just now. In the whole world, they're all afraid of Wei Wei." Wei Wei told them to let Bastard go, and they did. Nanhai said coldly, "You're quite proud of yourself, aren't you?" Unconsciously, Su Yunyin spoke with confusion. She started doing it again. He was inwardly furious. Such a good skill is only used on these useless soldiers. Nan Rong immediately became alert. "What does that mean? Speak up." Old Second pinched young Master Su's ear, scolding fiercely, "You've been acting strange all morning. Are you hiding something from us?" Su Yunyin yelled, "It hurts, it hurts. I'll tell you everything. But first, the officials have come to our door. We must find another hiding place immediately. Nan SOC nodded, saying, well, Fenghai Restaurant is just a restaurant on the surface. If there's a criminal, it will definitely be shut down. Then my financial path. Before he could finish, the pressure from Old Second and Old Seventh made him shrink back. He honestly continued, I mean, our base in the Wei State cannot be discovered. As long as we evacuate quickly, the shopkeeper will know how to handle the remaining mess. Nan Rong sighed. Do you have any other bases where we can stay? Nan SOC also said with a headache, yes, but we can't go there. If the Wei State discovers the connection between the bases, all my intelligence efforts will be wasted. As he finished, Lady Long Tin entered, saying seriously, I know a place to stay. And so, the whole motley crew followed her. When they arrived, Long Tin began to introduce, my Long family was annihilated. Although the Long mansion is a bit dilapidated now, it certainly won't be discovered by others. Nan SOC nodded, that's right, a murder happened here. No one will dare to come. Long Tin comforted the boy, saying, I'll take Long Yu to clean up. Everyone stay here for now. The considerate Wei Wei said, let Wei Wei go with brother Long Yu. As they left, Nan Rong immediately asked, tell me, what's going on with Wei Wei? Nan SOC asked curiously, and I'm wondering what happened to your face. Hearing his crushed cough, young Master Su honestly replied, it was a mosquito bite. With that, Su Yinyin laid his cards on the table. Has everyone heard of the Meteorite clan? The three princes of Yin State, with their jaws dropped, exclaimed in unison, what's the Meteorite clan? Young Master Su said seriously, it's no wonder you don't know. I'm afraid only your emperor knows this secret. Hundreds of years ago, the Seven Nations formed an alliance at least once to completely annihilate the Yun clan. The culture and history of the Meteorite clan have been wiped out since then. Old Third asked curiously, why was this Meteorite clan wiped out? How do you know about this? Su Yinyin fell for the charm, then mechanically said, I happened to see a short passage in a forbidden book of the Wugu sect. The man coughed a few times and carefully continued. The Meteorite clan was destroyed because they possessed supernatural powers. It is said that, in addition to their abilities in astrology and divination, the people of the Meteorite clan also had the ability to control the blood of others. There were also some who could awaken from a near-death state through special rituals, and their abilities would become stronger after awakening. They could easily manipulate the behavior of others, even their life and death. Do you still remember the Grey Goose who was 4-4 in the martial art competition? Seeing that everyone was engrossed in the story, Su Yinyin continued with his thoughts. And that officer, just now, he was about to succeed. How could he let an high go so easily? These two incidents can no longer be called a coincidence. I guess that little imp probably awakened when Grey Goose was about to drop her. Plus what I saw in my sister's place. It can also prove that the little imp is a descendant of the Meteorite clan. She can really manipulate others, but I still don't know how she does it. Nan Hai said optimistically, don't worry too much. These are just empty legends. Young Master Su asked him gravely, think carefully. After you started raising her, have any of your wishes gone unfulfilled? Have you ever persisted with her request to the end and not agreed? With that, he seriously recalled the times Tao Wei Wei Wine, bastard, play with Wei Wei, and he always compromised. All right then, you have to be responsible for it. Nan Hai shivered, thinking, it seems like everyone listens to her. Then he said aloud in alarm, might be in control. Old Second and Old Third, without prior agreement, cursed in their hearts. No, you're just spoiling her too much. The next morning, as soon as he groggily opened his eyes, Su Yinyin was surprised by the tuft of white hair next to him. His heart filled with the joy of spring. He said no, but his body is very honest. He even snuck into my bed in the middle of the night. While he's still asleep, I can secretly do something. And so, young Master Su puckered his lips, wanting to steal a kiss from the person next to him, but was hit by a rough hand. Then, Nan Hai and Su Yunyin exchanged unspeakable glances, both getting goosebumps all over. They screamed internally without making a sound as they finally remembered the terrifying truth. Rewinding to last night, while the young master was enjoying some real-life drama, Nan Hai and Wei Wei were arguing loudly. Don't sleep while hugging the bird. It's dirty. No way. Baldy is clearly very clean. Tao Wei Wei puffed out her bun-like cheeks, hearing him say firmly, if I say no, then it's no. In that situation, Su Yinyin was an innocent bystander who suddenly felt an ominous premonition wash over him. With that, a star appeared in Wei Wei's eye. She pointed at the young master and said, Wei Wei doesn't want to sleep with you. Go sleep in Su Yinyin's room. And so, Nan Hai and the young master, without another word, unconsciously moved 10 meters away from each other. Suddenly, the door opened, and a youthful-looking Nan SOC shouted, "Yin Yin, my second brother is looking for you." Suddenly, a wave of gloom washed over him. Old Third's face turned pale as he heard the two fierce beasts in front of him growl, "You saw us. And so, we have a battered Nan SOC huddled in the middle of the courtyard, pitifully rambling, so no one believes the cold sweat running down my face. The violence of my family has broken SOC's little heart. A duck with baby cabbage. I'm just a punching bag anyway. The ground is yellow." Just as Nan Rong asked, "What's wrong with him?" the two culprits replied in unison, "Nothing happened." Old Second asked again, confused, "Then what are we doing sneaking around here?" Su Yin said in a low voice, "Quiet, observe in secret. We know very little about the abilities of the Meteorite clan and the little ghost. If we know more information, know how to attack, and understand ourselves and the enemy, we can avoid tragedies." Just as Nan Hai was about to lose his patience, young Master Su grabbed the mic again and continued, "And my sister has probably made some moves too. The incident at this inn might have been caused by her." "Huh, I told you. My sister is hiring assassins to kill Old Seventh." Nan Rong was so shocked he hit the person first, then scolded, "What? Why didn't you tell me something so important sooner?" Su Yin, holding his head, rambled on, "My sister has wanted to kill him for a long time. This time, it's definitely because of that little imp. This kind of supernatural ability, not just my sister, but anyone would want to grasp and use for themselves. There will definitely be all kinds of dangers in the future, so we must find a way for the little imp to learn to control her own abilities. This way, when a crisis occurs, maybe we can turn the tide." Nan Rong nodded. "But if she really possesses the power of the Meteorite clan, she can make people act completely against their will. We usually hang out with her and haven't noticed anything unusual." As soon as he finished, both Nan Hai and the young master coughed up blood, thinking, "It feels like the wound is still bleeding nonstop." But the man still endured the pain and said softly, "Maybe her power is unstable because it wasn't caused by the traditional ritual of the Meteorite clan, but by an accident. Another possibility is that she is more likely to be inspired to use her power in a crisis situation." And so, the sneaky trio had a chaotic exchange of words, talking over each other. "You don't want to simulate a situation like that, do you? Just try to touch her." "No. Even if Wei Wei is really from the Meteorite clan, she's still too young. It will scare her." "What the hell?" While they were talking, Nan Hai was stabbed by something in the back of his neck. Nan Rong noticed and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Nan Hai casually replied, "It's nothing. I have a small wound on my neck that's healing, so it's a little itchy." At the same time, a swarm of bugs quickly ran from the Long Mansion. The place they returned to was where the second-ranked assassin, Yin, Mo was. That very afternoon, Su Yin, with a chain in his hand, scared Nan Hai into turning into a wolf, fiercely scolding, "What trick are you trying to pull now?" Young Master Su's face was pale, not very willing, but he still said seriously, "Let's recreate the scene from that time and quickly find a way to help that little imp use her power. You don't want a repeat of what happened this morning, do you?" As soon as he finished, Nan Hai remembered Brother Su's billion-dollar kiss, and his face contorted. So he held out his own hands and scolded, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." After a struggle, he was finally able to handcuff Old Seventh. Su Yin cleared his throat and ordered kneel. Seeing Nan Hai huff, the man said, "You know best what you were like at that time, right?" In his heart, he already had his own thoughts. "Your cold brother-in-law is about to pay you a visit, mwahaha." Nan Hai was so angry, he pursed his lips. He actually obediently knelt down, saying, "Whatever you're going to do it quickly." Su Yin took out a pot of lipstick from somewhere and said with utmost mockery, "It's not realistic enough. Let's put on some makeup." Seeing his mouth couldn't be more annoying, Old Seven said with disgust, "Are you really going to use this on me?" After putting on the makeup and getting ready, Su Yin took a deep breath and used all his strength to shout in an octave 8. "Voice-o, what a big piece of cake." As soon as she heard about food, Wei Wei automatically ran over. Her eyes sparkling, she said, Where's the giant fried cake?" But her pupils dilated when she saw Su Yin give Nan Hai a punch. Old Seventh was more furious than a chili pepper. He cursed inwardly, "You actually hit me for real," while the young master laughed to himself. Don't forget there's still a kick in the script. So, Su Yin was eager to experience what it felt like to step on the god of slaughter of Yin. As soon as he lifted his foot, he was stopped by Wei Wei. She stood in front of Nan Hai and shouted, "Black Bear, don't bully bastard." And so, the light in the young master's eyes gradually darkened, and he fell down. Nan Hai was so scared his mouth hung open. "Hey, stay still. I don't want to." The scream echoed throughout the Long Mansion. So very quickly, Old Second and Old Third were there, Old 7th. What happened? Only to see Su Yunyan and Nanhai sandwiching Wei Wei between them, lips to lips. Unable to bear it any longer, Old 7th used his peerless iron head to knock the other person away, then threw up a sparkling rainbow puddle. Little Wei Wei asked worriedly, "Bastard, are you okay?" while the young master was still unconscious. A moment later, he shot up, exclaiming, "My head hurts so much." What just happened? He was immediately met with a wrath, more terrifying than a volcanic eruption, of Nan roamed at Su. Yen, how dare you flirt with my younger brother? Get out of here right now. And we are lucky to witness a scene simulating Judge Bao's court in this story. Old 2nd sat above, saying in a stern voice, "To the hall, prisoner Su Yunyan. Kneel down. Do you know your crime?" Su Yunyan knelt below, saying aggrievedly, "It's not fair, Your Honor. It was all caused by that little imp." Nan Rong snorted coldly. "Really? I didn't see Wei Wei tell you to kiss." Old 7th. Su Yunyan sweated, sophistically saying, "It's because the ground was slippery." Old 2nd took out a gold ingot and said with a faint smile, "Really? Tell me, what did you find out?" When Nan SOC saw the money, his eyes lit up. Old 3rd performed his duty as an information broker very well. Taking the money, he exaggerated with great ease. Shocking scandal. The god of slaughter of Yin and the young master of the fire god cult caught in bed. Is it a deep, hidden affection or a moral decay? Nan Rong was boiling with anger. To Su Yin, "You're amazing." The young master looked pitiful and said, "Hey, Nan Hai, tell your second brother that there's nothing between us." Nan Hai sneered in his heart. "Humph, you hit me so hard just now, and you still want me to help you." So he decisively sold out the outsider. Yesterday, he suddenly pulled me into his room. Then I passed out. "Second brother, you have to make the decision for me." Su Yunyan's eyebrows practically touched, and he shouted helplessly, "Are you deliberately retaliating against me?" Seeing his crush looking very scary, the young master could only beg Wei Wei, "Little imp, you said you know everything about last night, and what just happened? Tell second brother what happened." Tao Wei Wei asked sassily, "What about the giant candy?" The man froze on the spot and asked, "What candy?" Wei Wei puffed her cheeks cutely, saying, "Sugar cakes and candied hawthorn skewers." With that, a star appeared in her eye. She pointed at Su Yunyan and said, "A liar is a puppy." Instantly, the young master sat on all fours, barking, "Woof woof." When he came to his senses, he realized the magical atmosphere around him was directed at him. And so, the young master collapsed. With tears welling in his eyes, he could only cry silently to, "I, the young master of the fire god cult, have lost all my face in 2 short days." Nan Rong now laughed, and he asked softly, "What do you think? Is he pretending, or is this Wei Wei's ability?" Nan Hai said seriously, "It's probably Wei Wei, but it seems very random." Next, tell Old 3rd to inquire about the whereabouts of the Tao family and find her mother to see if we can get more information. At the same time, at the Tao family home, the warm golden sunlight shone in. Inside, incense was constantly burning for the Buddha. There was a woman with hair the exact same color as Tao Wei Wei's. She was Tao Tian. Suddenly, the door opened, and Su Matter appeared and said, "Come with me. I will take you to see your daughter." One day, the sky was clear and the clouds were fine. It seemed like a peaceful day, until a piercing scream came from the long mansion. "Dad, I don't want to. Wei Wei will bite it." Nan Hai took a punch from her, saying in pain, "Wei Wei, don't move." Su Yunyan also took a kick and had to exclaim in amazement, "Is this kid really that strong?" Nan Rong held the tool in his hand, saying seriously, "Hold on tight, don't let go." The reliable old 2nd said, "It's okay, it won't hurt at all. Open your mouth wide." But Tao Wei Wei resolutely kept her mouth shut and even used her special move of puffing her cheeks cutely. Nan Rong was so helpless he sighed, saying, "Old 3rd, it's your turn to act." Nan SOC chuckled and said, "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." So he vigorously tickled little Wei Wei, making the little girl burst out laughing. Meanwhile, Nan Rong took advantage of the gap when Wei Wei's mouth was open to examine it and concluded, "She has a cavity." Nan Rong frowned his willow leaf eyebrows and shouted, "Didn't I tell everyone to give her less sweets during her teething period?" The 3 men raised their hands in surrender, arguing eloquently, "No, really no. She must have controlled us. Let's run back the data from the past few days." Wei Wei just needs to hug Nan Hai's neck and say, "Bastard, Wei Wei wants to eat candy, and she gets candy." While Su Yin, being very sharp, brought Yin Rong's handkerchief in a fair and square, tit-for-tat manner, said, "Hey Black Bear, Wei Wei wants to eat mung bean cakes." Then from 2 handkerchiefs, he traded for young Master Su's treasure, then ran over to Yin Shua's place and said, "Purple, Wei Wei wants to eat candy jujubes," and thus successfully got lots and lots and lots of candy to bring back. Only the meteorite clan's mark, as wronged as Wenyang. I am not responsible for this incident. Please do not make sweeping accusations. Yin Rong, while giving Wei Wei some first aid, said to apply some herbs and chew them first. Wei Wei cried and said, "Can't Wei Wei eat anything tonight at all?" Then he found a pink handkerchief somewhere, which was the only thing she would accept, and tied it into a bow around Wei Wei's entire head. He said, "Let's see if the swelling goes down, and we can pull out the decayed tooth on the moral." Tao Xiaowei, with tears in her eyes, lisped, "Why don't you pull out now, brother? Can I really not eat?" Somehow, Yanxi was captivated by this adorable sight, took out a piece of candy, and said, "Come and get it." The third and second brothers held the seventh brother back tightly, speechless, saying, "Control your behavior. Listen carefully. You're not allowed to give her food or swap her cakes these days without my permission." The little kid burst into tears. Is it because Wei Wei is a bad child that I'm not allowed to eat candy? Which made the trio of Yin Kingdom princes momentarily feel overwhelmed with guilt. That night at the Fire God cult, Sumo while hugging a Wei Wei doll tightly, said cheerfully, "You cute little girl, big sister will bring you home soon." The blue-haired youth watched in endless fear and said decisively, "Would it be better if I came back here?" When Zhu, extremely tired, said, "Don't be angry, she's just having one of her episodes." Until she heard when Zhu's dry cough, and Moer was stunned. Very quickly, she got into her villain role, smiling and saying, "So you've arrived? Have a seat." The youth took off his cloak and asked in a serious voice, "Is what you said in the letter true?" Along the way, the youth couldn't help but ask curiously, "Wouldn't it be faster to take Tao Tian to find her daughter? Why do you still want me to go instead?" Moer answered honestly, "She was not part of my original calculations." As soon as the two of them pushed the door open, they saw a lifeless Tao Tian lying on a chair. The youth's jaw dropped, and he asked, "Is she sick or injured, or did you do something to her?" Sumo, getting a headache, sighed and said, "It has nothing to do with me. It's all because she's just too sad." Indeed, an aura of life is so tiring. This old lady doesn't want to get up, was radiating from Tao Tian. The youth asked curiously, what happened to her eyes? The saintess was also at a loss for words, saying, "Tao Tian said she will tell me when I bring her daughter back for her." The youth, no less tired, said, "Then why don't you hurry up and act?" Sumo took a deep breath and deliberately said loudly, "All right, let's go find Wei Wei." Very quickly, Tao Tian instantly recharged her battery, my Wei Wei. But after just a few steps, her battery quickly drained. Sumo caught her and said softly, "This is all the strength Tao Tian has. She isn't being held captive in the Tao family. She simply needs to stay indoors." She continued, "I can only ask you to go. I have arranged for an assassin to eliminate the potential dangers around the child. I've already arranged this today. You could take the opportunity to take the child away." At the same time, at the Long residence, Yin Song, while sunbathing on the eaves, muttered, "The voodoo cult is really cautious. They even have to spread kerosene beforehand to lure the tiger out of the mountain. If it weren't for her 500,000 gold, I wouldn't be doing this terrible job." Then, acting very much like a hired hand earning his wages, he diligently painted while saying, 50. This side is also 50, finally done. Yin Song wiped his shiny head, thinking to himself, although this high concentration of kerosene is small, but it's enough to cover a row. Just then, he heard a child's voice who was dismantling the roof tiles, scolding, just ignore Wei Wei. Yin Song was stunned in shock. Why is there a child here? How'd you get up here? His mind raced. Could this child be a Qigong master? Not only did the kid not make a sound, but she also flew up to such a height without even needing to breathe. But the truth is that Wei Wei and a Biao make for a flying duo that is both safe and silent. Yin Song frowned, sighing that even if you are a child, if you get discovered, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. But just as he was about to make a move, the crudely drawn sketch and the voice of the capitalist Sumo echoed in his ear, "Don't harm this little girl. Otherwise, there will be no compensation here." Yin Song hurriedly reined himself in and became a humble laborer, asking in a friendly manner, "Little sister, what are you doing?" To which Wei Wei replied, with exactly 4 words, "Removing tiles from above." This successfully turned Yin Song into a fool. What is removing tiles from above? And so, they had a complete miscommunication. Wei Wei puffed out her cheeks, sulking, "I don't know why they've been avoiding me lately. They don't play with me anymore." Wei Wei is very angry. Then the little girl slowly approached and grasped his large hand, listening to Yin Song say, "Can you play another game? Good children shouldn't destroy public Property. No sooner had he finished speaking than Wei Wei took out several firecrackers and said excitedly, "Okay, big brother, do you want to play with me?" Old Yin was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. No, 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 my little ancestor, I'm scared of you, maybe another day." With that said, of all the stratagems, fleeing is the best. At the same time, Yin Shi had bothered his way to third brother Yin Shua's room. "Is Wei Wei here with you?" Before he could do anything, he heard a noise from inside. He was about to push the door open when he himself was attacked by a barrage of paper scraps that burst out. Yin Shi felt a long-lost sense of familiarity and asked sincerely, "What is this? Hurry up and tell me." Yin Shaw, trapped inside, shouted, "It's a letter from our eldest brother." The seventh brother cursed the chatterbox in his head. Is this guy crazy? But was still concerned about the important matter and asked, "What did he write?" The third brother sincerely cosplayed as His Highness the Crown Prince, without missing a beat, saying, "My dear brothers, seeing this letter is like seeing me. Are you all well? Are you eating well? Are you sleeping well? Do you have enough money to spend? How is Wei Wei doing lately? The little one has grown up, right?" As her mother, I am very happy to hear that she won. Father Emperor is still in good health. It's autumn. Don't forget to shop for clothes. Whenever the season comes, I remember the days we picked osmanthus flowers together as children. The seventh brother fell from the tree and crushed Shua Sha. I still can't forget that scene, especially when the seventh brother cried with a straight face. He looked so cute. Yin Shi's face darkened with anger, and he said in a cold voice, "Summarize it in 10 words for me." Yin Shuo returned to his usual self, saying, "When are you guys coming back? I'm so bored, I can't even catch cockroaches to play with." Yin Shi nodded, replying, "We'll be back as soon as we find Wei Wei's mother. Have you confirmed the Tao family's address?" Yin Shaw, from within the mess, passed on the news and said, "This morning, a spy confirmed it, but she is still observing to see if there is anyone else who looks like Wei Wei's mother." Yin Shi clicked his tongue and said, "Let's go and ask directly. Where is Wei Wei? I've looked everywhere, but can't find her." Yin Shua, while rolling up the letter that was longer than a history book, said, "I haven't seen her either." In a second, the seventh brother realized something. So he gathered the 4 super brothers, and they split up to look for Tao Xiaowei. But they all returned panting, saying, "You couldn't find the kid either?" Su Yinyin frowned and said, "Exactly. I went up to the roof to check, but didn't see her." The considerate Yin Rong said, "Could it be because we've been afraid of her powers lately and have been avoiding her? So Wei Wei ran away from home?" Yin Shi immediately fell into a state of overthinking. "It's all my fault. I should have stayed with her. What if she was kidnapped by human traffickers? What if she can't find her way back? What if she gets bullied?" This made Yin Shaw, who was usually goofy, have a moment of clarity, saying, "That won't happen, seventh brother." At the same time, a Biao on one leash and a little white snake on another were being walked down the street by Wei Wei to the panic of passers-by. Young Master Su then remarked, "It would be for the best if she doesn't bully others." And so, after walking for only a short while, Wei Wei was blocked by Yin Shi, who grabbed her by the head. Seeing that the little rascal still wanted to run, he pinched her cheek and scolded, "Why did you run out alone? Do you know how dangerous it is outside?" Wei Wei screamed, "Who told you to ignore me?" Su Yinyin was also speechless, saying, "And what's so dangerous during the day?" Yin Rong chuckled and said very practically, "Perhaps he's afraid of that certain someone of yours." At the same time, at the Fire God cult, young Master Su's certain someone was fuming. "Didn't I say we would start today? What is everyone doing here in front of me?" No matter how you looked at it, the 3 of them just ate and slept, and after sleeping, they ate again. The blue-haired youth then remarked, "I observed the stars and did some divination last night. It's not suitable for me to go out today. Please let me take a day off." Yin Song, on the other hand, frowned and said, "And I need to prepare more." Su Mo gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly. "Did I hire a group of old people to work? For me?" All over the Wei Kingdom, there was a buzz of discussion. Is the palace's talent show about to start again? What's wrong? You still want your daughter to participate? What if? Are you sure you want to participate in the draft? At the same time, Miss Long Jing, while having her makeup done by Yin Rong, said, "Once every 3 years, the Wei Kingdom selects 11 out of 101 beauties to enter the palace. This is the new emperor's 2nd concubine selection. I can replace a concubine in the court examination. This is my only chance to get close to him." Yin Rong chuckled, saying, "He seems much more restrained than the old man in our family. All right, let's see how my disguise works." Tao Xiaowei, with her sweet tongue, said, "Long Zizi has changed completely. Only Long Rue was still gloomy, saying, Zizi, will Zizi come back? Don't leave Long Rue alone. Long Rue has nothing left." Long Jing stroked the boy's head and said softly, "Of course. Little Rue will wait for me at home with her brothers and sisters. I'll leave him in your care." Yin Shi frowned, saying, "Actually, we can lure her. After all, killing the enemy emperor is only beneficial to us. Long Jing smiled faintly. "Sai no, you have given me a chance to take revenge, otherwise I would have died long ago. I don't want you to take the risk. I will be very grateful if you could take care of Long Rue after I leave." The little girl, being super reliable, said, "Don't worry, Long Zizi, Wei Wei will definitely take good care of brother Long Rue." Long Jing smiled softly. "All right, I trust Wei Wei." Yanxi asked worriedly, "Are you sure you'll be chosen?" Long Jing smiled confidently, saying, "I was the first on the list in the first draft. And don't forget, your father emperor sent you here just to snatch me away for this beauty. I have memorized the entire 5-year draft and 3-year simulation. Even if the emperor doesn't like it, if I can guess the empress dowager's questions correctly, I will definitely be kept." But the seventh brother still didn't believe it, saying, "Really? There are many ways to do this." Seeing him questioning life, Long Jing was also stunned. "Every year, your father emperor holds such a big competition. Have you never been to see it?" Yanxi said bluntly, "To the outside world, it's a beauty pageant, but to us, it's a stepmother selection." Yin Shuo and Yin Rong also pouted, saying, "Who would want to watch that?" Su Yin commented softly, "As far as I know, the Wei Emperor still has no heir. If you succeed, you can still escape the chaos." The third brother then nodded, remarking, "He's right, remember this. I have spy snakes in the palace. They will protect you if something unfortunate happens." Long Jing said gently, "I have no way to repay this kindness." At the same time, at the Wei Kingdom's Imperial Palace, the Wei Emperor, while sipping wine, listened to Inamo say, 2 days later, Su Imoer assassinated the crown prince of Yin and snatched the little girl from his hands. That little girl might be the one the master is looking for. He laughed, satisfied, saying, "Then let's first cooperate with Su Imoer's actions. After she's done everything, we'll capture her in one fell swoop. The Yin Kingdom and the Fire God cult. Let's kill these 2 birds with 1 stone." Yinamo bowed her head. "Yes, master," from within the daringly slit skirt of hers. That woman? As she finished speaking, soldiers swarmed in from nowhere. Yinmo ordered, "Arrest them all for me." In the dark prison, drop of blood fell to the ground. Tao Xiaowei, in her coma, gradually regained consciousness. But that was also when she saw a bloody hand reaching towards her. It was the gray goose, the youth who had died on this very stage that day. Wei Wei's pupils constricted. Back in reality, Yin Shi, holding the little girl in his arms, asked, "Why hasn't it recovered yet?" The voices of many people whispered, "Seventh brother, hold her tight. If she wakes up now, we'll all die. Is everyone ready?" Interspersed was Long Rue's childish voice, "Go, go." Everyone held their breath to tie the string in Wei Wei's mouth to the cart full of firecrackers. Su Yin was sweating from the tension and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Ready. Ready to launch." Yin Shuo hugged Long Rue tightly, taking a deep breath for courage to light the fuse. They counted in unison, 3, 2, 1. As soon as they finished, the cart of firecrackers successfully flew into the sky. And what the hell, it even pulled Tao Xiaowei's half-loose decayed tooth along with it. A loud explosion rang out, and the little girl was finally woken up. Blood from Wei Wei's mouth gushed down with a pull of gravity, making Yin Shi contort his face with a sense of overwhelming guilt. Tao Xiaowei, in pain, burst into tears. The seventh brother, with great skill, wiped her mouth clean and said, there, stop the bleeding." Then he comforted her, saying, it doesn't hurt, it's all okay." The next second, she flipped faster than a pancake with toppings, snapping, "Didn't you say it wouldn't hurt?" Yin Rong, with many words but unable to clear his name, said, "I tried many times, but nothing worked. Let me see." Suddenly, a laugh that sounded like a cow's moo rang out. Yin Song looked no different from a freshly roasted pig, meaning he was hit by the firecracker cart. Everyone. He felt his head and remarked, "As expected, you are the legendary seventh prince. You discovered us so quickly." Before this entrance, the 8 eyes below were questioning life, quietly asking, "Do you know him?" Yin Song continued to read his lines loudly. "We are the ones who have come to take your head," then realized the blue-haired youth still hadn't climbed up. He had to grab the other by the collar while nagging. "Why did it take you so long to climb the wall?" Yin Shi calmly asked, "Who sent you here?" The two of them successfully landed in someone's courtyard. The blue-haired youth smiled faintly and said, "I'm here to eliminate the strongest." As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Song rushed towards Yin Shi. But the blue-haired youth just stood there quietly and said, "None of you are allowed to move." What the hell? In his pupils was also the mark of the Meteorite clan, which made the vengeful quartet feel a bit wowed. And so, right at the scene, the grass and flowers continued to sway, but Yin Shaw, Yin Rong, and Su Yunyin stood as still as statues. Tao Xiaowei, unaffected, called out curiously, "Second brother." A hand reached out. The youth continued to use the power of the meteorite clan, saying, "Give her to me." Yanshi saw that his second brother was about to hand over his treasure and hurriedly ran towards the other side, Wei Wei. But halfway there, he was attacked by Yin Song. He laughed and said, "Your opponent is over here. Don't get so distracted." The seventh brother was really worried about the situation on the other side. However, little Wei Wei was also struggling like a fish out of water, saying, "I don't want his second brother. What's wrong with you?" As soon as she finished speaking, a small foot shot out and kicked the youth. Long Rue stood in front of Tao Xiao Wei, saying fiercely, "Don't touch Wei Wei." In the tense situation, the youth suddenly knelt down, clutching the spot where Long Rue had just kicked him. Wei Wei and the boy quickly caught each other's signal, thinking to themselves, "This seems to be a victory." At the same time, on the other side, Yanshi had also knocked the weapon out of Yin Song's hand, and for good measure, he gave him a kick from Bruce Lee. Yin Song, seeing the difficulty, jumped back a few steps. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he said with amusement, "I didn't expect you to be so strong without a weapon." Just as he was getting into battle mode, he unconsciously heard his teammate's helpless voice. "What are you guys doing?" Yin Song was living proof of the saying, "Don't fear a strong enemy, only a pig-like teammate." What the hell? The youth had been beaten unconscious by two children. In a moment of shock, Yanshi attacked him from behind. While landing a punch, he growled out each word in Rital Aitai, "Where are you? Look on Jiha." Yin Song got a free one-way ticket via air travel and frowned, saying, "What are you guys waiting for?" From within the bushes, a few flashes of light blinked, signaling that they had heard. Smoke bombs were dropped into the courtyard below. Yin, she covered his nose, calling out in a hoarse voice, "Wei Wei, where are you?" Yin Mo appeared after the smoke bomb attack, holding Tao Xiaowei tightly in her arms and snorted coldly, "Don't move, or I can't guarantee this little kid's safety." Yin, she frowned. "Are you looking to die?" Seeing Yin Mo's restless hand, Yin Song, as a paid employee, reminded her in a serious tone, "Hey, that woman clearly said not to harm a kid." Yin Mo chuckled, saying profoundly, "Who said I was working for? That woman?" As she finished speaking, soldiers swarmed in from nowhere. Yin Mo ordered, "Arrest them all for me." In the dark prison, the brothers Yin Rong, Yin Shuo, and young Master Su were still unconscious. Suddenly, all three woke up and without planning, were stunned. "How did we get here?" Yin Shi, who was next to them, asked if everyone was lucid, while Yin Song tried to reduce his own presence. And so, everyone needed a popular science summary of the previous situation from Yin Shi. After he finished, the trio of troublemakers became pensive, looking at Yin Song while cracking their knuckles, wanted to make a move. The top-ranked assassin, whose reputation didn't match reality, shouted, "What? You want to fight? Bring it on if you've got the guts," with the two-word deception written all over his face. After some thumping and bashing, Yin Song, covered in bumps, lay on the ground crying, "This is the first time I've seen someone demand to be beaten. I was just getting paid to do a job." Yin Shi also entered God of Slaughter mode, gritting his teeth and saying, "You really slapped her face. Tell us everything you know. Speak or die. Was it Su Mo who ordered you to kill me? I'll give you a few seconds to answer." Yin Song said miserably, "It was just a job, nothing serious. Su Mo told me to take the blue-haired guy to pick up the little girl. I said I didn't want to take that guy with me, but she insisted, saying he could hypnotize you. But that guy was too useless. He could only control those three. My mission was to kill you, the virtuous king Yin Shi, first. The woman behind was watching us. We were originally a group." Yin Song's mouth was swollen, but he still gossiped. "But the people she brought were all Imperial guards. I'm afraid we're in the palace now." At the same time, at the Imperial Palace of the Wei Kingdom, Yin Mo brought the 3 spoils of war. Outside the door, she reported, "Master, the people have been brought." The Wei Emperor, completely covered by a cloak, softly ordered, "Let them in. You stay outside. No one else is allowed in." Yin Mo shouted, "Understood." As soon as the door closed, he was the one who personally led the 3 people inside. The terrain here was filled with incredibly long corridors and incredibly high stairs. Suddenly, the Wei Emperor felt that something was not right. No matter how much of his worldly strength he used, he couldn't move them. He snapped irritably, "Why aren't you walking?" But on the faces of the 3 kids was clearly written the line, "Too old to maintain physical strength," which left the old Wei Emperor speechless. At the same time, outside the fortress, a soldier asked curiously, "Mistress, why won't the master let us in case something happens?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yin Mo cut him off indifferently. "Stop asking. Anyone who has entered here without permission, even royalty, has been executed." The situation inside was no better. The Wei Emperor's legs were trembling, and he collapsed, saying, "We've arrived at the shrine." Then he arranged the 3 people in 3 positions on the array, saying softly, "Young man of a foreign race, You bear a sacred mission and sacrifice yourself for the great royal family. Brave girl, the awakening of your mysterious power is your supreme glory. Little boy of the Long family, fate has still brought you to this final place of judgment. Today, I can finally awaken the power of this treasure. As he finished speaking, the expressions of the blue-haired youth, of Wei Wei, and of Long Rue all shivered. In contrast to the grand introduction, the weapon showed absolutely no movement whatsoever. So he coldly walked towards Long Rue and used a knife to make a cut on the boy's palm. He used the blood of the Long family to stain the weapon red, then sauntered back to his spot. He shouted, "The seal is lifted." Indeed, a sense of ceremony is the most important thing. Next is you. The one he was aiming for was the blue-haired youth. The Wei Emperor wanted to remove the youth's blindfold. He said excitedly, "Let me see your face." As soon as the white silk strip was removed, underneath was a pair of eyes with the mark of the Meteorite clan. The youth immediately used his power, coldly ordering, "Release us. Let us leave." The Wei Emperor was silent for a few seconds. The next second, he burst out laughing. It seems the ancient books of the Long family were right. The young man began to feel afraid, shuddering as he thought, "Why isn't he obeying my command?" But he persisted, commanding, "What are you laughing at? Why don't you release us?" How on earth was the Wei Emperor completely immune to the power of the Sin meteorite? He grabbed the youth's hair tightly. He said coldly, "4-star eyes are a bit of a long shot, but fortunately, it's enough for my use." The youth thought to himself, does he know so much about the meteorite? Why can't I control him? He ruthlessly tied the youth up with a rope, then dragged him away. The Wei Emperor threw him towards Tao Xiaowei, saying with a laugh, "Help me complete the awakening ritual and obtain the ability to destroy the gray goose at a high level." Unconsciously, the blue-haired youth was a bit stunned, but he quickly became flustered and said, "I don't know what you're talking about." The Wei Emperor took out a box, pressed it against his cheek, and said, "It's fine if you don't do it. I'll gouge your eyes out right now. After all, this isn't the first time I've done this." He then untied the youth's ropes. Meanwhile, in the prison, Yan Shi and young master Su took a long breath and then sighed with effort. Yan Rong, beside them, asked softly, "Still can't open it." Yan Song said indifferently, "This is made of black iron. Even with all our internal energy, we can't move it." But old Seventh still didn't give up. Gripping the bars, he said it moved. "Keep going." Su Yundian was sweating and gave up, saying, "No, I've really used up all my internal energy on this. I need to regulate my breathing first." During that time, Yin Shi's heart was burning with anxiety. "Damn it, I have to get out now. I don't know what terrible thing Vai Vai is facing." Suddenly, he noticed something shiny and thoughtfully looked at Yin Song's shiny head. He seriously asked, "Have you ever practiced Iron Head Kung Fu?" Yin Song proudly replied, "This is a must. I have a solid foundation based on childhood skills, one of a kind in the world." The flashback has ended. Yin Shi grabbed his head. Even more ruthless than the King of Hell, he rammed it into the iron bars while saying, "That's great." But as a result, the iron bars remained motionless. Yin Shi said in disgust, "This is completely useless." Yin Song clutched his head and yelled, "Of course it's useless. No matter how hard my head is, it's still flesh and blood. This is the royal dungeon. Unless the guards bring us the key, we won't be able to get out." As soon as he finished speaking, a key actually fell from the sky, causing everyone to turn pale on the spot. Meanwhile, the bald head above kept calling "Key, key." At the same time, outside the astronomical tower, Long Rue had somehow miraculously snuck out. The kid looked around, sighing in relief to himself. "Luckily, when I was little, I went all over the palace with DD. Next, I have to find a way to rescue Big Brother before I can rescue Vai Vai." As if heaven understood his intentions, he heard a group of eunuchs walking and talking. "I have taken care of everything very carefully. This is the reward for Consort Lon." Long Rue's mind immediately started racing. "Lon? That's the family my DD is a candidate for. DD must have a way to rescue Big Brother and the others." So the kid scurried after the group, secretly tailing them. As for the royal prison, the bald head flew and said, "Please go straight at the intersection ahead. Turn left after 10 meters. This made Yin Shua exclaim in admiration. "I didn't expect this bald bird to have such a top-tier function." Nearing the exit, Yin Shi shouted, "There are guards outside the door. Be careful." As soon as he finished, he kicked the door open and rushed out. Everyone held their breath, expecting a flood of guards to rush in to deal with them. But unexpectedly, they were frozen in place when they saw that a Biao and the little white snake had already knocked out all the guards. Yin Shi said softly, "Hello, Biao. We're too conspicuous to move around this palace together. Everyone is familiar with Vai Vai's scent and can find her location. We'll split into 2 groups. You take my second brother to the Imperial Medical Academy and prepare some poison." Yin Rong nodded and said, "Okay." Then Yanshi became serious and continued, Yanshua, you come with me. Use the Intelligence Bureau's secret channels to have them cut off all communication with the Imperial guards. Let's go find Long Qing and tell her to wait until Vai Vai is rescued before taking action. Old Third immediately burst into tears, saying, Old Seventh, you bastard, do you still consider me a brother in your heart? But that Old Seventh just said indifferently, I will handle this big trouble. Suddenly, Yin Song stuck out his shiny head, repeatedly saying, Hey, I can go with you to save everyone. Yanshi was on high alert and said, Then follow me. If you dare have any other ideas, I'll kill you first, immediately. But Yin Song just stroked his hairless head, smiling happily as he said, Okay. Yanshi took his first steps inside the Wei Imperial Palace, his heart racing nonstop. Vai Vai, wait for me. At the same time, at the astronomical tower, the blue-haired youth gently placed his hand on Vai Vai's head, thinking, It seems we are still useful to him before this child awakens. So let's try to delay it for a while. The Wei Emperor said fiercely, Hurry up, my patience is limited. Vai Vai understood the boy's intention and said, Vai Vai wants to go to the little hut. So the Wei Emperor resignedly said, I'll take you there. After that, he got to experience being a servant, running up and down with conditions like, Vai Vai wants to drink water, Vai Vai is hungry, Vai Vai wants to eat porridge. The old Wei Emperor was furious, cursing inwardly, This damn brat is so annoying. After a period of commotion, the Wei Emperor finally tied Vai Vai to a wooden post. He turned to threaten the blue-haired youth. My patience has its limits. I'm starting now. If you keep delaying, I have many ways to make you suffer a fate worse than death. The boy stared at Vai Vai, thinking, what's the use of this child awakening? Even if she awakens, she can't be controlled by him. What he might want is the image of a person with the mark of the Meteorite clan, carefully preserved by the Wei Emperor, appeared in his mind. But the Wei Emperor could not wait any longer. He said in a cold voice, I will count from 1 to 5. If you still can't decide, I will kill you and gouge out your eyes. For me, 4 stars are enough. I will have plenty of time to find a way to awaken. That little brat, terrified, the youth yelled, I'll do it, okay. Very quickly, Yanshi found his way to the astronomical tower and observed a dense layer of Imperial soldiers guarding the outside, and even Yin-Mo was here. He said softly, let's see where Vai Vai is. The bald head saluted, saying reliably, mission received. Then a Biao carried the bald kid to fly off and scout the terrain first. Yin Shua followed up, asking curiously, what should we do next? The Intelligence Bureau has searched the entire harem, but still hasn't found Long Qing. Yin Song, while cleaning his ear, said lazily, even if we knew where she was, we couldn't break through this solid defense with just one more person. As he finished speaking, a female voice spoke up, You guys are too slow. I've been waiting for you since this afternoon. Long Jing said with a smile. Yin Shua was astonished. No wonder I couldn't find you anywhere in the harem. It turns out you were already here. Jing said softly, It was Xiao Rui who found me, not you. Upon seeing her, Long Rui said urgently, Big brother, hurry and save Vai Vai. That weird uncle said something about making Vai Vai awaken. Yin Shua and Yin, she said in unison, awaken? Old Third said worriedly, Is he trying to exploit her abilities? Old Seventh gritted his teeth. We can't wait any longer. We have to get in quickly. Yin Shua hesitated, saying, But second brother and his people haven't brought the poison yet. How can we lure so many people away? Long Jing spoke up reliably, Leave it to me. Yin Shi frowned, saying, Can you do it alone? Those guards are all combat experts. But he only saw her smile. Then she clapped her hands and called, My sisters. As she finished speaking, the imposing scene behind Long Jing terrified the 3 young men. Long Jing said softly, I told them everything the Wei Emperor did to me. My sisters sympathize with my situation and are tired of being used by him. So now we have formed an alliance. As soon as she finished, the consorts and concubines behind her waved a banner high. Anti-Scumbag Alliance. Official debut. Long Jing smiled coldly and said, Today is the day that Scumbag dies. And so, in the middle of the night, the entire harem ran to the astronomical tower to cause a disturbance. This made Yin-Mo exclaim, All of you go back. His Majesty has ordered that no one is allowed to enter. Long Jing led the way, saying, What if I insist on entering? Yin-Mo, straighter than a pillar, said, That can only be done at His Majesty's will. Those who wish to storm the palace without permission will be killed without mercy. Long Jing let out a cold laugh and said, Take a good look. Do you have the guts to touch us? The person standing next to her was the chief guard's older sister, the prime minister's daughter, the daughter of the minister of war, the princess of the top-ranking tribe. Just seeing those important figures was enough. Yin Mo's face twisted. These identities were too prominent, and even a small change would affect world peace in particular and his own life in general. Yet, she remained firm and ordered, "All guards, get them for me." While the soldiers were busy suppressing the harem's riot, Yin Shi and Yin Shuo had quietly climbed up to the first floor. The situation inside the tower was not optimistic. The youth used his meteorite power, ordering Vai Vai, "Look at me." The meteorite mark glowed in his eyes. Vai Vai struggled with all her might, but she still couldn't look away from the mark. And so, her eyes were forced to open the meteorite mark, shedding tears of blood as she screamed, "It hurts so much." The youth was startled, thinking, this child is actually 6-star. Only a few people in the meteorite tribe can awaken. Those who awaken usually only reach the 2-star level. A few can reach the 3-star level. A 4-star person can enter the training program for clan elder candidates, and a 5-star person is a candidate for the position of leader of the clan. If there are 6 stars, he recalled his mother's words, "For many years, we haven't had an heir of 5 stars or more." If a child of 6 stars or more appears, that person will definitely be the heir to the clan chief and the hope of the entire Cloud tribe. While the youth was still stunned, the Wei Emperor burst out laughing. "Heaven is helping me. It's really 6 stars. Quick, give that brat to me." The youth tried his best to stop him. "Wait, the awakening is not yet complete." As soon as he finished speaking, many fan-shaped hidden weapons grazed past him, successfully cutting all the ropes that bound Tao Xiaowei to the wooden post. The youth wanted to catch Vai Vai, while the Wei Emperor was still pondering who the visiting assassin was. When over here, the youth was kicked by Yin Shi. He hugged Vai Vai tightly, gritting his teeth and saying, "You're looking to die, aren't you?" The boy stared at Tao Xiaowei's lifeless eyes, his heart filled with dread. "This is bad." The awakening process was interrupted. Yin Shi held the little girl tightly, anxiously calling, "Vai Vai, can you hear me?" But Vai Vai remained expressionless, as if she didn't recognize him. Instead, she saw Yin Shi as the gray goose that always appeared in her nightmares. So Vai Vai struggled, trying to push him away. Yin Shi said in fear, "Be careful." But the little girl just kept crying, saying, "I don't want to, don't touch me." As she finished speaking, Yin Shi's body suddenly stiffened. He remained frozen in place, watching Tao Xiaowei fall and roll on the ground, thinking thoughtfully, "I can't move?" Seeing his chance, the Wei Emperor grabbed Vai Vai tightly, laughing triumphantly, "This 6-star is mine." As soon as he finished speaking, blood vessels suddenly appeared all over his eyes. It turned out he'd been hit by a fan-shaped hidden weapon, which had severed the carotid artery in his neck. Just like that, he died unwillingly. How can this be? My hegemonic power hasn't even begun. Yin Shi tried to move, saying with a tremble, "Vai Vai, come here." Tao Xiaowei did look towards him, but then she got distracted, her mouth still repeating, "Blood, there's blood." Vai Vai is afraid of blood. The blue-haired youth's eyebrows furrowed tightly, thinking, "This is bad. She's losing control. We must quickly take her back to the tribe to save her in time." Seeing the youth run towards Vai Vai, Yin Shi grabbed his small, slender neck and shouted fiercely, "What do you want to do to her?" The boy thought to himself, what an incredible will. Can he really maintain consciousness under the pressure of a 6-star warrior? But then his mind raced. Oh, damn it. If I order her to kill him, I will suffer a backlash. It seems her influence on him is still effective. So he activated his meteorite ability, stared at Yin Shi, and ordered him, "Forget Tao Xiaowei." As expected, His Highness the 7th Prince let go of him, then stood frozen in place, watching the blue-haired youth hug Vai Vai tightly and run away. He was unwilling, screaming in his heart, "I don't want to. She is the most important person to me." Who is she? 8 years flew by in the blink of an eye, passing in a single page of the story. In the bustling streets, a carriage stopped before the city gate. The driver said softly, "Honored guest, we have arrived at the Yin Kingdom." The person who lifted the curtain and stepped out was a young woman with familiar green hair. A raging fire burned, consuming an entire mountain. A man was running, clutching a bag of money, thinking, "I can't believe that madman really came here to suppress the bandits." Luckily, I ran fast. Although it's a pity that all my men are gone, as long as I have this treasure, I won't be afraid of not being able to recruit more people. When I return, I can still live well. But he celebrated too soon. Streaks of blood began to appear in his eyes, just enough to see Yin Shi in front of him. With a single sword strike, Old 7th took his opponent's head. He wiped the blood stain from the corner of his lips. He looked up at the dawn, thinking, This time it's over, right? And so, early in the morning, in the Imperial court, everyone's face was pale. Some other factions were idle. His elder brother has just ascended the throne, and he already disrespects everyone, relying on military merit to not wear court robes. How can this bloodline be so shameless? The seventh prince went to wipe out bandits alone again. Yin Shaw, in the crowd, cursed silently in disgust. A bunch of cowards who only know how to whisper. If it were me, I'd use a loudspeaker and announce it to the whole capital to hear. Yin Su, on the throne, also frowned, saying unhappily, if no one has any more opinions today, let's end it. Old Seventh, follow me to the Imperial study. And so, the officials below were once again amazed. The Emperor is not happy. He's definitely going to be punished this time. But inside the Imperial study, Yin Su was adjusting his clothes for him, asking worriedly, why did you kill people again? Father is still sick, so I don't need to visit today. I guess he's resting with one of his concubines again. How could you be so reckless as to go into the bandit's den alone? Did the blood on you injure you? Take off your clothes and let me see. Yin, she said in a cold voice, I'm fine. He then turned to leave, making Yin Su ask worriedly, where are you going again? But he just said indifferently, the Ministry of Justice for the trial of the rebels. Yin Shuo said cheekily, be gentle and let him live this time. As soon as the door closed, the Emperor frowned. That child has been missing for so many years. Old Seventh's anger is getting more and more serious. The third prince said indignantly, it's not just serious, it's inhumane. There's no war recently, so he's venting his anger by wiping out all the bandits occupying the mountain. Yin Su said with a headache, how about giving him some advice? Yin Shuo immediately dodged. Big brother is the eldest. You volunteer to be the example. The Emperor was sad, saying, after he returned from the Wei Kingdom, I haven't seen old Seventh smile anymore. He also talks less. It turns out he cherished that little kid so much. Could it be that he really forgot about her completely? Yin Shuo was also troubled, clicking his tongue and saying, at first, I didn't believe it either, but old Seventh really doesn't remember anything about her. A few years ago, he would get very annoyed when I mention her, but now, when I occasionally bring it up, he doesn't even listen and doesn't care. At all. Yin Su sighed, alas, I wonder if she's okay. We're not with her, don't let her get bullied. At the same time, in a corner of the Yin Kingdom, a familiar and earth-shattering explosion was taking place. Tao Xiaowei looked at the blazing fire, puffing out her cheeks, and saying, taking advantage of me while I'm sleeping to kidnap and sell me. Huh? I'll burn your house to a crisp. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. 8 years have passed, and she is still as mischievous and cute as ever, but some people have lost their original colors. Will we still have a chance to meet again? Tao Xiaowei aimed her lens at a building in the Yin Kingdom's Imperial Palace, clicking her tongue and saying, security is tight. It seems we can only try again at night. That night, upon hearing Yin Shi's slow footsteps, the soldiers bowed their heads respectfully. Your Highness, the seventh prince, he said in a cold voice. Did someone break in? The soldier replied concisely, yes. That night, the dungeon was lit more brightly than usual. Tao Xiaowei hung from the ceiling, thinking, I remember Sister Su saying that the person she wanted to save is imprisoned down here. So Vai jumped down, looking around as she thought, orange hair with cross-shaped scars on his face. Where is he? Until she met a super fierce-looking person. Vai exclaimed, there he is. She whispered, I was sent to rescue you. The orange-haired, scarred man suddenly said, can the Heavenly King cover the earthen jar? This made Vai's ears ring. Why is there still a password? She immediately broke into a cold sweat, trying to recall Su Moer's lecture on character traits. But Tao Xiaowei had completely fallen asleep after hearing the beginning. But anyway, she had to give a warning first. She confidently read out loud, Tiger 205. The two men inside the prison cell immediately felt a profound sense of meaninglessness. He quickly pulled out the letter Su Moer had sent him. The content was not a joke at all, saying, the person coming to save you probably didn't pay attention to the mission instructions. So no password needed. Just make up a password, and if she answers correctly, it's her. It even ended with the sentence, there is no secret code. The orange-haired man was speechless, thinking, is it really okay to be this casual? His comrade had already been won over by Tao Xiaowei. Dear Excellency, you finally come. Please save us. If we fall into that murderer's hands, we will live a life worse than death. Vai said reliably, wait a moment, I'll open the lock. As she finished speaking, she took out the familiar piece of clay and pressed it into the lock, and it successfully created a key mold that matched down to the millimeter. Vai blew on it a few times, saying with great pride, done. But just as the key was inserted into the lock, she heard a noise behind her. Vai urged the two prisoners, saying, "Someone's coming, hurry up. Just follow this bird and you can get out." The two men said with grateful smiles, "Thank you very much, Your Excellency." Tao Xiaowei glanced at the straw inside the prison cell, then immediately grabbed a wine jar and poured it on. Then, while blowing a spark, she smiled smugly, "Create a little more chaos. This way, they have a higher chance of escaping." How on earth did Yanxi see the fire break out as soon as he came down? The soldiers beside him panicked, shouting, "Fire! Hurry up and bring water to put it out. Your Highness the Seventh Prince, it's dangerous here. Please wait outside for a moment." Overhearing this, Vi thought thoughtfully, "Wait, did he just shout Seventh Prince?" Inside the dying prison camp. "Bring more water here. The prisoner has escaped. Send someone to chase him. Hurry up." Meanwhile, Vi was still staring at Yanxi's back, thinking, is it really him? Bastard. But the next second, she closed her eyes tightly, tears falling as she thought, kidnapping a prisoner, masterminding arson. She thought confidently, "I look like this now. I can't let him see me. I definitely can't beat him." Yanxi's sixth sense immediately kicked in. He kicked hard toward the stairs where Vi was hiding, saying softly, "There's movement here." Seeing that things were not good, she gathered her momentum. And as she jumped up, she thought, this is definitely not the reunion scene I imagine. It seems he doesn't recognize me, so running is the best option. Yanxi looked at her feudal appearance, complaining in his heart, although her lightness skill is good. Why are these movements so strange? Tao Xiaowei jumped to the highest position and thought smugly, it's been so many years. In that wretched place, I train day and night in all the skills too. Focus on escaping. I'm afraid there's no one in the world who can catch up with me. Her daydream didn't last long. Yanxi appeared behind her, saying coldly, "Where do you think you're running?" Seeing her run away again, he praised, not a bad speed. So Yanxi kept chasing after Tao the little frog, scaring her so much she broke out in a sweat. "Sorry, bastard, but I don't want to see you like this." As she finished speaking, she threw a firecracker towards Yanxi. The opponent did not expect this scene and was engulfed in a sea of fire from the explosion. After the smoke cleared, there was a hole in the ceiling, and the seventh prince was sporting the hairstyle of a Korean mother, angrily scolding, "You dare mess with me." Early the next morning, Wei grabbed someone by the collar and yelled, "I obeyed and want to save the people, so why won't you pay me?" The man wasn't scared at all, calmly saying, "The holy maiden said she told you the rules. You must hand over the people before we hand over the money." Those two men escaped yesterday and have been caught again. Wei was completely shocked, saying, "Why didn't I know this was mentioned?" A moment later, her eyes sparkled, and she said adorably, "Just give me a little for my efforts. I used up all my gunpowder yesterday. How can I complete the mission without money? I even skipped breakfast to make up for it." The man shielded himself from her dazzling aura, firmly saying, "No." The holy maiden said, "You'll use it for lunch. We can't indulge your bad habits. If you don't have money, find a way to help her rescue the person. You won't starve to death in 2 days." Tao Xiaowei immediately turned into a demon, roaring, "This can't be happening." So the boss brought out a flyer. On it was an ad featuring Yin Suo, surrounded by mountains of gold. The content sounded very deceptive about lending with integrity, easy to borrow and return. But upon arriving, Tao Xiaowei was kicked out by the fat guy inside the loan shop. He said disdainfully, "Our boss won't see clients if they have less than 50,000. Tails of gold," leaving her endlessly aggrieved. "Why do I have to spend so much money on this?" As she finished speaking, she saw a pile of clay in front of her, and an idea flashed in her mind. At the same time, in the Imperial study, Yin Suo was laughing until tears streamed down his face at Yanxi's hairstyle. Yin Su, as always, stood in the middle to mediate. "Seventh brother, put down your sword. Third brother will stop laughing." But Yin Suo continued relentlessly, "Ha ha ha, I can't promise that, ha ha ha." Yin Su immediately covered his mouth, saying seriously, "Seventh brother, don't you have something important to tell me?" Yanxi immediately became serious, saying, "This is a portrait of the thief in the Ministry of Justice's prison last night." The crown prince was stunned. How could there be someone so bold? But upon seeing the Picasso-like artistic talent, Yin Su pondered, "I'm not misunderstanding his meaning, am I?" The eldest brother tried to make it out, thinking to himself, "Oh, is this a head? How can I not discourage my little brother's enthusiasm? Or should I tell him that if this terrible drawing is posted outside, everyone will burst out laughing?" Yin Su also squinted to take a look, then burst into a breathless laugh. "What the hell is this, seventh brother? Seeing Yin Shi about to kill his brother, Yin Su hurriedly said, "I'll draft a pure text version for you and stamp it right now. Calm down." Just as he finished, a voice came from outside. "Your Highness, the third prince. The royal bank has sent a message that there is a major issue that requires you to personally inspect it." The third brother's eyes lit up like stars, exclaiming, "Why are there so many good things happening these days?" At the royal bank, a batch of shiny gold was displayed. Tao Xiaowei sat on a giant gold nugget, asking, "When will your boss arrive?" The rude fat guy from before tucked his tail between his legs and said, "Right away." But no one knew that all this gold was molded, painted, and polished by Wei Wei with a burning passion. The doors suddenly burst open, and Yin Su eagerly shouted, "Where is my god of wealth?" He froze when he saw Xiao Wei, who waved and said, "Eggplant." The third brother rubbed his eyes hard, then pinched her cheek, saying in surprise, "Little potato, I'm not dreaming, am I?" Wei Wei said unclearly, "No, stop pinching my cheek. Also, take me back to the palace to see how the bastard is doing. I don't know the way." The third brother's eyes suddenly turned sad, and he frowned, saying, "In the years you were gone, a lot has happened." After serving tea to his guest, Yin Suo continued pensively, "Little potato, after all these years, do you blame us for not finding you?" Tao Xiaowei sipped her tea and said, "How could I? You guys definitely wouldn't have been able to find it in that remote place called the Meteorite Clan." She silently recalled the time she spent looking out the window day after day. "In fact, at first, I was still looking forward to it. Oh, bastard, when will you come to take me and my mother home?" After a moment of silence, Yin Suo became excited about the pile of gold in front of them. "We'll go see eldest brother and discuss your matter in detail. After I inspect the gold and put it in the vault, I'll take you to see eldest brother." Just as he was about to bite the gold, Wei Wei cried out in alarm, "Ah, that's not." The third brother said dejectedly, "Is it clay?" Xiao Wei stammered an explanation. I had no other choice but to do this. Otherwise, how could I possibly see someone as perfect, wise, strong, noble, elegant, and dashing as the third prince of the Yin Kingdom? And so, she successfully charmed Yin Saw, making his eyes go all fuzzy. Quickly getting into character, he said, "In that case, this prince will reluctantly forgive you." Yin Su bloomed with joy, saying, "Finally done approving them." Just as he finished with his trouble, he heard someone call, "Eldest brother, are you done with your work?" The crown prince said in surprise, "Huh? Why are you here again?" As he finished speaking, Tao Xiaowei also peeked out, smiling and saying, "Eldest brother, it's me, little Wei Wei." Yin Su paused for a beat, then exclaimed, "Is it really you, is it Xiaowei?" He used a handkerchief to wipe his tears, saying choked up, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." So many years have passed, but the crown prince's nagging habit hasn't gotten any better. He immediately spammed her with questions. "Where have you been all these years? You must have suffered a lot. When Yin Shi first heard about you, kid, he immediately wanted to use force. You look so smart. Oh my god, you're so tall. But you still look like you did when you were little. Are you 14 or 15 this year?" Tao Xiaowei felt dizzy, thinking to herself, "After all these years, I can still only answer one question." She mechanically replied, "Ah, yes, 15. Then she got to the main point. "Eldest brother, where is the bastard?" Meanwhile, Yin Saw muttered to himself, "Every time I remember that 7 years have passed, I feel old along with the emotions of a generation." Yin Su hesitated, and after a long while said, "Xiaowei, seventh brother, doesn't remember you anymore." He thought she would be very sad. But Wei Wei calmly asked, "Does the bastard have a dog?" It was Tao Qian who taught Wei Wei that men are like scoundrels who forget their old love when they find a new one. If he hasn't visited you in a long time, he must have another dog on the outside and has forgotten you. The crown prince asked, stunned, "What do you mean by raising a dog?" "No, I mean, seventh brother fell to his death at the Meteorite clan's territory 7 years ago." Meanwhile, the third brother slammed the table and exclaimed, "I've thought of it. Little Potato has the abilities of the Meteorite clan, so wouldn't it be better to let seventh brother meet her?" Tears began to stream down, and Wei Wei sobbed. "So that's how it is. I thought that since he hadn't visited me for so many years, it meant he didn't want to be with me anymore." Both Yin Suo and Yin Su were in a panic, saying, "How could that be? Seventh brother has only treated you specially all these years." "Xiaowei, don't cry, don't cry." Then the third brother felt a chill down his spine, saying, "Among us, who hasn't been beaten by him?" Xiaowei stopped crying, asking curiously, "Even eldest prince brother?" Seeing his eldest brother sigh very sadly, Suo hugged him and said, "Eldest brother is number one. Good job, never die." A second later, he became serious, saying, "By the way, seventh brother has forgotten you. You're also from the Cloud Clan, so why not make him remember the past?" Wei Wei hesitated for a long time, saying, "I'm afraid not. Before I left the mountain, The elders were afraid I would abuse my powers and expose my identity, so they sealed them. I can't do anything now. Maybe my brother can, but he's very elusive. As soon as she finished, they interrogated her intensely. A brother? Where is he from? Is he good to you? Is he as good as seventh brother was at taking care of you? What else is his relation to you? Tao Xiaowei mechanically replied, I already said he's my brother. Besides, we're getting off topic. Yin Su nodded, saying, hey, we really need to think of a way to make seventh brother remember Wei Wei. Yin Su also agreed with both hands and feet. Right. If he continues to be so ruthless. One day, he might actually chop me to death. The atmosphere then fell silent. Wei Wei pondered, asking, the most unique method, have you tried it? Yin Suo felt a chill down his spine, saying, hitting him on the back of the head, we've tried that. But it was useless. He stripped me of all my clothes and chased me all over the palace. While Asu was in despair and wanted to die, the Crown Prince brother said, I remember what second brother said before he left, that the best way to restore memory is to restore the scenes of the lost memories to stimulate seventh brother's brain. Since you were away before, and now you're back, maybe we can try this approach. The third prince also nodded, saying, all right. For example, starting from the first time you met Wei Wei, do you remember what it was like? Tao Xiaowei sniffled and said, at that time, I think I bit his arm. Hearing this, the two brothers felt a chill, thinking to themselves, the fact that seventh brother didn't kill you is the world's #1 mystery. But Yin Suo was still focused on the task, saying, let's start from here to restore seventh brother's memory. So he dragged Wei Wei to the back of the Imperial palace, hid carefully behind a wall, and said, he's coming, Wei Wei, go. Xiaowei got the signal and ran towards Yin Shi, while yelling, you villain, let my sister go. But he dodged slightly, causing Yin Suo's jaw to drop, while the horses but hurt so much its eyes turned red. Yin Shi said indifferently, who are you? Xiaowei was surprised, thinking the bastard seems to, seeing Yin Shi's pensive look. Yin Su also thought nervously, does he remember? Until he saw Wei Wei's nose bleeding. He said disdainfully, if you're sick, go to the Imperial infirmary. Wei Wei looked at the blood on her hand in a daze, and in the next second, her face turned completely red, losing control of her words. No, he's not going to mistake it for my nose bleeding just because I was staring at him, is he? It was obviously from the collision with the horse. As she looked over, she imagined it. The horse's voice rang out, why are you staring at me like that? My butt still hurts. Hurry up and apologize to me. Wei Wei completely collapsed, then used her frog-like lightness skill to flee. Juding hurriedly chased after him, saying, excuse me, your highness, why haven't you set off yet? As soon as he arrived, he heard a young girl's voice. It's okay. I'm just a huge fan who fell in love with this horse, and I'm sorry for wasting your time. Jioding was stunned. I didn't expect this fierce horse to be so popular. Yin Suo was so shocked he lost all color, having witnessed Xiaowei's entire process. Returning home, he asked dejectedly, what kind of fairy tale reunion involves kissing horses? But Xiaowei cowered under the table, saying desperately, please don't say anymore. It's too embarrassing. Wei Wei is really going to die. Yin Suo frowned, saying softly, it seems even you are not good enough. Seventh brother is truly cold and heartless. No one in this world has ever entered his heart. Upon hearing this, Xiaowei stopped crying. Then, using her iron head kung fu, she broke a hole, shouting, let's start over, eggplant, help Wei Wei. I want to see the butler. While Yin Suo was crying over the table worth 1,000 taels of gold he had just won at auction. At the same time, in the Imperial Palace, the Minister of Foreign Affairs said softly, Your Highness, the Prince of the Lingyan Kingdom in the western regions will arrive in the capital with his envoys in 3 days. They intend to propose a marriage alliance with our princess. In addition, the delegation has requested the 7th prince to go out of the capital to welcome and escort them. Upon hearing the last sentence, Yin Shi said coldly, not going, no time. The minister was deformed with fear, Your Highness. Yin Su sighed, then said in a stern voice, but 7th brother, since the Lingyan Kingdom has requested it, and they are guests, you should go. Seeing him still uncooperative, saying, I don't know, he compromised. After the delegation arrives in the capital, the 3rd prince will have full authority to receive them. As for the marriage issue, we will discuss it later. That afternoon, the 7th prince's residence received a great flood. The butler was crying his eyes out, saying, Young miss, I'm so glad I can still see you alive. Wei Wei hugged him tightly, saying, I miss you too, butler. He began to lament, Young miss, you don't know that in all the years since you left, His Highness has never smiled again. For some reason, he doesn't remember you anymore. And with that, he burst into tears like rain. My poor prince. I'm afraid he has contracted some serious illness. Yin Sa said disdainfully, he really is sick. I've said it over and over again. Wei Wei also frowned and said, Butler, what happened back then is a long story. We were trying to make the bastard remember me. Please help me. Hearing this, he stopped crying and declared, don't worry, young Mississippi. I will not hesitate, even if I have to go up a mountain of knives or down into a sea of fire. So, as dusk fell, as soon as Yin Shi returned, he was flanked by the butler. Your Highness, dinner is ready. Would you like to rest first or dine first? Finding it strange, he became vigilant. Did something happen? The butler said, speaking of which, today in the prince's residence. So after passing through the corridor, Yin Shi frowned and asked, Butler, is this the something you just mentioned? Wei Wei, hanging from a tree, couldn't help but encourage herself. I really miss the joy and innocence of childhood. The butler mechanically read his lines. Your Highness, do you still not remember? Seeing him staring at him, Yin Shi asked, is there something on my face? The butler hurriedly replied, no, this young lady is a thief who broke into the house this afternoon. She didn't take anything, but was captured by this old servant and tied up here too. Be punished. As soon as Tao Xiaowei saw him, she called out, choked up bastard. As expected, he looked at her pensively, and a second later concluded, I remember you. Both Wei Wei and the butler were overjoyed, but in the next second, they deflated when they heard him say, the little girl who's crazy about horse butts. While she was about to faint from shock, a sword slash cut the rope. Xiaowei squeezed her eyes shut, thinking, I'm about to fall, but Yin Shi actually caught Tao Xiaowei. This couldn't help but remind her of the past, and she thought to herself, I have to hurt myself. Even the bastard can't give up. Then he took a step, making the butler ask in astonishment, Your Highness, where are you going? Yin Shi skillfully placed Wei Wei on the horse's back, saying seriously, since you like my horse so much, and considering your illness, then I'll give you this horse. Don't come here looking for death anymore. As he finished, both the person and the horse were stunned. Then he slapped the horse's butt hard, causing the horse to run without daring to break. And Wei Wei's brain couldn't stop scolding. Why did it turn out like this? Bastard, don't you have a heart? That day at the gate of the Yin Kingdom, Yin Shi and Jiuding personally led the Yin Kingdom soldiers to wait for the prince of the Lingyan Kingdom. Jiuding said softly, Your Highness, it's almost the hour of the snake. The delegation will arrive soon. As he finished speaking, the thundering sound of footsteps echoed rhythmically. A pair of giant elephant tusks appeared, and a group of people dressed as if they were mass-produced approached. The prince of the Lingyan Kingdom actually appeared on a 3-meter-tall elephant. And can you believe it? Folks, the prince of the Lingyan Kingdom is none other than the black bear from all those years ago, Tuowanyan. Yin Shi frowned, dodging the sparkling aura from the jewelry on the elephant, thinking, is it really him? He clearly showed his dislike, cursing in his heart, acting like a local nouveau riche. Seeing Yin Shi's expression turn grim, Jiuding asked with concern, Your Highness, what happened to you? The seventh prince said it was nothing, I'm fine, but his head felt a chill, thinking, what strange memory is appearing in my mind? Yin Shi began to doubt his existence. When did it happen? And who on earth is this person I've been waiting for to return? It wasn't until Tao Onion spoke. Thank you, seventh prince, for welcoming us. It is Xiu's good fortune that he was startled by this unbearable mismatch. So Yin Shi became irritable, saying, you can't enter the Yin Kingdom like this. Tuo Wanyun immediately crossed his arms, showing his dissatisfaction. This elephant is Xiu's pet and a member of the delegation. If Xiu enters, the elephant must also enter. Surely great, Yin doesn't even have enough capacity for one elephant. Yin Shi found it grating to hear, silently expressing his disgust in his heart. I don't even want to let you in. At the same time, at the third prince's residence, the handprint of its beloved master was still deeply imprinted on the horse's butt. Yin saw also squatted beside it, speechless, saying, you and seventh brother, one of you definitely has a brain problem. The horse, just short of being able to speak, said with disdain, don't they both have a problem? Suddenly a voice rang out, second prince, please stop. And so, Yin Rong appeared in the guise of a drunkard, causing the maids in the third prince's residence no end of trouble. Please give me another bottle. Yin Suo and Xiao Wei were surprised, exclaiming in unison, second brother. Yin Rong raised an eyebrow, then said cheerfully, third brother, your big brother is back. Give me some money to buy wine. The third brother was scared. How could you drink yourself into this state? And so, the second brother took a few steps and lost his balance. The wine fell to the ground, and he fell flat on his face, making the people around him worry. Be careful. But he just kept saying, I don't want him to marry any girl. Rumors swirled around Yin Rong. Everyone was gossiping. Have you heard? His Royal Highness the Prince is going to marry the Princess of Great Yin. Tu Awanyan also appeared in a scene where he was cuddling with a girl from the Yin Kingdom, his lips gently saying, Arong, I'm sorry, I'm getting married. Seeing Yin Rong open his eyes, Tuo Wanyun asked hazily, are you sober? And so he was sent flying 3,000 feet by the second brother, who said with dead eyes, you scum. Then he held his forehead, oh, my head hurts so much. Xiao Wei, at the side, was trying to reduce her presence, until Yin Suo started crying his eyes out. Second brother, what are you doing? No one in this world has ever hit me, except for seventh brother, of course. Yin Rong's face was pale. He said, who am I? Where is this? Until he looked down at the small thing below. Xiao Wei said fearfully, second brother, are you okay? Only then did Yin Rong wake up, saying in surprise, wait, is it really Wei Wei? Then his professional habits kicked in, grabbing her arm and taking her pulse. He said, when did you get back, kid? Has it been a long time? Our Wei Wei has grown up, quite healthy. Then Yin Suo said disdainfully, turning to the side, the method you taught me is useless. Seventh brother still doesn't remember her. The second brother said, oh, and said, how did you do it? Tell me. The Yin family brothers are truly mass-produced. Even a serious young man like Yin Rong could burst out laughing like the fool Yin saw. The third brother was so embarrassed he trembled, saying, stop laughing. Give us some ideas. Yin Rong immediately wiped his tears, saying seriously, what's the use of him restoring it himself? He's this old already. The scenery and atmosphere must also be restored to stimulate seventh brother. As soon as he finished, someone from outside announced, second prince. The crown prince orders you to go to the study immediately to discuss the marriage with the Lingyan kingdom. Yin Rong immediately frowned, looking much fiercer than before. As soon as he arrived, Yin Suo was already drooling, saying, so many wedding gifts, and as many as 10 cities? The crown prince nodded, saying, the official document submitted by their delegation states that after the marriage, 10 cities on the border of the Lingyan kingdom will be given to us as an engagement gift. Yin Shi snorted, give me a year, and I'll be able to take down this damn kingdom and that prince. This made Yin Su sweat. Why are you always thinking about fighting and killing? Their people are people too. Peaceful marriage and trade is the best way to benefit both countries. The third brother, with only money on his mind, agreed, right? After the deal is done, the treasury's income could double. Then I can expand my business to the western regions. Both Yin Su and Yin Shi looked speechlessly at their third brother, who was fantasizing and dreaming of my little treasury. The seventh brother sighed, asking, so which princess is he planning to marry? Hearing this question, the crown prince got a headache talking about the princesses who were determined not to marry. Yin Su sighed, saying, I don't know why the princesses are unwilling either. I don't want to force my sisters, but right now other countries are watching closely and often make small moves to harass the people on the border. Only an alliance with the Lingyan kingdom can truly threaten them. As soon as he finished, Yin Suo rolled up the list of wedding gifts, his eyes sparkling, saying, I have an idea. What if the person he marries isn't a princess? So the next day, early in the morning at the Lingyan kingdom's guest house, Tao Xiaowei and Yin Rong were there to watch. The second brother said worriedly, maybe we should go back, but Wei Wei said angrily, no way. This time the big black bear has gone too far. He really made Wei Wei's second brother sad. I brought the sack I used to hold bad guys. This time, I'll trap the black bear first and give him a good beating. Today, Wei Wei will teach that black bear his first lesson in being a human. While she was engrossed in her drawing, Yin Rong had been taken away by Tuo Wanyun at some point, without her noticing. When she realized, Wei Wei was left with only one question, where is second brother? In the other room, Yin Rong said with difficulty, Wanyun. Tuo the black bear finally let him go, smiling and saying, can I think that you're this angry because you're jealous? The second brother was embarrassed and said evasively, don't be delusional. How could I be jealous of a fool like you? Speaking of marriage, you're old enough to start a family, and I can also find a beautiful woman to be by my side. Upon hearing this, his face darkened, then tightly gripped Nan Deng's wrist, causing the other to struggle endlessly to break free. The wicked Su Yunyan leaned close to his ear and said, the prey has been delivered to me, so why shouldn't I enjoy it? After a moment of struggle, Nan Deng finally said shyly, don't you want me anymore? Su Yunyan gave him a light kiss. How could you think that? Dao Xiaowei stood frozen outside, wondering in a panic, is there still time for Vivi to leave? Before she could run, then she caught up to her. He suddenly spoke up, what are you doing? Here, Xiaowei said in a panic, you shouldn't suddenly stand behind people and scare them like that. Just then, firecrackers fell from her clothes, popping and crackling, successfully scaring Su Yunyan's disgustingly huge elephant. The elephant then lifted its massive foot over, Xiaowei's head and stomped down hard. You just vanished like that. It turned out, and she had reflexively grabbed her and moved her away. Then fiercely scolded, don't you know how to dodge? In that instant, she was reminded of those years ago. Nancy had also scowled and scolded her, kid, don't you know this is dangerous? She would always cry and promise, next time, Vivi definitely won't do it again. And so, Xiaowei burst into tears, making Nancy's limbs go stiff like a robot's. He said mechanically, hey, don't cry. She threw herself into his arms, sobbing, you meanie, you really hurt me. The injuries are too much. Hearing this, the seventh prince gently asked, are you hurt? Xiaowei just snuggled closer to him, gradually stopping her tears and thinking, the jerk's scent is so reassuring. Nancy helped her stand up straight, patted her shoulder, and said, stand up first so I can take a look. Vivi said softly, I'm fine. Only then was he truly relieved, but the next second, his gaze focused on the object on the ground, asking curiously, but these firecrackers. Xiaowei fell into a panic. I can't let him find my firecrackers. It was from that collision just now. So she twisted her own ankle, then froze for a few seconds. Her eyes filled with tears, and she started crying loudly. Dao Xiaowei was furious, cursing inwardly. The book didn't say it would hurt this much. Nancy quickly checked her, don't move, let me see. She told herself, it's okay, I can take it, but I can't stand stepping on the jerk's foot. So she sobbed and played the victim. It hurts so much, it's all your fault. I'm all alone and helpless here. I have to run errands and deliver letters to survive. Now my leg. What am I supposed to do now? Nancy immediately sighed, then swept Xiaowei up into his arms, making her blush. What are you doing? He said fiercely, come to my home. I'm the one who injured your leg. I'll have everyone in my residence take care of you until you've fully recovered. Although he said it willingly, Nancy still wondered, but why did I suddenly make such a decision? Arriving at the residence, the butler was so shocked he stuttered. Your Highness, what happened? Nancy said righteously, I injured her, so I've asked her to stay at my home to recover. Please take good care of her. After receiving the signal, the butler immediately exaggerated. Oh my goodness, this young lady is so seriously injured. It'll take 100 days for the broken bone to heal. It's all my prince's fault. You can rest assured and stay in our residence for as long as you like. The seventh prince over there began to have his doubts. I don't think that's what I meant to say. The next morning at Su Yunyin's place, he was smoking a cigar while looking at the empty spot beside him and said with a smile, you run pretty fast. Don't worry, there's still plenty of time, so just take your time getting used to it. After successfully selling his brother, Nan Shuo was truly reaping the rewards from Su Yunyin. The third brother just pointed his fingers, urging the servants, hurry up, move all of this to the backyard. Suddenly, the residence's gate swung open, and he saw Nan Dung returning. Nan Shaw, afraid his get-rich-quick scheme was ruined, quickly said, second brother, you're back? Where did you and Lil Potato go? But the next second, Nan Shua's eyes turned into two black beans as he saw the blush on his brother's face. As for Nan Dung, he ran quickly into his room, shut the door, and buried his face in a pillow, thinking in anguish, I was clearly tricked back then. How could I still sleep with him? Outside, the third brother was having an existential crisis. Second brother came back alone? Then where's our potato? Having a daughter in the house really makes one worry endlessly. Just as he finished speaking, a servant rushed over, reporting, Your Highness, a letter has arrived from the seventh prince's residence. Nan Shuo quickly opened the letter to read it, only to see a drawing of a thumbs up inside, with a plump peach drawn as the signature. He then said happily, so that's how it is. Today's gossip harvest is truly bountiful. The next morning at the seventh prince's residence, Nancy was wandering along the corridor as usual. Unexpectedly, the maids in the residence used Tibetan to say in unison, Good morning, Your Highness. He immediately frowned, causing the atmosphere to instantly drop to sub-zero temperatures. The butler was also unusually bold today, decisively pushing him and saying, Hey, Your Highness, why are you still standing here at this hour? Please hurry, Your Highness. You'll be late for the morning court session. Nancy stood outside the residence gate, staring at the sign, Seventh Prince's Residence. He began to doubt himself. Is this really my home? Inside, a feast of delicacies was spread on the table. Dao Xiaowei was sobbing. I miss you all so much. And so they had a wild drinking party, everyone praising Xiaowei to the skies, happily saying, let's celebrate the young Mrs. Return. Today is everyone's day off, so eat and drink as you please. The prince is paying. You're finally home. That night at the prison where Nancy worked, a guard beside him brought a clay figurine and said, Seventh Prince, this was found at the scene of the prison break. It might be related to that female thief. Nancy held the figurine of himself in his hand, thinking, why do I feel like I've seen this somewhere before? As he thought that, an image of a sobbing Xiaowei saying, I'm sorry, appeared in his mind, and his heart began to race. Nanshi clutched his aching left chest, thinking, why does it hurt a little here? Is my old wound acting up again? Does this have anything to do with her? He snapped out of it as soon as the guard said, Your Highness, Your Highness. He then irrationally ordered, continue the search and let me know if you find any new clues. The guard couldn't hide his exhaustion, thinking, this prison has been searched 10 times and you're already holding the clue in your hand. That night, upon returning home, Nanshi sniffed the air like a puppy and remarked, why is there such a strong smell of alcohol in the residence? Holding a hand lantern, he walked straight to his room. As soon as he sat down, he thought pensively that female thief knew the exact location of the prisoners in the jail. I'm afraid there's a spy inside. It seems we need to recheck our internal intelligence. Suddenly, a burp was heard, making the 7th prince suspicious. He fiercely lifted his yellowish blanket. Sure enough, he found Dao Xiaowei under. Neath. Vivi hiccuped and said, bad boy, you're finally back. Your bed is the most comfortable. Seeing her lunge at him, then she scolded her in disgust. What are you doing here? Let go of me. Xiaowei was muttering something in her sleep while he tried to push her away to no avail. He couldn't help but wonder, where is this strange? I seem to have felt a very strong force. In the end, she still held him tightly, saying sadly, you really don't want Vivi anymore. In that moment, a spark of consciousness in Nanxi's mind went out, and he was pulled down by her. The next morning was a strangely peaceful morning. Indeed, Nanxi and Dao Xiaowei were able to sleep in the same bed without either feeling uncomfortable. Xiaowei had just opened her eyes when she saw Nanxi sleeping beside her, and she thought to herself, am I dreaming again? She reached her hand towards him, thinking, jerk, when will you remember me? Until her finger felt the elasticity of his skin. Xiaowei's whole body felt like it was electrocuted. Oh no, this is real. She scrambled out of bed, cursing to herself, why on earth did I sleep here? I remember celebrating with the butler and everyone yesterday. And then what? I got drunk and made a mistake. I can't remember anything. Dao Xiaowei wanted to hide her embarrassment, but she was ultimately captivated by Nanxi's good looks. Her heart pounded as she thought, jerk, this is really handsome. This scar must have hurt a lot. She wanted to take a look at the scar on his eye, but then she saw him move. Her whole body went into a panic, her head spinning as she thought, oh no, he's about to wake up and think I'm some perverted little girl. So Vivi ran for her life. The 7th prince sat up, holding his aching head, and thought, that little devil. Last night was a full-power wrestling match in exchange for this morning's peaceful sleep. For Nanxi, he had spammed the words, let go, all night, but was helpless as she stuck to him tighter than elephant brand superglue. The 7th prince was powerless, thinking, how is this kid so strong? And so he just let Xiaowei hug him tightly, quietly marveling to himself, but I feel so comfortable. What on earth is happening? And so our 7th prince gradually drifted off to sleep. Back in the present, Nanxi rarely thought, I've never slept so deeply, perhaps after a long time of insomnia. At the same time, in the back garden of the 7th prince's residence, Xiaowei ran until her legs grew tired, having to find a tree to recover. Just as she had sent one danger away, she immediately ran into another. A male voice called out from high in a tree, laughing, I finally found you. Do you miss me, kid? Xiaowei said blankly, brother. He recited a line of poetry. The peach tree is young and elegant, then smirked and said, what's the next line? Xiaowei replied nonchalantly and very cooperatively, don't think about it. The king of skipping class is pretending to be cultured. He chuckled, jumped down, and ruffled her hair. Little Peach, long time no see. Xiaowei immediately scowled, saying, don't mess up my hair, it's all tangled. Besides, ruffling my head will make me short. After the fiery Peach's outburst, Xiaowei came to her senses and thought, hey, since brother is here, it's the perfect time to make the jerk remember me. So she said cheerfully, you came at the perfect time. I need your help with something. Randy put on a dissatisfied expression and said, you're not even going to ask why I'm here. Xiaowei nodded. Master must have told you to come take care of me, and eldest sister must have a new mission for me, right? Randy nodded. Correct answer. Take it. She took the letter, but didn't forget to praise herself. I really am a smart person. After handling the main business, Randy asked, so what can I help you with? Xiaowei stammered, Master taught you the seal-breaking technique, right? Her big brother gave a bright smile like a toothpaste ambassador and said, absolutely correct. Xiaowei said eagerly, then, can you remove a 4-star language bind now? Hearing him say, of course I can, she jumped to the moon saying, so happy, I'm so happy. Until he honestly continued, but before I left the mountain, Master blindfolded me. Xiaowei froze, a thunderstorm brewing overhead. This moved Yi, who asked why, are you crying with joy to see me? He then grabbed her hand to lead her away, saying excitedly, Come on, cry later. I'll take you to a place I found. Xiao Wei pulled her hand back, saying firmly, no, I can't leave right now, which stunned Ran. Why not? Dao Xiao Wei's mind raced, and she said seriously, I can find out more information. Here, he said, then saw Xiao Wei break out in a cold sweat. Randy could read her better than anyone, so he cheated and said, all right, but eldest sister said that if you don't complete this mission, don't even think about seeing your mother when you get back. Xiao Wei scowled and grumbled, ugh, why does she always take up all of my mother's time? The letter contained only one sentence. Stop Princess Yin from marrying into the Ling Dash. Ran Kingdom. One fine day in the Yin Kingdom, everything was dyed red, signaling a royal wedding was underway. Nancy personally went to the streets to escort the bride's sedan. The common folk were also enthusiastically gossiping. Which princess is he marrying? Actually, the 7th prince is escorting her to the wedding. I heard that prince isn't very popular, so the Lingran Kingdom didn't refuse, and the marriage was officially set. The 7th prince is just saving face for them. Dao Xiaowei had transformed into a ninja today. She looked down and saw it was almost time. So she threw a string of firecrackers down below. The popping and crackling of the firecrackers underfoot caused the horses in the procession to panic and run wild. The procession quickly signaled to each other, protect the princess, watch the horse. Taking advantage of the chaos, Xiao Wei successfully infiltrated the bride's carriage. Nancy said coldly, stay calm. Prioritize protecting the carriage first. Hearing a noise, the bride said, who's there? She gently lifted her veil, saying, sorry, bride. Sure enough, as the red veil was lifted, both she and Nan Dong were stunned. Second brother, you? Nan Dong began to use all his inner strength, mumbling something, the gist of which was, Vivi, save your second brother. Boo-hoo. That idiot. The third brother, he has ulterior motives and wants to sell me out. But Xiao Wei didn't understand a thing. She only remembered the mission Su Mo'er had given her. We must stop the Princess of Yin from marrying into the Lingran Kingdom. Her head started to ache as she thought. It's not a princess, but a prince. I don't remember if I asked about this. What should I do? Online, waiting for a response. After some deliberation, Vivi finally came to a conclusion. So as long as the person isn't a princess, they can marry him, that Prince of Lingran. This is Vivi's very logical deduction, until she heard a noise behind her. Xiao Wei froze solid, while the second brother looked like he had just grasped a life-saving straw. She really didn't want to face him right now, while Nan Dong signaled, untie me first. So before Nan she could catch her, Xiao Wei used her ultimate lightness skill and vanished. The 7th prince chased her to the roof of the carriage, then narrowed his eyes and threw a hidden weapon at her. But she still managed to escape, hearing the mumbling inside the carriage. She turned back, which moved Nan Dong to no end. Okay, got it, 7th brother. You want to get married? You got the wrong person. Now what do? It turns out when something bad happens, I still have to rely on 7th brother. Luckily, the carriage stopped. Otherwise, 7th brother wouldn't have realized the person inside was wrong. But he just draped the veil back over Nan Dong, saying seriously, 2nd brother, please be patient for a little longer, making Nan Dong feel like no one in the world was more miserable than him. By the time they reached the Lingran Imperial Palace, it was already dark. Su Yinyan gently took the rope. Nan Dong, in the role of the bride, shook his head tirelessly, feeling wronged. Did 7th brother just abandon me like that? Doesn't anyone know I'm still tied up? Suddenly, the ceremony began outside. First bow to heaven and earth. The second brother's whole body froze. To make matters worse, Su Yinyan pulled his hand hard to bow. At the altar with him, Nan Dong was completely stunned, cursing inwardly. Is this the legendary forced marriage? Should I bow to heaven and earth with this man? While he was still hesitating, Su Yinyan already had a smile on his face, turned towards Nan Dong and said, bow to each other. This time, the second brother caught on and immediately tensed up, pulling back on the rope, thinking resolutely, I won't bow. I won't let you complete this wedding. Sensing the familiar stubbornness, Su the Black Bear smiled gently. He lifted the veil and said, Ian, do you really want to marry me? Nan Dong was now surprised. He knew it was me in the sedan all along. The Su prince leaned closer to him and decisively used his mouth to untie the gag on Nan Dong's lips. Then he said cheekily, those 10 cities were originally your betrothal gift. It was in the city Lord's decree. From now on, Lingran and Great Yin won't dare to bully you anymore. Nan Dung was stunned for a long time, before finally saying shyly, "Weren't you supposed to marry a princess?" Su Yin chuckled and said, "I only talked about getting married. Who said I had to be a princess? You never promised me before." The second brother felt this was a lost cause, and said with a cough, "Why did you and I have to make such a big fuss?" Su Yin replied, "Because I want to be fair and square with you." The second brother's face was as red as a tomato, but his tongue was still sharp. "Who wants to be with you for a lifetime?" Su Yin wrapped an arm around his waist and said with a smile, "I've already worshipped heaven, earth, and family, and accepted the betrothal gift. Do you really not want to spend the rest of your life with me?" Nandung finally accepted this romantic proposal. As for Nan Shi, after returning to his residence, he urgently asked, "Where is she?" The butler asked, stunned, "Your Highness, who are you talking about?" He quickly replied, "The one who's deceiving people." He received the answer, "Xiao Wei is in the West Wing." So the butler chased after him, whining, "Your Highness, what's wrong? Did the young miss do something wrong again?" Nancy stopped abruptly and said in a stern voice, "What do you mean, young miss?" The butler mechanically reprogrammed his sentence quickly. "This young lady, what happened? Wasn't her leg injured by the prince last time?" Nancy immediately became pensive, but he still insisted on pushing the door open, causing Xiao Wei to choke on her water. She said in a panic, Why are you here?" Nancy didn't answer her, not even a single word. He just coldly grabbed Xiao Wei's hand, then fiercely tore open one of her sleeves. But when he saw the uninjured arm, Nancy was stunned that MY hidden weapon clearly hit her. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei's face was beet red, and she threw a punch at him. "You rotten hooligan." She immediately burst into tears. "Why are you bullying me?" The seventh prince was still busy thinking, something is wrong with this. The butler was worried sick, though what's wrong? Why is the young miss crying again? Nancy stared at Xiao Wei's signature green hair, thinking it's basically too similar. She wiped away her tears, her heart on high alert. He must have realized. So Xiao Wei wailed, "Butler, he tore my clothes." The butler then turned into a shark, scolding fiercely, "Sir, how did this old servant educate you since you were a child? How could you do that to a young lady? From now on, I'll be ashamed to see your late mother." Nancy saw through Xiao Wei's dirty trick and thought to himself, "I'll let you go this time." He then went into robot mode, saying mechanically, "Yes, it's my fault. I'm sorry." He looked so scary that both Xiao Wei and the butler were shocked, but she still pouted and said, "If apologies were useful, why would we need officials?" Hearing this, Nancy reached his hand towards her and said fairly, "All right, you can tear my clothes for revenge." Xiao Wei's eyes lit up again, and she said, "Really?" Nancy nodded solemnly. So she gave a perverted laugh and immediately clawed at him, scratching several lines. The scene was so shocking that even the butler broke into a sweat. This isn't something I can watch for free, so I must leave. As for Nancy, he secretly watched Dao Xiao Wei's fierce appearance as she gnawed on his clothes and smiled unconsciously. After a while of mukbanging his black as a pot-bottom clothes, she was finally satisfied. She dusted off her hands and said, "All right, I'll forgive you this time. You can leave now." Nancy unconsciously became competitive and said, "Thank you so much for your kindness." As soon as he was out the door, he held a grudge in his heart for next time that I won't let it go so easily. The moment he left, Dao Xiaowei slammed the door shut, thinking, "You scare me to death." She then quickly removed the disguise from her arm. She sighed, "Luckily, I managed to steal this piece of fake skin before running away from the mountain. Alas, judging by the jerk's attitude, he probably suspects me. I still have to ask my brother to provide some more materials to make more." Just as she finished speaking, Ran Yi's voice was heard. "I knew you couldn't live without me." Xiao Wei snapped fiercely, "Isn't this the seventh prince's palace?" He always appeared with a smile on his face, until he saw the wound on her hand. Ran Yi's voice turned cold that I won't allow you to live here anymore. Ranny slammed his hand on the table and said sternly, "He treated you like that, and you just let it go so easily?" Xiao Wei reasoned, "When you live under someone else's roof, you have to obey." Besides, since he didn't see the wound, his suspicions have vanished. But Ranny still scowled and said, "No, it's too dangerous here. You'd better come back with me." Her eyebrows, the color of her skin, furrowed unwillingly. "If I leave now, everyone will clearly see that I'm guilty, and I'll definitely be hunted down by him." Then Vai Vai moved her chair closer to him and said softly, "Big brother, I know my limits." She immediately used her ultimate move, the sparkling eyes, which made it impossible for Neem Gi to be any stricter. In the end, he compromised, saying, "All right, you just sit still for me." Little Vi immediately sat up straight, and after a moment, she saw him rummaging for medicine and bandages. She was endlessly surprised. "I didn't expect you to carry wound medicine with you." Neem Gi, while applying the medicine for her, said, "Isn't it because you're always getting Hurt. He blew gently on the wound and said, "Endure it for a bit. I'll leave you some poison for self-defense. If he dares to do that again, I'll poison him to death." As soon as he finished, little Vi said honestly, "It's useless. He's immune to all kinds of poisons." Nimgi immediately became suspicious, remarking, "Why do I feel like you know him very well?" Dao Chu Vi became unnatural, saying mechanically, "Master, didn't Master teach you? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles." He knew as soon as he heard her that she was just trying to lie her way through it, so he sighed again. He placed the medicine back on the table and said, "I can't stay long. I'll leave the medicine here for you. Senior Sister Matra still has a mission for you. From now on, you must send me a letter once every 2 days to ensure you're still safe." Vivi was more obedient than ever and said goodbye to him. The next morning, she was still the optimistic and cheerful Dao Chu Vi, whistling as she strolled through the prince's manor. Wherever Vi went, servants would happily greet her, "Good morning, young miss. Young miss, the kitchen made your favorite pastries today. Young miss, would you like to go to the fish pond?" As for Nan Hai, being idle, he followed her along this aimless and uneventful path. Only after a long while did she become alert, wondering why she felt like someone was always watching her. Old Seventh quickly hid and thought, why does she treat this place like her own home? This scene was witnessed by the butler with the soul of a young maiden. He thought to himself, could it be that His Highness has taken an interest in our young miss? And so, Nan Hai quickly became the butler's victim. Even a prince like His Highness will have his spring. He said with disgust, "Your eyes truly know no bounds." The butler stroked his beard and said, "Your Highness, if you want to get closer to a girl, you can give her a few small gifts. You look too fierce. Most girls will be wary." Old Seventh clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, she should be wary. That way, she won't reveal her flaws. And so, after wandering back and forth in the manor, they finally arrived at the lotus pond, where Dao Chu Vi was intently fishing to grill and eat. The butler sat in the cool pavilion, gesturing with all 5 fingers, ordering Nan Hai to quickly go out there. He obeyed and quietly approached, getting close to Vi. Then he took out a box, making her wonder in surprise. "What is this?" Nan Hai coldly replied with just one word, "Gift." Little Vi bloomed with joy, eagerly asking again, "Really for me?" But the other person still gave a single cold Nan Hai secretly glanced at her, thinking, can she be this happy? The butler, also sipping his tea, was happy for them. This is the first time His Highness has given a gift to a girl. I wonder what he'll give as a gift. I'm so curious. In the middle of the romance, Vi suddenly pulled a dagger from inside. It gave the butler the chills. Will the young miss really like that gift? While he was still dumbfounded, Dao Chu Vi's eyes sparkled as she said, "Wow, I love it." She then tried a few moves with it, but in Nan Hai's eyes, no matter how he looked at it, she looked just like a female assassin. He chuckled softly. The butler felt like his heart was about to break, but seeing how good their little lovebirds looked together, he just sighed, then looked at them with a gentle gaze. Old Seventh watched Vi intently, then used a hand signal to call someone over. Sure enough, a shadow guard immediately appeared, reporting in a loud voice, "Reporting to Your Highness. The prisoners have been moved to the new prison and the map has been sent to your study." Nan Hai had been paying attention to Vi's movements the whole time and finally just said, nonchalantly, "I know." So that whole night, Nan Hai was in his study, musing, the last time she tried to break into the prison, she used this opportunity to trick me into staying here. With such a good opportunity, she will definitely act again. But he waited and waited until the moon was about to change shifts with the sun, dark circles appearing under his eyes. With a bewildered look, why hasn't she come? Yet, as for that certain person, she hadn't heard a single word. So she slept soundly to grow a few more centimeters and become the most beautiful young lady. Surprise, our 7th Highness really pulled an all-nighter just to wait for that young lady. So, early in the morning, during the court session, he made all the officials wary with his fierce demeanor. But they still had the guts to gossip, remarking extraordinarily, "Right now, the 7th Prince looks even scarier. I heard the escaped prisoners still haven't been recaptured." Nan SOC laughed gleefully, thinking to himself, perhaps the little potato has made Old Seventh angry. After the early morning court session, as soon as Nan Hai returned to the manor, he saw the whole place in an uproar, everyone running around chaotically with basins of water. He quickly grabbed someone and asked what happened. The young boy was shaken with fear, but still said hastily, "Your Highness, there's a fire in the side wing." Nan Hai froze for a long moment, thinking the side wing. Then he quickly turned, worrying as he sped up his pace. She lives in the side wing. The fire was blazing fiercely, so large that it was hard to even see what the side wing looked like. When Nan Hai arrived, the people in the manor were still urgently putting out the fire. But he only sighed in relief when he saw Dao Chu Vi was still safe in the courtyard. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking to himself, she's okay. while little Vi, covered in soot, thought in confusion, I remember I didn't bring that much flint with me. As soon as she finished the thought, she felt someone's gaze. As soon as she met Nanhai's eyes, she trembled and chanted a mantra. I'm done for. I'm done for. This time the bastard will kick me out for sure. So little Vi immediately put on an utterly innocent look, so adorable that Nanhai couldn't help but laugh out loud. The little brat even sulked back at him, saying fiercely, "Why are you laughing? Are you laughing at me?" Old Seventh poked at the naturally highlighted hair on little Vi, saying softly, "You, it's all burnt." Suddenly a guard ran over, saying cautiously, "Young miss, your luggage is here." Little Vi happily took the bag and thanked him, but a clay figurine happened to fall out of her bag. Little Vi hastily tried to catch it, but Nanhai was the one who caught it. He looked thoughtfully at the clay figurine, saying softly, "This is..." Vi nervously watched him, thinking, "Do you remember the clay dolls we made back then, you bastard?" So she asked him directly, "Do you remember anything?" Nanhai stared at the clay figurine of Vi and said, "More or less, they're very similar." She was immediately overjoyed, thinking he will definitely remember it. But deep down, Nanhai was just annoyed. She really is that little thief. Suddenly, the love-addled butler ran over, playing matchmaker and suggesting, Your Highness, the young lady's room has burned down. Otherwise, let her live in your courtyard." Nanhai smiled lightly and said, "All right." Night fell. The butler gleefully ran over and said, "Young miss, everything has been settled. If you need anything else, just tell the prince directly." Little Vi smiled and said, "Thank you, butler." He didn't forget to remind her, "Young miss, do your best." On the surface, Vi smiled and said, "All right," but inwardly she was signaling, "Can you show me how? I'm desperate." But the butler didn't catch the signal at all, leaving and saying, "Go to bed early," leaving little Vi to fight alone. She looked at the quiet space, thinking, it seems the bastard hasn't come back yet. I still don't know how to get along with him. So little Vi reluctantly fumbled her way to her room. But what the hell? As soon as she pushed the door open, she saw Nanhai sitting inside drinking tea. An awkward silence fell between them. Vi very consciously slammed the door shut. She stood outside anxiously, thinking, isn't this my room? Did I open the door the wrong way? While she was off guard, Old Seven's rough hand reached out and successfully grabbed her, forcibly pulling her inside and slamming the door shut. Little Vi had been sitting still like that for an hour. She asked unnaturally, "So, what did you want to see me for?" Nanhai answered very concisely, moon-gazing. She hummed in response, then looked up at the pitch-black ceiling above. To break the awkward atmosphere, Vi stood up and said, "I'll go get some hot water." Just like that, if she walked straight, he stared straight. If she turned left, he stared left. And turning right was no different. Vi broke out in a sweat, thinking, what is this stressful situation? So she had to play dumb, smiling and saying, "The moonlight is beautiful tonight." Nanhai generously said 2 words, indeed. Little Vi's face twisted, thinking, are we really moon-gazing this time? This isn't my reward, is it? The moon is so big, I don't even know if it's round. Although she was scared, she still secretly glanced at him, but quickly turned her face away, lamenting inwardly, I'm so nervous, the bastard is staring at me. Am I more beautiful than the moon? But it turned out to be all business between them. Nanhai's lips curled into a smile, thinking from now on, I will watch you every day to see if you can break out of prison. And so the scene inside dragged on endlessly. The person inside was helpless, but Neem Gi, hiding in the tree outside, was 10 times more helpless. He was furious. This guy is really in the way. I can't even talk to little Dao Zi anymore. A moment later, Neem Gi smiled, as if to say, watch me, then disappeared in a flash. Sure enough, a moment later, the 7th Prince's manor was in an uproar. A guard rushed to find the 7th Highness. Something bad has happened. There's been another prison break. Old 7th's jaw dropped as he asked what. Then he looked thoughtfully at Dao Vi, thinking, so it wasn't her who did it? Because the matter was urgent, Nanhai had to rush to the prison. Seeing this, little Vi sighed, he's finally gone. As soon as he left, a sound came from outside the window. Baldy flew in from outside, chirping little Dao Zi, come meet Big Brother at the new location. She said in surprise, Baldy, is that information from Big Brother? As soon as Baldy saw her, it happily called out, Little Peach. Little Dao Zi. Dao Vi really went to the meeting spot. Neemgi gently pushed a piece of paper to her and said, Sister gave new instructions. Vi stared at it, asking softly, new instructions? What the hell? The content on it was the most nonsensical drawings ever. Step 1, raid the prison. Step 2, send them back to base. Step 3 is to form a 5-nation alliance, a nationwide alliance, to plan an uprising. Little Vi's eyebrows knitted together. She cursed, does she take me for a fool? Then she screamed furiously, I don't need this stick figure drawing. I can understand the mission content, and tore the paper into 1,000 pieces. Gi, with a fatherly sternness, said, "Sister did that because you never listen in class. Get ready to get to work." Vai's face twisted, showing a look of someone refusing to go to work, her face pained. So on the way back, Vai was still in a state of anxiety. What should I do? This time I really need to get away from him. He's starting to suspect me because of what happened before, and now we're even living in the same courtyard. If I continue with the prison break, I'll definitely get caught. Returning to the seventh prince's manor with nothing but a long sigh, little Vi went to the lotus pond and saw Manhwa was also there, and she just quietly watched him. After a long while, she was full of energy again, thinking, I won't see the bastard for a long time, right? The more you see, the more you earn, the faster you'll remember everything. So today, it was little Vi's turn to be the paparazzi, following Manhwa from one place to another. But every time, she was caught by the butler, who was beaming brighter than a flower, thinking, our young miss also likes our prince. It's a two-way relationship, a true family paparazzo. After tailing him for a while, Vi was stunned to see Manhwa go to her room. Instead of being worried, her heart was filled with the bloom of spring. Is the bastard coming to my place? Is he still afraid of being discovered? What is he planning to do? In the end, old Seventh still pushed the door and went in, while little Vi continued to tail him diligently. Manhwa skillfully and quickly untied her bundle. Inside, besides firecrackers, flint, and a few small toys, the clay figurine of Vi was what Manhwa was looking for. He pondered for a long time, then took out a clay Manhwa from his sleeve and placed it right next to it. He just stared blankly at the two figurines for a very, very long time. Little Vi unconsciously couldn't help but hope, I hope we could be together like that. But the reality was that old Seventh was just carefully comparing the evidence. There was no romantic storyline here. At the same time, at the headquarters, Gi frowned and said, You've still decided to stay, haven't you? Little Vi became unnatural, spouting nonsense. We need a headquarters, and I propose setting it up in the seventh prince's manor. After all, the most dangerous place is also the safest place, isn't it? So you'll be in charge of commanding here, and I'll be in charge of rescuing the prisoners. It's a mutually happy decision. Gi was silent for a long time, unconsciously asking, Are you really doing this for the mission? The atmosphere became very heavy. You could hear the blades of grass outside, swaying in the wind. Finally, little Vi spoke up. She giggled and said, Of course I'm doing it for the mission. Gi kept his stern frown, but a second later he smiled and said, All right, then come with me. So little Vi followed him until midnight, dangling from a rooftop with a questioning thought. Why am I here to break out of prison again? Vi started to panic, saying, That means I have the right to order you to go rob, not for me to go along. Gi let out a soft hiss. He said seriously, You have to personally do something big with me to establish your credibility in the Five Nation Alliance. Little Vi asked in confusion, What's the purpose of letting me establish my authority? Gi didn't even bother to answer her, and with a whoosh, he leaped away. I'll lead them away. You hurry up. Little Vi hadn't even caught on, and was waving her hands in the air. Wait a minute. Sure enough, Gi's whereabouts were immediately discovered by the guards that someone's there. Get him. Little Vi saw that her senior brother was putting on a good show, being chased for his life by the soldiers. After knocking out a few guards, little Vi opened the door for the prisoners while urging them, Hurry up. In her heart, she was endlessly anxious. If the bastard finds out, I'm dead for sure. At the same time, Manhwa really did sneeze from being thought of by someone. As soon as they returned to the base, they immediately threw a celebratory feast. Thank you, Lord Gi and Miss Vi, for saving us from death. Let's raise a toast. In the midst of the fun, Gi seriously asked, What about this Five Nation Alliance? The group replied in unison, We will do our best. After he finished, he patted little Vi on the shoulder and said softly, From now on, this will be everyone's leader. She choked on her wine, wiping her mouth as she said, I'm the boss. What about you? Gi sighed and said, I'm only responsible for supervising you. Before she could refuse the position, the four idiots were already grinning and saying, We will obey Chief Dao's orders. At the end of the meal, Gi immediately left. When I rescue others, I will send them here. Just follow Captain Dao's instructions and start training. You will surely be able to complete your mission. When he left, little Vi was left with a dazed look and a goofy smile, thinking, What should I do? This has caused a lot of trouble for the bastard, and since I'm the boss, I have to think of a solution. Right away, suddenly one of the troublemaking quartet sighed and said, Alas, I've finally saved my life and I don't want to risk it anymore. The others had the same thought, but were too cowardly and just gave a slight hiss signal. But who was Vi? She quickly seized the opportunity and asked, Do you want to be lazy? The troublemaking quartet's faces turned pale, and they said in a fluster, No, no, no. Your subordinate wouldn't dare. To enhance her own credibility. Little Vi said cheekily, when it comes to laziness, I'm an expert. Sure enough, early the next morning, Nimgi dropped by the headquarters again. As soon as he poked his head in, he called out, Little Dao Zi, how's your work going? The fat one said softly, Lord Nimgi, missed out to discuss the plan with everyone today. I just went out to scout the city's defense system. Look, the tea is still not cold. Would you like a cup? Nimgi immediately became thoughtful. Then he turned to leave. Thank you for your hard work. The fat one, as per the script, said politely, whatever it is, it's my duty, but who knew that he always had hot water ready? At the same time, in the martial arts training ground of the headquarters, one of them, acting as a tour guide, said softly, my two brothers and I have been training continuously and have just taken a break. Nimgi nodded, satisfied, and said, can I also go see where they are resting? Sure enough, the scar-faced man became unnatural. It's the room inside. At the same time, inside that inner room, the other two were dead drunk, lamenting, today's wine is really good. Let's go again tomorrow. As soon as they finished, they heard the voice of the Grim Reaper. The smell of wine is too strong. And so, both of them showed their true colors, sober without even being hit. They hurriedly stood up straight, saying mechanically, Lord Nimgi, I was injured during training today. Isn't this medicinal wine? He thought to himself, does medicinal wine taste like this? Maybe I remembered wrong. Then said, you guys continue applying the medicine and be more careful next time. Nimgi left just like that. After the door was completely closed, the three inside immediately celebrated their victory today, cheering. Miss Dao Zi was right, it's so easy to cheat. It's all thanks to Captain Dao. Next, they began to daydream and clasp their hands in prayer. Now we can spend our time fishing in peace. At the same time, as soon as it got dark, the dishes were served on the table. The butler was right beside Vai Vai, asking softly, is this dish delicious? She nodded and said, very delicious. While gnawing on a pig's trotter, Dao Qiu Vai suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Sure enough, it was because Nan Hai had arrived, bringing with him an extremely low pressure. He frowned and asked, have you been out of the house lately? Although little Vi said no, he still didn't believe her and asked again, really? The butler's eyes itched, and he immediately spoke up. What are you talking about, Your Highness? Wasn't the young Mrs. Leg injured by the prince? How could she have left the house, leaving Nan Hai speechless? Dao Qiu Vai also caught on and started crying. That's right, my right leg still hurts. Before she could act for long, she was cut off by Nan Hai. Why do I remember that you were injured in your left leg? Not your right. Frozen stiff. So little Vi decided to use her strongest skill. A maiden's tears. You really forgot which leg I injured. You're so cold. Instead of doubting himself, old Seventh was immersed in his own logical reasoning that it was clearly your left leg. Understand? And the wound is old. Lately, I've seen you jumping around as if nothing happened. You've also eaten a lot of pig's trotters, goose feet, and chicken feet. But in the end, he still gave in to the butler's disapproving look. So he still had to say mechanically, I remembered wrong. It's my fault. Then he also sat down at the table to have dinner, thinking to himself, never mind, that's good too. Early the next morning, as soon as Nan Hai rode out on his horse, Little Vi also secretly followed him closely. She thought to herself, great, the bastard has made his move. Then she immediately landed on the ground, happily saying, let's go. Baldy, come here. She let out a whistle, then said seriously, inform my big brother, this is an emergency. Leave the city immediately. Baldy obediently replied, understood. As soon as she let Baldy fly away, she sighed, that's it, I hope big brother escapes in time. Before she could feel relieved for long, Little Vi heard a familiar voice. What kind of emergency is this? She followed the voice and saw Gi perched on a tree branch in the seventh prince's manor. Her jaw dropped as she asked, why are you here? Gi landed on the ground and said, of course I'm here to check if you're being lazy, little Dao Zi. Seeing that she wanted to say something, Gi burst out laughing, that I'm just kidding. I missed you. Dao Qiu Vai put on a worried look and said, now is not the time to talk about this. I'll take you out of the city. Gi asked softly, what happened that made you so worried? She frowned and said gravely, your recent prison breaks have angered Nan Hai. He's setting up checkpoints everywhere. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave at all. I don't want him to catch you. In this situation, Ran Yi's love-addled brain allowed him to think, little Peach, are you worried about me? But that good little sister of his had already drawn up a plan in her head. If I take you away like a great Buddha, no one will be able to control me anymore. I'm so smart. And that's precisely why the two siblings had to be at the city gate like this now. Looking at the portrait of himself that was perfectly accurate, yet incredibly unflattering, Xiao Wei angrily said, you were seen? He honestly replied, perhaps I didn't cover my face properly, but so soon. He was about to criticize someone's painting skills, but Wei Wei preempted him. The painting looks so vivid that it'll be hard for you to escape notice. Randy gave her a confused look and quietly asked, are you serious? And so, necessity being the mother of invention. A makeup shop immediately caught Tao Xiaowei's eye. Just 1 hour later, we had the finely dressed big sister Ran Yi. Xiaowei was even more certain after putting a veiled hat on him, confidently saying, "This way, you can surely get out of the city successfully." She eagerly led her creation outside. "All right, let's leave this place." But little did she know, it was out of the frying pan and into the fire. How on earth did they run into Yin Shi right in front of the shop? The scene unconsciously became a prosperous triangle, silent as clams. In the end, Old Seventh was the first to speak. "What are you doing here? Who is she?" Xiaowei instinctively said without hesitation, "This person is a woman." This made Yin Shi feel like his IQ was being insulted. He said angrily, "Nonsense. Of course I know she's a woman." Ran Yi was speechless, silently cursing. "Please donate your eyes to someone who needs them more." But he remained silent, letting Tao Xiaowei ramble on. "This is the eldest daughter of the neighbor who is the eldest cousin of my maternal grandmother's auntie. She is the fourth son of my second aunt and the fourth daughter-in-law of my third aunt's neighbor. This is Sister Zhang." She successfully caused the constantly thinking Yin Shi's mind to grind to a halt. He immediately reached for Xiaowei, already having an answer in his heart. "I don't know why, but I'm sure this girl is trying to trick me again." Ran Yi immediately grabbed Yin Shi's rude arm. While giving him a death glare, he thought, "You want to bully little Peach in front of me?" Out of professional habit, Old Seventh observed and said, "The joints of this hand are clearly rough and strong. It looks very strange." Before he could say anything else, Tao Xiaowei urgently covered his mouth and yelled, "I know what you're going to say, don't say it." Then she pulled the person away, whispering, "You think her hands are rough like a man's, don't you?" She hates hearing that the most. She's tall and rough and is always mistaken for a man. She's also very sad about it. So please respect my good sister, okay? Okay. Although Yin Shi nodded obediently, he was still wary and said, "Since she's your good sister, at least take off her hat and let me know who she is." Suddenly, she clapped her hands loudly. She said softly, "Very good, perhaps this is fate." Old Seventh asked, confused, "What fate?" Tao Xiaowei went to Ran Yi's side, grabbed his hat, and said, "My sister has sworn that she will marry the first man who sees her true face. It seems fate has arrived today." Yin Shi hurriedly yelled, "No, I already have someone in my heart." Hearing this, Xiaowei froze, thinking, "Your heart already belongs to someone." So she tagged along behind him, curiously asking, "Your Highness, may I ask who this person is? Is she a member of your family? What kind of lady is she? Is she as beautiful as me?" Ran Yi silently watched the two of them walking side by side, unable to help but grit his teeth, quietly calling Little Peach. In the end, the siblings successfully got outside the city. Wei Wei said smugly, "We pulled it off smoothly." "Well then, I'll take you this far. The road ahead." Before she could finish, Ran Yi interrupted her. "Little Peach, do you still remember our engagement?" This question made Xiaowei stiffen, but she still replied politely, "Why are you suddenly talking about this?" Speaking of which, let's follow little Ran Yi back to his childhood years. Ran Yi thought to himself, the Meteorite clan was blocked off, living away from the crowds for generations. I realized that on the first day, Sister brought you back. He saw a little girl with strangely colored hair, her face cute but sad. So the little boy took the initiative to talk to her. "Hello, my name is Ran Yi. What's your name?" Xiaowei sniffled once, then blatantly ignored him. So Ran Yi brought out a hot steamed bun, which the little girl couldn't resist. With the bun finally in her hand, Xiaowei said while nibbling, "My name is Tao Xiaowei." Little Ran Yi shyly asked, "From now on, can I call you Wei Wei?" The little girl, though young, was very firm, no, because the name Wei Wei only made her think of Yin Shi more. It turned out Ran Yi had been considerate since he was little. He smiled and said, "Then from now on, I'll call you Little Peach." Finally, Wei Wei agreed to this intimate form of address. So the two of them were together day and night, playing together, catching fish together, and finally getting scolded together for accidentally catching the master's fish that took 100 years to grow this big. The senior brothers in the sect, out of boredom, started saying, "These two kids are really a good match. It's best to arrange a marriage for them." So that senior brother squatted down and asked Ran Yi, "Kid, do you like Tao Xiaowei?" The little boy seemed to have been waiting just for this question and eagerly answered yes. Then the senior brother went over to Wei Wei and asked, "So kid, do you like senior brother Ran Yi?" Xiaowei was confused, but for a piece of candy, she was bribed into saying yes. Returning to the present, Ran Yi asked heartbrokenly, "Have you really forgotten?" Tao Xiaowei noticed his mood was off and chose her words carefully. "No, I remember. Big brother, we're not children anymore. Why do you still take the adults' jokes from when we were little so seriously?" Hearing this, he fell silent. He reached out to pat Wei Wei's head and said, I'll go back and report first. Be careful and remember to contact me. But she quickly dodged and said, I know. He withdrew his hand, whispering, Little Peach, I'm leaving. With that, he disappeared quickly. Wei Wei looked at the remaining leaves. She sighed, thinking, was my rejection clear enough? Just now, too. Although I feel a little regretful, liking someone isn't a one-person affair. Besides, I have more important things to do. She walked step by step back to the gate of Yin Kingdom, thinking resolutely, right now, my top priority is to take down that big villain. At the same time, in the Imperial Palace, the Crown Prince asked every day, have you found that person yet? Yin Shuo collapsed on his desk, sighing, I'm so exhausted. You're already exhausted just from this broken clue? Old Third's eyes sparkled, as if making a crazy suggestion. As expected, Yin Su cared for him the most. He brought out gold and said, thank you for your hard work. This is your allowance. As soon as he received the gold, Yin Shuo was full of energy, saying, for me, someone with a powerful intelligence network, this is nothing. It's a piece of cake. Old Third handed over the documents and reported, this person's name is Ran. These prison breaks are all related to this man. The Crown Prince fell into deep thought, quietly saying, and this person is also connected to the Meteorite clan? The Meteorite clan? Could it be that Su Moer has returned? Speaking of this, Yin Shuo also said warily, recently, he has been in close contact with Little Peach. Xiao Wei's disappearance for many years must also be related to the Meteorite clan. Suddenly, Yin Shuo started to feel that something was wrong. He hurriedly shouted, could Little Potato harm Old Seventh? And so, the two brothers locked themselves in the Imperial study for many days, to the point that whenever Yin Su called, Little Shaw, Yin Shuo would immediately reply, dealing with Old Seventh. Then they both asked themselves, and also answer themselves, no way. Little Potato doesn't have a high enough IQ. Finally, Big Brother made the final decision, seriously saying, don't tell our Old Seventh about this until the matter is thoroughly investigated. Old Third nodded and said, I know, but what's next? After trying everything, Old Seventh still didn't remember Little Potato. The Crown Prince thought carefully and said, actually, we've tried every possible way to make Old Seventh remember Xiao Wei. It's just to make him fall in love with her again. It's better to change direction. Let our brother fall in love with the current Tao, Xiao Wei. Just hearing that, Yin Shuo's eyes sparkled. That's right, the ultimate goal is to bring them together. It's better to do it in one step. So the two of them went to bother Tao Xiao Wei. She walked reluctantly in the middle of the street, pouting, buying new clothes, buying jewelry. Why? Yin Shuo said seriously, to become an attractive woman, of course you have to learn how to do makeup and dress up. Xiao Wei recalled her creation and said confidently, I think I'm pretty good at makeup. You know, it was still the reasonable Yin Su who casually said, don't you want to dress up and impress Yin Shi? As soon as he finished, she imagined Yin Shi's gentle gaze on her as he called, Wei Wei. You are truly beautiful. Even her expression was genuinely sweet. So Wei Wei clenched her hands into fists and said, come on, let's change ourselves with Wei Wei. The two brothers chuckled to themselves. Even the campaign name has been decided. The first place they went to bother was the cosmetics shop. Yin Shuo asked thoughtfully, look at these colors. Which one do you like? Xiao Wei said with a grimace, aren't all of these red? After hearing that, Old Third was speechless, unable to help but judge. Why don't you have a girl's sensitivity? And so, a clash occurred. The two sides fiercely argued. You've got it, just be a girl. The color you chose isn't very pretty. My color is prettier. It got to the point where customers who came to buy powder were afraid of getting bitten. The owner cried out helplessly, I'll give you money. Can you please leave quickly? The next chaotic destination was the clothing store. As soon as they entered, Yin Shuo immediately grabbed a piece of the most beautiful fabric and said, Big brother, this suits you, making Yin Su feel helpless, sighing, we're here to choose clothes for Xiao Wei. So the group moved on to the jewelry store. It was still Yin Shuo who deviated from the mission. He was mesmerized by the sparkling jewelry and even said honestly, Big brother, I want these. The Crown Prince, feeling like a babysitter, constantly repeated the mission. We're here to choose jewelry for Xiao Wei. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei had actually found an item she liked. She stared at it, thinking to herself, this hairpin looks like a bald head. She wanted to take a look, but accidentally bumped into someone. The man looked up and quietly called, Xiao Wei, is that you? She also asked blankly, who are you? The other person said softly, it's Long Rue. But Xiao Wei still asked back, who is Long Rue? This made the other person's head spin from her question marks. until Yin Shuan noticed them and quietly called, "Long Rue, why are you here?" Long Rue said happily, "Your third highness." But Wei Wei was still stuck with 1,000 questions. "Why? Do you all know each other?" Hearing this, Yin Shua couldn't help but scoff. "Really? You're so forgetful. When you were little, you used to call him Brother Long Rue so affectionately." She asked, stunned, "Brother Long Rue?" And the image of the little boy unconsciously appeared in her mind. Finally, Wei Wei remembered and said in surprise, "That's right, it's this crybaby." Long Rue was speechless, whispering to himself, "Clearly, you were more of a crybaby than me back then." In this awkward situation, only the crown prince was serious, saying, "Hello, Long Rue. We have exchanged letters for many years, but this is the first time we've met officially." Seeing that he wanted to say something, Yin Su gestured and said, "This is not a suitable place to talk. Let's go somewhere else." So the crown prince had to invite his group of youngsters to a familiar restaurant. As soon as they arrived, Xiao Wei's jaw dropped. Long Rue is actually the crown prince of Wei. Yin Su added, and will soon ascend the throne and become emperor. This made him feel embarrassed. "No, I don't have that ability yet. It would be better if my aunt held power." Yin Shua patted his shoulder and laughed. "Don't say that. You are very capable. We've had a very pleasant exchange over the years." But in his heart, he had already drafted a plan, "and I will make a lot of money." Long Rue stammered, "In the past few years, I have been working hard with my aunt. Finally, the state of Wei has temporarily stabilized. Actually, I should have come to the state of Yin sooner. Thank you all so much for helping me many years ago, and for the 7th prince saving my life. Although His Highness the 7th prince may not remember this, I still want to thank him in person." Xiao Wei's eyebrows furrowed petulantly. He must remember. He has a very good memory. He just can't remember me. Long Rue asked in surprise, "Did something happen?" After a cup of tea, the story was finally chewed over until not even crumbs were left, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. So Long Rue volunteered, "Let me contribute a little. Every person added means more strength, so don't be too discouraged." Then he took out a cloth bag and said, "I saw that you seemed to like this, so I bought it and wanted to give it to you. Consider it a gift for our reunion. I'm saying I have to be polite and thoughtful." Wei Wei took the bald head-shaped hairpin and said happily, "Thank you, brother. I just forgot to buy it." Long Rue nodded and said, "I'm glad you like it. May I put it on for you?" So the two of them stood quietly side by side before this blindingly dazzling scene. The two brothers could only whisper, "Why do I always feel that this scene is somewhat dazzling?" That's right, it's the atmosphere of a shoujo manga. As soon as he finished, Old Third said cunningly, "I just thought of a good idea." Yin Su, worried for his life, said quietly, "What are you trying to do?" Yin Shua said cunningly, "We shouldn't just be supporting from the sidelines. It's time to make Old 7th worry." At the same time, in the middle of the street, Yin Shi was walking past a hairpin stall. His eyes fell thoughtfully on the hairpins. So, it wasn't until he returned to the prince's residence that the question still echoed in his head. Why did I buy this? Before he could answer his own question, Yin Shua's voice rang out. "Old 7th, are you going out? Don't leave yet. Look who's here." Yin Shi looked at the young man in Wei kingdom attire and said quietly, "Long Rue, why are you here?" Long Rue bowed politely. "Greetings, 7th prince." Old Third, at the side, teased relentlessly, "Why are you so tense? Just call him Yin Shi." As soon as he finished, Tao Xiaowei also poked her head out, saying, "I'm back too." Yin Shi asked warily, "Why are you with them?" She said carefully, "This is I just happened to run into them on the street." But what he noticed was the unfamiliar hairpin in her hair. As expected, this detail was caught by Yin Shua. He hurriedly engineered it, so the two kids were holding hands. While Yin Shi asked irritably, "And big brother, why are you here?" The crown prince smiled gently and said, "I came to visit you." Xiao Wei was the first to react, her jaw dropping as she scolded, "What are you doing?" Hearing the commotion, Yin Shi immediately paid attention, or rather, held a grudge. And Tao Xiao Wei finally realized, can't let go. Understood. Yin Shua is the king of sales. He used imported double-sided tape, the best for this kind of operation. In the end, it was Old 7th who spoke first, saying unhappily, "Men and women should maintain a proper distance." Have you no shame? Seeing that Xiao Wei was about to expose him. To protect his own little life, Yin Shua quickly covered her mouth and enthusiastically spun a tale. What's wrong with young people holding hands when they're in love? Look, Long Rue even bought Xiao Wei a hairpin. So gentle, so romantic, so thoughtful. Yin Shi's face scrunched up, and he said coldly, "Tasteless." As he turned around, the hairpin he was carrying clumsily fell out. Before it could hit the ground, Yin Shua shouted, "What's that?" This time, Yin Shua truly made a major breakthrough, successfully climbing onto Yin Shi's shoulder and grabbing the item. He giggled and ran over to Wei Wei, exclaiming, "Look, little potato." While Yin Su always had to be the one to put out the fire, "Don't be angry. don't be angry. Xiao Wei held the hairpin that matched her outfit in her hand and asked in a daze for me. Yin, she didn't even bother to be flustered anymore, saying, that's right for you. This is my apology for hurting your foot. Before, seeing her mesmerized by his gift, Old Seventh continued in a mature tone, a lady shouldn't casually accept gifts from others, but I have a legitimate reason. Xiao Wei stammered, is a gift from meeting someone not appropriate? As the group moved into the hall, Yin Su instructed in a serious tone, the Crown Prince of Wei is here on a private visit. Old Seventh, you must protect his safety. Yin Shi nodded and said, that's a given. Long Rui spoke softly, Brother Yin Shi, don't worry. I have diligently studied and practiced what you've taught me these past few years. I'm no longer a child who needs others' protection. While listening to Long Rui's speech, Old Seventh suddenly remembered a little girl from that year who was always by the crybaby's side. His head throbbed a little. This is appearing again. Who is she, really? Yin Sha, seeing there was nothing left to talk about, took the initiative to stir the pot. But no matter what, Long Rui is worth a lot of money. Living in another place is not safe. Why don't you let him stay with you? Yin Shi immediately became wary. Although the request isn't too much, why do I feel like I'm walking into a trap? But he still said, that's possible. As expected, Yin Shua, given an inch, took a mile. In that case, why not let Long Rui move into this courtyard as well? It will also allow the two young people to develop their feelings for each other. Both Long Rui and Xiao Wei were stunned to hear this. Even Long Rui fell into deep thought. Although I want to help, becoming brother Yinshi's love rival is really too scary. As expected, this crossed Yinshi's line. He said heavily, all right, then it's best if I leave this courtyard. Suddenly, a sound of okay came from Xiao Wei's direction. Noticing his gaze, she hurriedly tried to explain, no, I didn't say that. Then she cried her eyes out, whispering to Yin Shua, what are you doing? Why are you blaming me? Old Third whispered, isn't this to see Old Seventh's attitude? If he cares about you, he won't agree to this. As soon as he finished, Yanshi said decisively, possible. This made the whole room gasp. Then he continued, since this is your wish, I can make way for Long Rui. Tao Xiao Wei was stunned, stammering, that's not it. It's a misunderstanding. There's a misunderstanding here. Old Seventh became serious and said, Long Rui, I only have one request here. The young man straightened his back and said, please, brother, just say it. Old Third was sweating bullets, thinking to himself, oh no, is he really going to hand over Little Potato to Long Rui? So, to correct his mistake, Yin Shua hurriedly spoke up, Old Seventh, actually we were just, but it was too late. Yin, she said in a serious tone, let's have a competition. If you beat me, then I will give you the room. A fighting spirit burned within him, victory or defeat, whether your life blossoms or stagnates, it's all up to you. He successfully scared Long Rui into trembling. So all that night, Long Rui was truly on pins and needles, saying, how can I possibly beat Brother Yin Shi? The unreliable Yin Shua said, don't panic, I'm here for you, kid. As expected, no one was brave enough to trust him. Feeling embarrassed, Old Third had to continue on his own. Anyway, just listen to me first. First, Big Brother has ordered that no force be used, lest we harm the Crown Prince of Wei. Then, Little Potato, as the involved party, has the right to set the questions. All you have to do is come up with a competition that Long Rui is good at. Xiao Wei said honestly, come up with a competition to help Long Rui beat that bastard. Isn't that too hard? How can there be one? The next morning, after discussing according to Yin Shua's plan, Yin Shi actually nodded and said, no problem. I will abide by the rules that you have stated and requested. So Xiao Wei eagerly announced the first competition, the Ice Bucket Challenge. Seeing the young man shivering like a leaf, Yin Su asked worriedly, Wei Wei, is Long Rui really good at this? She gave a thumbs up and said, I asked, and he said it's no problem. Let's rewind to last night. She had sincerely asked, is there anything you're particularly good at? Long Rui answered honestly, speaking of which, I don't know if I'm good at it, but I really like to eat ice. Returning to the present, Long Rui and Yinshi really had a bucket of ice poured over their heads. The young man shivered uncontrollably, silently cursing. I said I like to eat ice, but not like this. Yin Shua quickly stepped forward and asked, does anyone want to continue this round? As expected, Long Rui hurriedly surrendered, no, I can't take it anymore. But Yinshi was still in robust health, even having the energy to stand and smooth his hair. So when Yin Shua said, we lost this round, think about the next one right away, Wei Wei was mesmerized by Old Seven's good looks. As soon as she finished speaking, Wei Wei snapped back to reality. She clapped her hands and announced the second competition, the Eat Well and Healthy competition. Long Rui looked at a table full of food. On top of that, the distance between the two players was incredibly long, and a crow cawed in his head. Chu Vai worriedly asked Old Third, is this competition what you expected? Is it reliable? Nan Soc nodded and said, don't worry, don't worry. I've already found a solution. Chu Vi announced, the star of the competition. Nanhai immediately started munching on a steamed bun and then gestured for Long Du to hurry up and eat too. Chu Du held the bun in his hand, choked up as he heard Nan Soc stick his head out from under the table and say, "If you can't take it anymore, bring it down here for me." Under the table was also Nan Tuc, who silently thought, why am I the backup? Anyway, after 1 hour, plate after plate of spotlessly clean dishes were stacked as high as a mountain. Because Nanhai couldn't eat anymore, Tu Vi declared that in this round, Long Du was the winner. Old Seventh, with his stomach stretched full, silently wondered how this guy could eat so much. The two brothers underneath were no less impressed, thinking bitterly, Old Seventh is old, so how can he eat so much? It's enough for 3 people. Meanwhile, Tu Vi enthusiastically announced, now for the final round. Dao Tu Vi chewed on the microphone made of a carrot while saying, the final competition is called Determination. The name was so strange that even the 2 contestants were stunned. Determination? Nan Soc immediately jumped out to explain, it means testing everyone's determination in the face of unparalleled beauty. Whoever wavers first loses. Nan Hai clicked his tongue and said, you really underestimate me. As for Long Du, he said shyly, this isn't very good for me. Not letting everyone wait any longer, Tu Vi raised her voice an octave and said, let's welcome today's magnificent beauty. What the hell? The person who walked out was the butler. He cried his eyes out and said, Your Highness, I was forced to do this. While Long Du was still petrified on the spot, Nanhai was so shocked he spat blood and fainted right then and there. Chu Du was as stiff as a stone statue, cracking into pieces as Nan Soc forcibly raised his hand and declared Long Du the winner. The crown prince hurriedly caught Nanhai, saying softly, what a pity you lost. Old Third laughed gleefully. You have to admit defeat, don't you? Long Du immediately said, Brother Nanhai was just scared. If we compare strength, I'm no match for him. Just as he looked back, he saw Nanhai's grumpy expression. He snorted to gather his strength. Then he was quickly packed up and carried away. The butler hurriedly chased after him, saying, Your Highness, let this servant help you pack. Your Highness, please don't be angry with this humble servant. Dao Chu Vi said worriedly, he won't be really angry, will he? Nan Soc laughed and said, just let him worry. Let's reminisce about the past with Long Du tonight. She said sadly, but how can I be happy when that jerk looks like this? As she finished speaking, night fell, and the room was filled with hearty laughter. It was truly chilling. Dao Chu Vi laughed and said, do you remember when we were little? You were as weak as a chicken. Long Du, beside her, said softly, Tu Vi, don't drink anymore. But she diligently continued, but your performance was still much better than eggplants. At that time, the jerk trained the 3 of us. Let's reminisce about the old days. Has the jerk really forgotten me? Long Du, worried she would be heartbroken, softly called out, Tu Vi. Dao Chu Vi continued to drink. A second later, she turned and cornered Long Du, leaving him no escape. Don't just let me drink alone, drink with me. The happy scene of the 2 was caught by Nanhai's eyes. He just watched them silently through the window. Chu Vi was still dazedly talking about the old days, how you said it was so good, with the jerk always protecting us wherever we were. Long Du nodded and said, yes, Brother Nanhai is very reliable, and he taught me many things. After eavesdropping for a while, Old Seventh finally got the main point. Are they calling me jerk? It seems someone used to call me that. He unconsciously recalled his days in the Wei Kingdom, thinking to himself, I remember teaching Long Du martial arts. But it seems there was someone else, always by Long Du's side, learning with him. Just as Dao Chu Vi's face became clear, a headache struck, causing Nanhai pain. He thought to himself, what's with this 4-pointed star again? At the same time in the room, Chu Du said with difficulty, Tu Vi, we've finished drinking, let's go to sleep. But she started making a scene, repeatedly saying, hey, is there any more wine here? Making Long Du feel helpless. That's a plate. All right, stop fooling around and let's go back to the room. Dao Tu Vi struggled to get away from him, jumping onto the table and shouting, 1,000 caddies fall, the majestic Mount Tai, and then just sprawled out on the table and started snoring. Long Du thought to himself, has she fallen asleep already? She's even purring. He sighed and said, hey, wait a moment, I'll get a blanket for you. Just as the door closed, Chu Vi inside was still sound asleep. Then Nanhai entered, gazing at her intently. As if sensing his gaze, Tu Vi opened her eyes. She happened to see Nanhai's appearance from the old days. She softly called out, jerk, is it really you? You're finally here. Seeing Chu Vi hug him tightly again and babble something, he thought, it's starting again. As for him, he focused on the task at hand, firmly picking Chu Vi up and heading towards the bedroom. He placed her gently on the bed, watched for a moment, then turned to leave. But Chu Vi grabbed the hem of his robe tightly, whispering, "Don't go," in some incomprehensible way. Manhwa didn't understand himself either, but he actually sat down beside her, whispering, "All right, I won't go." Early the next morning, as soon as she opened her eyes, Chu Vi was still hazy about last night's memories. She thought to herself, if it wasn't a dream, it'll be fine. So she ran over to Long Du's place, knocking on the door to bother him. The young man rubbed his eyes and said, "Is that you, Chu Vi?" She quickly shushed him, then covered his mouth and dragged him away, whispering, "Let's get out of the house." Long Du said worriedly, "Before we go out, let's say goodbye to Brother Nanhai first." But Dao Chu Vi said firmly, "There's no need. He doesn't care where I go anyway. Don't forget me. My mother was right. Men are like scoundrels who forget their old loves when they find a new one." Long Du felt endless pity, so he had to compromise, saying, "Tu Vi, if you want to go out and have fun, I'll go with you. Where do you want to go?" And so she declared with great bravado, "I also want to find a new love. I'm going to a brothel." At the same time, in another room in the prince's residence, Nantuc was also worried sick. Old Seventh, stop for a moment. Stop and rest for a bit." But Nan Soc was still highly focused, counting 498, 499, 500. After finishing the task of 500 push-ups, Nanhai switched to doing sit-ups rapidly. Old Third said helplessly, "Don't worry about him. Just let Old Seventh do what he wants. He needs to calm down first." The Crown Prince nodded, then said, "It seems we've forgotten the main business for today, haven't we?" Since the eldest brother had set it up, Nan Soc delightedly probed, "How do you feel about Dao Chu Vi?" As soon as he finished, Nanhai really turned into a robot, moving one hand and the same side foot together, and said mechanically, "It's time for you to exercise." After dodging the landmine Nan Soc had set, Old Seventh really took that question to heart. He thought to himself, "Dao Chu Vi, since she appeared, I seem to be much more at ease. It's a sense of security I haven't felt in years. That feeling of loss, of being lost and found. Why do I feel this way?" But Nan Soc had already climbed onto Nanhai's back, saying smugly, "You see, he's lost his soul and doesn't even know that you're stepping on someone." Nan Tuc, afraid that another second's delay would mean a funeral for Old Third, hurriedly said, "Get down quickly." Dao Chu Vi really did bring her sworn brother to the brothel. She loudly declared, "This is my bag of gold. I'm booking the whole place today." The madam inside yawned, came out and said, "It's so early in the morning. Who's so bold as to come here and make a racket?" The girls also eagerly came out to see who it was. "Is it a little lady?" As soon as the madam was fully awake and saw the main character aura on Vai Vai, she said excitedly, "Hey, you look pretty good, kid. Are you here to apply for a job?" Long Du immediately stood in front of her, saying fiercely, "Stop talking nonsense." Chu Vi pulled out a bag of money from somewhere and said solemnly, "I'm here to spend money. I'm booking this place today." As soon as she saw the sparkling bag of gold, the madam immediately switched to business mode. Beaming like a flower, she said, "How should I address this esteemed guest? It was careless of me." As she led them inside, she said, "Girls, get dressed. There's a grandpa. Oh no, there's an auntie who has booked the entire place. Auntie Chu Vi, wearing sunglasses and chewing a carrot, is pleased to greet everyone." The girls hurriedly said, Coming, please come inside. Is this handsome young man here too?" And so Long Du had to helplessly cry out, No, I need help." At the same time, at the 7th prince's residence, Nanhai was enjoying a wonderful time after his workout, when Nan Soc popped up out of nowhere and said, "Tu Vi's missing. Aren't you going to look for her?" He stood up, putting on his robe while saying, "She's a grown-up now. Let her go wherever she wants." Nan Soc enthusiastically teased, "Oh my, you're dying of impatience, about to cry and beg me to sell you the information, right?" Nanhai said firmly no, but Old Third kept pestering him relentlessly. "Do you know where Little Potato went?" So Old Seventh had to cooperate and ask, "Where'd she go?" Nan Soc seemed to be waiting just for this question, and with a sly grin, said, "The brothel." As soon as he finished, Nanhai looked at him intently, wanting to confirm if he was being tricked. Seeing his little brother leaving in a hurry, Nan Soc asked, "Where are you going?" Nanhai tried to act calm and said, "It's time to inspect the brothel districts." Old Third exclaimed, "In such a hurry? But you haven't even put on your outer robe." On Dao Chu Vi's side, she was drinking tea to her heart's content. She said happily, "Keep filling me up." A girl in the brothel laughed and said, "Just drinking is no fun at all. Let's have some fun. Miss, would you like to play mahjong?" After she spoke, she exclaimed, "Hey, what's the point of playing mahjong? I'll teach you something much more interesting than this." Long Du, utterly depressed, whispered, "Tu Vi, let's go home." But she grabbed him by the collar. She said excitedly, "You can play this game too, with me." This made Long Du sense that something strange was about to happen. Dao Chuvai diligently instructed then, "You'll see, connect these two to eliminate them. Like this, like this, like this. Match the cards together, this way and that, and you'll win." The girl in the brothel, full of admiration, said, "You're amazing." Suddenly, Vai Vai's eyes welled up with tears, and she cried distortedly. Even the cards come in pairs, but people are still single dogs. Helplessly, Long Du and the other girl had to gather around to comfort her. "Sister, don't cry, Vai Vai." But it didn't get any better. She choked out, "It would be great if I didn't grow up. I want to forever be the child he took care of and protected. Now he's forgotten me. No matter how hard I try, I can't make him remember me. My abilities are sealed again, and I have to help Su Ma." Luckily, she knew when to stop. Long Du also sensed something. He poured himself a cup of wine, spilling it. Then he drank it all in one go. He pondered for a long time. Then he also sobbed and said, "I don't want to grow up either. I also want to be with everyone like before. Over there. Although I've tried to become stronger, so no one has to worry about me anymore, and I no longer need Brother Nanhai's protection. But I'm so scared, Chuvai. I'm afraid I can't be as good as my aunt. I'm afraid I can't be as strong as Brother Nanhai." Chuvai also hugged Long Du and said, "I'm afraid they'll be disappointed in me." At the same time, Nanhai, the person most mentioned in the young friend's heart-to-heart, he suddenly sneezed, sniffled, and simply thought, "It seems a bit cold." And it was right to be cold. He had rushed out in such a hurry that his hair hadn't even dried. As he finished his thought, a soldier ran up to report, "Your Highness, we have searched 3 brothels. But what are we looking for?" Just as he finished speaking, familiar wails came from the brothel opposite them, causing both of them to freeze solid. Nanhai said softly, "I found it." He went straight inside, completely ignoring Long Du, who was dead drunk. As soon as he entered the other room, he saw Chuvai playing with mahjong tiles while crying, "Jerk, don't leave Vai Vai alone." And so Nanhai really looked after this pair of best friends for a whole night. He frowned and thought, these two little troublemakers. "Anyway, let's get the back first." He whispered, "Dao Chuvai, wake up." She looked up, then dazedly heard him ask, "Are you awake?" Chuvai's eyes welled up with tears again. She rushed towards him and said, "Jerk, why? Can I only see you when I'm drunk?" Nanhai quickly dodged, chanting in his head, "Don't you dare take advantage of me again." Coincidentally, Long Du also sat up at the same time, and so Dao Chuvai ended up hugging him tightly. Naturally, Old Seventh felt extremely annoyed. He separated the two kids while saying, "Hey, you're hugging the wrong person." Then Long Du suddenly opened his eyes, saying coquettishly, "Brother Nanhai?" Then he decisively hugged him tightly and wailed, "Brother Nanhai, I miss you so much." And so a crow cawed across his mind, and Chuvai also turned back to hug him tightly, crying, "Oh, me too." A second later, Long Du looked up at Nanhai and said solemnly, "There's something I've always wanted to tell you. Brother Nanhai, I love you." As soon as he finished, he passed out again. Both Nanhai and Dao Chuvai were left with their mouths agape, especially Vai Vai. A chill ran down her spine, and she broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "Why did he confess before me? I treated you like a brother, but it turns out you're my love rival." She was shocked sober. Nanhai slung Long Du over his shoulder, trying to act calm, and said, "Ignore this drunkard and let's go home." But Vai Vai really couldn't ignore it, constantly thinking, "What should I do? What should I do? Is he serious?" And so, only Long Du slept soundly after the bombshell he himself had created. Early the next morning, Tudi yawned refreshingly and thought, "Actually, I've slept for a whole day and night. What the hell?" He accidentally ran into Chuvai. He said warmly, "Good morning, Chuvai," but she froze, then shut her eyes and ran away quickly, leaving Long Du with a brain full of question marks. What happened to Chuvai? Then he saw Old Seventh walking by and still greeted him friendly, "Ah, Brother Nanhai." But he was given a look colder than any sword on the battlefield. Goosebumps rose on Long Du's skin as he thought, "What's going on? Did I do something wrong?" At the same time, in the Imperial Palace, Nan SOC read a slip of paper and exclaimed, "Damn, did something happen to Long Du?" The Crown Prince heard this and worriedly asked, "What happened?" Nan SOC passed the slip of paper to him and said, "Look at this." On the paper was a line of text, a plea for help from the martial world, accompanied by a drawing of Long Du's crying face. Nan Tuc's face twisted, and he said, "What should I do? He's the Crown Prince of Wei. Please don't let anything happen to him. Should we send troops there?" Nan SOC calmly said, "Don't be so hasty. Brother, think about it. That's Old Seventh's territory. How could there be any danger?" The Crown Prince nodded and said, "You're right. When there's danger, as long as our Old Seventh is there, they'll be safe." As he finished, Nan SOC said, "But when there's no danger, Old Seventh is no less dangerous himself. Anyway, I'll go there and take a look. As soon as he arrived, he saw a tearful Long Du crying, "Third brother, help me. I don't know what I did wrong. They're ignoring me." Nan SOC patted his head and said, "I'm here, don't worry," while thinking nostalgically, he's back to being that little crybaby again. Old Third asked seriously, "You're saying you were drunk yesterday and don't remember anything you did?" Long Du said yes. Nan SOC thought for a long time. Then a flash of lightning appeared in his mind. He asked coldly and secretively, "Did you have sex after drinking? Did you behave improperly with Chu Vai?" As soon as he finished, Long Du climbed onto the table, sobbing, "Then I can only die to thank the world." Old Third broke out in a sweat, exclaiming, "I was just joking, don't take it so seriously." And so the white silk sash could peacefully return to its original place. Nan SOC said softly, "Don't worry. If you really did something, Old Seventh would have dropped you long ago." Long Du nodded, "That's true." A second later, his curiosity was piqued, and he said softly, "So what happened?" "Never mind, I'd better go ask Little Potato." And so he decisively grabbed Tu Du and flew away. As soon as he met Dao Chu Vai, she looked super serious and said, "Sorry, Brother Long Du, I'm not mad at you. I just couldn't react in time." Tu Du held his breath and asked, "So what on earth happened?" Vai Vai said seriously, "Although I know your thoughts, I won't give up easily." Long Du's head started to spin, and he exclaimed, "So what did I do?" Chu Vai heroically revealed the truth. "You confessed your love to the jerk." As she finished, a crow unconsciously flew across the minds of all three. While Long Du was still struggling with the words, Nan SOC was also shocked speechless. "I didn't expect you and my second brother to have the same taste in love." Only Chu Vai had successfully moved on. She said resolutely, "I won't give up. Even if the jerk agrees, I will still fight for it." Just as she finished speaking, Nanhai popped up from somewhere, shouting in the tone of a general commanding his troops, "I'm straight." And so the atmosphere once again fell into silence. Long Du stammered, "Brother Nanhai, please let me explain." Nan SOC also said seriously, "Old Seventh, don't worry. I can testify that Long Du likes women." And so, as he said one sentence, Old Third squeezed out another, "I like women, really." For example, Tu Vai. For a moment, Long Du felt his life becoming increasingly fragile, but Nan SOC was still optimistic, saying, "Let's take this opportunity to continue our plan." Reluctantly, Little Long trembled, suppressed his fear, and then shouted, "That's right, the person I really like is Dao Chu Vai." One night, the Emperor of Yin was idle again and held a banquet. As usual, he smiled until his eyes crinkled and announced, "Today is a rare family dinner. Let's all have fun." The princes below replied in unison, "Thank you, Imperial Father, for the banquet." Nan SOC frowned, cursing in his heart. "Humph, he just wants to show off the beauty of his new concubine to us." However, the victim who got hit by a stray bullet while just sitting there was Nanhai. What the hell? The Emperor just looked at him and was displeased, saying, "I say, Old Seven." Before he could finish his words, Nan TUC cut in, "Imperial Father, I would like to propose a toast. It's rare for everyone to be as happy as today." The Emperor was now satisfied, saying, all right, our Nan TUC is the most understanding one, unlike some other people." And so the atmosphere became suffocating again. Nan SOC couldn't help but throw a melon seed at Old Seven's face, whispering, "Come on, raise a toast with us and don't make Imperial Father angry anymore." Nanhai was very obedient, but the result was rather speechless. He declared, "Eat well and drink well." This made the old emperor so angry his hair turned white, cursing in his heart, "Can this son be any more terrible?" To ease the atmosphere, Old Third smiled and said, "By the way, Imperial Father, I have prepared a gift for you." The emperor immediately became excited again. "Bring it up and let me see." And so Nan SOC took on the role of placating the emperor for someone else. As for that someone else, he was still pensive, drinking wine while realizing, "The person I like is Dao Chu Vai." Just as his train of thought ended, Vai Vai's octave-high voice rang in his ear, "I also like Brother Long Du." But the real image was a chaotic fight. Don't cause trouble at a time like this. Old Seventh lowered his gaze, letting out a sigh and calling, "Tu Vai," until a familiar, gleeful laugh rang out. The emperor was satisfied with his mountain of gifts. He said happily, "All of you are my good sons, and I will reward all of you." He suddenly paused, saying profoundly, "But first, let's reward Old Seventh." The trio of troublemakers immediately went on high alert. The emperor said softly, "Nanhai, you're no longer a child. I will arrange a marriage for you." Upon hearing this, Nanhai retorted irritably, "I've said it before, if you send me one person, I will kill one person." The emperor sneered, "I know that, so I didn't just send one person. Over. Old Seventh was startled and asked hastily, "What does that mean?" He sighed and said, "I've already sent all 3 concubines to your house. Treat them well in the future. After all, their families all hold power in the capital." While engrossed in his speech, he suddenly realized something was wrong. He changed his tone and scolded, "Old Seventh, I'm not finished speaking. Come back here." Inside, only the bitter voice of the emperor remained. "Nanhai, come back to me." The Father King was so angry he knocked over his wine cup, glaring furiously, finding everyone an eyesore. Nan Tuc said softly, "Let me handle it. You just follow along and don't cause any trouble." Nan Soc nodded to confirm he understood. As soon as Soc left, the crown prince poured sweet words into the emperor's ear. "Imperial Father, don't be angry. Our old Seventh has always been like this. I'll go and talk to him." The consort beside him also said sweetly, "Your Majesty, please don't be angry." Outside, Nan Soc wasn't doing much better, thinking coldly, when he gets angry, even I can't stop him. Why did this difficult task fall to me? However, Nan Soc came across as surprisingly quiet Nanhai. He just silently looked up at the moonlight. Seeing the survival rate was quite high, Nan Soc whispered, "What are you doing here? Why don't you hurry home? What if Little Potato misunderstands?" Nanhai pondered for a moment, then said, "What could she possibly misunderstand? She doesn't care whether I marry many wives or not." The third brother was left speechless and said angrily, "We haven't seen each other in all these years. My dear brother, you've never been this slow. Why don't you try hitting me? Regardless of whether she cares or not, you should make it clear if it's not your fault. Haven't you blamed that old man enough all these years?" Nan Soc gathered all the courage he had accumulated from years of survival, grabbing Nanhai's hand tightly to pull him away. But no matter how he pulled, he couldn't move him and was instead mocked by him. "You haven't gotten any stronger over the years." Meanwhile, at the 7th Prince's manor, the butler was stunned. "What did you just say?" The eunuch appeared with 3 bridal sedans and said, "Congratulations, your prince is getting married. This is a marriage approved by the emperor." The butler replied mechanically, "Ah, His Majesty." Did the prince agree? But the eunuch quickly slipped away, saying, "Anyway, my task is complete. You can ask the prince for more details when he returns," leaving him with tears in his eyes. "Wait for me." The butler, teary-eyed, thought to himself, "What should I do if I let her know about this? It'll be a disaster." Speak of the devil, Dao Xiao Wei appeared, asking innocently, "Is he married yet?" The butler trembled and said, "Young miss, please listen to my explanation." Just as he finished speaking, an arm reached out from a bridal sedan. A soft voice said, "I wonder, why does this voice sound so familiar?" "So it's you, this lowly servant." Vai stared blankly at the trio of new brides, letting out a gasp. One of the young ladies said mockingly, "You didn't expect we'd meet again after so many years, did you?" After all that was said, Xiao Wei still had just one question on her lips. "Who are you people?" causing the 3 ladies to nearly faint on the spot. They were all furious, saying, "How dare you forget us? You've been doing this on purpose, aren't you?" One of the young ladies, who looked the most graceful, spoke up, "Don't be like that. After all, we were still young back then." And she had a humble status. "I'm afraid you didn't even dare to open your eyes and look at us." As she finished, Xiao Wei remembered they were her classmates from the academy back in the day. She clapped her hands and said, "I remember now, you're De Zhuang's friends." And so that day, they once again recalled the horror of being dominated by De Zhuang. After their fear subsided, the new brides became fierce again. "Did you really just say we are friends with a bug?" Miss Xiao also dropped her sweet facade, shouting, "Stop talking nonsense with this crazy girl." Meanwhile, Miss Li had snuck up and grabbed Xiao Wei from behind, saying smugly, "I've got her, sisters, let's go." Just like in the old days, it was still Miss Li who would get physical. "Classmates." Xiao Wei frowned, watching her opponent move in slow motion, while she quickly used telepathy to get behind Miss Li. Then she gave her a hard push, so the one who took the full force of that slap from her good sister was none other than herself. Miss Li's face froze, completely stiff. Taking that opportunity, Xiao Wei grabbed her, saying coldly, "Still want to bully me?" Suddenly, the people from the manor rushed out, holding brooms, saying, "Young miss, we're here to rescue you. We won't let you bully our manor's young miss." And so, it was unclear who was winning, as a chaotic brawl where you couldn't see anyone erupted in front of the manor. In the end, the 3 new brides were the ones thrown out. Missy cleared her throat and said, "How dare you do this to us? Do you know?" The butler quickly stepped forward and said, I don't care who your family is, but you can't bully our young miss. The new bride you wanted to argue further when Miss Xiao heard the sound of horse hooves from a distance. So she ran towards the sound of the hooves and then fell down on her own. She put on a pitiful act. Ouch. Dao Xiao Wei no. Please let me go. Nan SOC watched without any emotion, quietly asking, what kind of third-rate drama is this? The first thing Nanhai did was to watch Xiao Wei's reaction. However, that Missy was still nagging beside him. Noisily, we are only here to obey His Majesty's will. Miss Dao, please don't be angry. Nan SOC, while munching on popcorn, gave an impartial review. I've seen many movies of this genre. Can we switch to another one? Seeing Nanhai about to make a move, Nan SOC immediately stopped seventh brother. What are you planning to do? Just as he finished speaking, the other young ladies also came forward to play the victim in large numbers. If the prince hadn't arrived in time, we would have been beaten to death by this vicious woman. She struck first. Baba didn't back down either, saying, hey, I didn't do that. Nanhai said coldly, say no more. The butler hastily explained, Your Highness, it was these young ladies who started the trouble. Xiao Wei whispered, say no more. Let him decide for himself. The butler then nodded and complied. Nan SOC, on the side, was burning with anxiety. I told you to explain this misunderstanding clearly. Why are you acting so aloof? Seventh brother quickly covered his mouth, saying, you be quiet. From a distance, a carriage was already waiting, and the atmosphere grew tense. Miss Xiao smiled inwardly, thinking, anyway, His Highness the Seventh Prince is still on our side. The butler quietly called out, Your Highness. Then the coachman came forward and said, Your Highness, the carriage has arrived. Nanhai said in a cold voice, send all these girls back to their mothers' homes. The three new brides were surprised, saying in unison, what? This is a marriage bestowed by His Majesty. How can you do this? Seventh Prince, we came here under the order of the Emperor. Only Miss Xiao continued to act sweet, saying, Your Highness, I have admired you for a long time, and I am not offering myself to you because of His Majesty's order. Please reconsider. The other two young ladies were astonished, a chill running down their spines as they thought, is this really what's happening? It turns out we've been playing with the Queen Cobra all this time. Having watched enough, Nan SOC gave a slight cough. Please allow me to respectfully see the three young ladies home. He decisively tied them up, gagged them, and threw them onto the carriage. The cool third brother said, goodbye, I won't see you off any further. After cleaning up, Nanhai quietly asked her, do you want to hear my explanation? Xiao Wei smiled and said, it's up to you. It doesn't matter whether you say it or not. He frowned unconsciously, saying, you don't care about my affairs, do you? Dao Xiao Wei smiled brightly and said, that's not it. It's because I trust you and you never disappoint me. Besides, you didn't ask me for an explanation earlier. Her warm smile and understanding successfully captured Nanhai's heart once again, but he still tried to act cold. He walked past her and said, this matter was arranged by the old man. Nan SOC looked at his back, sighed, and said, just as my big brother expected, he arranged everything early in the morning. The butler also said with teary eyes, I knew he wouldn't change his mind. Xiao Wei watched his retreating back, thinking to herself, no, he has changed a little. There's something different than before. Even if he still doesn't remember me, it seems I can do it little by little. It's just that, as soon as she got back to her room, she opened the door to find Baldy inside, who said, little Dao Z, there's a mission. I'll be back soon. The Five Nation Alliance must act as soon as possible. She hurriedly said, keep your voice down. Baldy. The kid was very obedient, whispering, launch an attack on the Yin Kingdom, successfully annihilate the Yin Imperial family. Hearing about this mission, Xiao Wei fell into a long, deep thought, thinking heavily, I don't want to lie to him anymore, but he still doesn't remember me. She said sadly, what is the right thing for me to do? And so that night, at the Xiao family residence was a sleepless night. Miss Xiao sobbed, Mother, I have brought you shame. Lady Xiao asked softly, what's going on? Didn't the emperor agree to let you marry the seventh prince? She said tearfully, it's all because of that woman. Meddling. It was much the same at the Li family side, the seventh prince. The family also shared the same grievance. I'm not done with her. We can't let our daughters suffer. This. And so the karma of the 5 nines finally fell on the emperor's head. In the middle of the night, the sounds of your majesty, oh your majesty, echoed endlessly. Nan TUC and Nan SOC were the brothers who got caught in the crossfire for doing nothing. Listening to the three families making a scene in the middle of the night, you must make a decision for my sister. My daughter has been crying all night. How am I supposed to face everyone now? The emperor's eyebrows formed a peace-on tower as he said fiercely, stop arguing, speak one by one. Lady Xiao spoke on behalf of them all. It was all caused by that evil woman Dao Xiao Wei, who brought disaster to The country, the emperor asked curiously. Why does that sound like a witch? Nan Tuc immediately gave her a cold look. But Lady Xiao continued. It was she who deceived the 7th prince and sent our daughters home that night. As expected, the emperor became furious, saying, "What? How dare someone be so audacious? Quickly arrest that witch for me." The crown prince hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Father Emperor, please calm down. Things are not yet clear, so don't act rashly." The emperor, fuming with anger, said, "Then let's arrest the person first and then conduct the trial." Nan Tuc looked troubled and said, "That's 7th brother's manner. Who do you think can be sent to arrest him?" After he spoke, the old emperor was at a loss for words, saying unnaturally, "Then what do you think we should do?" Nan Tuc quietly reported, "Please be patient, Father Emperor. I will report to you after I have clearly investigated the whole matter." Such a perfect tag team performance. The emperor was also satisfied and said, "All right, go check it out. Don't disappoint me." The crown prince bowed and said, "Your son receives the order." Nan Soc, who had been silent until now, thought, "It's highly likely this matter can be resolved if it falls into Big Brother's hands." But the emperor had his own thoughts, thinking to himself, "Leave it to you? If I let the crown prince decide, then I won't get to see that witch. A woman who can charm even 7th brother must be stunningly beautiful. I must have her first." Early the next morning, the person who had been given the title of witch was still waking up with a head as messy as a bird's nest. The maid brought in a basin of water and said, "Miss Dao, please wash your face. The prince is waiting for you for breakfast." Xiao Wei, whose soul had not yet returned to her body, said, "Okay, dokie." But her hand reached for a shoe to comb her hair. This scared the maid, who panicked. "This is a comb, and that's a shoe, Mississippi." At the same time, an Imperial guard was closely monitoring Vai Vai. Inside the 7th prince's manor, the food was already on the table, but no one had touched their chopsticks. Long Dui had to speak first. "Isn't Xiao Wei up yet? Or should I go call her?" But Nan Hai said coldly, "No need, she always wakes up this early." And so the atmosphere fell into silence once again. Long Dui had no choice but to start round 2. "These dishes look so delicious. I wonder if Xiao Wei will like them." 7th brother said pensively, "These are all her favorite dishes. She likes them." Long Dui thought to himself, has brother Nan Hai really forgotten Xiao Vai? After a long wait, Dao Xiao Wei finally arrived with panda eyes. Nan Hai silently watched her, still sleepy, as she sat down. Long Dui asked with concern, "Xiao Vai, are you okay?" Xiao Wei said she was fine, but her heart was in turmoil. "I was so worried I couldn't sleep all night." All this time, Nan Hai had been silently observing her without saying a word. Long Dui said worriedly, "You should eat quickly before you faint." Vai Vai said tiredly, "I can't even eat." Then, a bun was brought to her face, along with a domineering tone, "Open your mouth." Dao Xiao Wei actually opened her mouth to eat the bun that 7th brother fed her. He asked softly, "Want to eat anything else?" This scene somewhat reassured Long Dui quite a bit, and so the 3 of them had a warm breakfast together. It was just a pity for the Imperial guard outside, sweating from the heat. Feeling dizzy, he thought, "Who is the witch here? There's only one young lady in the house. Is it just her?" A witch. He had been deceived by Xiao Wei's useless appearance. A second later, he glanced towards Long Dui, thinking to himself, "It can't be that man, right?" Nan Hai, with a tone that was 3 parts doting and 7 parts fatherly, said, still chewing. Dao Xiao Wei was enjoying her meal when Baldy's voice rang out, the dissolution of the Yan Imperial family. She immediately shot up, saying softly, "Sorry, you guys eat? I'm really not in the mood to eat anymore." Both men watched Xiao Wei's retreating back. Only Long Dui realized he hadn't eaten anything yet, and Nan Hai had fed all the food to Vai. As for her, she just wandered aimlessly on the streets, while the Imperial guard followed closely, thinking, where is she going? It seems I have to dress up properly to keep up. Although the streets were crowded, Dao Xiao Wei still sensed that someone was following her. So she came up with an idea. She stopped by a jewelry shop where the owner boasted, "Young miss, would you like to buy a mirror?" As if she was fixing her hair, she said softly, "This mirror is quite clear." The owner enthusiastically promoted it further. They are all polished by skilled craftsmen. Sure enough, from the mirror, Vai Vai discovered the person who was tailing her. She became pensive, then visited other stalls one by one. "I want to buy this pinwheel. How much are these oranges? What a beautiful hair ribbon. If you like it, I can measure out 2 meters for you." Xiao Wei said 2. "I want to buy 2, which startled the owner. "What, for meters? What kind of hair is that long?" Even Rapunzel would have to admit defeat. Then she took her things and left, walking into a small alley all by herself. That Imperial guard was running after the pinwheel in her hand, thinking to himself, "Perfect. Just when I was wondering how to start." She walked into a deserted alley on her own. Hee. After this mission is successful, the old emperor will definitely reward me. But he was the one who was surprised when he only saw the pinwheel stuck in a pillar crack while the person was gone. Strange, where did she go? As he finished speaking, Xiao Wei appeared behind him. After a round of biff, bang, pow, she dusted off her hands, having successfully tied this Imperial guard up like a rice dumpling, and said in a stern voice, "Who sent you here?" Seeing the other party shake his head. Uncooperative, she smiled and said, "Fine, if you don't talk, I'll find out myself." With an orange in his mouth, he mumbled, "What are you going to do?" After a series of blood-curdling screams, Xiao Wei, after stripping the guard of his clothes, held the token in her hand. She said softly, "I knew it." Then she fiercely stomped on the person under her foot. "Who told you to provoke me? Who told you to provoke me? You only helped me make a decision. Let's just wait and see." Then she turned and left, leaving the guard's face pale with fear. What kind of witch is this? She's a black bear demon. Before he could feel safe for long, a chill ran down his spine again when he saw Nan Hai appear in this place, his heart trembling. "I'm dead. This is more than enough excitement." A sword came down, but it only split the orange in half, cutting all the ropes on the guard. Nan Hai said coldly, "Go back and tell that old emperor not to touch my person again." At the same time, at the headquarters of the Five Nation Alliance, the fat guy was getting a massage and exclaiming, "So good, yes, right there." The master said happily, "Not bad, right? I learned this skill from a foreigner." Another brother spoke up, "Massage me next time. I've got a number," and they exchanged promises with a super trustworthy thumbs up. The door had just closed when it opened again, and a shout was heard from inside, "Let me heal you with my inner strength." The purple hair guy said frantically, "Big brother, what the hell? Someone's here." Dao Xiao Wei entered with her hands on her hips, saying nonchalantly, "Carry on, it's me." As soon as they saw it was her, the group inside said happily, "Captain Dao, what wind brings you here today?" Xiao Wei took out a clay figure of the old emperor. She said in a cold voice, "It's time for the Five Nation Alliance to act. This is tonight's target. We will infiltrate the Imperial Palace, and I need everyone to help me cause a disturbance. After that, I will punish this old man." Her subordinates were terrified, saying, "Dao, Commander Dao, are you seeking personal revenge?" Xiao Wei frowned and said, "Can I?" They all replied in unison, "Of course. We are always at your service." Too embarrassed, Vai coughed and said, "Of course, this is not entirely a personal grudge. After all, the order from above is for us to cause trouble. For the sake of the Five Nation Alliance, let's go. Let's work hard tonight." After returning to the manor, while she was still chattering happily, she was already in Nan Hai's sights. Dao Xiao Wei, what I felt before was right. That skill is definitely not something an ordinary girl can do. Who are you really? He turned and left. But he didn't know that his every move had been seen by Long Duri. That night in the Imperial Palace, the Emperor was frowning while the pitiful Imperial Guard just wanted to vent all his grievances. That's how it was. After hearing it, he was so angry he spat fire, slamming the table and saying, "Get out, you useless thing." The Emperor left the Imperial study. So angry he put his hands on his hips and shouted, "Damn it, seventh brother, you still dare to threaten me. You, Gao too, I feel annoyed just looking at you. You are not allowed to appear before me without permission." And so, on the way back to his chambers, he was attracted by Dao Xiao Wei's green hair. He allowed a gasp. The lecherous emperor chased after her, thinking to himself with admiration, "Who is this beauty? Looking at her figure, she's definitely not one of my concubines. Is she a new maid?" Xiao Wei's final destination was the lake shore, where she looked up at the bright moon tonight. The emperor was mesmerized, drooling as he thought, "Is she Chang'e from the moon?" He bravely walked towards her, saying softly, "What are you doing here, girl, on a drunken night like this?" Xiao Wei didn't answer him. She just remained silent until the emperor's hand was about to touch her. She turned her face, appearing with a fox mask, successfully scaring the old emperor's face pale. A ghost, there's a ghost. Then he tripped over his own feet, fell flat on his face, and fainted. Xiao Wei took off her mask, saying with contempt, "Is that all? How boring." The Revenge Quartet was also at a loss, saying, "We didn't even have time to act. What a letdown." A second later, they asked her softly, "What should we do? Should we kidnap him out of the palace?" Xiao Wei pondered, saying, "That's not practical. Let's teach him a lesson." At the same time, in the Eastern Palace, the eunuch rushed in to report, "This is bad. The emperor is missing." Nan Tuc's brows furrowed tightly. He said, What happened? Where are the guards?" He honestly confessed the emperor was very angry and dismissed all of us. "I didn't dare to enter the room until it was time for bed." But the emperor wasn't there. Nan Hai was silent, waiting for his imperial brother to give orders. "Let's find each other quickly." He nodded and said, "I'm here to help you too." And so it was midnight, but the palace echoed with the sounds of your majesty. "Oh, your majesty. If the old man is asleep, raise your hand. If the old man is dead, make a sound." The fat guy said in a panic, "Oh no, someone's coming." Vai said calmly, "Implement plan B." And so her group took out their props, successfully disguising themselves. But on their way to escape, Vai caught a glimpse of Nanhai in the crowd and signaled, "No, let's go another way." But behind them, they were also surrounded by Nan Tuc's army. Xiao Wei was caught in a pincer move. The soldiers immediately carried out their duty, questioning, "Who are you? Who are you trying to scare by dressing up like this at night?" Xiao Wei whispered, "Just follow the plan." And so the fat guy, living up to his name as her best student, immediately knelt down and said, "Your Highness, we came to the palace to perform with a theater troupe, but we got separated when we left. We're just lost, not suspicious people." A soldier said loudly, "The people in front of you are the crown prince and the seventh prince. Stop talking nonsense." The fat guy cried out, "I wouldn't dare." A second later, that soldier actually reported, "The palace did invite a circus troupe today, so maybe what they're saying is true." Nanhai said sternly, "We need to check if that's true. First, search the surroundings, then go find the theater troupe that has left the palace." The crown prince hadn't opened his eyes, but when he did, his eyes met Dao Xiao Wei's. And so, without planning it, they both thought coldly, "Is that Xiao Wei? Big brother is not easy to fool. Could it be that he recognized me?" After a while of searching, the soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Found him. Is the emperor here?" When they found him, the emperor's face was scribbled all over, and there was even a turtle drawn on his robe. A soldier sternly reported to the crown prince and the seventh prince, "His Majesty has been found." The other side also urgently delivered the news, "Your Highness, we have searched these people and found nothing suspicious." Nan Tuc smiled and said, "Father Emperor has been found, so it seems this has nothing to do with them, right?" However, Nanhai was still staring intently at Vai and said, "But are they really members of the theater troupe?" Which made her break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, the crown prince exclaimed, "That's right. I remember seeing them before. When I visited my royal father last night, I happened to see their performance, so I still remember it." After speaking, he looked at the fat guy and said, "You performed acrobatics, didn't you?" The fat guy was full of question marks, but because Xiao Wei pinched him so hard it hurt, he hurriedly said, Yes, it was acrobatics." Yinsu nodded and said, "In that case, don't waste any more time here. Go and see my royal father." The crown prince ordered the soldiers to escort them out of the palace and not to let them get lost again. The group was able to leave smoothly. But when it was Xiao Wei's turn, she was stopped by Yanxi. He said softly, "Stay for a moment. May I know your name?" The fat guy said in a panic, "Your Highness, her name is..." But the seventh brother coldly ordered, "Let her say it herself." Only now did Xiao Wei know what the word fear truly felt like. The pressure dropped dizzyingly. "Yin," she said impatiently, "tell me your name." Yin Su and the fat guy were also worried sick. "Seventh brother, Your Highness." But as soon as they received his glare, both of them immediately got scared and consciously fell silent. Tao Xiao Wei thought to herself, "It seems I have to rely on myself." She took a deep breath and then mumbled, a BA. However, Yanxi's sharp eyes had already noticed the hairpin he had given her. But in the end, he still silently watched her act. The fat guy immediately caught on and said, "That's right, she's mute. Therefore, she can't answer your question. Let me translate it for you." And so, the two coordinated perfectly, flawlessly playing a game of telephone. I am a poor fisherman. She was born a fish. Then I saw a recruitment notice for a juggling troupe. After that, she met a young man she liked at first sight. I came here just to make a living. She traded her voice for a pair of legs. The fat guy got engrossed in his story, eagerly concluding, but the young man still forgot her, and the sad mermaid turned into sea foam. Tao Xiao Wei swallowed her tears, thinking to herself, "It would be strange if he didn't cut me down with a translation like this. Oh well, just do whatever you want. I'm so desperate." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's faces froze. Yin Su tried to salvage the situation, saying, "What a sad story." The world's most long-suffering older brother said softly, "They've already put on a show for you today, and you still don't believe it?" But Yanxi remained pensive, saying, "Was that a show?" The seventh brother stared intently at Xiao Wei. In the end, it was the crown prince who intervened. All right, you can go now." She led her companions and fled for their lives, thinking to herself, "I didn't expect to escape like this. I'm so lucky." But she didn't know that Yanxi's eyes were still following her. At the same time, in the fire god cult, a guard hurriedly reported, Holy Maiden, a secret report has arrived." As he peeked in, he saw Su Mo busy combing Tao Tian's hair. She whispered, "Wait for me. I'll be back soon." So, as soon as the person left, Tao Tian immediately switched to eavesdropping mode. After hearing a few words, she became pensive. Could the scoundrel Wei always mentions Yanxi? although I lost faith in men long ago, ever since Wei Wei. After speaking, she charged up her energy, ready to fight. On the other side, the guard cautiously said, Ran Yi and Tao Xiao Wei did not complete the mission well, and Yin Shua's spies seem to have noticed something. Su Mo whispered, the recovery of the seal on her body is almost past its deadline. All right, I'll bring Tao Tian with me. Go and prepare, the sooner the better. The guard bowed, said, understood, and quickly withdrew. Just as the person left, a loud thud came from behind Su Mo. She said, stunned, Tao Tian, why are you out here? As soon as she heard Su Mo call her name, Tao Tian's battery immediately ran out. She reached her hand towards her in urgent alarm. The holy maiden caught her, saying fiercely, is it relapsing again? Tao Tian whispered, it's nothing. I was just wondering why you hadn't come back for so long. Su Mo asked softly, did you miss me because we were apart for a long time? She then nodded. After she spoke, the guard came again. Holy maiden, we are ready. But Su Mo signaled for him to be quiet and said softly, wait for her to wake up. There's no need to rush. Tao Tian thought to herself, Wei Wei, this is the best I can do for you. At the same time in the Yin Kingdom, Tao Xiao Wei, after causing a commotion in the Imperial Palace, finally found her way back to her room. Just as she pushed the door open, the lights inside suddenly lit up, startling Wei Wei. Yin Shuo was inside with Long Rue. He said in a stern voice, Potato, you're back. Xiao Wei hurriedly tried to explain, the thing I'm wearing, Long Rue laughed and said, it's enough that you're okay. Yin Shuo also sighed, I told you everything would be fine if you let your big brother handle it. Xiao Wei said in surprise, you all already knew everything. The third brother laughed and said, otherwise, did you think you could get out of this with your potato brain? A moment later, he hugged the young man next to him tightly, praising, Long Rue is smart enough to realize something was wrong with you. I went to the palace just to greet my big brother. Xiao Wei sighed and said, thank you. I was about to say how lucky I was, but it turns out it was. Like that. After speaking, Yin Shuo said seriously, actually, there are many things I already know, but I still want to hear it directly from you. Wei Wei sighed, wanting to say something. The third brother interrupted, and the seventh brother must have noticed it, even though he didn't say it. Tao Xiao Wei was stunned. A moment later, she stammered, I'm sorry for causing everyone so much trouble. I'll tell you the details. At the same time, outside the city gates of the Yin Kingdom, Randy returned once again that it's been a long time since I left, so the situation has probably calmed down, as long as I can sneak into the capital again. As soon as he finished his thought, he was shocked to see layers upon layers of soldiers. Worrying inwardly, what's going on? Why is the situation more tense than last time? What happened? A soldier said in a loud voice, the criminals who infiltrated the palace still haven't been found, so check everyone coming in and out. Randy clutched the brim of his hat, thinking to himself, forget it, it's better for me to leave the capital and hide for a while. But he was spotted by Yin Shi, whose hoarse voice rang out, you there. Stop. It scared Ran E so much he froze on the spot. The seventh brother persisted, just stand there and don't move. Ran E chanted inwardly, did he recognize me? It seems there's no escape this time. The worst that can happen is a life or death battle. However, the seventh prince just gently asked one question, do you have a younger sister or not? Causing the sound of crows cawing to ring in the senior brother's head. Yanshi was still pensive, saying, you look familiar. Then he shuddered, thinking, but it seems the gender is wrong. Randy took off his hat and said with a smile, perhaps your highness has mistaken me for someone else. I'm an only child of my family, and I have no sisters. After he spoke, a shocking image flashed through his mind, along with Wei Wei's voice echoing. She will marry the man who sees her true face. First, he asked, who is that person? Is she your family member? What is that girl like? Is she as beautiful as me? He whispered Xiao Wei. Then he left, saying, never mind, just go. At the same time, at the seventh prince's residence, Yin Shuo and Long Rue said with tears in their eyes, little potato, Xiao Wei. The third brother patted her head, saying painfully, these past years have been really hard on you. Xiao Wei said quietly, I feel much better after telling everything. From the beginning, I shouldn't have hidden this from everyone. The third brother lost his composure, wanting to rush outside and shout, it's too much for you to bear alone. We have to let the seventh brother know soon. But he was pulled back by Long Rue. He said softly, third brother, I think Xiao Wei should tell brother Yanshi directly. It's better that way. The knot between them must be untied by themselves. Xiao Wei nodded and said, you're right. I want to make it clear to him directly. Even if he doesn't believe me, even if he still can't remember me, he has the right to know the truth. The outcome depends on his decision. Yin Shuo smiled and said gently, little potato has grown up. Tao Xiao Wei smiled brightly and said, after all, deceit and concealment cannot bring true feelings. I want to tell him that I like him. I've always liked him. These words happened to be overheard by Ran E. He was heartbroken online, thinking to himself, what am I still hoping for? Tao Zi has already made it very clear. Senior brother, why do you take an adult's joke so seriously? But my heart can get hurt too. Ran E unconsciously recalled the time he practiced martial arts with Tao Xiaowei. One day, she was distracted and landed. Successfully. Little Ran E asked worriedly, little Tao Zi, are you okay? But the little girl back then just curled up, hugged her knees, and sobbed, scoundrel, why didn't you come and pick up Wei Wei? She didn't want little Ran E to help her up. Only then did the senior brother feel heartbroken, ending his own days of self-delusion. The scoundrel she was talking about is Yin Shi, right? She's been thinking about him all these years. The person in her heart has never changed. It was my own subjective thinking that overlooked this point. That's why she was so eager to go down the mountain. She even agreed to all of Sister Mo's requests. After speaking, he used his lightness skill, destroying the trees. His squirrel-like dance was too familiar, so Wei Wei also felt something was strange. But he had soon disappeared. He thought to himself, I know what I should do. Little Tao Zi, I will help you fulfill your wish. I can't do it alone, but I know who to call. Su Moo's brother, Su Yunyan. That Su Yunyan was still in a deep sleep, hearing a beauty scolding in his ear. Are you awake yet? Let me go when you wake up. Hurry up. But he still clung to Yen Rong, saying lazily, you seemed tired last night. Sleep a little longer. The second brother said with disgust, who's responsible for the fatigue? You're still not done. Su Yunyan said coquettishly, what should I do? You're always like this. Our honeymoon is too short. Yen Rong pushed him away forcefully, saying rationally, I'm just worried about the seventh brother situation. Then, a clamor was heard from outside. If you don't get up now, I won't be able to leave today. Kiss me, and I'll get up. Ran E sat perched on a tree, crying his eyes out. Why am I so miserable? Every time I eavesdrop, I feel like I'm eating dog food. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a man's indifferent voice. What are you doing? Ranny blushed with embarrassment, thinking, otherwise, I'll come back later. Young Master Su said with disgust, but asked very honestly, how much longer are you going to listen here? Ranny was so embarrassed his hair stood on end. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'll leave right away. You can continue. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yen Rong appear with the look of a demoness. Ranny was so scared he had tears in his eyes. The scary thing has finally come. So he was dragged inside by the collar, trembling as he heard Yen Rong cackle. I haven't tested medicine on anyone for a long time, not since old cheese time. After he spoke, Su Yunyan grabbed the second brother's thorny hand and said softly, wait, I think I know this guy. You're from Moo's side, right? He answered loudly, yes, my name is Ranny. I'm here to find you. Please help Xiaowei. The second brother was surprised. Xiaowei. So he finally received a cup of tea full of friendship. He felt at ease and opened his heart. It's her. I think if we want to stop Su Mo, we can only come to you. Su Yunyan said decisively, I refuse. He shouted anxiously, why? Young Master Su said honestly, the relationship between Mo and me is not as simple as you think. My intervention will only make her angrier. But actually, those missions are no longer important to her, because she has found the soulmate of her life. The initial obsession is now just inertia. Yen Rong, on the contrary, said seriously, just say it and see if I can help. After he spoke, he was attacked by Su Yunyan with just one sentence. Are you okay? His face immediately flushed red, although he was also very embarrassed. Ranny still managed to cough dryly and say calmly, so what about little Tao Zi? Yen Rong thought carefully and said, in fact, all we need to do is let Xiaowei get acquainted with the seventh brother as soon as possible. She has such an ability. Why not become the leader of the Meteorite clan? Wouldn't that allow her to escape Su Mo's control? Ranny sighed and said, little Tao Zi doesn't want to be the clan leader at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come down the mountain at all costs. After he spoke, the second brother smiled and said profoundly, what if Xiaowei completely loses her meteorite ability? Then Su Mo will give up her obsession with Xiaowei, right? Su Yunyan, at his side, reminded him, this is a risky move. Yen Rong nodded and said, but it's worth a try. Only Ranny was truly worried, calling softly, Xiaowei. At the same time, at the seventh prince's residence, Tao Xiaowei whispered, actually, there's something I've always wanted to tell you. However, she was always distracted and her mood was ruined by the sound of Yen Shuo cracking melon seeds and Long Rui waving a flag. Xiaowei decisively pushed the two light bulbs out, saying with disgust, everyone get out. How can I talk when you two are looking at me like that? However, when she saw Yin Shi, she scurried back into the room, slamming the door shut and thinking to herself, no, I'm not quite ready yet. In some dimension, Su Mo felt herself being surrounded by a six-pointed star. She was stunned. What's happening? This feeling of panic. Is something big about to happen? Mo shuddered, her eyes wide. But in the end, she felt the heavy load on her body was due to Tao Tian pressing on her. Su Mo sighed, thinking so was her. It's okay, it's still early, go back to sleep. But just a few seconds later, her whole body shot up. She thought wearily, no, I've delayed too long. I have to leave quickly. Seeing Tao Tian clutching the hem of her clothes, Suamor thought with a mix of sternness and indulgence. Really, after being with her for so long, I feel like I've caught her laziness. Tao Tian whispered, go back to sleep. Mo was truly moved, but her conscience was pricked, sorry, but I have to go this time. So her hands moved nimbly, as if she were a seasoned professional. She wrapped up Tao Tian, then carried her on her back, saying, let's set off. At the same time, at the 7th prince's residence. Today, Tao Xiaowei rarely woke up early on her own. She gently put the hairpin Yin Shi had given her in her hair and said bravely, all right, today's the day. I have to say it. As she ran quickly outside, she kept chanting in her head, all right, today's the day. I have to say it. Scoundrel, wait for me. Xiaowei's footsteps were faster than a squirrel's, until Yin Shi stopped short. She shouted loudly, I'll tell you right now that I like you. Tao Xiaowei panted, thinking to herself. Finally, the words came out. But it turned out she was standing on a small bridge, talking to the air, and then encouraging herself, let's practice this 10 more times. At the same time, Yin Shi thought, stunned, what was that? Why do I feel like someone is calling? Me? I haven't seen Xiao Wei for a few days. What is she hiding from me anyway? As soon as he finished his thought, he came across the butler, who was whispering, I see the young lady is dressed very beautifully today. Is there something important? Yin Shua tried to raise his volume in a not at all fake way, saying, oh, what's the matter? She's just preparing to confess to the person she likes. Yin Shi was startled, thinking bitterly, it must be that she's getting together with Long Rue. The butler and Yin Shua cleverly signaled their success. So Yin Shi followed the path in front of him. He came across Xiao Wei standing by the lotus pond. Going from a whisper to a loud voice, scoundrel, I like you. Scoundrel, I've liked you for a very long time. As soon as he heard every word she said, the image of little Wei Wei who had been by his side day and night unconsciously appeared in his subconscious. The atmosphere in the 7th prince's residence that day was more tense than ever. Yin Shua was also anxious. What are they talking about? The family paparazzo, the butler, was also helpless today. It's too far to hear. But the main person involved was stunned, saying, what did you just say? Tao Xiaowei was flustered, blushing as she said, I said, no, Yin Shi, I like you. I only like you. The 7th brother was truly frozen, thinking to himself, she likes me. Then, the 6-pointed star symbol of the Meteorite clan, specifically Xiao Wei's mark, appeared in his pupils. And so, Yin Shi truly fell into an unstable state. Xiao Wei still hadn't noticed, still saying shyly, I'm sorry, I should have told you sooner. After speaking, her eyes widened as she saw Yin. She coughed up blood. Xiao Wei hurriedly ran towards him and called out loudly, scoundrel! The trio of love advisors below were also startled. Yin Shua said softly, something seems wrong. Tao Xiao Wei supported Yin Shi, sobbing, scoundrel, are you okay? Answer me. The 7th brother wanted to wipe the tears from the corner of her eyes, whispering, Wei Wei. As soon as he finished speaking, he coughed up blood again and fell unconscious. His quiet appearance now once again reminded Tao Xiao Wei of that rainy night, when Yin Shi also lay unconscious in the rain like this. She cried out loud, you villain, what's wrong with you? Don't die, don't die, don't die. Long Rue hurried to her side, saying softly, Xiao Wei, are you okay? Yin Shua sensed something was wrong and shouted, this is bad. Her power is about to be unleashed. Then Xiao Wei let out a loud scream, clutching Yin Shi in pain. Su Yinyan's group, who had just arrived, saw this scene. While Ran, he was rushing towards her, little Tao Zi. Halfway there, he stood still and quietly watched her being loved and protected by everyone. Yin Rong shuddered and said softly, are we too late? The 2nd brother checked her pupils, saying repeatedly, Xiao Wei is fine, just let her rest for a while. Then he busied himself with taking Yin Shi's pulse, sighing, son, your life is so hard. Wake up quickly. Before half an incense stick had burned, Xiao Wei woke up in a daze. Long Rue and Ran, he couldn't hide their joy, saying in unison, little Tao's Xiao Wei. However, Her first state was one of shock. Xiao Wei ran quickly to the seventh brother's side, sobbing, "Yanxi, scoundrel, wake up." Hearing the familiar voice by his ear, Yanxi finally truly woke up. He looked at Xiao Wei's frowning face and couldn't help but want to comfort her. "Wei Wei." Xiao Wei asked blankly what. Then Yanxi finally smiled gently and said, "Wei Wei, you're finally back." Tao Xiao Wei couldn't hide her joy, tears rolling down her cheeks as she called out, "Scoundrel, thank God, you remember me." He hugged Wei Wei tightly, patting her head as he said, "I'm sorry for making you wait so long." Everything was very touching until Yin Shua caught a cold and spoke up. "Does anyone care about my feelings?" So the lens quickly widened, and even the cawing of crows couldn't cover up this mountain of awkwardness. Xiao Wei hurriedly turned away. Yin Shua also stood up abruptly, saying, let go, hurry up." Then he hurriedly left. "I have to go tell my beloved big brother the good news." Su Yin also breathed a sigh of relief. "It's done. It's done. I can take you home to continue our official business." Yin Shi, so embarrassed he became furious, roared like a "Hello Kitty. You heartless people, don't you care about a patient like me?" Young Master Su immediately sneered, teasing, "You should consider the atmosphere. Do you want me to show you what to do now?" Yin Rong immediately looked at him with electric eyes, punching him and leaving a bruise. "You're asking for a beating, aren't you?" Yin Shi was speechless, saying softly to Wei Wei, "Help me get up and go back to the room." As soon as they returned, light and simple dishes were served. She blew on the bowl of soup in her hand and said, "Here, eat it while it's hot. You need to replenish your body's nutrients right now." Seeing this, Long Rue kindly advised that you'd better take it slow. Brother Yin Shi's probably too weak to drink tonics. Yin Shi, annoyed, snatched the bowl of medicine and said, "Who do you think is weak? I'll eat all of this." Long Rue said miserably, "Then I'll bring the rest up." So what Long Rue worried about finally happened. Yin Shi really coughed up blood because there were too many nutrients in his body, but he still acted tough, closing his eyes and drinking it all down. Suddenly, the door to the room burst open. Su Mo arrived uninvited, shouting loudly, "Tao Xiao Wei." Su Mo was fierce, yelling at Tao Xiao Wei, "You did that for this man and agreed to give up the position of leader of the Meteorite clan?" Xiao Wei trembled and said, "Sister Mo." But a second later, she covered her mouth and laughed. Not at all serious. She said, "The way you talk doesn't suit your current appearance at all." She was laughing at Su Mo's appearance carrying her mother. And so, she and Tao Tian had a legendary reunion of the cowherd and the weaver girl, rushing towards each other. "Mother," she hugged Wei Wei tightly and said softly, "I missed you so much." After speaking, she also said seriously, "Mother, I was just about to tell you." Suddenly, Tao Tian gave Yin Shi a frowning look, making him feel the pressure of the legendary meeting with the parents for the first time in his life. Tao Tian said bluntly, "Is this the puppy you found outside?" Xiao Wei hurriedly stopped her, saying shyly, "Mother, at first I just thought I wanted to be with you for the rest of my life. But now, I have someone I want to be with for the rest of my life." Left. With that said, she gazed adoringly at Nan Hai's gentle appearance. Dao Tian stroked her head and said softly, "I understand, so you can rest assured and live the life you want." Seeing that Su Mo seemed to want to say something, but Dao Tian cut her off, sighing that now mother also has someone important to her. Her gaze turned towards Su Mo, full of sweetness. However, the saintess was still fierce, saying, "Aren't you afraid I'll kidnap you and take you back?" Upon hearing this, the killing intent within Nanhai surged. Xiao Wei immediately stopped him, saying, "Patient, please lie down. I'm not afraid because I'm no longer worth kidnapping by you, sister. I have completely lost the abilities of the Celestial Stone clan." Su Mo was stunned, saying, "What are you talking about? I don't believe it." Dao Xiao Wei said bluntly, "If you don't believe me, sister, let the elders of the Celestial Stone clan test me and see." When Nanhai fell, I didn't know what happened. I just felt immense pain. At that moment, I want to break my own seal and use my power to save Nanhai. And then the power disappeared right after. Mo frowned, musing, "So you weren't the one who broke the seal for him?" Xiao Wei answered honestly, "Of course not. Only the caster can break the seal, and I can't." She was startled, thinking to herself, one person gets rid of her own celestial stone power. The other breaks the seal placed on him by himself. Can anyone really do such a thing? Su Mo persisted, saying, "But the cause of the Celestial Stone clan and the Yin Kingdom." Before she could finish her words, Su Yunyin's voice rang out, "Mo, do you really want to destroy the Yin Kingdom? That's just your excuse." Her whole body trembled as she said, "What do you mean by that, brother? Do you think I lack determination? Do you think all my efforts over the years have been a lie?" Randy scratched his cheek, cautiously saying, "That's not it, Sister Imo. Not many people in the Celestial Stone clan want to fight. Although some elders have been persuaded by you, Sister, everyone has actually gotten used to this reclusive life." With that said, he fondly recalled the peaceful times of the past. Su Yin continued, "Imoer, do you remember your original intention? You're not doing this out of hatred or ambition, but simply to prove yourself. You've always felt that you weren't valued or loved. Therefore, you wanted to achieve all these things through your own efforts. Over the years, as the head of the Fire God cult, you have been recognized by everyone and also have the love you longed for. Is there anything you're not satisfied with?" Dao Tian gently squeezed her hand, then fell into a low battery state and started snoring. Su Imoer pressed her lips together tightly, hugging her tightly. As she carried the person away, she said in a stern voice, "Xiao Wei is Dao Tian's child and also my child. If you treat her badly, brother, I will come back and tear you to pieces." Su Yin frowned and said, "It's not your place to tell me these things." As for Nan Hai, he was fuming after hearing that. Since the mission was completed, he also left with the young master of the Su clan, but he still carried the lingering feelings of his unrequited love of 8 years. He said seriously, "Little Tao Zi, I have to return to the Cloud Clan too. If you run into any trouble, come to me. I will always be your family. I will forever be Xiao Wei's senior brother." She smiled and said, "Yes, I know. Thought that was it." He said mischievously, "Furthermore, I am little Tao Zi's childhood sweetheart, and we are already engaged. If you dare to treat her badly, I will take little Tao Zi away at any time." With that said, he disappeared quickly, even more silently than a ninja, leaving Nan Hai so angry he was about to turn into a god of slaughter. What the hell did that bastard mean? Dao Xiao Wei struggled to stop him, saying, "Come on, just let him go." And so, the room suddenly became eerily quiet. She thought to herself, "It's just the two of us left." In the end, Nan Hai was the first to speak. "It seems there are still many things you haven't told me," Xiao Wei said softly. "After all, so many years have passed, so many things have happened. It would take a long time to tell you about them one by one." He said sincerely, "Then tell me slowly. I will listen for as many years as it takes you to. Tell me." This sentence was so romantic that it made Wei Wei's cheeks blush, making her want to ask if he wanted to be her husband. So she became unnatural and said, I'll go see why Long Yu still hasn't brought the food." But Nan Hai grabbed her hand tightly, keeping her by his side. Outside, Nan Rong asked curiously, "Are they still talking?" The butler chuckled foolishly and said, "That's right, this is a reunion after a long separation, so let them talk for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a door slamming shut echoed, leaving the second prince stunned. It seems the conversation is over. The butler's face turned pale. He cried out, "No way. The prince isn't a beast, is he? They're not even officially married yet. How could he do this to my precious young lady?" Nan Rong said contemptuously, "Are you the 7th prince's butler or Xiao Wei's butler?" Long Yu had taken a few naps, yawned while wandering around, but still saw the butler keeping watch outside Nan Hai's room. He asked curiously, "What happened?" The butler let out a soft hiss, saying, "It's been a day and a night, and they still haven't come out. Could something have happened?" Long Yu whispered, "Why don't you listen more closely?" He acted like a shy maiden, saying, "Oh, how could I have the courage to eavesdrop on His Highness?" Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud noise from inside, and Dao Xiao Wei shouted, "I can't take it anymore. You bastard, stop it." The butler immediately went into battle mode, pushing the door open and rushing in. "Your Highness, please don't go too far." But as soon as he entered, he only saw Wei's trembling leg. Wei then saw her in a strange pose, yelling, "Can I change my position? My leg is numb." Meanwhile, Nan Hai rested his chin on his hand and said, "It'll be done soon." The butler was stunned and said, "What is this? What are they doing?" Dao Xiao Wei, completely pale, said, "He's been drawing my portrait since yesterday. He just keeps drawing without stopping. Can you guys take care of him?" Long Yu, from amidst the scraps of paper on the table, randomly picked one up to have a look. Then he started trembling, hearing Wei Wei ask in his ear, "Is the painting beautiful?" Long Yu's face contorted as he thought, "Is this a gift proposal?" Wei Wei herself was silent as she looked at the Picasso-style painting. She yelled, "My butt aches from sitting all night, and this is what you've been drawing?" Nan Hai said evasively, "Why is painting harder than conquering a city?" Long Yu and the butler tried to look at the other paintings, then tried to salvage the situation, saying, "It seems some of the paintings are of Xiao Wei when she was a child. Look, His Highness even drew the young lady at around 11 or 12 years old." Nan Hai quickly caught on, saying shyly, "My memories of you have been blank for many years, so I wanted to try to make up for it by painting." Xiao Wei was stunned and said, "You bastard," but he sighed, mocking himself, "Am I a fool? Or what?" With that said, she threw her arms around him. Long Yu quietly watched the scene before him. Then he secretly looked at the paintings that Nanhai drew, which were extremely beautiful. Xiao Yu smiled softly, then said, Xiao Wei, I have something to tell you. The seventh prince immediately pulled her towards him, saying coldly, What do you want to say? Long Yu understood and immediately played innocent, saying, I don't mean anything else. I also wanted to tell Brother Nanhai that I came here to say goodbye to everyone. He said in a serious voice, I have to return to the Wei Kingdom. Xiao Wei immediately rushed towards Long Yu and said, No. Who will play with me when you go back? And so, she was grabbed by the collar by Nanhai and pulled back. Wei Wei said unwillingly, What are you doing? He let out a mature sigh and said, Pay attention to social etiquette. Xiao Wei didn't understand and said bluntly, What are you doing? We were always together when we were little. Nanhai said irritably, You're not a child anymore. But when he looked at the other boy, he saw him sigh. Nanhai then asked Long Yu, Is there something on your mind that you haven't told me? Xiao Long lowered his head and said, No, it's nothing. As soon as he finished, Nanhai brought out his sword, saying decisively, How about we have a fight, and then you can talk? Xiao Wei at his side quickly stopped him. Don't try to force others to confess with your words or actions like that. In the end, Long Yu still ended up with a few more bumps on his head. He obediently recounted, My aunt is urging me to choose a concubine, asking me to return to the Wei Kingdom and ascend the throne. I'm still learning the principles of ruling the country and maintaining peace, and never thought about taking a concubine so soon. Nanhai asked seriously, Has anything special happened with your aunt recently? Or is there anyone suspicious? Xiao Wei also tried to comfort Long Yu. Do you think something is wrong? But he lowered his eyes and said, I don't see anything wrong. So, Dao Xiao Wei, the world #1 optimist, said loudly, Hey, don't worry. Let's go find Eggplant. He knows more information than all of us combined. And so, Nanhai's whole group quickly moved to Nan Sua's place, making the third prince almost grab a broom to chase them away. Why did you all suddenly barge in? Can't you see I'm taking inventory? All three of them silently looked at the pile of sparkling gold on his table. Of his. Nanhai said nonchalantly, I want you to check on some news. If you can do it, this will be yours. And so, he brought out a diamond that successfully attracted Nan Sua, but he didn't forget to add, I originally wanted to give this to Wei Wei as her first gift. The third prince immediately took the diamond and said bluntly, I accept. Xiao Wei clung to his back, whispering, So you gave him the gift you wanted to give me? Long Yu thought in surprise. He looks just like a crow. The seventh prince chuckled and said, That was just a reward from the old man. How could I use it to make jewelry for? You. Then he whispered in Xiao Wei's ear, It's only suitable for entertaining birds with a collecting habit. Xiao Wei's heart pounded at this closeness. Nan Sua's sharp eyes caught it, and he mused, Oh, so intimate. When will we have the wedding night and the fortune-telling? Long Yu was speechless, thinking, Isn't that the other way around? Nanhai said softly, We haven't. Before he could finish, Wei Wei cut in, I don't want to marry you. The statement was so shocking. Even Nan Sua dropped the treasure in his hand. Dao Xiao Wei asked, startled, What's wrong with you? Nanhai immediately became anxious and asked, Do you hate me? She immediately said hastily, No, that's not what I mean. It's because I'm still young, so I don't want to get married so soon. Ninsua finally got the point and teased, The kid is right, Potato is still young. Unlike someone who's already an uncle. The word uncle was like a critical hit on Nanhai. Xiao Wei stammered, I don't think you're old. I think marriage is about two people being happy together, which is no different from now, right? But Nansua still teased, whispering in his ear, Uncle, you should be careful. The longer the night, the more you dream. After all, there are many outstanding young rivals. For example, Long Yu. Long Yu cried his eyes out for getting caught in the crossfire. But the third prince showed no signs of stopping, rambling on, and that one is quite old too. Xiao Wei gave Nan Sua a beating, scolding him. You're the only one who always thinks the world isn't chaotic enough. Long Yu, on the other hand, had to console the aged seventh prince. Brother Nanhai, don't listen to him, until a bell rang, giving Nan Sua an excuse to dodge. The news is here. After putting his ear to the bell, he smiled and mused. The news you're looking for is here. Xiao Wei said in surprise, We haven't even asked. How do you know what we're asking? About? The third prince replied, I'm an expert in the field of intelligence. If you had to ask me, it would already be too late. Nanhai was just waiting for this, holding out his hand like a beggar. He said, Since you asked first, please return the commission fee to me. And of course, the Cronin Sual would never spit out the treasure. So he coughed and said seriously, Long Qing is currently in close contact with a sorcerer. Although the connection is still unclear, all the changes began with the appearance of this sorcerer. Xiao Wei asked Long Yu softly, but he shook his head, not knowing. Nanhai then asked, "What is the origin of that sorcerer? Is this all the information you have?" Nansuo nodded, saying, "It happened in the palace of the Wei Kingdom. It's not easy to find out." Nanhai said angrily, "Plus the commission fee." Of course, the third prince clutched it tightly, mumbling, "I'm not giving it back." Just as he finished speaking, Jioding arrived, reporting urgently, "Your Highness, reporting to the princes, the emperor is gravely ill," leaving everyone stunned. Xiao Wei wanted to go with Nanhai and Nansuo, but Long Yu held her back. He shook his head, signaling her. Xiao Wei understood and let out a long sigh. Inside the Imperial palace, the emperor was already lying motionless on the bed. The crown prince asked worriedly, "What's the situation?" Nan Rong was speechless with anger, saying, "It's all because of his lust for beauty." Other elderly people focus on cultivating their minds and character. He's still a libertine, unable to restrain his debauched life. Then the second prince pulled out some silver needles, saying fiercely, "If you want me to put it simply, just listen." The crown prince hurriedly stopped him. "Calm down." While the brothers above were in chaos, Nansuo below said seriously, "Sooner or later, that person will be a goner. What do you think we should do?" Nanhai frowned and said, "Easy to handle." And so he just left coldly. An hour later, the emperor's harem was in an uproar. The concubines, some crying, some cursing, but everyone was holding a bag and lining up neatly to leave. Nansuo came out and saw that the progress was quite fast and asked, "Did you chase them all away, leaving no one behind?" Nanhai just grunted in agreement. The third prince chuckled. "When the emperor recovers, you're going to have another big fight with the old man." The seventh prince snorted coldly and said, "It doesn't matter." Nansuo nodded and said, "Just as I expected." In the long line of concubines, Nanhai noticed a woman. He thought to himself, Xiao Wei's sister, Consort Qi, is she still alive? He recalled his father's cold words from the past. He had snorted coldly. "Humph, I shouldn't have been soft-hearted and let him live. I must send someone to investigate. If this is true, then this old thief's life will have been wasted. 2 people in the palace, and 1 in your house. There's no need to keep them anymore." Nanhai thought to himself, "I almost forgot about her." At the same time, in the 7th prince's residence, a single bundle of belongings was causing a huge commotion between Wei Wei and Long Yu. "Don't go yet. At least wait for Nanhai to come back." "No, Brother Nanhai has his own business. I won't bother him." Xiao Wei frowned and said, "But Nanhai said, there's something wrong with you. What if it's dangerous?" But Long Yu just mused, "It's great that you don't call him a bastard anymore. You have to live well." And so he decisively snatched the bundle from Wei Wei and said with a smile, "I'm leaving." Dao Xiao Wei looked at Long Yu's departing back, thinking to herself, "Why do I have such an uneasy feeling?" Tian Shuang brought out the soup and asked, "Has young Master Long Yu left already, young miss?" She thought her young miss was sad, but Tian Shuang had overestimated her. Wei Wei smiled gleefully, thinking to herself, "No one can make me worry, just you wait." The carriage was waiting at the door. Long Yu carried his bundle outside. He looked sadly at the 7th prince's residence, thinking with reluctance, "This time, I can never come back here again. Thank you for your care over the years. Farewell." And so he decisively lifted the carriage curtain. And what the hell? He saw Xiao Wei and Tian Shuang with forced, not at all coerced smiles. Long Yu immediately shut the curtain tightly, sweating as he thought, "It seems I saw something I shouldn't have." As soon as he thought that, Xiao Wei poked her head out, urging, "Are you going or not? You've been hesitating for too long." Xiao Yu swallowed his tears back, saying choked up, "Give me back my emotions." She grabbed him by the collar and pulled him inside, then ordered the coachman to depart quickly. Inside the carriage, it was endlessly noisy. "I can't go with you. How are you going to explain this to Brother Nanhai?" Long Yu was terrified. "This is a state-sponsored trip. Why are you in such a hurry?" Xiao Wei said with a silly grin. At the same time, in the Wei Kingdom, the person in the black cloak said softly, "Has the letter been sent?" Long Qing replied respectfully, "It has been sent. Long Yu'll be back soon." "But is it really necessary to be so anxious?" The person in black stood up straight, saying in a stern voice, "The Wei Emperor's power is quietly spreading throughout the country. When Long Yu returns, let him ascend the throne immediately. If necessary, I will help. Please rest assured, Your Majesty." With that said, he quietly left. Seeing Long Qing cough, Lan Xing at her side offered tea. Musing, "Prince Long Yu is very kind and intelligent. Your choice, supported by the whole country, will have no problems." But Long Qing was still melancholic, saying, "Although Xiao Yu is kind, he lacks the decisiveness of an emperor. He needs more training, but my time is running out and I can't be with him anymore." It It would be great if there was someone as reliable and strong as Nan Hai to help Long Yu. But how can we allow others to get involved in our country's disputes? Just as she finished speaking, a maidservant ran in happily, reporting, "Your Majesty, Prince Long Yu has returned." As Long Yu entered, he greeted politely, "Aunt, I'm back." "Aunt, look who's here." Xiao Wei poked her head out, smiling brightly. "Aunt Long, long time no see." As soon as Long Qing saw her, all her worries vanished, and she said happily, "Is it really Xiao Wei?" She snuggled into Long Qing's arms, saying with a laugh, "Aunt Long, I missed you so much." She gently stroked her head and said, "Oh, our Xiao Wei has really grown up. You were only this tall back then. I still remember you said you would protect Xiao Yu for me." Xiao Wei touched her nose and chuckled. "I'm protecting him now, too." Long Qing laughed and said, "I know Xiao Wei is the most reliable person." Only then did Long Yu dare to speak up, asking seriously, "By the way, Aunt, why did you so urgently call me back to ascend the throne?" But Long Qing remained silent, wary of the heavy atmosphere. So Long Qing stood up and said softly, "Your Majesty, since Prince Long Yu has returned and brought a guest, I will order the royal kitchen to prepare a banquet." Long Qing added, "All right, remember tell them to make a few more dishes that Xiao Yu likes." Wei Wei and Long Yu exchanged glances. A second later, Long Qing smiled happily and asked her, "Xiao Wei, can you tell me what you like to eat, and I'll have them make it for you?" She cheered like a child, saying, "Wei Wei likes to eat everything." While waiting for the food, they sat down for tea together. Long Qing asked softly, "Xiao Wei, how many days are you planning to stay this time?" She said honestly, "Haha, Wei Wei hasn't thought about that yet." Seeing Annie Long Qing's sad expression, she smiled foolishly and said, "I heard you're arranging a marriage for Long Yu. Which girl is so lucky?" "Oh, am I being too curious?" Long Yu then whispered in her ear, "I can see Annie doesn't want to talk about this, so let's just drop it." But Wei Wei firmly objected. "How can I forget about this? What am I even doing here?" As expected, Long Qing didn't answer her question. Instead, she started a Q&A session. "How old is Xiao Wei this year?" 15. "Are you married?" "No. Wei Wei only has a cat." "Ah, it's a tiger." "What do you think of the Wei Kingdom?" "It's good." "And what about Xiao Yu? Is he good?" "Yes." Finally, Long Qing concluded with the final question. Would Xiao Wei like to marry Long Yu? Xiao Wei answered yes by reflex. After realizing something was wrong, Long Qing was already beaming, running off while saying, "Wonderful, I knew you liked Xiao Yu. It's better to do it today than to wait for another day. I'll prepare the wedding for you right now." Long Yu said desperately, "Aunt, wait a moment, wait a moment." But Xiao Wei stopped him. Long Yu was endlessly embarrassed, saying, "I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. I'll go explain to Annie." But what the hell? He was scolded by Wei Wei instead. "What are you panicking about? Why not take advantage of her trick and we'll have a fake marriage together?" Your Wei Wei doesn't want to answer the question directly, so let's just go along with Annie's wishes. If we get married, I can officially investigate the truth in the palace. Whatever sorcerers and conspiracies there are, I'll find them all. The more Long Yu heard, the more his soul flew away, trembling as he thought. Then I'll be mercilessly killed by Brother Nan Hai. That night, Tian Shuang got lost for a long time before finding Xiao Wei. She said hastily, "I'm sorry, young Mississippi. I happened to overhear it outside. You absolutely cannot do this. If you marry someone else, we'll be given a one-way ticket to Heaven's Gate by the 7th Prince." Wei Wei patted Tian Shuang's shoulder, saying without a shred of reliability, "Don't worry, we're not really getting married. I'll find a substitute. Anyway, don't worry. I have a good plan in mind." Both Tian Shuang and Long Yu thought in unison. Why do I feel even more worried now? At the same time, in the Yin Kingdom, seeing Nan Hai constantly tapping his fingers on the chair, Nansu immediately went into mother hen mode, saying worriedly, "Don't worry, 7th brother. With Nan Rong here, father will be fine." Nan Soa chuckled, nudging him. "I don't think he's worried about father, but whether he's thinking about the one at home, who knows?" Not letting the family guess anymore, Nan Hai said seriously, "I was thinking about Long Yu, so I rushed out before I could give him any instructions." The crown prince understood and said then, "You can go back too. You go. We're here to take care of father. You don't need to worry." The 7th prince was speechless, sighing, "I'm not worried about Long Yu. I'm worried about you." Nan Tuc asked in confusion why. Nan Hai put his hands on his hips, saying the old man was in a coma. If something were to happen, who knows what trouble would arise? After all, you're just the regent. The crown prince choked out, "Old 7th. But in the end, he was still impatient, so he ran over to Nan Dung, looking this way and that. It was too much of a hassle, so he was decisively grabbed by the collar by Old 2nd, who kicked his butt out, yelling at him to hurry home. Nan Soc chuckled and said, "Just let it go. With these two brothers managing the palace, what are you still afraid of? He then comforted him. Come on, I'll go with you. But returning to the manor was even more chaotic. The entire 7th Prince's manor was startled by Nan Hai's roar. What did you say? How could you let her go alone with Long Du? The butler trembled and said, she didn't go alone. Tien Swang is following her too. Nan SOC, standing to the side, chattered on, hey, why are you in such a hurry? Little Potato isn't a weak woman. She'll be fine. For that, he received a death glare from Nan Hai and immediately fell silent. Nan Hai pondered, thinking the old emperor's condition is unstable, so I can't leave the state of Yen. However, the situation in the state of Wei is very chaotic. Vi, please be okay. That night, things in the Wei country weren't any better. Andy Long Tin couldn't sleep all night, tossing and turning, saying, do you think I made a hasty decision today? Lan Ha nodded, saying, you scared me too. Is Dao Chu Vi such a good child to allow you to make a decision so instantly like that? The Empress said softly. Actually, the last time I saw her was many years ago. At that time, I was in a state of uncertainty about my own life or death, so I thought if one day I could survive. In return, it would be great to pair them up. After finishing, she continued, and today when I saw Chu Vi, all the past events came rushing back to me. I see this child still has the same youthful heart as back then. If Chu Du can be with her, it's not a bad thing. Lan Han smiled faintly, saying to her, then what is there to worry about? After all, even Chu Vi has agreed. Long Tin lowered her gaze, saying, but on Nan Hai's side, can he tolerate such a hasty marriage? He has been especially fond of Chu Vi since that year. Lan Han remarked, marrying the ruler of a nation is not unfair to her. What marriage could be more wonderful than that? Nan Hai will surely be satisfied. Long Tin said worriedly, yes, I hope so. You personally deliver the news to Lam Tin and invite him to the palace at midnight tomorrow to discuss important matters for me. At the same time, in Long Du's room, he asked in bewilderment, so what should we do next? Chu Vi only had time to say 2 words, I think, when a group of maids swarmed in from outside. Please come to Lone Fong. And so, all 3 of them froze stiff. Chu Vi was even taken away without any resistance. Only Tien Swang and Long Du reacted. What are you all doing? The maid stopped them, saying seriously, Your Highness Long Du, this is the rule. The bride and groom are not allowed to meet before the wedding. The door closed, and Tien Swang hurriedly chased after them, saying, where are you taking my lady? She cried her eyes out, praying, if something goes wrong, how can I explain it when I get back? And so, an hour later, Tien Swang dared to peek her head inside, calling softly, my lady, my lady. Oh my god, what is this? Chu Vi was actually inside, enjoying herself immensely, saying, come and try this face mask, it's so comfortable. You should get one for her too. And so, the maid quickly pushed Tien Swang onto the chair next to her, preparing to apply a mask and give a massage. But she instinctively sat up, saying nervously, my lady, isn't now the time to be doing this? Vi sighed, don't worry, this is a rare paid vacation, and if you miss it, you won't get another chance. Tien Swang said, what? Just like that, a dozen minutes passed. Tien Swang, with a mask on her face, shed a tear. This is probably the last time I'll get to enjoy this in my life. The piece didn't last long before the door was pushed open again. The newcomers were 3 middle-aged aunts, their tone fierce. Who is going to marry our Prince Long Du? Dao Chu Vi was so stunned her mask fell off. And so, she was examined one by one, this face, this leg, even her teeth weren't spared. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and struggled. What are you doing? Are you here to buy livestock? The 3 aunts looked at each other and nodded, then exclaimed, wonderful, no bound feet, and no ear piercings either. I knew our Chu Du was different. Vi heard so much that her head was spinning. What's going on? I don't understand. They said, honestly, don't mind us, little sister. We're just afraid that the Wei state will have another lecherous and perverted king. In the old days, the king of Wei chose his concubines by their bound feet and girls with pierced ears, slender waists, and a fragile appearance. It can be said that to meet the requirements, how many sisters had to endure the pain of foot binding and strict dieting? The sisters who best met the requirements either died young or became disabled and unable to walk. Finally, they concluded in unison, we are so relieved to see that you are a healthy girl. Our Long Du truly has a good eye for choosing a good girl like you. Vi said blankly, hello, it's not that complicated. Long Du and I have known each other since we were children. We never cared about whether our height, weight, or figures were compatible. They were astonished, saying, you've known each other since childhood? Then how can that be? Chu Vi replied politely, my name is Dao Chu Vi. As she finished speaking, all three aunts said in surprise, "Are you that Dao Chuvai?" She was startled and said, "What's wrong with everyone?" At the same time, at Nan SOC's headquarters, he broke out in a cold sweat, saying, "The matter of Little Potato and Long Deuce marriage must not be known by Old Seven." Nan Dung said in a cold voice, "Is your information reliable? If not, you have to refund our money." Old Third immediately bared his fangs. "You can question my expertise, but I can't refund your money." Nan TUC then pulled him back, saying fiercely, "All right, we believe you. Let's discuss what to do now." Nan SOC said seriously, "To find out what's going on, someone has to go to the state of way to see." Old Second nodded, "This is a serious matter, so we can't send an outsider. But none of us princes can leave at this time, so we still have to find the most reliable outsider possible." The three of them, without prior agreement, looked towards to Van Diem, the reliable outsider. Young master to said aggrievely, "What are you talking about? I'm not an outsider, am I?" Then Nindung pulled him down and whispered something in his ear. All that was known was that to Van Diem's eyes lit up with fighting spirit, and he said manfully, "I'll go right away." Young master to was a man of his word, not delaying for a second as he pushed open the door and ran off. Nan SOC asked curiously, "What's going on? What did you say to that guy?" Nan Dung said indifferently, "Nothing. He just wanted to take me to the outdoor hot spring. I told him I'd go with him after this matter is resolved." Old Third was impressed, gave a thumbs up, and said, "You really hold that man's life in your hands. Your little brother is in awe." But Nantuc was still endlessly curious, asking, "Why is he so obsessed with the outdoor hot spring?" Old Second snorted coldly, "How would I know? There's such a spacious bath in the palace, but he still insists on bathing outdoors like a wild bear." Nan SOC said cheekily, "You don't understand this kind of exoticism." At the same time, to Van Diem, while flying along, thought, "You wouldn't understand my wish. How can you get such a beautiful view from an indoor bath?" He imagined it and gave himself a nosebleed. Early the next morning, the seventh prince's manor was noisier than ever. "Quick, over there! Who is that beauty? I heard she was brought here from the palace." "I don't know, but looking at her features, she looks a bit like Our Lady Chuvai." The maids worried, whispering, "Could it be that because Chuvai isn't around, the prince can't stand the loneliness?" As soon as they finished speaking, they were harshly scolded by the butler. "Nonsense. The prince is not that kind of person. How can you be so gossipy at such a young age? You'll pay for it when you're old. Don't move from here. I'll go check out the situation." The maids were speechless, silently cursing. "You're the biggest gossip of all." The butler pricked up his ears to listen. Tae Chungu, with tears in her eyes, said, "So you've been taking care of Chu Vi all these years. That's so good." And Hai said honestly, "Not for many years. I lost her for a long time. She only came back recently." Chungu said with teary eyes, "No matter what, as long as she's alive, she's my only relative in this world." Suddenly, Old Seventh asked, "I remember Chu Vi has another older sister." As soon as Chungu heard this, she burst into tears. She was weak and sickly, so she passed away. Nanhai immediately froze stiff because he didn't know how to comfort women. Specifically, he didn't know how to console anyone other than Dao Chuvai. So he had to choose his words carefully. "When Chuvai returns, I will arrange a meeting for you." Chungu thought to herself, "What is the relationship between this prince and Chuvai? Could it be that Chuvai was taken by him as a concubine?" She said softly, and was met with an impossibly cold, "Huh?" from Nanhai. Chungu was so scared she was terrified. "No, it's nothing." Meanwhile, he was thinking, "You really ran away without a word of goodbye. When you get back, I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget." After speaking, he cleared his throat and said, "Stop eavesdropping outside. Go arrange accommodation for concubine." This startled the butler, who willingly came forward. Chungu was so scared she didn't dare to breathe, but she dared to think, this guy is so scary. How could Chuvai follow him? As soon as he opened his eyes, Long Du screamed, "What? What do you mean Aunt Chun, Aunt Fong, and Aunt Shui all went to visit Chuvai?" The guard said cautiously, and they all looked scary. Long Du was overthinking. They wouldn't embarrass Chuvai, would they? "No, I have to go see." The guard tried his best to pull him back, but he was blocked by soldiers at the door. "Your Highness, Prince Long Du, Her Majesty has said that before the wedding, you cannot leave this place." So he had to obediently go back inside, thinking, this is an emergency. A second later, he said, "Xiao Lu, please do me a favor." Xiao Lu asked, bewildered, "What is it?" Then the door opened again, and the eunuch shouted in a hurry, "Oh no, His Highness suddenly has a stomachache. Everyone go take a look." So the soldiers rushed in. "Your Highness, are you all right? Your Highness, are you all right?" Xiao Lu huddled under the blanket, swallowed his tears back, thinking, His Highness is fine, but I'm not so sure about myself. Then the soldiers said worriedly, "His Highness doesn't seem well." Then we must find the Imperial physician immediately. The eunuch hurriedly ran while saying, "You all take care of His Highness. I'll go find someone." A soldier hurriedly ran after him, saying, "I'll go with you." It turned out that the eunuch was Long Du. He quickly slipped away, leaving the soldier panicked. Huh? Where did he go? Long Du chuckled to himself. "I'm more familiar with this palace than you are," then ran forward. But it was out of the frying pan and into the fire as Long Tin in front of him successfully blocked. "Long Du," he tried to say, "Auntie." Long Tin was so angry her words were a jumble. "You, Chu Du, you've always been a good boy, but this time you've really disappointed me." Chu Du pressed his lips together, took off his hat, not bothering with the disguise anymore, and said in a serious tone, "Auntie, I know everything you do is for my own good. This time, you've really done wrong. For a long time, you've protected me and the state of Wei. But Tu Vi is my friend, someone I cherish very much, and I have to protect her. I'm sorry, Annie." And so Long Du slipped past Long Tin and ran off. Lan Han asked worriedly, "Your Majesty, would you like to—" But she said seriously, "No need. Maybe the boy is right. I was wrong. He has gone through a long time. When a person starts to have someone to protect, that's when the kid starts to grow up. Let me see how you grow up, Tu Du." Long Du ran to Dao Chu Vi's place, pushed open the door and panted, calling out Tu Vi. Seeing his shy appearance, the ants teased, "Tu Du, what are you doing? Where did you find those clothes?" Long Du stammered, "Tu Vi, I'm glad you're okay." The ants laughed secretly, saying, "Tu Du, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid we'll eat Chu Vi? We're just listening to Chu Vi tell her story." And so, all three of them listened one by one. I heard Chu Vi set fire to the palace. She also defeated the great Yin Emperor, and even the seventh prince was tricked. Vi chuckled, then pulled Long Du over. She whispered, "Don't tell Manhwa what I said, okay? We're brothers." He nodded and said, "I know. But is it really okay to continue?" Vi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm here for you." At the same time, Long Tin and Lan Han, the dignified empress, were sneaking around by the window. Looking at the lovey-dovey couple, Annie Long remarked, "I think Chu Vi should marry Long Du," leaving Lan Han speechless. What about the maturity we just mentioned? At the same time, on a street in the state of Wei, Van Diem patted one of his pockets and said softly, "We've arrived in the state of Wei. Please come out." Baldy rustled for a moment, then emerged from the front of his pants. This made young master to fume, and he said fiercely, "Don't come out from strange places. You bald bird, you actually tore my pocket. I brought you here because Chu Vi always said you were useful. Can you go find Chu Vi?" The bald fortune teller shook its head. Van Diem didn't hold back his bitter words. "You're a bald, broken bone bird. You're useless, just ugly. It would be better to stew you and eat you." And so, a second later, he was pecked repeatedly on the head by Baldy. For the first time, the young master of the family was scolded by a bird. "You're a broken bird. You're a broken bird. Let's stew you and eat you." Stew and eat. Van Diem was so angry he yelled, "How dare you yell back? I asked you to do one thing, but you didn't tell the truth, and now you're spouting this nonsense." But when he saw that he was being too loud and becoming the center of attention for a bunch of wolf cookers, young master to grab Baldy and scolded, "Shut up. You think I'm not conspicuous enough?" And so, on the road, that black-robed sorcerer appeared. He thought to himself, "Lately, because I've been using my powers too often, my body can't take it anymore. I have to get there quickly." While arguing with Baldy, "Do you believe I can punch you into pieces and make mixed rice out of you?" Van Diem simultaneously bumped into the other person, knocking him down. He politely helped the person up, saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Are you okay?" But when he saw the other person's face, young master froze and said, "Is that you?" He was immediately grabbed tightly by this black bear, and his heart grew anxious. "Oh no, it's Van Diem. He knows me. No, I can't let him take me away now. I still have unfulfilled wishes." With that, Lambton used his 4-star meteor ability, thinking, "I can't be taken away." Van Diem stared for a long time. Then while dodging, he thought, the ability is exactly the same as Chu Vi's. With that, he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "I don't want that to happen again." But when he no longer felt any movement and opened his eyes, there was no one there. Van Diem quickly gained momentum, running and thinking, "Damn it, anyone who runs away when they see me is either a traitor or a thief. Just wait until I catch you." But in the end, he was the one who collapsed because the other person was too slow to escape. Young master to question his life, thinking, do turtles really exist in this world? Suddenly, a carriage appeared. Lan Han said softly, "Blue Star Sorcerer, Her Majesty is waiting for you. Let's go to the palace." And so, Van Diem saw with his own eyes Lam Tin getting into the carriage, pondering, someone from the palace? Could it be Lan Han? That night at the observatory, Long Tin said softly, I already have a candidate for the concubine. Do you want to take a look? Lam Tin said, wait a moment. He placed his hand on his forehead and truly saw a figure that didn't look like Dao Chu Vai at all. Then he asked seriously, did she return with Prince Long Du? Long Tin said happily, that's right, it's her. Do you think she is worthy of being Chu Du's concubine? Lam Tin smiled and said, she is the king's fated girl. With her companionship, the state of Wei will surely enjoy peace and prosperity. Annie Long breathed a sigh of relief, saying, wonderful, my decision was right. After everyone had left, Lam Tin was alone, musing, I have done many wrong things in the past. I owe many people, and I want to make it up to them one by one. First Wei, then Yin. I want to compensate all those with unfortunate fates. Nan He, Dao Chu Vai, I will also help you to arrange a good home. I really am a genuine good person. At the same time, Nan Hai in the state of Yin had to sneeze from being mentioned. To Van Diem stood on the highest point, and after a period of observation, he came to a conclusion. It seems that Lam Tin is the mysterious sorcerer. Then he pulled down his pants and said, bald bird, come out. But Baldy crawled out from his head, scolding fiercely, you're a bald bird, you're a bald bird. Young Master Tu ignored the bird's teasing and said magnanimously, there is an important mission for you now. You should quickly report the appearance of Lam Tin to Nan Hai. Baldy immediately flapped its wings and flew away, constantly chirping, blue star appears, blue star appears. To Van Diem faced the wind, thinking alone, Tu Vai, wait for me, your brother is right here. While Vai Vai was engrossed in playing mahjong, Tien Swang was still by her side, reminding her, my lady, what about our plan? But she was only focused on, I discard. Long Deuce Ant chuckled softly, I really can't beat you, kid. You're so lucky. She smiled with her eyes crinkled. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But Tien Swang was still stuck by her side. What about the plan? At this, Vai Vai became annoyed and gave an order. Gu Tien Swang. She answered fearfully, yes, my lady. Vai Vai simply said, tell the kitchen I want to eat sesame cakes, and have them make some for me. Until she was outside, Tien Swang was still questioning her life, thinking, what should I do? The wedding is coming soon, my lady. Do you have a good solution? Suddenly, a beep, 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 beep sound rang in her ear. Tien Swang followed the sound and found the Crown Prince of Wei. She asked in astonishment, Your Highness Long Du, why are you here? Chu Du whispered, although my aunt is no longer stopping me, she still won't let me see Chu Vai. We can't let her find out. What's the next plan, did Chu Vai tell you? Tien Swang sobbed. If only I knew. That would be great. Long Du said urgently, what's wrong? Tell me slowly. But Tien Swang was still sobbing. My lady, it seems she doesn't know anything. What if you two really get married? At this, a chill ran down both their spines at the mere thought of Nan Hai's death glare. A second later, Long Du said optimistically, it's okay, we're still here, things won't get any worse. Tien Swang asked dazedly. Chu Du clenched his fist and declared, I swear I will stop Chu Vai from marrying me. It seemed there was a glimmer of hope. At the same time, inside the room, Vai Vai, while playing mahjong, said, by the way, are there any sorcerers or great gods here? Aunt Shue said in surprise, why did even Aunt Long tell you about this? She acted very naturally, saying, of course, after all, I'm her niece-in-law, so there's no need to hide such things from me. The other two aunts sighed, but we can't do that. Every time she meets the sorcerer, she does it behind our backs. We don't know who he is. It seems they often meet at Wangxing Hall. I saw them when I passed by that time. Vai Vai smiled, stood up and said, all right, let's stop here for today. I'm tired of sitting. At this, the three aunts also stood up, nodding, that's right, what's the use of playing cards? Let's play another game. And so, the three of them, in unison, carried Vai Vai away. On the table were many pieces of jewelry and no shortage of clothes. Finally, Tu Vai was made up and dressed in the attire of the Wei state. The aunt said happily, this one suits you best. Is it okay? This dress. Don't we sisters share clothes? It's okay. Dao Chu Vai thought to herself, by the way, I can use this. Inside the Wei Imperial Palace, as soon as they saw the person arrive, they all bowed respectfully. Your Majesty. However, there were still a few who were sober enough to whisper, Her Majesty's hair seems wrong. How can I admire you without this kind of courtesy? Scolding was one thing, but the old eunuch still pondered, something seems wrong. It turned out the person who came was Dao Chu Vai. She thought smugly, they didn't stop me. They must have mistaken me for some concubine. The plan was a success. So, very quickly, she was able to sneak inside, observing carefully that's Wangxing Hall, used for stargazing. He must be the sorcerer. Vai Vai saw Long Tin go inside with Lam Tin, then the door was shut tightly. She wanted to look a little longer, but unexpectedly, Lan Han appeared from behind, whispering, Lady Chu Vai, what are you doing here? Longton also noticed, and she asked in shock, Chu Vai, why are you wearing my clothes? Vai was speechless. Is this Aunt Long's? But Lan Han maintained a serious expression, saying, Lady Chu Vai, Her Majesty treats you as an honored guest, yet you steal Her Majesty's clothes. What are your intentions? No sooner had the words been spoken than Tian Shuang and Long Rui emerged from the ground, declaring loudly that it wasn't her. I stole the clothes. Annie, I'm the one who took the clothes. Please don't blame them. But Long Qing was very clear-headed. She asked in a stern voice, You've been following me, haven't you? Xiao Rui, why did you steal your aunt's clothes? Long Rui stammered for a long time, then a second later, changed the subject, saying because I said that Xiao Wei wouldn't be as beautiful as you, Annie, even if she wore your clothes. Xiao Wei didn't believe it, so I told her try. Long Qing was surprised and said, In your eyes, is your aunt beautiful? Xiao Rui nodded profusely, saying sincerely, Of course she is. At that, she beamed, saying, My child, I'm too old to care about these things anymore. Please praise Xiao Wei more in the future. But no matter how the troublesome trio looked at it was clear that she cared. Finishing her words, Long Qing said, Xiao Wei, follow me, I have plenty of clothes. She smiled and said, Thank you. Aunt Long Rui and Tian Shuang breathed a sigh of relief, whispering, Xiao Wei, don't do anything foolish. Yes, my lady, you scared me to death. But Xiao Wei was very determined, saying, It's basically confirmed that the sorcerer is in the stargazing palace. I have to find a way to meet him. Long Rui disagreed, saying, It's too dangerous. Let's wait for brother Yin Shi to arrive. Dao Xiao Wei said forcefully, Because it's dangerous. I can't push it onto Yin Shi. He's not a god. He can get hurt too. Besides, if Yin Shi intervenes, this will become an issue between nations. Do you want things to escalate to that point? I know you're worried about me, but Aunt Long bears us no ill will. I'll be fine. Aunt Long must have been deceived by that old sorcerer, which is why she's urging you to marry and succeed the throne. We must uncover that person's true face. Long Qing waited for a long time, but didn't see her arrive, so she called out, Xiao Wei, why aren't you here yet? She smiled until her eyes crinkled and said, Aunt Long, I'm coming right now. Then, before leaving, she said reliably, Leave everything to me. Tian Shuang and Long Rui watched Wei Wei's mature back, whispering, I thought she was just fooling around again. Me too. I forgot that my lady has grown up. Then Xiao Rui sat huddled, saying softly, I also said I would stop Xiao Wei, but she thinks much more deeply than I do. No matter how much time passes, she never ceases to amaze me. Tian Shuang nodded, exclaiming, I know that feeling. I discovered that when I was assigned to spy on my lady. Long Rui said in surprise, Spy? You? She nodded and said, Yes, the third prince sent me. A chill ran down Long Rui's spine. He said, The third prince? You mean Brother Ashuo? A second later, Tian Shuang burst out laughing, saying after that my older sister said he was just bragging and the mission was shelved. Her gaze softened a little, and she said softly, At first, I thought she was just a stubborn child, acting recklessly by relying on the seventh prince's favor. Later I learned that Xiao Wei can live bravely wherever she goes. But the seventh prince can't live without her. Tian Shuang said happily, Maybe we should trust Our Lady more. Long Rui listened, mesmerized, until the story ended. Their eyes met unconsciously. For some reason, they both felt shy and awkward. Being the man, Long Rui spoke first. Let's discuss how to help Xiao Wei first. Tian Shuang reflexively said, All right. But who would have known that the unlucky Su Yunyan would witness the lovey-dovey moment of a young couple? That night, after returning, Xiao Wei buried her head in her work by the oil lamp. While taking notes, she said, The Wangxing Palace is currently heavily guarded. Aunt Long also goes in and out frequently. It's very difficult to sneak in, unless... While she was still pondering, young Master Su popped up out of nowhere, speaking as if by magic, unless something big happens in the palace, right? Xiao Wei was stunned and shouted, Black Bear, why are you here? Are you trying to scare me to death? Su Yunyan said in a serious tone, Kid, you don't need to bother searching. I'll tell you who that sorcerer is. She cooperated and asked, Who on earth is that person? Young Master Su said, nonchalantly, You know that person? Seeing Wei Wei's questioning look, he honestly replied, It's Lan Xing Wei Wei tried to recall the sorcerer's appearance, and frowned, saying, Is it really him? I have to meet him again. But what is his real purpose? A second later, she said seriously, The best opportunity is when Long Rui gets married. Please do me a favor. Su Yunyan asked lazily, What favor? Xiao Wei just said, One sentence, marry me. Young Master Su was immediately reminded of the lioness at his home. He asked carefully, Is that the person who asked you to take revenge for him? Wei Wei asked blankly, Who are you talking about? She asked so honestly that Su Yunyan waved his hand and said, It's nothing. I have someone better to introduce. Finishing his words, he said seriously, Didn't you bring someone named Tian Shuang with you? Just hearing that, Wei Wei flatly refused. No, how can I let the chaste Tian Shuang marry for me? It would affect her reputation. Young Master Su looked at her with a disdainful gaze, sincerely praising, "You're a genuine, certified idiot." That night, at the Crown Prince's residence, Long Rue said sorrowfully, "Xiao Wei won't give up. She will definitely try again. We have to help her." Tian Shuang also frowned, sighing, "The most important thing is not to let anything happen to Our Lady." Finishing his words, Long Rue said, "I won't let anything happen to her." At the end of the conversation, they both gently called each other's names. Tian Shuang, "Your Highness Long Rue." This lovey-dovey scene truly shocked Wei Wei speechless. Her words became jumbled, and she asked, "When did they get together?" Su Yinyan replied indifferently, "Who can predict matters of the heart? We simply fell in love with each other." Xiao Wei lost control of her actions, flailing her arms and legs, saying, "But this speed is too fast." Then she slipped, and falling by herself would have been one thing. But this time, she lovingly grabbed Su Yinyan's collar. Hearing a noise outside, Long Rue became alert and asked, "Who's there?" No sooner had he spoken than a meow was heard. He said softly, "It's nothing, just a stray cat." Tian Shuang stammered, "It's better if I leave. It wouldn't be good to be seen." But Long Rue said reluctantly, "We didn't do anything." And so, Su Yinyan successfully became Wei Wei's cushion, while she comfortably concluded, "We have to make a new plan." The next day, at the Imperial Palace of the Yin Kingdom, the old emperor had just opened his eyes when he saw several burdens surrounding him. "Royal father, you're awake?" He held his forehead, sat up and said, "What's wrong? Why is everyone here?" Hearing his indifferent tone, Yin Rong couldn't help but scold. "Don't you even know you've passed through the gates of hell?" Yin Su hurriedly intervened. All right. Yin Shi immediately turned to leave, saying, "As long as you're not dead." And so, the remaining trio of princes also quickly left. Yin Su pushed the second brother while instructing, "You serve His Majesty and rest well." Meanwhile, the second brother was still grumpily scolding, "If you mess around again, I won't be able to save you." Outside, Yin Shi immediately said, "I'll leave the rest to you, brother. I'm going to the Wei Kingdom." Yin Rong immediately chased after him, saying, "I'll go with you." The crown prince smiled and bid farewell to his two darlings. A second later, his whole body swayed. Yin Su was caught, and someone asked worriedly, "Are you all right, brother?" Upon hearing Yin Su say, "I'm fine," the third brother bare his fangs and claws, saying, "You've had to worry about state affairs and watch over royal father lately. You must be very tired. Go home and rest quickly." The eunuch guarding the door carefully confirmed that the princes had left, then signaled for a hiding concubine to come over. And so, the old emperor, having just woken up, started making trouble. He didn't even spare the teacup. He roared fiercely. Actually what? She was by his side, trying her best to play the victim, saying, "Actually, the seventh prince drove everyone away. Only I secretly stayed behind." The emperor was so angry he gritted his teeth, saying, "This brat, how audacious. When I get better, I'll kill him." That concubine said coquettishly, "Your Majesty, please don't be angry. I'm still here for you." He laughed with delight, saying, "Only you are still good to me." She nestled against the emperor, laughing secretly. "This time, all my rivals are gone, and I can finally gain the upper hand." Later, at the Eastern Palace, Yin Rong, after many days of hard work, was finally reunited with his bed. He closed his eyes, breathing a sigh of relief. "I can finally sleep in peace." No sooner had he said it than someone outside shouted, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, something has happened." Yin Rong shot up, overthinking, "What is it? Speak quickly." The guard was so shocked he stuttered, His Majesty has passed away." This news also quickly reached Yin Shi and Yin Rong, so the trip to the Wei Kingdom had to be postponed again. After a moment of inspection, the second brother frowned and said, "Died for a femme fatale." Yin Su just listened quietly, showing no sign of response. Meanwhile, Yin Shi stared coldly at the concubine behind him. She immediately knelt down, saying, Seventh Highness, spare my life." Just as she finished speaking, a bio was seen flying in with wings spread. It landed on the back of Yin Shi's hand. Then Baldy also appeared out of nowhere. Yin Shi frowned, thinking, did this thing fly straight back from the Wei Kingdom? After Baldy had rested and recovered, he said clearly, "Lan Xing has appeared, the blue star has appeared." Upon hearing these two words, the seventh prince's whole body stiffened. Lan Xing? He hurriedly patted his eldest brother's shoulder, saying gravely, "The blue star has appeared in the Wei Kingdom." Yin Su was startled and asked, "What?" After speaking, Yin Shi hurriedly left, but before going, he didn't forget to instruct, "You brothers guard things here. I have to go to the Wei Kingdom right now." As soon as he left, Yin Su said, the Blue Star's abilities should not be underestimated. He hasn't appeared for many years. Who knows what disaster his appearance will bring this time? Gather the soldiers and prepare to support the seventh brother in any case. Seeing that his eldest brother was willing to open his eyes, this was a serious matter, so Yin Shuo dared not delay. Yin Rong worried in his heart, whispering Yin Yin. Yin Shi rode his war horse at a gallop, also whispering the name Xiao Wei in his heart. At the same time, in the Wei Kingdom, red lanterns were hung everywhere. Long Rui and Tian Shuang were anxious, chasing after Wei Wei and asking, the wedding is about to take place. Xiao Wei, do you have any plans? Yes, my lady, can you tell us now? She smiled and said, don't worry, I found help. Then she led them both inside a room. As soon as he saw the familiar tan skin, Long Rui cheered happily, Brother Yin Yin. So the black bear put his arm around Xiao Rui's neck, saying softly, come here, I have something to ask you. Xiao Wei also pushed her handmaid into another corner, Tian Shuang, let's go over there. As two true men, Su Yinyin asked Long Rui seriously, what do you think of Xiao Wei? The young man also answered seriously, Xiao Wei? Xiao Wei is great, she's truly outstanding. After that, young Master Su asked again, so what do you think of Tian Shuang? For some reason, as soon as he heard this name, Long Rui became tense and said, Tian Shuang? Nothing. I don't know anything. So panicked that steam was coming out of his head. Outside, fireworks were brilliantly lighting up the sky. Long Rui was forced to wear the groom's attire. He frantically sent an SOS signal to Su Yinyin, but that black bear just waved goodbye. Long Rui thought in fear, what does that mean? What should I do next? Are they getting married in such a messy way? At the same time in the other room, Tian Shuang's scream rang out. How can this be? Xiao Wei asked seriously, you don't want to? If you don't like it, we can cancel this plan immediately. Tian Shuang said shyly, it's not that I don't want to, but Wei Wei smiled and said, you don't have to worry about anything else. At the same time, young Master Su was already standing outside the room, waiting for Wei Wei. Finally, the door opened and Tian Shuang came out, saying urgently, hurry up, the master is waiting. The palace maids rushed into the room. Meanwhile, Tian Shuang secretly slipped away down the corridor, and all these movements were noticed by young Master Su. Yin Shi was still galloping towards the Wei Kingdom, but the groom and bride were already prepared. Only the three bows were missing. In a corner of the Imperial Palace, soldiers carried bowls of food. They said happily, come here, this is His Majesty's reward. Eat quickly. Has the banquet ended yet? No, this has been going on all day. Tian Shuang leaped onto the roof, thinking to herself, now is the time. Inside the observatory, Lan Xing stared blankly at the sky, sighing, finally, I'm one step closer to my goal. No sooner had he spoken than a voice was heard. What is your real purpose? Lan Xing said warily, who are you? Dao Xiao Wei took off her disguise, saying seriously, no matter what you want to do, I will stop you. For a moment, Lan Xing stared at her in a daze. At the same time, that was also Long Rui's expression at the wedding ceremony. Tian Shuang said with tears in her eyes, I'm sorry, I hope I haven't disappointed you. But Xiao Rui smiled and said, very good, I thought 1,000 possibilities, but I never thought that this way could let me be with you. Seeing Tian Shuang stammer, but I'm just a palace maid, and I'm older than you, Long Rui said anxiously, isn't brother Yin Shi also older than Xiao Wei? Do you care about that? At the same time, outside the city gates of the Wei Kingdom, Yin Shi ordered in a loud voice, as if it were his own home, open the city gates for this prince. He lost his patience, emphasizing, open the city gates quickly. The soldiers of the Wei Kingdom panicked, saying, what should I do? Open the gates? No, that's the god of slaughter, Yin Shi. I'll go ask for Chief Shou's opinion. You guys wait here first. The soldiers who were left behind felt a chill run down their spines, thinking, how can we withstand that? His Highness is getting married today. Please don't let any mistakes happen. Dao Xiao Wei observed Lan Xing, thinking to herself, I remember he was a weak boy back then. I wonder if he has changed over the years. But now he has 4-star power, but my strength is gone and I can't fight hard anymore. While she was on high alert, the opponent indeed attacked in a flash, grabbing both of her arms. But in the end, he burst into tears, sobbing, Dao Xiao Wei. I'm sorry. Back then, I was bewitched, became an accomplice, and kidnapped you. It's all my fault for causing Yin Shi to lose his memory. The event deviated from the script, so Xiao Wei frowned and said, don't cry. What's going on? Why have you come to the Wei Kingdom now? Explain clearly. Outside the city gates, Yin Shi was still persistently spamming. If you don't open the gate, I'll break in. The soldier on top was sweating coldly, saying, please wait a moment. Chief Shou has gone to ask for instructions from his superiors. But Yin Shi frowned, thinking, we can't wait any longer. We can't let Xiao Wei fall into Lan Xing's hands. So he raised his sword, and with a few slashes, the city gate was shattered into 100 pieces, looking as if the Wei kingdom was so poor in iron that the gate was made of paper. The soldiers were terrified, scattering and shouting. The god of slaughter has broken in, requesting urgent reinforcements. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Wei appeared at the city gate. She spread her arms and said, "Stop, don't say anymore, I know everything." As soon as Yin Shi saw her, he ran quickly towards her. The two embraced tightly. Before the touching moment could last long, Yin Shi pinched her cheek and scolded, "What's wrong with you? I heard you were going to marry Long Rui. What's that about?" At the same time, Long Qing was also fuming. How can you treat marriage as a joke? If we don't follow the state preceptor's prophecy, what will become of Wei's fate? Just as she finished speaking, Lan Xing entered and said, "No, the result is very correct. The fated girl I calculated was Tian Shuang. You misunderstood." After Yin, she heard Wei's story. He said calmly, "So he's going around telling fortunes everywhere to atone for his sins?" She sat on the saddle, held tightly by Yin Shi, and laughed. That's right, he calculated that the person who dies with Long Rui is his true love. But he didn't expect that you and Tian Shuang would go together. Right now, there was only one thought in the seventh prince's mind. I should go to the palace and beat him up. But then he saw Wei laughing happily, saying, "It's a pity I didn't get to witness Long Rui's wedding. I heard it was very grand." Yin, she said gently, "I'll give us an even bigger one. What do you think?" As promised, Yin Shi really took Xiao Wei to meet her elder sister first. The two sobbed and hugged each other tightly. "Older sister Xiao Yu, my Xiao Wei." Wei immediately asked her, "I've heard everything Yin Shi said about you. What do you plan to do next?" Qi Xiao Yu secretly glanced at Yin Shi's cold demeanor, whispering, "Is he good to you?" Xiao Wei's eyes shone like stars, saying, "If anyone dares to treat me badly, I'll beat them to death. Don't you worry, sister." Xiao Yu sighed and said, "I'll be relieved if you found a good home." She held her sister's hand tightly, saying seriously, "Sister Xiao Yu, do you want to come with us? Yin Shi and I have agreed to look for mother together. From now on, my home is your home, and my mother is your mother." Xiao Wei reflexively continued, my man is. Noticing Yin Shi's warning gaze, she slammed on the brakes, correcting herself. He won't object. Yin Shi also spoke up. "Xiao Wei has been away from her mother for too long. I hope her family can be happier." Xiao Yu looked at them gently, thinking to herself, it seems this person is really good to her. A second later, she tapped Wei's head, laughing, not even married yet, and still shouting like that. "You haven't changed at all since you were a child." But Xiao Wei didn't mind. She continued warmly, "Sister, come here, I will protect you." But Xiao Yu smiled, saying sincerely, "I appreciate your kindness, but I won't disturb your life anymore." Yin, she said understandingly, "If you want to stay in the palace, I will ask my elder brother to help you find a place." Xiao Yu shook her head and said, "Thank you, but I don't want to stay in this place anymore. I want to go further away." Upon hearing this, Wei supported it with both hands and feet. "Do you want to travel the world, sister?" The seventh prince immediately frowned. How can that be? It's too dangerous for a woman to be alone. She became annoyed, arguing with him. "What's wrong with you? I've been wandering the world alone for a long time." Yin Shi replied honestly, "You've learned many skills. How can she compare to you?" Wei was dumbfounded and said, "That's true." A second later, she asked Xiao Yu honestly, "Do you want to learn some skills and travel the world like me?" Xiao Yu said with great interest, "Of course I do, but how can I do that?" Wei said happily, "Wait, I'll write you a letter of introduction." Xiao Yu was surprised. A letter of introduction? So, Xiao Yu dressed simply and headed towards the house in front. Along the way, she crossed mountains and streams for a whole month. Xiao Yu wiped the sweat from her forehead, thinking with determination, Xiao Wei has endured so much suffering since she was a child. How can I back down? I want to live a free life and not be restricted anymore. Finally, she successfully arrived at the foot of the intermediate lecture hall. Xiao Yu smiled and said, she said this is where she learned her skills. Inside, Ran Yi, with a hoarse voice, seriously read the command, punch hard, stand firm on your feet, teaching martial arts to the future generation of youngsters. Suddenly, a lovely junior sister ran in, shouting, "Senior brother Ran Yi, senior sister sent me a letter." The content of the letter was just a few words. "This is my elder sister, Xiao Yu. From now on, I'm leaving everything to you. I hope you will take care of her." He thought in astonishment, "You want me to teach your elder sister Kung Fu?" Just as he finished his thought, he heard a young woman's voice. "Hello, are you Ranny?" Unconsciously, he stared at her shyly, and the group of youngsters had a good laugh, teasing him continuously. "Master is blushing. Why is Master so strangely quiet?" Today is the coronation ceremony of the new emperor of the Yin Kingdom. Yin Shi also returned to his bright and talented style of the past, while Yin Shuo still looked at the new emperor with a proud gaze. From then on, Yin Su officially ascended the throne as emperor. Below, they shouted in unison, "Long live the emperor 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years." In a corner of the imperial palace, Yin Rong said softly, "All right, eldest brother has ascended the throne. Let's go." Su Yinyan asked, stunned, "The ceremony isn't over yet. Don't you want to watch?" The second brother smiled and said, "I still have to attend another coronation ceremony." Hearing this, young Master Su grumbled, "When are we going to the hot springs?" It turned out that today was also the day of Long Rue's coronation. Unlike Yin Su's mature demeanor, Long Rue looked much more nervous. But below, they still shouted, "Long live the emperor 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years," proving he was very worthy of the throne. Tian Shuang also came to see the scene of her husband shining today, while Long Qing was in the Imperial garden. She smiled and said, "Very good, seeing Xiao Rue ascend the throne. I feel like I can live a few more years." Lan Xing smiled and said, "Your illness is due to overwork. You can recover if you take better care of yourself." Yin Rong said softly, "Just leave it to me. You and Lan Heng must both stay healthy." Long Qing nodded and said, "I'm very sorry to trouble the second prince again." The second brother smiled and said, "It's just a small matter. I want to stay here for a while anyway. The little boy I picked up back then has now become a mature king. Time flies so fast." Seeing Su Yinyan keep nagging about some hot springs, Long Qing created an opportunity. She said softly, "You are Xiao Rue's savior. You can stay here as long as you like. There are natural hot springs here on Nanshan Mountain. This is a private estate reserved for our royal family. If you don't go now, brother, I will arrange transportation for you another day." With that said, young Master Su effortlessly sealed the deal. "We will stay here for a while. In any case, I also want to see King Long Rue grow up more." After that, Nantiusi immediately returned to the Imperial study to get to work. Nanhai wanted to go in and say something to him, but in the end, he only snuck a peek at his eldest brother, then stealthily closed the door. A meow was heard, and Nanhai immediately realized it was his mischievous little Wei Wei. The seventh brother quietly asked, "Did you leave the letter?" Wei Wei nodded and said, "Don't worry, everything has been taken care of." Nanhai whispered, "All right, it's time for us to get going." At the same time, Nantiusi stopped his writing brush and secretly smiled in the direction of the third brother. He heard Nan Soc yelling, "Eldest brother, seventh brother, and little potato have run away from home." Nan Soc said sulkily, "They left without even saying goodbye." Nan Tuc took the letter and said softly, "Seventh brother isn't used to saying goodbye because of his personality." Wei Wei said they're going to find her mother. And they also said that if anything happens in the Yin Kingdom, they will come back. Wei Wei also left a map, so we can visit when we have time. But when the two of them looked at the map with 3 houses, 2 mountains, and a careful note saying, "This is where Wei Wei lives," its quality was on par with that of Picasso's disciple, Nanhai. Nan Soc was utterly shocked and said, "You call this a map? How are we supposed to find her with this?" Nan Tuc laughed and said, "Don't worry, they will contact us." The third brother complained indignantly, "Second brother is gone, and now seventh brother has run away from home. They are all lazy and don't fulfill their duties, yet they're still princes of the Yin Kingdom." The emperor patted his younger brother's head and gently asked, "Then why are you still here? Thank you for always being by my side." Nan Soc started to regain his spirits, laughing heartily and saying, "That's right, you are the richest now, and I'm the best at making money. If we form an alliance, we will surely make the great Yin Kingdom rich and powerful, so let them be jealous." At the same time, Nanhai and Wei Wei had first gone to visit his mother. Nanhai stood before the tombstone, feeling the gentle breeze. He placed his sword down and said, "Mother, Great Yin is now a peaceful and prosperous country, so you can rest assured. From now on, there will be no more war, no more god of slaughter, Nanhai. I have found someone worth protecting for the rest of my life." As he finished speaking, Wei Wei appeared with a bouquet of flowers. "Nanhai, I ran a long way to find these flowers. I wonder if your mother will like them." She placed it next to Nanhai's sword and said sadly, "Wei Wei is sorry for not bringing a proper offering this time, because we were in a hurry." He hugged her and said gently, "She will like it. She will definitely like it. All right, now that you've met my mother, it's time to go meet yours." Wei Wei exclaimed, "That's absolutely wonderful." In a place that little Wei wanted to go, Dao Tian was unexpectedly holding a hoe and gardening. Su Mo brought out some water and said happily, "It's truly amazing. You can now work for longer than the time it takes an incense stick to burn." As soon as she finished speaking, Dao Tian collapsed from exhaustion. Mo was speechless and said, "I really shouldn't have mentioned it." Suddenly, the sound of a wind chime rang out. Little Wei entered and said cheerfully, "Mother, we're back. At that, Dao Tian was instantly re-energized and ran to embrace her. Little Wei and Nan Hai held each other's hands tightly, gazing at the beautiful blue sky. The world is at peace, and lovers are my companions. The god of war Nan Hai and his lady were boundlessly happy. Today's episode has ended. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the channel to support me, so I have the motivation to continue.